This school forces students to read mythology novels every day, because after graduation, they all have to undergo divine awakening. Those who successfully awaken will soar to great heights, and represent the country in the divine arena battles. The higher the familiarity with the summoned deity, the stronger the power. However, in this parallel world with a mythological gap in the Xia dynasty, the supreme commander of the national armed forces, although he summoned the thunder god Thor, his familiarity with it is only at 51%. But I am familiar with the 5,000-year civilization of the Xia dynasty, easily raised the familiarity to 99%. During the national war, when other countries mocked the Xia dynasty for lacking deities, I exhausted 10,000 buckets of ink, writing down the names of the gods. Suddenly, 8,000 deities of the Xia dynasty descended above the arena. Who dares to mock the lack of deities in the Xia dynasty? Today is the college entrance examination, the day when people who turn 16 awaken. At this moment, a young man approached a stone statue and murmured, "Power to move mountains and dominate the world." I respectfully asked the great spirit god to descend. Suddenly, the originally gray stone statue began to fade. Then, it turned into a purple light and entered Jiang Chen's body. A group of school leaders suddenly smiled with joy. The awakening was successful, and it was even a purple quality deity. Indeed, the principal's son did not disappoint. I couldn't help but burst out laughing, despite my confusion. I had thought that awakening the gods would be an extremely difficult task. So, all you need to do is describe the stories of mythical figures. The school beauty, Chen beside me, looked dissatisfied and gave me a glance. Ignorance is indeed fearless. Do you think this is easy? Every word describing the gods has been exchanged for countless lives. Awakening a god is not absolutely safe. If you call out the wrong god's name or describe them inaccurately, it will be considered as a death sentence. In the original world, anyone who has seen the investiture of the gods can easily describe them. However, the people in this world don't know many mythical figures, and even their abilities are a matter of guesswork. Thinking of this, I quickly took out my phone and started searching on Google. As I expected, there was not a single piece of background information about mythical figures. Next, the second student went up on stage. The choice of the god statue appeared randomly each time. When everyone saw a statue resembling a monkey, they erupted in excitement. It was Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, at the very least, of gold quality. Hanway is really lucky. Xia country has very few public records. It's amazing that he encountered it. He's going to take off. However, when I looked up at that stone statue, I immediately sensed that something was wrong. With a fierce expression, bound by chains, and surrounded by mist, anyone who has read Journey to the West knows that Sun Wukong is not good with water. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, the young man named Hanway spoke of the beauty of the sky. The Monkey King controls the seas, the divine needle hidden in his ear, and the junior Hanway respectfully welcomed the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. As his words fell, the ape statue remained motionless, and everyone was waiting for a miracle to happen. However, the next second, with a snap, Hanway's body instantly shattered. The crowd exclaimed, "How could this happen? Isn't this the great sage equal to heaven? Haven't heard of any other ape-like gods. Could the national research data be wrong?" In that moment, many people doubted the national data. The principal urgently called out to the director beside him, "Immediately contact the city lord and report this matter. At the same time, lock onto this deity, do not erase him, and see if anyone can evoke his true name." An unfamiliar deity is an opportunity for the entire Xia kingdom, because awakening a deity will increase the country's luck. Since the revival of spiritual energy in the Xia Empire, it took 100 years to awaken 500 deities. It may seem few, but the number of people sacrificed for this purpose is as high as 1,000,000. Now, there are only 13 major countries left in the entire Divine Grace continent. The former Liao Kingdom, after the revival of spiritual energy, ironically, it was the first one to be destroyed by others. The reason is that their foundation was too shallow. They didn't have their own mythological system. The Sakura Empire, on the other hand, developed its own mythological system based on the heritage of the Empire of Hua. Speaking of this, I can't help but feel a little sad. Other countries have religious beliefs that are widely promoted and spread, but the Empire of Hua is not concerned about this matter. This has led to many people in the country forgetting about the mythological figures of this world. Otherwise, relying on the cultural heritage of the Empire of Hua for thousands of years. Why fear this news? When the Lord arrived and looked at the newly appeared statue of a monkey, he also frowned. Obviously, with his knowledge, he couldn't recognize the intention of this deity. One of the old professors looked somewhat complicated and stepped forward, saying that according to the records, there are several monkey-like deities among the Taoists, but this requires someone to step up, probably about 5 people. The old professor looked extremely ashamed, blaming his own incompetence for letting these children risk their lives. If they could research more information, why resort to this method? Many students hung their heads low, knowing what this opportunity meant. But there were also people with determined eyes who stood up. Lin Hao from Class 1 is willing to give it a try, Yi Xiaoxiao from Class 2 is willing to give it a try, Xiao Wang from Class 5 is willing to give it a try, and several dozen others stood up one after another. Several professors began to tell the selected individuals about the information they had found. However, after listening, I furrowed my brow because none of these answers were correct, which meant that whoever said so would definitely die. Just as the first Lin Hao was about to enter, I stepped forward. It seems that I know something about him. His background is different from the other professors. All eyes suddenly turned to me, filled with doubt, mockery, envy, and disdain, various looks all at once. Normally, my homeroom teacher never scolds me. Jiang Chen, what's gotten into you? Do you know that if you say the wrong thing, you'll die in there? I also know that the homeroom teacher is doing this for my own good, not wanting to see me die in vain, but I just smiled and didn't explain. As someone who has read tens of thousands of web novels, I am extremely familiar with the mythological figures of Xia country. As I stepped into the gate of creation, apart from the original monkey statue, everything else had just been refreshed. However, I didn't go directly to the monkey statue. Instead, I looked with great interest at the other stone statues. However, my actions were seen by others as a sign of backing down at the last moment. Many students in the square started to discuss, could this guy be scared? He looked so righteous just now, turns out he's just like that. Someone was about to urge me, but was coldly interrupted by the teacher. Everyone who is willing to risk their lives to awaken the unknown gods deserves respect. Even if they die, they are heroes who sacrificed for the country. He will never allow anyone to interfere, let alone slander them. Amidst everyone's gaze, I stopped in front of a pair of giant bronze statues, with 2 wings on its back, but 3 legs, holding a scroll, overlooking all living beings. Everyone speculates whether this is the thunder god. But the thunder god wields a thunder hammer, while this one holds a scroll. For a moment, no one could be sure if this is the thunder god or thunder child, yet what they do not know is, when I saw this stone statue in front of me, I was so excited that my whole body trembled. Then I straightened my clothes, bowed to the stone statue in front of me, and respectfully welcomed the Lord of the Heavenly Court and the Emperor of the 10,000 Demons, Emperor Jun. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. The Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of the 10,000 Demons, what is this all about? Isn't the Lord of the Heavenly Court the Jade Emperor? Who is the Emperor? Could he be making it up? However, just at this moment, the dead gray color on the stone statue gradually faded away, revealing its original true appearance, and a sigh came from the man's mouth. I didn't expect that there are still people in this era who remember my true name. Then a soaring red light entered my body, and Emperor Jun's figure also disappeared from within the gate of creation. At this moment, not only the students and teachers, even the city lord Li Siyuan was shocked and stood up from his seat. Currently, there are only 5 known levels of divine beings, which are green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Green being the lowest, and red being the highest. So far, apart from the appearance of red divine beings in the Holy See, no other country has had one. But now, with the Xia Kingdom Empire, there is finally a red divine being. This represents a change in the divine system, an emperor of the 10,000 demons, truly living up to the name. In the imperial temple of the Xia Empire, a dim light and a statue slowly emerged, occupying the topmost position all alone. The soldiers guarding the imperial temple were shocked to see this, their fists clenched in disbelief. Then they rushed to the side and frantically beat the drum, the thunderous sound echoing 3 times throughout the country, signaling the appearance of a new deity in the Xia Empire. However, just as everyone was celebrating the appearance of the new deity, the sound of the drum resounded once more. Dong 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 dong, 4 consecutive beats. In the capital of the Xia Empire, an elderly man in military uniform looked bewilderedly at his secretary. Am I hearing things? Although the appearance of a new deity is rare, 1 or 2 usually appear every few years. While it is a cause for joy, it has not reached the point of being overwhelmed. However, this is a sacrifice. What does this mean? He understood better than anyone else. A deity of the God King level has appeared, representing the highest fighting force. The Xia Empire finally has it. There is no need to fear anymore. They can finally face all enemies with their heads held high. The supreme commander of the Xia Empire was suddenly in tears. God bless our Xia Empire. Quickly go and find out who awakened the deity. Let General Long Ye go there in person and send the Dragon Guard to protect the deity. At the awakening square, Lord Li Siyuan was trembling with excitement, guarding vigilantly in front of the gate of creation. At this moment, he only had one thought: to protect this young man no matter what, and await the arrival of the general from the capital. However, as someone inside the gate of creation, I have no idea about what's happening outside, and I'm still searching for other divine wills. Just now, I activated the Emperor Jun of the Yao clan, which means I can freely awaken the divine will of the Yao clan. Not only the Yao clan, any divine will belonging to the heavenly court can also be awakened. Because that's Emperor Jun of the Yao clan, the creator of the heavenly court, and in existence at the top of the pyramid of the Xia dynasty's mythology system. But after looking around, I found that they were all heroic spirits with names I've never heard of, and even some legendary gazes from folklore. This not only made me a little depressed. In the end, I walked slowly and finally reached the statue that looked like a monkey. People watching this scene from the outside through the screen were all stunned. Everyone knows that this is an extremely powerful divine will, but previously, an awakener conjured the title of the great sage equal to heaven and ended up dead. I am very clear that this statue is not the great sage equal to heaven. He roams the world, has a fearsome reputation, governs the mountains, rivers, and lakes, and his favorite thing is that extremely brutal deity. The audience outside were all praying in their hearts, "Hurry, assistant. Jiang Chen, please don't do anything stupid. It's over, it's over." Can it be that just as we've had a red divine will supporter appear, they're going to die like this? However, their words didn't reach my ears at all. In fact, even if they did, I wouldn't pay attention. Opportunities to change names like this are rare. Apart from being able to freely awaken divine wills during awakening, I can only rely on participating in the mythological arena battles in the future. I won't miss out on such a good opportunity. After all, awakening a deity will bring about a new inheritance, especially the one in front of us, who is considered one of the overlords of chaos. If we miss this opportunity, it may not come again in the future. I wonder how long we have to wait. At this moment, Li Siyuan, the lord of the city, who was alert to his surroundings, couldn't help but turn around when he heard the shouts of the crowd. But just that glance almost scared the soul out of him. He cried out in horror, "No!" Coincidentally, it was General Long Yi who transformed into a blaze, charging from the end of the sky. No, he thought. As for the red deity's worshipper, Old Li, seeing that the other party ignored him, furrowed his brow and followed his gaze. A young man was seen standing in front of a monkey statue, bowing to it respectfully. Standing a mere 100 feet tall, he stood in the ninth alley, with a youthful body and white hair, and eyes that gleamed like gold. The younger generation speaks respectfully, welcoming the ancient water god, not knowing who its leader is. As my voice fell silent, everyone held their breath, fearing that I would end up like the previous awakeners, failing in the summoning and turning into a pool of blood mist. Time passed slowly. The originally gray statue began to fade, and a golden light shot up into the sky before entering the body. The stone figure revealed its original form, that of a youthful monkey with white hair. His once tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, gleaming with golden light. "Who has summoned me?" After witnessing this scene, the people in the square went completely crazy. The Xia kingdom has gained another deity, and it's a golden quality deity. Lord Water God, the foreigner Shao Ji covets our divine land. The emperor's foreign evil deity has repeatedly violated our divine land, yet our gods do not appear. We, the descendants, have been unfilial and have been unable to win back the gods for a long time. We implore Lord Water God to support our divine land and save us. After speaking, I bowed down to Wu Zhizhi. Wu Zhizhi sneered, and a golden light emanated from his eyes, passing through the door of creation and landing on a person outside. "Foreign evil deity, is this who you were talking about? Now I will lend you my power to go and kill him with your own hands." Wu Zhizhi's words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. All of them looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What kind of deity is this? He actually wants the god's followers to go and kill someone. What does the foreign evil deity they mentioned mean? Why is everyone looking at Teacher Wang? The crowd was in heated discussion, but I was shocked. I understood Wu Zhizhi's words. He considered the deity behind the teacher to be the foreign evil deity. But how could this be possible? After all, that person is a teacher at the school. Seeing that I didn't move, Wu Zhizhi explained lightly, the one he awakened is not the deity of the Xia kingdom, although he did act. After receiving a definite answer, I took large strides towards Wu Zhizhi and walked outside. On the square, Lord Li Siyuan and General Long's gaze fell on Teacher Wang, and for a moment, they were somewhat at a loss. He is their teacher from Xia country, a person they know very well. How could he awaken the foreign evil god? Is there some misunderstanding here? The principal's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The subordinates he painstakingly nurtured turned out to be spies. If it's true, not even his suicide would be enough. The only way for commoners to verify their identity is through the mythical arena, but the opportunity to initiate the arena is only once a year. Lord Li Siyuan hesitated, and General Longya understood his meaning. Regardless of whether the other party is a spy, it's impossible for them to initiate it for him. The mythical arena is not just a valuable opportunity. Also, because I, as a god's follower, have just awakened, they cannot take risks. So, this battle can only be conducted privately. Wang Legua saw everyone looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and immediately showed an angry expression. He sternly exclaimed, "What do you mean by this? Suspecting me of being a spy? Even if I die, I, Wang Legua, would never bear the stigma of being a spy. I would never bear the stigma of being a spy." I walked slowly out of the gate of creation, my gaze fixed firmly on him. However, just when the distance was less than 5 meters, Wang Legua's expression suddenly became fierce. With a loud shout, "By my blood, open the mythical arena!" As his voice rang out, a sudden golden light fell on me. The Sakura Empire initiated the mythical arena against the Xia Empire. The initiator, Matsushita, struck a fist. The designated person is Jiang Chen. A grand voice resounded in the sky. The news spread across the entire Xinhua continent in an instant. Long Yi and Li Siyuan, who were closest, immediately rushed over when they heard each other's voices, but it was already too late. They never expected that just a moment ago, Teacher Wang, who seemed righteous, not only suddenly attacked, but also had the qualifications to open the mythical arena. Matsushita Inu laughed maniacally. "What a bunch of fools. I was planning to deal with you in a few days, but I didn't expect you to be so lucky, awakening the red deity. He's just a newly awakened god user, but now he's been pulled into the mythical arena. Death is only a matter of time." Matsushita Inu thinks that his divine power has limitations in the divine arena battles. However, I didn't panic. If the other party were to attack me in private, maybe I wouldn't be a match for them. Yet they chose the mythical arena, using battles between deities to determine the outcome. It's truly courting disaster and inviting death upon oneself. Then a golden light descended, and Matsushita Inu and I were transported to the arena. Welcome to the arena of the gods. The two great empires should prepare themselves. Register the other 4 participants. Rule 1, every battle will refresh 5 deities, and you can choose one to fight in your place. Rule 2, any deity that has appeared can only fight in 1 battle, winner lives, loser dies. Rule 3, 5 matches, 3 wins. The final victor can demand compensation from the loser. At this time, the Xia Empire was already in chaos. A group of elders in the capital of Kyoto are in heated debate. The sudden divine arena battle launched by the Sakura Empire caught them off guard. Now, the question is who to send to the stage. If we send out the top few standing, even if we win this arena battle, other empires might take advantage of this opening. Challenging the Xia Empire, how can we hold our ground at that time? In the end, the Xia Empire selected Longya, along with another 2 golden divine followers, plus 2 purple divine followers, to fight alongside me. In this era without the appearance of the red divine, this is the top fighting force of the Xia Empire. However, when the host Bobby announced the list of participants from the Sakura Empire, the audience of the Xia Empire in the stands all had a drastic change in their facial expressions. Because these 5 individuals, except for Matsushita Ichikan, are all golden divine followers, it can be said that they are the top fighting force of the Sakura Empire. In the audience of the Xia Empire, an old general with graying hair was trembling. Has the Sakura Empire gone mad, actually sending out all the golden divine followers? It's my miscalculation, underestimating their covetousness for our Xia Empire. I thought it would be good if they could send out 2 golden divine followers, but who would have thought that they would go all out? As the number 1 war god of the Xia Empire, Long naturally has to take the first round. As long as he wins decisively, there's no reason why he can't fight 2 rounds in a row. However, just as he was about to step forward, I suddenly reached out and stopped him. "General, why don't you let me go first? It's just a mere Sakura country. Those who can only see a small part of the world, how could they possibly understand the power of the gods in my Xia country?" Everyone thought I was determined to die, little did they know. I didn't even consider the gods of Sakura country worth my attention. The opponent's first contestant, what's the rationale behind their patron god? Although they are good at transformations, for me, it's an opportunity. Their ignorance has given me a pair of penetrating eyes, capable of seeing through all falsehoods. But as the god statues descended, the citizens of Xia country turned pale, because every illusionary god battle brings random gods. The 5 statues that appeared at this moment are not familiar to anyone. On the other hand, the audience from Sakura country cheered loudly. It's the lucky god Great Tengu, and the clever god Abe no Saimai. We've definitely won this time. The great god Abe no Saimai of Sakura country is widely known, almost to the point of being common knowledge. As I looked at the 5 statues in front of me, my face was filled with dilemma. It's not that there is no one to choose, but I didn't know whom to choose, because the martial god in front of me are all legendary demons. Jin Mao, although it's uncertain if he is the most intelligent in the primordial chaos, his own strength is definitely not lower than the De Luo Golden Immortal. Fei Lian, an ancient infamous ferocious beast, cruel and murderous. One of the 4 ancient siblings, Glutton, known for devouring everything. Yinglong is second only to the Azure Dragon, not as knowledgeable but more ferocious than the Emperor. And lastly, there's a peacock. It looks quite unremarkable. But I know very well that this one is a super big shot, because his name is Kong Xian, known as the first quasi-saint below the sage. 5-colored divine light, nothing can escape it, any magical treasure or power is just a decoration in front of him. Looking at Kong Xian, I loudly exclaimed, the great sword and red horse are magnificent. 5 beams of light and color arrows emerge from chaos, seeking the ultimate taiji. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the quasi-victorious demon clan, Lord Kong Xian has arrived. As the words fell, a bright red light shot up into the sky. The originally gray-black stone statue slowly faded away, revealing a multicolored peacock. The Xia nationality people sitting in the audience were all shocked, their mouths hanging open. Even the generals on the main stage stood up one after another red deity. Am I seeing this correctly? Leader Li Jianjun, upon seeing that touch of red light, burst into laughter. What was originally thought to be a certain loss unexpectedly turned around. 2 red deities, I ask. Who else in this world? The player from the Sakura country was inside the gate of creation just now, so she didn't see that soaring red light and thought I had randomly chosen a gaze. Ha, have you accepted your fate? You actually chose a wild chicken. Could it be that your Xia kingdom's mythology also has a chicken god? And Abe no Saimai, standing behind him, frowned, as he sensed a very dangerous aura from that peacock. The figure behind me, Kong Xian, suddenly began to change. The rain on his body turned into a raincoat, and he transformed from the peacock form into a humanoid figure of a different race. Xiao Xiao dared to move forward, and a cold snort sounded. Behind Kong Xian, 5-colored divine light suddenly lit up. Abe no Saimai was greatly shocked, and quickly shielded himself in front of Matsushita Inu, while shaking out 2 talismans. A giant python and a 6-faced crystal appeared. The 5-colored divine light swept over Tongxi, directly knocking him down from the sky. When it came into contact with the 6-faced crystal, it was blocked by a soft glow. Kong Xian moved lightly, unexpectedly. The opponent could actually block his own 5-colored divine light. And Abe no Saimai on the other side was even more shocked. Lua Jing is his strongest defensive treasure, capable of withstanding a fatal blow, but it was shattered by the opponent just now. This means that the peacock in front of him has the ability to kill him in seconds. However, as a quasi-victorious great demon, Kong Xian has been unable to defeat an opponent weaker than himself for so long. He couldn't bear to lose face, so this time he decided not to hold back his strength anymore. The 5-colored divine light erupted with full force. 5 lights in blue, yellow, red, black, and white emerged behind Lingyu from the Kongxian. Seeing this, Abe Sirai quickly pinched the hand seal, and one by one, talismans were thrown out, transforming into attendant gods. But as soon as these attendant gods appeared, they were struck by the 5-colored divine light, instantly turning into nothingness. The danger of the quasi-saint was revealed at this moment, directly causing Abe Sirai to spit blood and fly backward. The attendant gods transfer the damage to Abe Sirai. Although he cannot summon their original bodies, he can use them to withstand the damage. The sacredness of the Sakura kingdom, that statue suddenly shattered, symbolizing the extinguishing of the divine light of that deity. One by one, the shadows of the attendant gods flew out from Abe Sirai's body, but as soon as they touched the 5-colored divine light, they instantly turned into ashes. This process lasted a full 5 minutes. And these 5 minutes were undoubtedly a torture for the Sakura kingdom. Abe Haramitsu, whom they had placed great hope in, was completely powerless against the peacock. Not only that, every time the 5-colored divine light flashes, one light in the Sakura kingdom's temple of 10,000 gods goes out. In the audience, someone finally couldn't help but shout, "Lord Qin Ming, please commit suicide. We cannot continue to endure like this. If we do, the spirit of our Sakura kingdom will be completely extinguished. Abe Qin Ming, please commit seppuku like a samurai. Please, my lord, go to your death." The power of the deity comes from the believers. Now Abe Saimai has been abandoned by his own followers, unable to survive in the world for long. The 5-colored divine light swept over him, and this time he didn't summon the attendant god to defend himself. Abe Saimai is dead, and this divine battle has finally come to an end. The crowd in the audience below cheered wildly. The least anticipated match turned out to be a win, giving them more confidence in winning this divine battle. The host announces the entrance of the second group of contestants. General Ryono strides forward, pats my shoulder. "You did well, Wen Ming. Take a rest, leave the rest to us." However, I just smiled, with no intention of stepping down. "Don't worry, General. I said I would fight a few more, this is just the beginning." Unexpectedly, my action has caused dissatisfaction in another general. "Winning once is already good enough. Do you really think you can summon a powerful god every time?" Jibu did not pay attention to the words below. I turned around to get paper and pen. "You should have seen the statues of the gods just now. I'm writing down their names and identities so we won't fail to recognize them in the future. Every time I enter the gate of creation, I can awaken one more, even if it's a matter of life or death. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." Although the voice is not loud, it is clearly heard by every Xia person. The generals who scolded me on the podium just now, I now feel my cheeks burning. A strong youth makes a strong nation. This child has determination. The dragon on the stage also saluted me and then turned to leave the arena, without saying any more comforting words. The second round of the illusion god Ming battle begins. My gaze swept across the crowd of stone statues, and finally rested on a mighty general holding the nine-toothed nail. The northern dipper hardens, turning into gold. As a junior of the wine god, I speak of civilization and respectfully welcome the Lord of the Milky Way, Marshal Tianpeng, General Zhu Ganglei. For a moment, the people of the Xia kingdom's faces changed drastically, thinking it was all over. Simply because the people of the Xia kingdom in this world have experienced a mythological memory discontinuity. The gods of the Xia kingdom have been forgotten by the people. Even the opponent from the Sakura kingdom, upon seeing me choose a pig demon, sneered. After all, the demon beasts that have transformed into martial forms are usually sacrifices for higher-level gods and spirits. In the previous life, everyone knew that Zhu Beiji was lazy and gluttonous, but I don't see it that way. Who is Tianpeng? He is the leader of the 9 great star monarchs, with a status comparable to Erlang Shen. Most importantly, his immediate superior is none other than the great Emperor Xuan Wu. His strength is only slightly inferior to the Jade Emperor. Zhu Beiji, as the chief, commands 100,000 Milky Way water troops. He is a truly important figure in the heavenly court, however. When I was eagerly anticipating Marshal Tianpeng's display of power, I was directly rejected. "I'm not interested in fighting. Go find that monkey, he likes to fight." I was dumbfounded, and in my urgency, I shouted, "Lord Tianpeng, if we lose to the invading evil god from another race, Xia Kingdom will cease to exist, and no one will remember your sacrifices. Do you want to bear the stigma for the rest of your life? You were originally the leader of the 9 great star gods, but because you got involved in power struggles, you became a sacrifice to power, and were finally banished to the mortal realm and thrown into Zhutai. You can't even protect the woman you love. Are you willing to accept that?" Pigsy's steps suddenly halted, and his fierce pig face was now full of anger as he glared at me. Knowing that my words touched the heart of this war god, continue to call out. "As long as Xia Kingdom can survive this disaster, I am willing to promise you. One day, I will awaken all the gods and go to Ling Mountain to seek justice for you. This is my heartfelt vow." The figure of the demon Emperor Jun emerged from within. Pigsy's pupils contracted, finally agreeing to go to battle. "I'll trust you this time, but this old pig is a bit hungry and wants to taste the worldly delights." Leader No. 1, Li Jianguo, immediately stood up in the audience and shouted to inform all the imperial chefs to immediately offer fine wine and food to Marshal Tianpeng. On the Sakura countryside, a bald monk was staring at Pigsy with a pair of cold eyes. "A mere pig demon, worthy of being my opponent?" But Zhu Beiji casually glanced at him, did not bother to explain, and walked to a pile of offerings. He randomly picked up a slightly yellow steamed bun, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. "I have received your intention. Since I have enjoyed your offering, I will naturally help you fulfill your wish." Zhu Beiji suddenly said this, and the audience in the Xia Kingdom district was full of astonishment, not knowing what had happened. "But I am very clear that this is an ancient tradition. The people offer sacrifices to the gods. Once the gods are willing to enjoy the offerings, it means they have accepted this bond." Zhu Beiji kept saying that he didn't want to deal with worldly matters, but his kind nature couldn't be concealed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to fight so easily, with a piece of coarse steamed bun. "This is enough." The great battle begins, and the player from the Sakura Kingdom suddenly speaks. "Referee, I choose the ocean as the battlefield." The ocean master excels at water control and can exert 200% of his strength in the maritime area. The host looks at me, asking if it makes sense. I shrug indifferently on the surface, but in my heart, I'm already laughing. If it were someone else, I might not agree. But this is the martial Tianping who commands the 100,000 navy of the Milky Way. He can even move freely in the terrifying weak water river. Now, he dares to play in the water in front of him. At this moment, Zhubeiji also finished the last bite of steamed bun, raised his toe, and the nine-toothed rake fell into his hand. In my whole life, apart from my master, I hate bald people the most, especially monks. You are very unlucky, as you have both. The sea monster is notorious for being brutal. Seeing Zhubeiji disrespecting him like this, he immediately becomes furious. A mere lowly pig demon dares to speak arrogantly. I'll tear you apart. Zhubeiji has always hated being called a pig demon by others, and the sea monster repeatedly calling him that has completely enraged him. He's like a cannonball ready to explode. He directly pounces towards the sea monster. Seeing Zhubeiji charging at him, the sea monster immediately uses his signature move, the water whirlwind. With just one strike of his nine-toothed rake, he tears the water whirlwind into countless water splashes. The sea monster, seeing his signature move easily broken by the opponent, is slightly shocked and quickly uses his second ability. Controlling the surrounding water, he forms waves to hit Zhubeiji. Zhubeiji sneers at the petty tricks. How dare you, a mere mortal, show off in front of me, the pig grandpa. I've been in charge of the Milky Way for 1,000,000 years. I've seen all sorts of tactics, just this little splash. He doesn't even have the thought to dodge. He immediately puts away the nine-toothed rake, clenches his fists, and veins bulge from his arms. Dealing with scum like you, using the nine-toothed rake is simply overkill. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhubeiji's figure disappears in an instant, and a muffled sound comes from where he was standing. The sea water rises like it's been hit by an aircraft carrier, creating a 100-meter-high giant wave before anyone can see what happened. Then the sea monster lets out a scream. Suddenly, a hole of over 10 meters appeared in his chest. Meanwhile, Zhubeiji stood behind him, holding onto his tail with both arms. The Sea Lord, nearly 100 meters in size, was handled by Zhubeiji as if he were a little chicken. He was then thrown out from the sea. The audience who had slipped down directly boiled over at the sight. No wonder Jiang Chen had to wake him up. The fighting skills were just the same. It's too brutal, but it's so satisfying to watch. Martial Tianping is awesome. This also led me to a new discovery, although they are both gods of gold quality. But Zhubeiji's combat power completely overpowers the Sea Lord. Even Sun Wukong, despite being of gold quality. In terms of combat power, Sun Wukong can rival a quasi-victorious being. It seems that the judgment of the quality of gods is based on status. After all, the gods of Xia are as numerous as cow hair. Many powerful gods may not necessarily have high status. Take the Manhwa heir Jiang, for example, during the Fengshen period. They could confront Neza and Erlang Shen head-on, but their status in the heavenly court is far inferior to the two of them. Foreign gods are all judged by their strength, only Xia does not do it this way. The Sea Lord, by now, had been beaten to the brink of death by Zhubeiji. Every time he tried to escape back to the deep sea, he would be dragged out by Zhubeiji by his tail. A mere dead abalone spirit dares to act arrogantly in front of your Uncle Pig. Now, go ahead and continue pretending. With every word Zhubeiji says, he has to swing, completely one-sidedly getting beaten up. This scene, in the eyes of the people of the Sakura country, is terrifying to watch. This is the Lord of the Sea. The Overlord of the Sea, actually being abused by a pig demon. The battle is over. The Xia kingdom suddenly erupted in deafening cheers. The sea water vanished, revealing the majestic figure of Zhubeiji, but then his body staggered and collapsed with a bang. I was shocked and hurried over to check. Martial Tianping. How could the great sage fall? When I approached and saw Zhubeiji's appearance, I felt like my heart was being tightly squeezed. Pale-faced and withered, emitting a weak voice from his mouth, "Fine, the Xia kingdom has not worshipped them for too long." My strength was already on the verge of collapse. Coupled with the excessive consumption just now, Zhubeiji is almost at the end of his tether. The battle just now seemed easy, but in reality, he has been pushing himself all along. Now that the Sea Lord has been killed, he can't hold on any longer. My eyes turned red, and I turned my head towards the Xia kingdom and roared, "Quick, make an offering." At this moment, it's not just the people in the audience, even the netizens watching the live broadcast are all busy. Every household has an offering table, with fine wine and delicacies placed on it, as well as fruits and snacks, all while silently chanting the name of Martial Tianping. Soon, offerings of food appeared on the divine arena. Zhubeiji reluctantly perked up, took the food, and began to eat heartily. The host, Poppy, stood to the side and did not speak to stop it. As a deity himself, he naturally knew the plight of the gods of the Xia kingdom. For nearly 100 years, there have been no offerings. Each one had no choice but to seal themselves, reducing the loss of their divine power. If it were any other deity, they would have long since unleashed apocalyptic divine punishment. But the gods of the Xia kingdom did not do so. They would rather seal themselves than harm the people of Xia kingdom. Soon, the food on the ground was all cleared by Zhu Beiji. "Alright, kid, I've fulfilled my promise to you. It's up to you now." The gods of the Xia kingdom are all in a state of self-sealing. Without the power of faith and offerings, it's probably difficult to awaken them. Then he slung the nine-toothed rake over his shoulder and left carefree, for some reason. Looking at Zhu Beiji's desolate figure, I felt everything blur before me, and tears flowed uncontrollably. These are the gods of the Xia kingdom. Even if humans have forgotten them, they are still willing to step forward in times of crisis. I shouted at Zhu Beiji's back with all my might, using my loudest voice. "Welcome back, Marshal Tianpeng." At this moment, within the borders of Xia kingdom, men, women, and children all bow in reverence to Zhu Beiji. Another statue and shrine have appeared in the Xia kingdom's temple of 10,000 gods. I unexpectedly secured the first victory, but the situation in Xia kingdom's battle remains unfavorable. This time, the contestant from Sakura country, Okamoto, can be said to have deepened his luck. He actually randomly summoned Sujinosen. In this era where gods are absent, this is the limit of battle power. As for our Xia kingdom's strongest combatant, General Longye's patron god is Neza, the third prince, although formidable as well. But the Xia kingdom has long neglected the worship of patron gods. If in a weakened state, it would be difficult to predict the outcome against Sujinosen at the height of his power. If we lose, it will be an absolute disaster for Xia kingdom. At this moment, General Shui Jiaxiang, another awakened golden patron god, stepped forward. He seemed to be willing to risk his life to play the Tianji's horse racing strategy, allowing General Longye to avoid facing the opponent's strongest contestant. Longye looked at Shui Jiaxiang with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Everyone knew that this time, he might find it difficult to survive. Shui Jiaxiang smiled and calmly said, "We are soldiers, everything is for the Xia kingdom." Then he walked onto the stage in a carefree manner. "Okamoto Kichiro, do you dare to fight me?" When Yengang Benjiro steps onto the stage, his eyes filled with unhidden killing intent. The duel begins, and both fighters enter the gate of creation, summoning the divine. General Shui is fortunate. Among the 5 statues that appeared within the gate of creation of the Xia kingdom, one of them is his destined deity, Lu Dongbin. And when I saw the other 4 statues, I couldn't help but shout out in surprise. I shouted to choose the second one on the left, but unfortunately, General Shui was inside the gate of creation at the time and couldn't hear my shout at all. General Longyan next to me looked at me puzzled. The pure yang immortal Lu Dongbin had already appeared. This was a good thing, so why make General Shui choose an unknown deity? I didn't answer Longye's question, but instead stared fixedly at that unremarkable figure. Dressed like an old farmer, he held an unidentifiable figurine of wild grass in his hand. When I saw General Shui choose Lu Dongbin, I couldn't help but angrily pound the chair, my eyes turning red, while feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. What has our Xia kingdom truly experienced? Why does no one recognize even our ancestors? They are the ancestors of our Xia kingdom. Tasted all kinds of herbs, driving away diseases for the people of the Xia kingdom. Boasting about being descendants of Yin and Huang, yet now not even our own ancestors are recognized. Thinking of this, I immediately knelt down, kowtowing to that statue. Unfilial descendants speak of civilization, paying respects to the Xia kingdom's ancestor, the Flame Emperor Shinon. Beside him, Lord Long was struck as if by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. What did he just hear? The ancestor of the Xia dynasty, Emperor Yan, Shinon. Why has he never heard of this name before? I raised my head to explain to Lord Long. Dressed in humble clothing, he tasted all kinds of herbs, fought against wild beasts, cultivated agriculture, and led the people of the Xia dynasty to establish tribes. Later, he united with the ancestor Huang Di. He established the Xia dynasty civilization, one of the 3 sovereigns, Emperor Yan, Shinon. We, the descendants of later generations, may not be as prosperous as the political party, but how can we dare to forget? After saying these words, my eyes were already red, tears filled with blood. This is the root of our Xia dynasty, the source of all people, the true human race. How can the world forget them? Even if they forget all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, they should not forget them. Thinking of this, I suddenly stood up, facing the Xia dynasty, and shouted with all my might. All the people of the Xia dynasty should remember the statue in front of them. He is our Xia dynasty ancestor, Emperor Yan, Shinon. Even if I am unfilial in my life, I must engrave it deeply in my bones. This is our ancestor, and he has come back to see us now. The audience suddenly buzzed with all kinds of doubts and questions. Many people did not believe it, as if to verify my words. Inside the gate of creation, Lu Dongbin, at the first moment of appearance, bowed to the statue. Ancestor, rest assured, the Xia dynasty has weathered 5,000 years of wind and rain, how could it fall here? I am not talented. But I am also willing to use the 3-foot Qingfeng in my hand to display a world for my Xia dynasty. The words of Lu Dongbin were clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, everyone believed my words. Number 1, Li Jianguo, had already stood up, tears streaming down his old face, filled with shame and self-blame, a mix of emotions. The unfilial descendant Li Jianguo pays respects to the ancestors. The unfilial descendant Zhao Changjun pays respects to the ancestors. One by one, the generals stood up and bowed towards the statue. Whether at the scene or watching through the screen broadcast, at this moment, all the people of Xia country bowed down, their voices converging, only able to hear the phrase paying respects to the ancestors. As if sensing the worship of the crowd, the statue of Shen Nong moved slightly, and the herbs in his hand slipped from his fingers. They fell in front of Lu Dongbin, and a kind voice sounded, "Go ahead." Lu Dongbin bowed respectfully towards the direction where Shen Nong had left, thanking the ancestors for their blessings. Only then did he pick up the herbs from the ground, sighing as he plucked them. The gods had to leave the secular world in order to resist the foreign evil gods. It's not surprising that you don't remember us. Meanwhile, across the way, Okamoto Jiro from the Sakura country stood calmly on the stage. Beside him, Sashino Tadahiro, dressed in armor and holding a precious sword, as the host announced the start of the match. Suddenly, Sashino Tadahiro's sword flashed, and Lu Dongbin's body was sent flying. General Shue's pupils constricted. He knew that Suji Zonan was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He was just about to turn around to check on Lu Dongbin's condition. Suddenly, a burst of air rushing past his ears. Without thinking, he knew this was an attack launched by Gang Bensilong. As the third top expert of the Xia kingdom, Shui Jiaxiang's skills were naturally exceptional. His war knife suddenly unsheathed from his waist, executing a slanted slash from bottom to top with a flicking motion. There was a faint feeling of suppressing Gang Bensilong. At this rate, he might have a chance to kill him. The Lord Long sighed and said with a bitter smile, "You underestimate Gang Bensilong too much." The reason he became the top expert of the Sakura kingdom is not solely reliant on his swordsmanship, but also his innate talent as a god's chosen. His blood affinity has long exceeded 50%, allowing him to borrow some of the divine power from Suji, which is what makes him most terrifying. On the other side, Lu Dongbin wielded the paired swords and relied on his exquisite swordsmanship to engage in a fight with Suji Zonan, despite his exquisite swordsmanship. However, his strength had not fully recovered. Facing Suji Zonan's brute strength, he felt constrained at every turn. Lu Dongbin sighed deeply, enough. The next moment, his aura suddenly surged. On the stage, Suji Zonan stood with a sword, a sneer on his face. "You think burning your divinity will allow you to fight me? Naive." Lu Dongbin still had that carefree look. The sword flowers twirled in his hand as his figure suddenly disappeared from the original spot. As the figure reappeared, a new wound was seen on Sushin Soman's body. Sushin Sonan roared, and a vast expanse of black flames fell to the ground with a thunderous sound, engulfing the entire arena inextinguishably. The black rock fell on Lu Dongbin, continuously burning him. Lu Dongbin frowned, and the next second, a golden pill appeared above his head. However, the next moment, the golden pill suddenly burst open, and Lu Dongbin's momentum began to soar. An expression of shock and anger appeared on Sushin Sonan's face. The madman actually didn't hesitate to destroy his own divinity to forcibly restore his strength. "Even if you win, so what? You will still die." Lu Dongbin smiled. After enduring countless calamities, it was quite a pity to see all the achievements scattered in a single day. But whether god or man, fundamentally speaking, they are the same to me. He is just an ordinary scholar, representing all beings in the world. He abandons the pen and takes up the sword, asking the heavens what it means to be divine. This sword represents the will of the people of the world. With this sword, he is not aiming for what is difficult, but rather countless divine beings like Sushin Sonan. Sushin Sonan became afraid and his body instantly descended forcibly onto Okamoto Jiro. Okamoto Jiro, who was originally fighting with Shui Jiaxiang, was momentarily distracted by the flying sword move. Shui Jiaxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his long sword directly at the opponent's throat, piercing Okamoto Jiro's throat without any hindrance. But the next second, the long sword was shrouded in black smoke, instantly turning into a puddle of liquid metal. At this moment, Okamoto Jiro has already merged with Sushin Minami. With a casual strike, he directly severed General Shue's arm. Blood affinity of 70%. Not only General Shui and the people of Xia country, but even the high-level officials of other countries were shocked and stood up. This threat is too great. Shui Jiaxiang stood there with a pale face. His blood affinity is only 49%, just a little short of borrowing divine power. But this little difference determined his limit. Lu Dongbin also witnessed this scene and wanted to help, but he was in the process of accumulating power and couldn't break free at the moment. Shui Jiaxiang's head was unsurprisingly cut off, a pair of fierce eyes filled with unwillingness. Shui Jiaxiang died. The people of the Xia country empire fell silent at the sight. Some quietly sobbed, and others turned their heads away. Okamoto Jiro furrowed his brow, waiting for the host to announce the result of the match. But after a long time, the host Bobby still showed no sign of appearing, leaving him with a faint sense of unease. Lu Dongbin looked at General Shui's head on the ground and sighed. "Are you unwilling? I am unwilling too. I don't want the rice I cultivated for thousands of years. How can I fall here? Even if I die, I must seek justice for all living beings. Even if I don't enter the cycle of reincarnation." An inconspicuous herb flew out from his chest and slowly landed on Shui Jiaxiang's headless body. The next moment, the body that had already died slowly began to move. Its sword intent condensed into a head, the shadow of the ancient punishment. The heavenly gods fought without a leader. I can do the same. This body swung a dazzling long sword and struck with all its might. Okamoto Jiro's body suddenly burst into a burst of blood mist, finally turning into a pool of blood mist. The host Bobby's figure slowly appeared and, glaring at the headless body still standing there, he slightly bowed to show respect. The third round, victory is declared. With his words, it ends. Shui Jiaxiang's headless body then began to slowly dissipate. Towards the direction they disappeared, I respectfully kowtowed 4 times, bidding farewell to Lu Zhu, and sending General Shui back to his place. The third battle ended, with Shui Jiaxiang and Lu Dongbin paying the price of their lives, perishing with the enemy. This was an unexpected outcome for everyone. The only thing to be grateful for is that their sacrifice was not in vain, securing the most precious victory for the Xia kingdom. However, just as everyone in the Xia kingdom breathed a sigh of relief, the Tianzhu kingdom unexpectedly launched a new round of challenges against the Xia kingdom. But just as the commanders were discussing the selection of participants, I took the initiative to propose choosing the second type of battle, the god renaming battle mode. Immediately, I encountered opposition from an old general. The Tianzhu kingdom has countless gods, and their heritage is complete. If we really use this method, the opponent will directly summon 4 main gods to battle. How should we respond? In our Xia country, although we can infer from some clues that there are many gods, we have no information about them at all. So how can we awaken them? I casually took out a piece of paper and handed it over. I saw various names and the places represented by the gods densely written on it. The first line says Pango created the world. Hongjuan's path suppresses the transmission of the Tao. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin are born. Nuwa mended the sky and created humans. The 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors. The Eastern Emperor Tai of the Earth District. Seeing this, the old general's hands began to tremble, and not just his. Even the group of generals beside him were shocked to the point of forgetting to breathe. My goodness, is this real? If it is, what do we have to fear in our Xia country, even if the minor gods change their names? Unlike a mythical arena, there is no talk of 3 wins out of 2. In a match, regardless of victory or defeat, until the other side has no gods left to fight. But now, the information on this paper is enough even if a corner is torn off at random. What I am going to do next is to enhance the affinity with each god. The higher the affinity, the greater the power the god can exert. Converging new life, I began to recite information about Emperor Jun. Pango created the world, and the clear energy rose to become the heavens. The turbid energy sank to become the earth, and after experiencing the tribulation, it perished. Its body transformed into the mountains, rivers, and earth. His brother, Emperor Jun. His younger brother, Eastern Emperor Tai. As I recite each sentence, the light on my body brightens, until I finish the last sentence. My whole body is already enveloped in a dazzling light. The dragon sitting beside me is also shocked, panting for a long time before stuttering out 7 words, 99%. What does this mean? The commotion here has also caught the attention of the audience from other countries. After all, this light is too dazzling. Look at what's happening over there. Is it a nuclear explosion? At the same time, the statue of Emperor Jun, which has always been at the top of the temple, suddenly came to life. General Longye beside me is looking at me with shining eyes. Of course, I understand his thoughts. I immediately wrote on the paper, tore it off, and handed it over. Wearing the Rui bangles, wrapped in the Lingbao Huantian, holding the smiling fire spear, stepping on the invincible wind and fire wheels, with a 3-headed, 6-armed, and 9-turning lotus body. Dragon also, according to the text on the paper, as he recites each sentence, a new ability is added to the deep shadow of Neza. When he finishes reciting all the content, The whole person has already transformed into the image of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the blood affinity has soared directly to 99%. As if he can move mountains and fill the sea with a single gesture, this is the true battle form of the great god Neza. He originally had a few more treasures, but I was too lazy to write them just now. If you need them later, I can help you write them out. I want the last one, but before I could even say it, Long Yi interrupted me. Such a high blood affinity. It's not an exaggeration to say he's the reincarnation of a deity. Now he is the reincarnated god of Neza. What does this mean? As long as he wants, he can now infiltrate the Tianzhu Empire and have an offline PK with others. With his current power, even if he can't defeat the opponent, he can definitely restrain a large group of god worshippers. Without the experience of god worshippers, what do you have to fight us with? After hearing this, I was first stunned, then wore a strange expression. Long Yi asked somewhat regretfully, "Is it not possible? I feel quite strong now." No. I think what you said is right. You restrain them offline, and I'll fight them on the battlefield of the gods. This has great potential. Let's go find the leaders and discuss it. I fully support Long Ye's idea. Since it's a war, we must definitely try every possible means to survive. Who says we can't have offline battles during the War of the Gods? No one has done this before, because there hasn't been absolute power, but now there is. As long as the blood affinity reaches 30%, it can basically ignore small-scale firearms. When the blood affinity reaches 50%, as long as the divine power is not dissipated, even missiles cannot harm him. Now Long Yan's blood affinity has reached 99%. Unless the other side uses nuclear weapons for indiscriminate attacks, it's impossible to harm him at all. When the two of us eagerly approached Chief No. 1 and presented this idea, the response we received was that it was nonsense. How could we, people of Xia, possibly do such a thing? Go back and stay put honestly. Where are the dragon guards? Watch them both. Seeing this, I could only sigh. After leaving the chief's office, General Long Yi didn't say a word. Don't you know that the dragon guards are under my command? You are still too young. How could you make such a thing so obvious? The dragon guards were built by General Long Yi. Let them guard. Isn't this obviously an implicit approval from both of us? Then, based on the innate aspirations of each dragon guard, I took out pen and paper and began to add dictionaries for them. After completing all of this, the divine battle on the stage began. On the other side, several figures quietly bypassed the border defense line and entered the territory of the Tianzhu Empire. Long also took the lead, and a simple and unadorned gold brick appeared in his hand. He forcefully threw it towards a military base. The gold brick, caught by the wind, finally fell heavily like a small mountain, and a deafening explosion sounded until a mushroom cloud rose. Instantly startled the entire area. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, more than 10 figures soared into the sky, with various divine illusions appearing behind them. Seeing this, Long also raised his hand, took off the Qin Kuan ring from his neck, and threw it towards the group of people. Before everyone could see what was happening, a bloody mist appeared in the sky, and a dozen god followers turned out to be no match for him. The opponent didn't even see who his opponent was and was directly smashed into a bloody mist by the universe ring. Immediately after, Long Yi threw it towards a military base below, and 3 real fires, as well as countless planes and tanks, all exploded and turned into molten iron. In the capital of the Tianzhu Empire, a group of high-level officials who were originally preparing for a divine battle were suddenly informed of the city being attacked. Before everyone could recover from the shock, they heard a prompt to ask the Tianzhu players to quickly enter and submit their list. The Tianzhu representative respectfully handed over 5 sheets of paper, then provocatively glanced and stood on this side to avoid sliding down, as if to say, "See, our gods can't be written on 5 sheets of paper." After the host Bobby took it, he directly threw it toward the gate of creation in mid-air. Names appeared on the big screen, with over 700 gods in total. However, the next second, I directly took out a book from my arms and handed it over. Suddenly, 8,000 gods of the Xia kingdom descended. Who dares to bully my godless Xia kingdom? When Poppy unfolded the scroll handed to her by Jiang Chen, the entire audience fell silent. This included the Xia kingdom as well. Thousands of names were densely packed from the beginning to the end of the scroll. It made people can't help but have a sense of illusion. If the scroll were a little longer, would there be more? Even the big shots like Li Jianguo, who saw Jiang Chen finish writing the list with their own eyes, couldn't help but feel a little confused when they saw the thousands of names in the sky. Did their Xia kingdom really have so many gods? Fake, it's definitely fake. The Xia kingdom loves to pretend to be rich. How could they possibly have so many gods? The representative of the Tianzhu Empire was the first to speak out. He didn't believe it. How could there be a country with more gods than their Tianzhu? Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the ignorant person from the Tianzhu Empire. How could they know the true strength of the Xia kingdom? If they knew that he had stopped because his hand was sore, would they be scared to death? 90% of the names on the scroll were demons and fierce beasts, and he hadn't even had time to write the names of other systems. But that was enough. The 5,000-year heritage of their Xia kingdom was not something these narrow-minded people could fathom. The host Poppy looked deeply at the young man in front of her, then spoke loudly. The divine battle between Tianzhu and the Xia kingdom officially begins. As his words fell, the names on both sides' lists began to be quickly disrupted. After a moment, 10 golden lights descended, 5 from the Xia kingdom and 5 from Tianzhu. Those bald donkeys, affecting my appetite. Don't offer this kind of blood food next time. Mosquito Taoist reappeared, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. The whole place fell silent. After a dozen seconds, the audience in the Xia kingdom erupted into cheers like a festival. Wow! 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 So awesome! What kind of god is this? So powerful! 70% full, my goodness! So domineering! I am guilty. I shouldn't have doubted the insight of God Jiang. I can only say that God Jiang is truly remarkable. Mosquito Taoist, from now on, I will be your most faithful follower. No, I will go home and set up an altar to worship you. Wasn't it said that Azura was very strong? How did he disappear all of a sudden? Of course he's strong. Didn't you hear what Mosquito Taoist said, 70% full? The atmosphere in Xia Kingdom was like a spring festival, while in Tianzhu, they were still in shock. Did we summon the Azura god? Green-faced, fang-toothed, 8 arms, that's right. But, why does he seem so weak? Wasn't he known as the god of war? They had high hopes for the Azura god, but he couldn't even last a round and was killed instantly. This made them start to doubt life. However, they were not thinking about how strong Mosquito Taoist was, but whether they had summoned a fake. The Buddhist sect is too useless, calling him a god of war, and he couldn't even last a round. This time, let our 12-pillar gods deal with him. In the Tianzhu audience area, some people started to shout. Although they belonged to the same country, they had different beliefs, and in the eyes of these believers, faith came first, with the country coming second. Now they had the opportunity to showcase their sect, and no one was willing to let it pass. The Tianzhu representative, hearing the shouts below, was also a bit hesitant, not knowing how to choose. On the other side, after eating Azura, Mosquito Taoist was ready to leave. Senior. What else? You said you were 70% full, but since you're here, why not have a few more bites? Are there offerings? Yes, there are, quite a lot. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them. Jiang Chen, for the victory of the divine battle, decided to go all out and encourage him. It would be a pity to let such a big shot go just like that. After all, it was necessary to show some hospitality. Table, mythical arena, food, Tianzhu gods. Thinking about it, it didn't seem like a bad idea. You're not bad, you're thoughtful, no wonder Emperor Jun chose you as his successor, Mosquito Taoist said, looking approvingly at him. Senior knows Lord Yao Huan? What does it mean to be a successor? Jiang Chen was excited upon hearing this. The information in Mosquito Taoist's words was significant. First, he knew he was connected to Emperor Jun. Second, he was close to Emperor Jun. Third, the term successor was not used lightly, indicating there were some hidden truths he was unaware of. You don't know? Then how did you get the mark on your forehead? Mosquito Taoist looked at him with some surprise. Jiang Chen was about to explain, when suddenly his gaze caught sight of a deity summoned by Tianzhu, holding a pitchfork and thrusting it towards the head of the Mosquito Taoist. Be careful? Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, he saw the Mosquito Taoist wave his hand, and a red light enveloped the deity. In just a breath's time, a withered corpse fell onto the arena. What did you just say? Nothing, let's continue. Where were we? Oh, right, my mark appeared suddenly after I picked up a golden feather. I don't know what its purpose is. Jiang Chen was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses from the shock just now. This mosquito Taoist in front of him was unexpectedly powerful. The deity summoned by Tianzhu didn't even have the qualification to face him directly, and was easily killed with a wave of his hand. Was he too strong, or was Tianzhu just useless? Jiang Chen was a bit uncertain for a moment, feeling that this mosquito Taoist in front of him seemed different from what he had read in books. With this level of strength, he could probably contend with a saint? That's right, that feather is Emperor Jun's feather, a symbol of identity. They are trapped in. The mosquito Taoist seemed to say something, but Jiang Chen couldn't hear a word. The mosquito Taoist also seemed to notice this, furrowing his brow. Someone doesn't want me to reveal the truth, but I still want to remind you, bring back the gods as soon as possible, otherwise, damn it, so annoying, not letting me say anything. Do you believe I will destroy your temples? The mosquito Taoist suddenly cursed out loud. As his words fell, countless golden chains appeared in the void, entwining towards him. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the audience. Who was he cursing at? A question arose in everyone's mind. Kid, I have some personal matters to attend to first, so I won't help you fight. Remember, open the door of creation soon, and bring back the gods. The mosquito Taoist's voice grew fainter, and his figure disappeared along with the golden chains. Senior, you haven't told me how to open the door of creation yet? Jiang Chen shouted in the direction the mosquito Taoist had left. Ignite, divine fire, activate, fortune. The mosquito Taoist's voice intermittently reached Jiang Chen's ears, until it completely disappeared. Ignite divine fire, activate fortune? Jiang Chen murmured softly, pondering the meaning of these two phrases in his mind. Does Xia country still have deities to fight? The host Poppy's voice interrupted Jiang Chen's contemplation. However, his tone revealed a sense of helplessness. As the referee of the mythological arena, he naturally knew some inside information, but he couldn't say it. He dared not say it. He had realized that something was wrong when the mosquito Taoist appeared, but he didn't dare to intervene. Because he couldn't afford to provoke that person. In fact, not just him, looking at the entire divine system, no one dared to provoke him actively. Because the mosquito Taoist was just a clone of that person. It was precisely because of that person that the mosquito Taoist dared to act so recklessly. In earthly terms, this guy was a true outlaw. So even though he knew that the mosquito Taoist was breaking the rules of the mythological arena, no big shot dared to deal with him. As the mosquito Taoist left, the audience in the Xia country area suddenly wailed. Why did the great god mosquito Taoist leave? No, how can we continue without him? This big shot is too fierce, actually daring to challenge the rules of the mythological arena head-on. The big shot left, what should we do next? Can Jiang gods still summon such big shots? Here they come, new deities are appearing again. 5 deity statues appeared on the arena, these were the deities refreshed for this round. The first deity, with ribbed wings, fierce like a tiger, covered all over with intricate patterns, a monster the size of a cow. The second statue, with a fierce face and a protruding nose, has a pair of curved animal horns on the head, curved like goat horns, a huge mouth wide open, sharp teeth like saws, and a slightly curved inward hook. The third statue, resembling a large tiger, with long fur of 2 feet, a human face, tiger feet, pig mouth teeth, and a tail of 18 feet. The fourth statue, resembling a dog, with long fur, legs, clawless like a bear, eyes that do not see, and ears that do not hear. The fifth statue, with a bull body and a snake tail, 1 eye, surrounded by what appears to be clouds and mist. Jiang Chen carefully identified them and understood. Xiongqi, Taotie, Taowu, Chaos, and Fei Niu. All 5 statues are famous fierce beasts from ancient times, but Xiongqi, Taowu, and Chaos cannot be chosen. The reason is simple, Xiongqi only helps evil people, Taowu only wants chaos in the world, and Chaos cannot distinguish between good and evil. If these 3 were chosen, who knows what trouble might arise. Before having absolute control, it's better to avoid them. Fei Niu is actually a good choice, so Jiang Chen chose Taotie. After all, the mosquito Taoist had already eaten 2 gods from Tianzhu, so now let Taotie come out and eat a few more, it's not in vain for them to come all the way back. With a human body and a sheep face, eyes under the armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws, swallows everything, Jiang Chen, the junior, respectfully welcomes the arrival of the Taotie among the four evils. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, the statue representing Taotie began to crack open little by little, and a fierce giant beast jumped out from inside. So hungry. Before Jiang Chen could speak again, he saw Taotie pounce towards the gods of Tianzhu. The god of Tianzhu hadn't figured out the situation yet and was bitten in half by Taotie. The sound of crunching and chewing echoed on the stage, making everyone's scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, the god was almost completely eaten by Taotie. Is there more? Still hungry. With a greedy look, Taotie looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, Taotie Sr., please eat as much as you want, Jiang Chen scratched his head and replied. The audience below, after hearing the conversation between the two, all had a strange thought. Are they having a buffet? Whether it was the mosquito Taoist or Taotie, they both came up and started eating without a word. It was as if the gods on the other side were not gods, but dishes on a table. Isn't this too arrogant? Taotie didn't care what others thought, it just wanted to eat. After hearing Jiang Chen's "eat as much as you want," its beastly eyes immediately lit up with excitement. On the other side of Tianzhu, they were not pleased with Jiang Chen's actions. This was their god of worship, and now it had become food in the other party's mouth. This was too insulting. Summon the 12 pillar gods and kill it. May Buddha be merciful, but in the face of such a situation, we must also embody the wrathful Vajra. We cannot tolerate this. Lord Shiva, please listen to the pleas of your followers and send down divine punishment to punish these heretics. However, their god seemed to not hear their requests. This time, only some minor gods appeared. Taotie also accepted all comers. For everyone summoned by the other side, it would go up and eat one. In the end, it got lazy and just lay down in front of the Tianzhu representative, mouth wide open. It seemed to be saying, "Feed me directly." Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. When it comes to causing trouble, we have to look at God Zhang. This is not a divine battle, it's just a farce. I suddenly feel like I'm at a buffet. Although this Taotie god looks fierce, why do I find it so cute? Taotie god must have a big appetite. If it keeps eating, the people of Tianzhu will cry. They're not just going to cry, they're already crying. Am I the only one feeling hungry here? In this situation, I'll take a bite of my meat bun first, as a sign of respect. You guys are too much, give me a bite too. Unlike the joy in Xiagua, the audience from other countries were all mocking. What Tianzhu gods, they're just delivering takeout. No, takeout is not as fast as they are. I heard Xia Kingdom's takeout is pretty fast. You saying that, I'm actually getting a bit hungry. That's enough. A majestic voice rang out from the arena. A four-armed demon god, barefoot with a vertical pupil on his forehead, descended. The moment he, ugly. Sun Wukong, Drought Demon, Golden-Haired Hound, Jingwei, Shangliu, these 5 people, although all possess golden quality, are clearly unable to compare with Shiva. This is a situation of certain death. If it were the Hound, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but it's a pity. A fleeting regret flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The Hound and the Golden Hound may only differ by 2 characters, but their strength and status are worlds apart. The former is the most ferocious beast between heaven and earth, with strength comparable to a saint, while the latter is just a mixed-blood descendant with only the power of a golden immortal. Jingwei and Shangliu may have great reputations, but in terms of strength, they are on par with the previous gluttonous beast, summoned only to be defeated. Now only Drought and Sun Wukong remain. Drought was originally the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, who once helped the Yellow Emperor defeat the Qiyu tribe. Later, due to losing control of her abilities, she fell and was contaminated by the Hound's power, inheriting some of its bloodline, able to control poisonous fire that scorches the earth for miles. The Yellow Emperor, out of old feelings, could not bear to kill her, so he sealed her in the red water. As for Sun Wukong, there is no need to say more, known as the Great Sage equal to heaven, who once caused havoc in the heavenly palace, unmatched in strength, later sealed by the Tathagata as the victorious fighting Buddha. If among these 5 people, anyone has a chance to defeat Shiva, it would undoubtedly be Sun Wukong. However, Jiang Chen dared not gamble. Whether out of personal feelings or strategic judgment, he did not want to see son Wukong go to his death in vain. On the contrary, Drought, possessing some of the hound's power, might have a chance if she could unleash it. I'll choose Drought. Jiang Chen decided to give up this round. Even if he couldn't defeat Shiva, at least he could consume some of Shiva's power to avoid a one-against-many situation. Junior Jiang Chen, please wield the power of Drought. Let the goddess of light and heat, Drought, descend. Drought is the derogatory name people give to her out of fear of her power. Her true name is Drought, a celestial being. A heroine of the Xia dynasty. As the stone statue fell away, a young and beautiful goddess in green robes appeared. Anyone who saw her face would feel a sense of inferiority. She seemed like warm sunlight, exuding a sacred aura. Is it you who awakened me? For what purpose? A clear voice, like a pearl falling on a jade plate, rang out, and Drought's beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Chen, expressionless. Junior Jiang Chen, I have met the goddess Drought. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully. Feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't just send her to her death, could he? Who are you? Why have I never heard of Xia Kingdom having a deity like you? Shiva saw Drought appear, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a huge question mark. He had seen many gods from the Xia Kingdom and the divine realm, so why had he never heard of this person? I am not a god, I am just a lonely soul unable to reincarnate. When Drought said this, a hint of loneliness flashed across her beautiful face. Unable to enter the ancestral hall, unable to receive incense offerings, and without believers to worship her, what else could she be but a lonely soul? The goddess Drought, a name even she had almost forgotten. She only remembered that people called her Drought, fearing her power, cursing her whenever her name was mentioned. They cursed her as a disaster, a calamity. How many remembered that she was once a goddess, sacrificing herself for the Xia dynasty, only to die in obscurity? Lonely soul, are you mocking me, Xia Kingdom? Shiva's eyes flashed with anger, feeling insulted. As the mighty god king of Tianzhu, he was faced with a nameless nobody without even a divine title. Two curved blades appeared in his hands, ready to spill the blood of the person before him to show the world his divine authority. Sensing Shiva's murderous intent, the goddess Drought turned her head to look at him, her eyes showing a hint of seriousness. This terrifying killing intent, even compared to the ancient Qiyu, was no less. But why did he seem so angry? Before the goddess Drought could understand the key to the situation, she saw a dazzling blade of light slashing towards her. Just in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her. Be careful, goddess. Oh no, is the beautiful goddess going to die? The god Shiva from Tianzhu, actually resorting to sneak attacks, how despicable. The audience from the Xia Kingdom was filled with righteous indignation, condemning Shiva for his lack of sportsmanship. Jiang Chen, under the ring, was also tense, with a layer of sweat on his palms. However, in the next moment, a dazzling light flashed, and the world suddenly turned white. When the light dissipated, the original girl in green clothes was gone, replaced by a female war god in golden armor, wielding a golden sword with a heroic demeanor. Shiva's attack just now couldn't harm her at all. Of course, she is the female war god who experienced the Battle of Xuan Wu. How could she be as weak as she appears on the surface? Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. It's not surprising that everyone was nervous. It was mainly because the image of the heavenly goddess was so misleading, leading people to assume she was just a pretty face. Subconsciously overlooked was the fact that she was the daughter of the ancestor Huang Di, once a female war god who experienced the Battle of Xuan Wu. After blocking Shiva's attack, the heavenly goddess did not immediately counterattack but instead looked down at her armor and sword. How many years had it been? So long that she almost forgot she was once a warrior. Long time no see, old friend, the heavenly goddess murmured softly, and the sword in her hand emitted a buzzing sound, as if responding. When she raised her head again, the confusion on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. I, the daughter of the human race's yellow emperor, I seek your guidance. With that, a layer of flame suddenly appeared on her sword, burning the surrounding air with terrifying heat. Remember, the one who will kill you is the head of the 12 gods of Tianju, Shiva. Shiva's mouth curved into a smile. Since becoming the god king, he hadn't fought in a long time. Now he just hoped that the goddess in front of him would give him some entertainment. If it was just a one-sided of pride in his eyes. After speaking, he raised his right fist high, a terrifying power continuously gathering above. Boom! Crack! The fist fell, the sound of bones shattering clearly heard by everyone present. This was his full-force blow. Even the extremely sturdy arena floor was left with a large crater. Baxian's breath rapidly declined until it completely disappeared. Shiva looked at Jiang Chen, scanning him with a cruel gaze. Who's next? Are you ready to invite? Jiang Chen was about to speak when he suddenly saw Shiva sharply turn his head towards where Baxian was. A cluster of flames appeared, enveloping Baxian's body. Her once pure white skin gradually turned red as if burnt, transitioning to a crimson hue. Her skin cracked, blood flowing like magma. The arena floor turned into a red magma, enveloping her body until she completely disappeared. However, no one in the audience believed she had died. A tense and oppressive feeling swept through the entire audience. Suddenly, a crimson claw emerged from the depths of the magma, pressing on the still unmelted arena floor. The surrounding air seemed to increase in temperature, the scorching breath making it difficult for the people to breathe. Playing God. Shiva snorted coldly and threw a punch in the air. Boom! The magma splattered, revealing the scene inside. A woman completely wrapped in magma was crouching there. Lighter and faster. In the Drought Demon's cold, cruel eyes, a hint of confusion flashed. Although the opponent was right in front of her, she felt like she couldn't hit him no matter what. Whether it was flame attacks or close combat, each time Shiva was conveniently evaded. On the other hand, Shiva's counterattacks grew stronger, his forearms turning into countless afterimages, hitting the Drought Demon's body repeatedly. Sparks flew, Shiva's fists burned flesh and blood with scorching heat. But he seemed oblivious, completely immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Jiang Chen watched the scene from below, feeling a knot in his heart. Shiva was too strong. Even as the heavenly maiden transformed into the Drought Demon, she was still no match for him. Her proud high temperature was ineffective against Shiva. Is she going to lose? Jiang Chen couldn't help but turn his face away, feeling unable to continue watching. Although he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but hope for a miracle when it actually came to this point. Unfortunately, there was no miracle. The Drought Demon kept retreating after being hit, the lava armor on her body turned to powder, covered in wounds. Combined with her current appearance, she looked like a fierce ghost crawling out of hell. Ultimate movement, destruction. Shiva's four fists combined, and a strong shockwave directly pierced through the Drought Demon's body. The force continued, fiercely hitting the arena shield, causing it to tremble. The Drought Demon hit, bones shattered all over her body, like a pile of mud lying on the ground. Lord Shiva is invincible. Lord Shiva is invincible. The audience from Tianju immediately knelt down, cheering loudly, like the most fervent believers. On the side of the Xia kingdom, there was silence. They had lost. As soon as the Drought Demon's body was hit with a hole the size of a head, they had already lost. Just when everyone thought she was doomed. Her palm moved again, one hand supporting the ground, the other hand covering the wound, slowly climbing up from the ground. Goddess. Princess Tian knew. Jiang Chen couldn't help but speak. I am, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, I am, the war god of the Xia kingdom. How can I lose here? The Drought Demon's voice was firm. Covered in flames, a burning heat reappeared, stronger than before. The lava sword in her hand disappeared, her nails grew, turning into sharp claws like bone spurs, her sharp teeth protruded more. Her skin cracked, a layer of red fur emerged. Ho! Jiang Chen almost exclaimed. He didn't expect the Drought Demon to have this trump card, transforming into the appearance of a hoe. The Drought Demon crawled on all fours like a wild beast, exerted force with her hind legs, and her figure disappeared instantly. When she reappeared, she was already behind Shiva, raising her sharp nails, fiercely aiming at his back. Shiva suddenly turned around, crossing his arms. Sizzle like a branding iron meeting fresh meat, it made a sizzling sound. Shiva's arms were torn apart by her attack, leaving several deep wounds visible to the bone. The wounds did not bleed red blood, but oozed black, foul-smelling liquid. Poison. It was the fire corpse poison from the Drought Demon. Even Shiva's formidable divine body could not withstand the toxin. In the blink of an eye, the two arms began to swell and rot, with a tendency to spread upwards. Shiva's expression finally changed. It was the first time he had encountered such a violent toxin, as if it had a consciousness, constantly eroding his divine nature. He wanted to use his divine power to suppress it, but the Drought Demon didn't give him a chance at all. The temperature around his body rose again, this time even the void showed signs of melting. 10 directions purgatory. The Drought Demon pressed her arms on the ground, pillars of fire rose into the sky, continuously attacking Shiva. Shiva's footsteps danced, moving in a strange rhythm, successfully finding gaps in the seemingly indiscriminate attacks. However, despite evading, the toxin on his arms became heavier, the two arms almost completely rotten, revealing the bones inside. Shiva's eyes turned fierce, his other two intact arms turned into blades, slashing towards the injured arms. Poochie! Shiva grunted, actually cutting off his own two arms. The spectators outside the arena who saw this scene gasped in unison. Too ruthless, actually cutting off his own arms. Although he had 4 arms, losing 2 would still greatly reduce his strength. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a glimmer of hope called perhaps there is a chance to win, maybe appeared for the first time. This thought lingered in his mind, unable to be dispelled. Freed from the torment of the fire corpse poison, Shiva began to attack actively. This time he was smarter, no longer directly resisting the Drought Demon's attacks with his body, but using his own footwork to engage in guerrilla warfare, dodge left and right, body floating unpredictably, taking advantage of the gap when the Drought Demon attacks, quickly counterattacking with fists. Wrapped in a terrifying destructive force, each punch can tear the Drought Demon's body apart. But the Drought Demon's recovery power is astonishing, her body like molten lava, flames appearing wherever she is injured, healing in the blink of an eye. Shiva frowned, a hint of urgency creeping into his heart. The monster in front of him, though not as strong as him, had a bizarre ability. Her vitality seemed endless, no matter how he struck, she could quickly recover. Moreover, her attacks contained a special toxin, more dominant than fire poison. Once contaminated, the divine nature in the body would be rapidly eroded. I can only use that move. A solemn look flashed in Shiva's eyes as he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the Drought Demon. Blue patterns appeared on his body, each one enhancing his aura. This was the power of the 12 main gods of Tianzhu, representing the 12 main gods of Tianzhu. Now, using his own core, he forcibly enhanced his strength by borrowing power from the opponent. Thunder, frost, flames, storm, various powers appeared on his body, converging towards his arms. Feeling the power emanating from Shiva, the Drought Demon's eyes flashed with envy. She wasn't envious of his power, but of the people around him willing to lend him their strength. As for herself, perhaps this is my ultimate destiny. She was the Drought Demon, an anomaly, not bound by the cycles of the 3 realms. People feared her, hated her. Even her own father kept his distance. A drop of fiery red magma fell from her eye. It was her final tear, her last attachment to this world. It's all over, there will be no more Drought Demon in the world, you no longer need to fear me. The temperature on the Drought Demon's body suddenly increased tenfold, her claws turning into magma like crimson. Just as she was about to charge out, she suddenly heard countless whispers in her ears. Princess Tianu, you must win, you must. Atmosphere, and Tianzhu was no better off. Although they won, their Shiva deity was also defeated. This was their top deity among the 12 pillars of gods, the strongest deity in their mythological system. If even she struggled to win, did the other deities stand a chance? Could they really defeat the ancient Xia kingdom? A shadow loomed over the hearts of the people of Tianzhu. The happiest ones on the scene were Greece, Egypt, and the Holy See. Both the Nordic and Sakura countries suffered losses. Tianzhu suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Xia kingdom, and they might even lose the divine battle. After this battle, the two empires of the East had been destroyed and one injured, completely losing the possibility of hegemony. The glory of the gods is about to shine on the eastern continent. The high-level officials of the Holy See made this declaration, apparently preparing for an expedition to the east. Greece and Egypt set their sights on the Nordic region, both being Western powers. This time, they were weakened by the losses from the failed Eastern expedition, making it a vulnerable period. However, neither of the two empires dared to make the first move, waiting for the other to act. The calculations of the high-level officials from various countries in the audience did not affect the ongoing match on the stage. At this moment, the Shiva deity had returned to the divine realm. Both Tianzhu and the Xia kingdom summoned their deities again, preparing for the next round of competition. A faint sound of chanting appeared, and the figure of a great Buddha appeared in the sky, radiating a seven-colored light, looking extremely sacred. Shakyamuni! Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure. Another deity, and one at the level of a saint. How would they fight against this? Although the audience from the Xia kingdom did not recognize Shakyamuni, they could tell from the reactions from Tianzhu that he was definitely a heavyweight. A cloud of failure hung over the hearts of the Xia kingdom people. They had already lost one match, were they going to lose again this time? Doesn't the Xia kingdom have deities at this level? Ago that it was not the real Sun Wukong. Are you the great sage equal to heaven? Or the victorious fighting Buddha? Jiang Chen looked solemnly at Sun Wukong and asked. Great sage equal to heaven? Victorious fighting Buddha? He. I am the demon king of Flower Fruit Mountain Water Curtain Cave, born and raised by heaven and earth, difficult to bury by gods and demons. My master Bodhi gave me the name Wukong, and my master Xuanzang gave me the name Xingzhe. Who do you think I am? Sun Wukong's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Those titles were given by others, he is just the demon king of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong. Arrogant. This was Jiang Chen's first impression of Sun Wukong before him. Perhaps it is this temperament that dares to claim the title of great sage equal to heaven. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He decided to take a gamble. He bet that the monkey in front of him, who claimed to be the great sage equal to heaven, truly had the power of a great sage. Holding the Rui Jingu Bang. A golden stick with intricate patterns appeared in Sun Wukong's hand. Wearing the phoenix wing purple gold crown, a purple and gold crown appeared on his head. Clad in the golden armor with locks, feet stepping on lotus cloud shoes. With a red cloud as a cape, and the title of equal to heaven, I, Jiang Chen, respectfully welcome the demon king of Flower Fruit Mountain Water Curtain Cave, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. With each line Jiang Chen recited, the corresponding item appeared on the statue. When he reached the end, a dazzling golden light shone, and a monkey wearing a monk's robe appeared. Did I summon the wrong one? Jiang Chen was surprised to see Sun Wukong in monk's robes. He had clearly just recited the great sage equal to heaven before the journey to the west, so how could the victorious fighting Buddha appear? Old Tathagata, didn't expect this, did you? I, Sun Wukong, have returned. Sun Wukong pointed at the Tathagata, his tone full of resentment. You impudent monkey, I bestowed upon you the title of victorious fighting Buddha, and yet you not only show no gratitude but also harbor resentment towards me. You deserve to be punished. As the Tathagata spoke, he struck out a palm towards Sun Wukong. A huge palm print descended, but Sun Wukong dispersed it with a strike of his stick. Ha! At this point, you still dare not admit it. Do you really think that what you did is unknown to anyone? Do you think a mere six-eared macaque can truly replace me? Or do you think that by relying on him, you can deceive everyone? Even if you take away my original destiny, so what? I, Sun Wukong, born and raised, cannot be killed by gods or demons. His words were like thunder on a clear day, causing everyone present to exclaim in surprise. They seemed to have heard some incredible truth. The Xia dynasty empire only knew fragments about Journey to the West. The arrangement. Later, Sun Wukong protected Tang Sanzang on their journey to the West, resorting to violence whenever faced with injustice. This displeased the Buddha, who wanted Tang Sanzang to spread Buddhism peacefully. Instead, Sun Wukong's actions disrupted the plan. To address this, the Buddha sought the help of a six-eared macaque to replace Sun Wukong. However, only the sage and the Titsu could discern their true identities. Who is the Titsu? He is the Mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and a member of the Buddhist community. From the beginning, it was hinted that the entire affair was under the control of the Buddhist community. The six-eared macaque is just like Sun Wukong, born and raised with innate abilities, extremely skilled in disguise, so no one ever noticed. The second key point is here. The six-eared macaque knew he was fake, so why did he go to Mount Ling to prove himself? They have many Eastern saints compared to the West. At the very least they could have sought guidance from Patriarch Bodhi, right? But no. Instead, they went to Mount Ling to seek judgment from Tathagata. As a result, Tathagata helped the six-eared macaque kill Sun Wukong. Although this trick successfully deceived everyone, they didn't realize that Sun Wukong was actually the sky-reaching stone left by Nuwa, possessing great merit and destiny. His primordial spirit could not be destroyed. His name was not in the Book of Life and Death, meaning he was not within the 3 realms and 5 elements. Even though they killed him, they couldn't eliminate his primordial spirit. After experiencing countless cycles of reincarnation, he returned. However, Tathagata would never admit to this, as it would offend 2 saints at once. When Sun Wukong questioned him, Tathagata denied it and labeled him as unruly. Sun Wukong was furious at Tathagata's shamelessness. Before that, he had another question: where did his chief master, the Holy Mother, go? Although Tang Sanzang was naive, one thing couldn't be denied: he truly treated Sun Wukong and his disciples as family. Despite their unruliness, they were willing to follow him. Was it just to achieve enlightenment? Among the 4 brothers, who would care for anyone other than Sha Wujing? Was it because Marshal Tianping was not good enough, or the great sage equal to heaven not appealing? Or perhaps the 3rd prince of the West Sea got tired of being a horse or a wall painting for others? Clearly, none of these reasons. It was because of Tang Sanzang's personal charm and his compassionate heart. In other words, Tang Sanzang was the moonlight in their hearts. This led them to give up their past identities and willingly accompany him to the West to obtain scriptures. After returning from the journey, everyone returned to their respective places. Sha Wujing and the White Dragon stayed at Mount Ling, the fake Sun Wukong went to Amei Mountain, Tang Sanzang returned to the Tang dynasty, and only Zhu Beiji, due to his status, had no fixed place. He was appointed as the envoy of the pure altar, symbolizing that he could enjoy the offerings left by others. This meant that as long as he wished, he could descend through any Buddha statue and receive offerings. Later, Tang Sanzang went missing, Sha Wujing and the White Dragon disappeared, and the fake Sun Wukong at Amei Mountain was exposed. He wanted to find Tang Sanzang, but with no support, he had to pretend to be clueless. This allowed him to escape a disaster. Now that the real Sun Wukong has returned, he has a helper and dares to confront Tathagata. Jinchanchi is a Buddha with great merit in my temple, naturally practicing on Mount Ling. As for you too, although you entered my temple, you did not abide by the rules and should be punished. Tathagata still had a compassionate look, but his tone was filled with superiority. My master is from the divine land. Even if he entered the temple, it is the divine land's Buddha. What does it have to do with you from the West? That fool always thought he could save beings with kindness, not realizing that being exploited with kindness is more terrifying than being evil. Sun Wukong recalled the incidents on the journey to obtain scriptures. Compared to evil humans, the actions of those demons who descended were more despicable. Zhu Beiji felt the same way. After Sun Wukong was killed, most of the demons they encountered were from the heavens and underworld. The demons from the heavenly court were manageable, restrained from being too unruly. But those affiliated with the temple, like the 9 spirit saints, the Great Inspiration King, the Black Bear Spirit, and the 3 brothers of Lion Camel Ridge, treated human lives as insignificant. They committed heinous acts of killing and eating people, only to be scolded by the temple's bodhisattvas, evil beasts. Come back with me now. Easily escaped, without any punishment. Instead, the monsters without background identity were all killed, claiming to be exorcising demons. The good people were all taken in by the Buddhist sect, the karma was all borne by Tang Sang, and the blame was left to Sun Wukong. So much so that when the bull demon king, the sworn brother, saw Sun Wukong, he was so angry that he attacked directly. The reason was not because the fake Sun Wukong sold the red boy to Guanyin. Those who have read Journey to the West know that when Sun Wukong fought Neza, he was not afraid of the Samadhi true fire, even when thrown into the 8 trigram furnace for a long time. But when facing the red boy, he couldn't handle it. If the bull demon king, a great demon king, couldn't defeat Neza, how could his son be more powerful than Neza? Isn't that ridiculous? It's all a conspiracy to capture the red boy and force the bull demon king to submit. They control the demon clan. How could the Buddhist sect not be tempted? They were once the protagonists of the world. Although they have lost their former glory, their power is still immense. Subduing the demon clan is indirectly strengthening the Buddhist sect's luck. As each past event is revealed, the face of the Tathagata darkens. The image that was so painstakingly built up has been ruined by Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, especially in the Xia kingdom, where many have already removed the statues of the Buddhist sect and replaced them with local deities. This has further angered the Tathagata. Stubborn and unrepentant, why don't you obediently come back with me? The Tathagata said, reaching out his hand again. This time, even Zhu Beiji wanted to be included in the attack range. Idiot, you go to the side and watch the battle, leave this to me, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was worried that Zhu Beiji would be affected, so he immediately drew his golden cudgel and stabbed at the falling giant palm. Bang! The two sides clashed again, and Sun Wukong was directly slapped to the devoid of anyone. With each strike, he shatters bones and tendons of his opponents. Impudent monkey, do not act recklessly. A flash of golden light, and a man with a hooked nose wearing golden feathered robes appears, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Golden-winged Great Pong? Jiang Chen recognizes the man's identity, the so-called Tathagata's nephew, the golden-winged Great Ping Bird. He should have belonged to the Xia kingdom, but was deceived by the Tathagata and became the guardian beast of Ling Mountain. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen feels a sense of sorrow. These great demons of the Xia kingdom, taken away by the Western forces under various pretexts, have now become their accomplices. I wonder how Emperor Jun would feel seeing this scene. Since the journey to the West, there have been no more demon king-level demons appearing, and the occasional appearance of a few demon tribes is met with universal condemnation. The demon tribes have completely declined. Golden-winged Great Pong? I never expected you to become a lackey of the Tathagata. It's a shame, considering you are a descendant of the Yuan Phoenix. Sun Wukong looks solemnly at the golden-winged Great Pang. This man is a genuine demon king, and he excels in speed. Unfortunately, he has encountered Sun Wukong. Impudent monkey, how dare you insult me? Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Great Pang's sharp eyes flash with coldness. His long spear transforms into a golden light, aiming directly at Sun Wukong's head. Trivial skills. Sun Wukong snorts coldly, not dodging or avoiding, but wielding his golden-banded staff to strike at his head. He is willing to risk his life. The golden-winged Great Pang's face changes slightly, knowing that Sun Wukong dares to do so because of his immortal golden body. He dares not take a direct hit. Spreading his wings behind him, he arcs in the air to avoid the strike. I'm busy, I don't have time to play with you. You better behave yourself. Sun Wukong appears in front of the golden-winged Great Pang in an instant, striking him heavily with his Rui Jingu Bang. The golden-winged Great Pang quickly raises his spear to block. Crack! Upon contact, his spear breaks, and the momentum of the golden-banded staff continues, landing directly on his shoulder. A scream rings out, blood and feathers falling from the sky. With just one blow, Sun Wukong shatters half of his body. The might of the great sage is terrifying. Oh my god, the great sage equal to heaven is too powerful. That's the golden-winged Great Pang. I heard people from Tianzhu say that he's the Tathagata's nephew. What, the Tathagata's mother is a bird? Why do I feel like you're cursing? Isn't he a bird? The audience in the Xia Kingdom area discusses, and Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Strong. Too strong. In the original Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was bullied badly by the golden-winged Great Pang and was almost steamed to death. But now, with just one strike, he nearly kills his opponent. The six-eared macaque is really putting on a show. Jiang Chen sighs. To be able to fight evenly with Sun Wukong but be captured by the golden-winged Great Pang. Now, Sun Wukong has defeated the golden-winged Great Pang with just one blow, and anyone with keen eyes can see the trickery involved. After dealing with the golden-winged Great Pang, Sun Wukong does not pursue him further. It's not that he doesn't want to, but because of the opponent's special status, not only is there the old mother Yuan Feng, but also the big brother Kong Xian, he has to give face to those two. It's fine to have a fight, but if he really kills them, those two will probably come after him. Although he is not afraid, he also doesn't want to get into trouble. Over the years, he is no longer the inexperienced young monkey he used to be. He has started to weigh the pros and cons. At this moment, the monkeys and monkey grandchildren transformed from his monkey hair have already dealt with other arhats. Lao Tzu, what else do you have up your sleeve? Sun Wukong held the golden hoop rod with one hand, pointing to the sky, shouting loudly. But the next moment, a golden light appeared. A monkey wearing a kasaya appeared. Damn, am I seeing things, two great saints? An illusion? How can there be two great saints? The audience in the Xia Kingdom area was in an uproar upon seeing the newly appeared monkey. The two great saints were almost identical. And Jiang Chen, under the ring, felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing the newly appeared Sun Wukong. Six-eared macaque. He did not think this was an illusion. This was the six-eared macaque who had plotted against Sun Wukong before, and now he had reappeared. Judging from his appearance, he appeared in the identity of a fighting Buddha. I never expected that after so many years, you were still causing trouble. The six-eared macaque spoke, his voice steady, like a venerable monk. Unless I kill you with my own hands, how can I, Sun Wukong, be content? Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with killing intent, not hiding his murderous aura. Your murderous intent is still so strong, no wonder you have come to this end. The six-eared macaque chuckled lightly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Even if I die and my soul disperses, I am still the great sage equal to heaven, while you are just a dog of Lao Tzu. Do you really think that by wearing this kasaya, you have become a Buddha? Ridiculous. Sun Wukong was rebellious by nature and would not tolerate such insults. He was not afraid of fighting, let alone verbal sparring. Is that so? Let me see how much of your strength this great sage equal to heaven has regained. After the six-eared macaque finished speaking, he made a gesture. A golden staff appeared in his hand out of thin air, also the ruddy golden cudgel. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was reminded of the unbearable memories from the past. How dare he impersonate him? Was he provoking him? Take this. Feel the might of my staff. Sun Wukong launched the attack first, holding the golden hoop rod in his hands and smashing it towards the six-eared macaque. The golden hoop rod expanded in the wind. Although the two were dozens of meters apart, when the golden hoop rod fell, it landed perfectly on the top of the other's head. The six-eared macaque did not back down, raising his arm to block the blow with the staff on top of his head. He firmly caught the strike. Before Sun Wukong could retract his staff, the six-eared macaque flipped his arm, deflecting the golden hoop rod, and the staff in his hand suddenly elongated, aiming directly at Sun Wukong's vital point. Sun Wukong knew the danger and did not confront it head-on. Instead, he dodged to the side, using the golden hoop rod as a pivot point, kicking towards the six-eared macaque's head. The two sides exchanged blows, creating a thrilling scene. Each time, they were either blocked or evaded by the other. With the same moves and abilities, the onlookers could hardly tell who was real and who was fake in the blink of an eye. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. He had been watching closely, but after a dozen rounds of exchanges between the two, he lost sight of Sun Wukong. No wonder so many people couldn't tell them apart back then, it's like they were carved from the same mold. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Even he couldn't distinguish between them, let alone, and a snake represented their two natures. The great heavenly immortal technique. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally had a complete enlightenment. Two flames lit up on both of them, fire overcoming metal, but at this moment, a golden lotus slowly bloomed in the flames. planting a golden lotus in the fire. The 5 elements officially began to reverse. After seeing this scene, the 6-eared macaque's expression finally changed. He felt the call of his true self. Sun Wukong wanted to merge with him. The turtle and snake intertwined. The final stage of the great heavenly immortal technique. No! Since you are unwilling to become a Buddha, why do you now want to take away everything from me? The 6-eared macaque shouted in fear. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, looking at him steadily. If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. With these words, the 6-eared macaque disappeared, completely merging with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stood up from the ground, holding the golden hoop rod, pointing at the Tathagata in the sky. If I am a demon, what can the Buddha do to me? After saying this, Sun Wukong took a step forward, causing the entire world to tremble. The intricate patterns on his robe began to glow brighter and brighter. With a bang, the robe shattered, revealing his true form. He wore a suit of golden armor, a phoenix-winged golden crown on his head, and lotus cloud boots on his feet. Sun Wukong waved his arm, and a red cloud appeared behind him, condensing into a fiery red cloak. Although it was much smaller compared to the Tathagata's towering golden body, this touch of red was particularly eye-catching. With an overwhelming fighting spirit and a rebellious posture, he appeared like a war god, as if he were the protagonist of the world. Jiang Chen, watching from below, was so excited that he was about to jump up. This was the great sage equal to heaven that he remembered. The arrogant and unruly great sage equal to heaven, who desires to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth. He's back. Lousy, it's time to settle the score between us. Sun Wukong said, his body quickly growing larger until he stood level with Lousy in the blink of an eye. The original Buddha kingdom in his palm was burst open by his power. Although Sun Wukong had not yet achieved enlightenment, he already had the ability to battle with a saint. The Buddha kingdom in his palm was powerful, but it couldn't trap him in his current state. Om ma na ba mu hum. Seeing Sun Wukong break free, Lousy chanted a 6-word mantra. The mantra turned into a talisman and flew towards Sun Wukong. This was the magical power Lousy used to suppress Sun Wukong in the past, and now he was using it again. Hey! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. The sound turned into golden characters and collided with the 6-word mantra, causing a violent explosion. Before the aftermath dissipated, Sun Wukong wielded his golden cudgel and smashed it towards Lousie's face. Amat Ba. Lousy chanted the Buddhist mantra, and his body emitted golden light, transforming into a golden Buddha. The golden cudgel struck him, making a metallic clashing sound, but it did not cause any substantial harm. The indestructible golden body. Lousy's golden body was impervious to all methods, even the heavy golden cudgel, which could not harm him. Sun Wukong, seemingly unaware, continued to strike Lousy with his golden cudgel, relentlessly attacking every part of him. Jiang Chen witnessed this scene and 3 words came to mind: no breakthrough. Indeed, although Sun Wukong fought fiercely, he did not harm Lousy at all. On the contrary, each time Lousy struck, Sun Wukong was sent flying far away. Despite his mastery of the great celestial immortal technique and his indestructible golden body, he was still covered in wounds from the attacks. His perseverance was fueled solely by his fighting spirit. Once that spirit waned, Jiang Chen dared not think further. I must find a way to help Monkey Brother. But in a battle of this level, how could an ordinary person like him participate? He watched the fight on the stage intently, his mind racing. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Every time Sun Wukong struck Lousy, a burst of golden light appeared on his body. Jiang Chen initially thought this was due to the indestructible golden body, but he saw that Sun Wukong's body did not react in the same way. Fiery eyes. Flames erupted from Jiang Chen's eyes as he carefully examined Lousy's condition. Finally, he discovered the problem. It's the power of faith that is helping him heal. Jiang Chen saw strands of faith continuously merging into Lousy's body, understanding the situation. Rather than causing no harm, it was more accurate to say that the damage Sun Wukong inflicted was rapidly repaired, with the speed of recovery making it seem as if there was no damage at all. Monkey Brother also has fiery eyes. he couldn't have missed this point, but he continues to attack in this manner, indicating he has no better way to deal with it. Having identified the source of the problem, the solution was clear. He just needed to target the power of faith. The power of faith comes from believers. By severing their faith in him, we can slow down his recovery. A bold idea formed in Jiang Chen's mind. And the best way to cut off the power of faith was to destroy the temple. Sun Wukong, on the stage, knew his opponent was using the power of faith but had no way to counter it. However, Jiang Chen was different. He was below the stage. Crucially, they had people in Tianzhu. I never expected that my impromptu decision would turn out to be a stroke of genius. Jiang Chen silently rejoiced. Without hesitation, he turned and ran towards the audience seats. Li Jianguo, who had been paying close attention to the stage from the Xia Kingdom audience seats, was puzzled when he saw Jiang Chen suddenly running towards him. Unsure of his intentions, Jiang Chen ran to the edge of the competition area and shouted to Li Jianguo and others, "Contact General Long Yi." Then he pointed at Rulai and made a neck-slashing gesture. The crowd on the platform was mixed, and he didn't dare to be too obvious, so he could only hint at the other party in this way. Does he want Long Yi to kill Rulai? A general looked at Li Jianguo in confusion. Li Jianguo remained silent, carefully pondering Jiang Chen's previous actions. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen meant just now, the fact that he mentioned Long Yi's name clearly indicated a connection to Long Yi. Let Long Yi kill Rulai? This was obviously unlikely. Long Yi, Rulai, kill. Li Jianguo repeated these words over and over. At this moment, the secretary beside him successfully contacted Long Yi. A satellite phone was handed to him. "Chairman, General Long Yi's line is connected." Li Jianguo took the phone, and as soon as he put it to his ear, king of the water curtain cave, and then embarking on a journey alone on a raft. After 10 years of searching, he finally arrived at the Fengsuan Mountain, the Bodhi Patriarch's dojo, guided by a woodcutter. In order to seek the way, he knelt outside the Slight Moon 3 Stars cave for 3 days and 3 nights, not moving an inch even when frozen stiff by the snow. Impressed by his sincerity, the Bodhi Patriarch accepted him as a disciple, and he spent 7 years doing odd jobs and 3 years learning skills. He learned the great sage's immortality technique, the 72 transformations, and the somersault cloud. 10 years later, he descended the mountain and returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon his return, he encountered the Demon King who had taken over his mountain, and in a fit of rage, he killed him. The Bull Demon King and 5 others sought revenge, but after a misunderstanding, they became sworn brothers. Encouraged by the Bull Demon King and others, he went to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea to borrow a weapon. Finally, he obtained the golden cudgel of the sea-calming needle. As the audience in the Xia Kingdom area listened, they became increasingly excited. Wow, the great sage is so powerful, and there are 6 of them. Am I the only one who noticed that the great sage had a master? 7 years of odd jobs, 3 years of learning skills, and then coming out to kill a demon king barehanded. That's amazing. The Dragon King, and the Eastern Sea Dragon King. I remember the history books mentioning that in ancient times, there were 4 seas in the Xia Kingdom. Does that mean there are 3 other Dragon Kings? Only when it becomes strong itself, will it have enough authority. Sun Wukong is like this, and so is Xia Kingdom. Along with more and more people hearing Sun Wukong's story, their identification with him becomes stronger. Strands of the power of faith surged into the temple of 10,000 gods, representing the oil lamp of Sun Wukong, which began to shine brighter. On the mythical arena, the already scarred Sun Wukong suddenly felt a gentle force entering his body. At the same time, he seemed to hear countless prayers in his ears. Great sage, you must win. Brother monkey, come on. You are the great sage equal to heaven who has even sat in the Lingxiao Palace. What is a Buddha? Kill him. Great sage bless. A smile suddenly appeared on Sun Wukong's monkey face. Kid, you seem to know me quite well. You are right, the Jade Emperor takes turns. This year it's my turn. I, Sun Wukong, have even sat in the Lingxiao Palace. How could I fall here? After that, he tore off the tattered golden armor on his body, turned around abruptly, and looked at Tathagata. Old Tathagata, it's time to end this. Overwhelming battle intent emanated from Sun Wukong, representing his indomitable spirit. The fixed oceanic needle, breaking the sky. The golden hoop rod in his hand changed from a smash to a stab, aiming to break through. Tathagata raised his hand to block, but was directly pierced through by the golden hoop rod. Looking at the large hole in his chest, Tathagata's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. How did his power of faith suddenly decrease so much? Sun Wukong succeeded with one strike, immediately following up with more attacks. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with golden shadows. Tathagata's momentum weakened, cracks appeared on his golden body, more and more. At that moment, a purple golden alms bowl suddenly appeared in Tathagata's hand, thrown towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. He flicked the golden hoop rod in his hand, changing from a stab to a flick, and caught the purple golden alms bowl. This is... Looking at this familiar alms bowl, Sun Wukong was shocked because this was the alms bowl used by Tang Sanzang for almsgiving. He did not participate in the latter part of the journey to the west, so he did not know that Tang Sanzang had voluntarily given it away. He thought that Tathagata had captured Tang Sanzang and was using it as a bargaining chip. "Brother monkey, be careful!" A cry of alarm rang out. Before Sun Wukong could react, he was stabbed in the heart by a dagger. Sanskrit characters appeared on the dagger, quickly entering Sun Wukong's body. Amitba, good. Good. Tathagata chanted the Buddha's name, reverting to his compassionate appearance. This dagger was his weapon before he became a monk, and also the weapon he used to attain Buddhahood. When he fed the eagle with his flesh, he used this dagger. He could even kill himself, let alone Sun Wukong. Now the dagger pierced Sun Wukong's heart. Death was only a matter of time. The audience from Xia Kingdom and the stands were filled with anger. They saw clearly what had just happened. Tathagata threw something out, took advantage of Sun Wukong's moment of distraction, and successfully launched a surprise attack with the dagger into his heart. Too despicable. Damn the Buddha, this is a despicable person. Whoever dares to mention the word Buddha again, I will curse his ancestors for 18 generations. Great sage, hold on. Don't die, please don't die. Jiang Chen, go help the great sage. Wu. I don't want my boyfriend anymore, I just want the great sage to live. No one noticed as a phantom disappeared from the arena and headed straight towards Tianzhu. The Tianzhu Empire. After a series of attacks in Longya, not a single temple in the various cities remained. The high-ranking officials of Tianzhu were furious, but they had no way to deal with them. In one-on-one combat, no one was their match. Using weapons of mass destruction, they couldn't even lock onto their target, let alone how frustrated they were. Just then, all the temples of the Buddhist sect in Tianzhu emitted a golden light. A phantom of a fat-headed, big-eared deity with fangs appeared. It was none other than Zhubeiji, who had been watching the arena before. Without a word, he opened his mouth and sucked in countless offerings and the power of faith. This action alarmed many awakened deities in Tianzhu, as statues of gods lit up, and phantoms of deities appeared before him. How dare you! Dare to steal our offerings and faith! Get lost! I, old pig, am the pure altar messenger personally appointed by the Buddha, with the right to enjoy all offerings. Who dares to stop me? Zhubeiji shouted angrily, and his nine-toothed rake appeared in his hand in an instant, his terrifying aura like a mountain pressuring the hairy gods with horror. Zhubeiji's dominance subdued this group of hairy gods, as he turned into a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring the faith of the Buddhist sect. Soon, the remaining faith in the temples was completely consumed by him. Zhubeiji didn't dare to delay for a moment. His figure flashed, and he returned to the mythical arena. Monkey brother, hold on. Zhubeiji was extremely anxious. Sun Wukong had been pierced through the heart by the Buddha's dagger and could die at any moment. The only thing that could save him now was the faith of the Buddhist sect. After Zhubeiji left, a group of Tianzhu hairy gods dared to discuss again. Are these people from the Buddhist sect? Why have we never seen them in the divine realm? It should be, right? The Buddha light on his body cannot be fake. Forget it, let's not bother with him, it's a matter of the Buddhist sect, what does it have to do with us? Maybe he was newly appointed during the time we were not in the divine realm. That's true, I never expected Xia country to be so powerful, not only severely injuring Lord Shiva but also fighting with the Buddha for so long. Just now, that pig-headed man claimed to be the pure altar messenger of the Buddhist sect and plundered so much faith. Could it be that the Buddha couldn't hold on and sent his subordinates to extract the faith? Listening to you, it seems to make sense. Oh no, someone smashed my idol. What's going on? Just as a few hairy gods were still discussing, they suddenly screamed in agony. Their bodies disintegrated, turning into light points and disappearing. This was because their idols were destroyed, and without a place to store their divinity in the mortal world, they were forcibly sent back to the divine realm. In the temple of 10,000 gods in the Tianzhu Empire, the oil lamps representing the deities either extinguished or dimmed. The fortune of the entire empire had decreased by 30% in just a few hours. The most obvious result of the declining fortune was natural disasters. The Tianzhu coastal areas were hit by typhoons, tsunamis, heavy rains, floods inland, and continuous earthquakes. Followers of various sects came forward, blaming and accusing each other, even leading to conflicts. The high-ranking officials of Tianzhu were all busy and frantic, not even able to spare time to watch the mythical arena. And the instigators of all this, Long Ye and his group, had quietly returned to Xia country by now. On the mythical arena, Sun Wukong was critically injured and on the brink of death, his body slowly petrifying from the heart position. Now, more than half of his body had turned into stone. Jiang Chen watched in despair, unable to help in any way, only able to watch Sun Wukong's life slip away. Monkey brother. A figure appeared on the arena. It was Zhu Beiji, who had returned from Tianzhu. The moment he appeared, a large amount of faith power surged into Sun Wukong's body like a tide. Seeing this scene, the Buddha, who had been watching the show, was first stunned, then his face turned extremely ugly. Evil beast, how dare you intercept my Buddhist faith? I, the old pig, am the pure altar messenger sealed by your own mouth, with the right to enjoy all the offerings of the believers. What, has the Buddha forgotten? Zhu Beiji said mockingly. In the beginning, the Tathagata sealed him as a pure altar messenger to humiliate the gods of the Xia kingdom, implying that he was just a pig, only worthy of eating their leftovers and cleaning their plates. However, Zhu Beiji unexpectedly used this identity to intercept the believers' offerings to him. It was a prophecy fulfilled. This made the Tathagata angry and frustrated, feeling like he was shooting himself in the foot. But now it was too late to say anything. With a large amount of Buddhist faith pouring into Sun Wukong's body, his petrified body began to slowly recover. A layer of Buddha light shone from the back of Sun Wukong's head. This was the divine position of the victorious fighting Buddha, now activated by the abundant Buddhist faith. However, this layer of Buddha light flickered unpredictably, unable to fully merge with him. No matter how cunning you are, he is inherently demonic and cannot absorb Buddhist faith. His death has long been destined, the Tathagata said coldly. Sun Wukong was Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven in the east, not the victorious fighting Buddha in the west. These were two different systems, and he could not harness this power. Even with the fusion of the six-eared macaque, it was the same. To eliminate all variables, the Tathagata struck again, slapping Sun Wukong on the ground with a palm. Sun Wukong was pressed into the ground, the giant palm turning into a mountain, completely suppressing him. Sun Wukong felt like he was dreaming, being once again trapped under the five elements mountain. As his consciousness began to fade, he faintly heard the sound of cicadas. A young monk with unsteady steps approached him from a distance. Master? Is it you? Sun Wukong's consciousness was blurred, unable to see the person clearly, but feeling a familiar and warm aura. Wukong, I am late, a gentle voice sounded, instantly calming his mind. All worries and troubles seemed to disappear. Master, I miss you so much. Sun Wukong now felt like a child seeing a parent, devoid of his previous rebelliousness. Buddhism can save the heart, but not human nature. I was wrong, the master said. What's wrong, master? Wukong, you and your brothers, though rebellious and radical, have good hearts and wisdom. I have always had high hopes for you. Master. What do you want to do? Sun Wukong inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Good and evil are just a thought away. I hope my Buddha heart can dispel the hostility in your heart and help you achieve enlightenment soon. Take care of your younger brothers for me, protect this troubled world, and don't act recklessly. Farewell, Wukong. Tang Sanzang finished speaking, his body slowly dissipated, turning into a relic that halfway understand more than him? As long as one is kind-hearted, everyone is a Buddha. With this statement, Tathagata's expression changed instantly. It was a challenge to his authority and a denial of the current Buddhist teachings. If everyone is a Buddha, then what are they? Arrogant. Tathagata shouted angrily. Is this considered arrogant? Sun Wukong chuckled, and his aura began to rise steadily. Intrusion, you gods and Buddhas do not think of protecting sentient beings, only concerned with immediate gains. Are you even worthy of being called a Buddha? Sun Wukong's words finished, and flames suddenly ignited on his golden cudgel. If the divine realm is like you all, then we are better off without it. With a powerful swing, the golden cudgel heavily struck the body of the Tathagata. Bang! The golden light on the Tathagata shattered, and a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. He was injured? The Tathagata's eyes showed a hint of horror as his power of faith was severed. He could no longer help himself recover from his injuries. How could this be? With billions of followers, how could his power of faith be broken so easily? As the Buddha, instead of protecting sentient beings, you only seek faith from the world. Do you truly think that people are just livestock to be herded? Another strike fell. Crack! The Tathagata's arm twisted irregularly. Harming those who are virtuous, turning them into your lackeys. If they resist, it is considered a great betrayal, and you resort to killing them. Is this your way? The third strike landed, and the Tathagata spat out blood, falling heavily to the ground. You preach about leading sentient beings back, but have you ever turned back to see the devastation in this world? The fourth strike fell. The Tathagata's body shattered, turning into a mist of blood. In the land of Tianzhu, some Buddhist believers found cracks appearing on the statues they worshipped. The cracks slowly expanded until with a bang, they turned to dust. The Tathagata was dead, killed by Sun Wukong's 4 strikes. Watching the figure standing in the void with a long staff, the audience fell into silence. No one had expected that even a powerful figure like the Tathagata could be defeated by a wild monkey. No! He was not just a wild monkey. His name was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. After a while. Wow! The great sage is amazing. Truly worthy of being the great sage, so powerful. People of Tianzhu, do you acknowledge his strength? Great sage, do you need a divine follower? Look at me, I've been told since I was young that I look like a monkey. From now on, I will only acknowledge the great sage. Please accept me as your follower. No, I need to go to the back mountain to bring some fruits to the monkeys, as a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Chen in the audience was also extremely excited. Who would have thought that Sun Wukong would be so powerful, even defeating the Tathagata? He had thought he would lose this round as well. At this moment, in the Tianzhu Empire's audience, there was a sense of mourning. Their Buddha, the Tathagata, had been killed, which was simply unbelievable. Until now, they had not recovered from the shock of what had just happened. If even the Buddha can be defeated, do we still have a chance to win? Don't worry, we still have the great god Brahma. As long as he intervenes, we can definitely defeat this monkey. Yes, Brahma, the creator god, is the strongest deity in Tianzhu. As long as he acts, we still have a chance. However, at that moment, a furious shout came from the arena. Listen, gods of Tianzhu, leave the divine realm voluntarily and head to the heavens. If you dare to come down again, I, Sun Wukong, will not hesitate to pay you a visit one by one. Sun Wukong's voice was like thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. A pair of giant eyes appeared in the void, glanced at him, and then slowly disappeared. The host Bobby's figure appeared, holding a microphone and shouting loudly. Congratulations to the Xia Empire for winning the final victory of this summoning god battle. With these words, the Tianzhu audience erupted in excitement. It's impossible, we still have so many gods who haven't fought, how could we have lost? It's a conspiracy, definitely a conspiracy. Brahma, please come and save your servants. There were angry curses and mournful cries, showing the various reactions of sentient beings. Although the host Bobby was very unhappy with the Tianzhu people calling him a conspirator, he patiently explained. None of the gods of Tianzhu were willing to fight, so you lost. Does anyone have any objections? When he said this, his tone also became a bit cold. His majestic gaze swept across the room, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly remembered that the person in front of them was also a deity. Seeing no one daring to speak, Poppy continued. Representatives of Xia Kingdom, choose your spoils. Option 1, 5/10 of the fortune of the Tianzhu Empire. Option 2, the key of creation. Option 3, half of the land and population of the Tianzhu Empire. After Poppy finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was talking to Sun Wukong and turned to look at Poppy upon hearing his words. 5/10 of the fortune? Half of the land and population? What is the key of creation? He looked at Li Jiangguo, hoping he would help him make a choice. Civilization, choose the 5/10 of the fortune. This is crucial for our Xia kingdom, Li Jiangguo exclaimed excitedly. As a great nation, the fortune of the Tianzhu Empire was naturally prosperous. If they could plunder 5/10 of the fortune, the benefits for their Xia kingdom would be unparalleled. However, just then, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke up. Kid, don't listen to him, choose the key of creation. Brother Monkey, what is this key of creation? Jiang Chen was puzzled. It seemed like this item was even more valuable than 5/10 of the fortune. It is the coordinates for the return of the gods. There are a total of 5. When you gather them, you can reopen the passage between the divine realm and the human world, welcoming the true forms of the gods back. Brother Monkey, can you tell me what exactly happened to the gods? Why did the collective gods of our Xia kingdom disappear, leaving behind only a few names? Jiang Chen asked eagerly, feeling like he had touched upon the core secret of the mythological arena. Ahem. Sun Wukong was about to speak but heard Poppy cough lightly beside him. There are some things that I, Sun Wukong, cannot say. Just remember to gather the key of creation as soon as possible, and everything will become clear then. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he looked up at the empty space. I should also leave now. Boy, would you like to accompany me? Sun Wukong looked down at Zhu Beiji. Alright, let me enjoy the mortal world a bit more before I miss the chance. Zhu Beiji grinned. Jiang Chen was shaken. What did it mean by missing the chance in the future? Were they going to a dangerous place? Just as he was about to ask, he saw Sun Wukong extend his furry paw and lightly tap his forehead. A cryptic and difficult to understand incantation entered his mind. I, Sun Wukong, do not like to owe favors. I see that you are talented, so today I will pass on to you the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault technique as a gift. Thank you, Brother Monkey. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he glanced at Zhu Beiji beside him, full of anticipation. If Brother Monkey gave something, the second brother couldn't be left empty-handed, right? What are you looking at me? In battle, perhaps there was indeed some kind of restriction. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. The most important thing now was to get the key of creation. Jiang Chen calmed his mind, bowed to the host Bobby, and said, I choose the key of creation. Okay. Bobby nodded, then made a gesture. The national fortune of the Tianzhu Empire appeared, like a fierce tiger. Bobby's hand reached into the belly of the tiger, and pulled out a pale golden key. At the moment the golden key was taken out, the tiger representing the national fortune of Tianzhu shattered with a bang. The national fortune dissipated. Within Tianzhu, the earth cracked, the sea surged back, presenting a doomsday scene. The audience from various countries on the mythical arena, upon seeing this scene, felt a chill down their spines. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the key of creation was the core of the national fortune. Once lost, the national fortune would completely collapse. Tianzhu was finished. They were even more miserable than the fate of the Sakura kingdom. The Sakura kingdom did not have the key of creation, so they were only plundered of their luck and population. Although the losses were severe, they were not on the verge of being destroyed in a short time. But this time, Tianjin was going to be destroyed. Heaven's will is forgivable, self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable. If we had known today, why did we act that way back then? Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that it was their own fault. He believed that if it were the Xia kingdom that lost today, their fate would not be any better. If you are willing to accept them, I can make the decision to incorporate Tianjin into the Xia kingdom's territory, Bobby suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then looked at Li Jianguo. He couldn't make such a decision, he needed the big shots to speak. Li Jianguo, seeing Jiang Chen looking at him, also showed hesitation. Morally speaking, the people of Tianjin were innocent. If they were to die because of the collapse of their national fortune, he felt a bit guilty. But from a strategic standpoint, he was not willing to accept those people. The population of Tianjin was too large, not inferior to the Xia kingdom, and if they were accepted rashly, they could easily turn the tables on them. After all, they were not like the slaves of the Sakura kingdom, they were more like refugees. 1/5, we can accept at most 1/5 of the population, that is the bottom line, Li Jianguo said solemnly. With 1/5 of the population, he could use various means to integrate them into the Xia kingdom. If there were too many, it would be dangerous. Jiang Chen looked at Bobby, shrugged, indicating that this was their bottom line. In fact, personally, he believed that those who were not of their kind would have different hearts. What did it have to do with them if other countries lived or died? If you accept these people today, will they be grateful? No. They won't. They will only remember that you destroyed their homeland. But Li Jianguo was the leader, and Jiang Chen couldn't say anything. He would just be a tool. Well, I understand. Poppy nodded, pointed with her hand, and the territory of Tianjin was gradually merging with the Xia kingdom near the Summer Empire. A 5-clawed golden dragon condensed in the sky above the Xia kingdom, then plunged into the territory of the Xia kingdom. This is the mark of national fortune. It represents that the Xia Empire has accepted that area and the people within it. After the integration of the territories, this area will completely belong to the Xia kingdom. Even if an earthquake occurs 1 meter away, it will not affect this area in the slightest. Because it is Tianjin that is suffering, not the Xia kingdom. This mythological arena battle can be considered over. The audience in the arena also began to disperse. Civilization, come with me, Li Jianguo beckoned to Jiang Chen. Chairman, what do you command? After leaving the mythological arena and returning to the capital's meeting room, Jiang Chen looked at Li Jianguo with some confusion. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask if you have any opinions on the future development of the Xia kingdom. Li Jianguo waved his hand, motioning for him to sit and speak. I'm just a high school graduate, I don't understand these things. Jiang Chen decisively shook his head. He didn't want to get involved in politics. Unless it concerns the survival of the Xia kingdom, he would rather keep a low profile for now. If his strength is not enough, anything he says is just nonsense. If it weren't for his performance in the 2 god battles, this big shot probably wouldn't even spare him a glance. Ultimately, he proved his own worth. But the development of the Xia kingdom is Li Jianguo's responsibility, and he doesn't want to get involved. In a darker perspective, who knows if, after the Xia kingdom rises completely in the future, he will be eliminated. After all, when individual power surpasses the group, social order will collapse, and as a leader, he will not tolerate such a situation. He must be prepared for the worst, at least. Until the return of the gods, he must be cautious. Li Jianguo did not know Jiang Chen's current thoughts, he was also feeling overwhelmed. Their Xia kingdom's performance in these 2 god battles was too outstanding. It was a crushing victory. Although it felt good, troubles would follow. The other major empires would definitely be wary and might even unite against them. The tiger does not harm people, but people have the heart to kill the tiger. Because they themselves are a threat, no one wants to end up like the Tianjin Empire. Even if the Xia kingdom has no intentions of aggression, who would believe that? The key is the key of creation. According to Sun Wukong, they must gather it as soon as possible, which means they will inevitably have a battle with the other empires, sooner or later. The only difference is whether it will be proactive or reactive. Just the thought of a god battle with the other major empires gave Li Jiangguo a headache. Sun Wukong's words were said in front of everyone, and it was impossible to hide. At this moment, a group of people suddenly entered the room. It was led by Long Yi, the god attendants, and a dozen generals from the Xia kingdom. Upon seeing them, Jiang Chen quickly stood up from his seat, ready to excuse himself and leave. Civilization, please sit down as well. Let's discuss the Xia kingdom's next actions together. Li Jiangguo clearly did not see Jiang Chen as an outsider and involved him in this confidential meeting. Jiang Chen had no choice but to sit back down. Once everyone was seated, Li Jiangguo began, although we have won this god battle, there are still many troubles ahead. Today's meeting will discuss two topics. First, how to deal with the people of Tianzhu and Sakura, as well as their countries. Second, how to deal with the other empires. The Sakura Empire is already half-ruined and cannot stir up much trouble. Tianzhu has also been destroyed, and from the current situation, it will be completely in ruins in less than half a month. I suggest sending troops to take down the two major empires in one fell swoop and incorporate them into the Xia Kingdom's territory. In this way, the entire East will only have our Xia Kingdom as an empire, and the national fortune will surely soar, blessing future generations. This idea is good, but it is not something that can be achieved overnight. Not to mention how many people it would take to take them down. Just settling the people of the two great empires is a big problem. If we are not careful, we may bring disaster upon the Xia Kingdom. Are we just going to let it go? You should know that this is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Even if we don't take action, the other empires will. If they seize the opportunity, the national fortune will soar, which is also a great threat to us. In the end, it's still a matter of settlement. Otherwise, imitating the empire where the sun never sets, treating them all as slaves, when necessary. Stop! Hearing this, Li Jiangguo slammed the table and shouted angrily. If we imitate the empire where the sun never sets and offer them as sacrifices to the gods, then what is the difference between us and them? Such acts against the will of the heavens, which god do you think would dare to accept? Offering human sacrifices to please the gods is something that the Western empires often do. Because their gods are inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, they don't care about this. If it were the gods of the Xia Kingdom, if you dare to do this, forget about benefits, it would be lucky if they didn't strike you dead on the spot. Which deity would dare to take on such a huge karmic burden? This involves the populations of two empires, totaling over 1 billion people. Even the most cruel and bloodthirsty demon races would not dare to take on such karma, unless they don't want to live. Li Jiangguo scanned the room, his gaze finally falling on Jiang Chen, seeing him deep in thought, so he asked, Wen Ming, do you have any good ideas? Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, how about letting them supervise each other? Explain in detail, Li Jiangguo said, suddenly interested. I think whether it's Tianzhu or Sakura, they are all outsiders. If we let our people supervise them, regardless of good or bad, they will feel that it is because of us that they have come to this point. If we treat them well, they will think we are easy to deal with. If we treat them poorly, they will hold a grudge, which will inevitably lead to dissent. Instead, let the people of Tianzhu and Sakura supervise each other. As for Sakura, they are slaves and cannot betray us. Let them manage the people of Tianzhu, giving them some hope. Tianzhu is made up of refugees, but with a large population. We can select some people close to the Xia Kingdom as representatives to manage the people of Sakura. This way, they won't feel that we don't value them. Another benefit of this approach is that even if something unexpected happens, we can blame them. I think with the temperament of their people, dealing with those who don't listen will be much better than us. When the time comes, let the dogs bite each other, supervise each other, it won't cause us much loss. Jiang Chen dared to say this because he remembered the resistance during the war in his past life. With the ruthlessness of the people of Sakura, they could definitely bring the people of Tianzhu into line. When they just need to come forward to appease, the comparison between the two sides will naturally win hearts. Li Jianguo and the others showed strange expressions upon hearing this. What a clever plan to drive away the wolves. Although this method is bold, if successful, it can definitely solve the current dilemma. It could even serve as an example for accepting the populations of other empires in the future. This method sounds feasible, but how can we ensure that the people of Sakura and Tianju will do as we say? You should know that they have ended up in this situation all because of our Xia kingdom, and their hatred towards us is definitely not small, a general asked. They have so many people in their country, there will always be a few who are afraid of death. If they disagree, just kill them until someone agrees. Jiang Chen would not talk about any humanitarianism when it came to these two invading nations. I think we can give it a try, but we need to make some adjustments first. We can't loosen our grip on Tianju, they are refugees, and many of them are followers of Tianju deities, which is very dangerous. It's better to let people from the Sakura kingdom manage them. With the slave marks on their bodies, they wouldn't dare to play tricks. Longya has been to Tianju and knows how terrifying these fanatical believers can be. They are a group of lunatics who can do anything for their faith, without caring about their own lives. These people absolutely cannot become leaders, and they should not be allowed to interact with the people of the Xia kingdom. Alright, we'll do as you say and come up with a specific plan later. Let's now discuss the second topic, how to deal with the other empires. If the previous topic was internal troubles, then this is external threats. If not handled properly, it could bring disaster to the Xia kingdom. We haven't taken the initiative to start a divine war this year yet. Otherwise, we could directly choose an empire to go to war with. We definitely have to fight, but who should be our target? How about choosing the empire where the sun never sets? They have just experienced a battle and are currently in a weakened state. I think it's better to choose the Papal Empire. Their divine lineage is not that strong, and with our strength, we should have a good chance of winning. The Papal Empire has the red deity, so accidents are inevitable. I suggest choosing Egypt, although their divine lineage is vast, they don't have many high-end combat forces. Seeing everyone discussing endlessly, Jiang Chen simply leaned back in his chair, thinking about how to educate everyone about the divine lineage of the Xia kingdom. There are too many characters in the Xia kingdom's divine lineage, and I can't cover them all at once. I can only select some of the more famous ones to promote first. Jiang Chen began to recall the mythological stories in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. According to the mythology of the Xia kingdom, it is divided into 5 stages: the creation of the world by Pangu, the battle between witches and demons, the creation of humans by Manhwa, the calamity of enshrining gods, and the journey to the west. Maybe I can write these stories. This is the mainstream of the Xia kingdom's mythology system, and there are also some mythological stories from the Shanhai Jing that he can add. Thinking about it, he decided to act on it. Jiang Chen secretly pulled out a few strands of his hair, then used the 72 transformations taught by Sun Wukong to create a dozen or so clones of himself. When everyone in the room suddenly saw a dozen more Jiang Chens, the surrounding discussions came to a sudden halt. Everyone looked at him with confusion. It's okay, you guys continue, don't mind me. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically at everyone, then distributed paper and pens to all his clones. You write about the Shanhai Jing. You write about the enshrining of gods. You write about the journey to the west. Jiang Chen assigned tasks to his clones. Longye glanced at him and quietly asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to educate everyone about the mythology of the Xia kingdom. I thought writing a novel would be the most suitable, easy to understand, and easy to remember." Jiang Chen explained. Li Jianguo, sitting at the head of the conference table, stiffened at his words. He thought to himself, can't you be more appropriate in your actions? Aren't we supposed to be discussing how to deal with other empires now? What are you doing here writing a novel? And summoning a dozen clones to write together, has this line of work become so insular? However, despite his complaints, he did not stop Jiang Chen's actions. Instead, he was somewhat curious about what he was writing. Journey to the West? He had heard of this before in the mythological arena, so he turned his gaze to another Jiang Chen. On it was written the 4 characters of the investiture of the gods. He continued reading. At the end of the Yin and Shang dynasties, King Dxin went to the palace of Nuwa to offer sacrifices, praying for the well-being of all beings. Seeing the beautiful image of the deity, he was moved and took out a sharp sword to carve a poem on the stone wall. The phoenix and the phoenix's treasure tent are extremely beautiful, all made of mud and gold in exquisite designs. The winding distant mountains fly with emerald hues, and the fluttering sleeves dance with the reflection of the rosy garments. The pear blossoms in the rain vie for charm, and the peonies in the mist flaunt their beauty. Only when the enchanting beauty can move, can the long-lost happiness be regained to serve the king. Nuwa saw her behaving so wantonly and disrespectfully towards her, so she ordered her nine-tailed fox underlings to descend to the mortal realm, destroy her country's fortune, and choose a new ruler. Isn't Nuwa a saint? Why doesn't she just directly eliminate Emperor Xin instead of going through all this trouble? When everyone read this, they all looked at Jiang Chen, waiting for his explanation. Nuwa is indeed a saint, but Emperor Xin was the king of that time. In terms of status, he was no less than a saint. He had countless talented individuals under him, including Kong Xian, who was one of his subordinates. Jiang Chen explained to everyone. What? Kong Xian, the great deity, was actually his subordinate? Everyone was stunned to hear this. Kong Xian was a red deity, a god-king level existence, and yet he was just a subordinate of Emperor Xin. How powerful must Emperor Xin himself be? Not only Kong Xian, but also Neza and his father Li Jing were his subordinates. They later betrayed him and joined forces with Jiang Taigong. Jiang Chen's words caused a stir among the crowd. It was the first time they had heard that there were individuals among humans who were even more powerful than immortals. Especially when they saw Jiang Taigong descending the mountain to find a ruler, they were even more shocked. The three teachings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism are so powerful. Even the Golden Immortals are only third-generation disciples, and there are dozens of Grand Luo Golden Immortals, as well as 3 saints. Look here. A general pointed to another transformation of Jiang Chen. He wrote about the classic of mountains and seas, the most authoritative and earliest mythological story of the Xia kingdom. From the creation of the world by Pangu, to the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, to the conflict between witch and demon, the stories of Quafu chasing the sun, Hui shooting the sun, and Jingwei filling the sea. The people were fascinated by the densely packed stories. I didn't expect that the deities of my Xia kingdom were so powerful, both in quantity and quality, far surpassing the other major empires. Chairman, I suggest taking the initiative to plunder the key of creation. Seconded. It should be done. Let's start with the Norse first. They are severely weakened, so dealing with them shouldn't be too troublesome. I think we should start with Egypt, then the Papal State, and finally deal with Greece. As they listened to the discussions, Li Jianguo also shifted his gaze away from the mythology of the Xia kingdom, his eyes shining like never before. Wen Ming, are the stories you wrote all true? Do you have the confidence to awaken them? Who to attack first was not important, what mattered was Jiang Chen's attitude. So far, only he knew those deities, and only he could awaken them. If Jiang Chen didn't agree, no amount of discussion would be useful. Since seeing the mythology of the Xia kingdom written by Jiang Chen, the mentality of the crowd had subtly changed. From initially discussing how to attack, they were now preparing for whom to attack. The people in these mythological stories are indeed real. If they can be summoned at random, I am confident that I can awaken them. But the problem now is that we can only have one divine battle. If the other side chooses a platform battle mode, we may find it difficult to obtain the key of creation unless they initiate a war against us. In a divine battle, the passive side could choose the battle mode, a fact that everyone was well aware of. In the past, a platform battle would have sufficed, taking it slow. But since the secret of the key of creation was exposed, it was different now. Losing the key of creation would mean the collapse of the country's fortune. No one dared to take risks lightly because the cost of losing was too high to bear. What if we use the same tactics again to force them to take action? Long Yi imagined dealing with them offline, just like with India, with their current strength, they would definitely win. No, it's too risky. What if the other side becomes desperate and uses large-scale weapons of mass destruction regardless of the consequences, causing us harm without any benefit? Li Jianguo shook his head to stop Long Yi. In fact, what he was most worried about was not this, but that the other side might also use this method to attack the Xia kingdom. There are thieves who can last 1,000 days, but there are no defenses against them for 1,000 days. Looking at Long Yi's disappointed expression, Jiang Chen somehow remembered a joke from his past life. Before Xuanzi came out, everyone fought honestly as foot soldiers. After Xuanzi came out, everyone played dirtier than the other. This description was most appropriate for Long Yi at this moment. He might be doing the basics, but others would inevitably do more advanced tactics. After all, human nature is like a tape recorder. Originality may not work, but copying one another does. If you are confident, I think we can start by attacking the Greek Empire, Li Jianguo said after a moment of contemplation. The Greek Empire? Jiang Chen was puzzled and looked at Li Jianguo, not understanding why he said that. The Olympian gods are incredibly powerful, comparable to our Xia Empire. It's better for us to engage with them rather than have them watch from the sidelines. Li Jianguo's words were understood by everyone. When the two strongest empires fought, the others dared not act rashly until the outcome was clear. Even though the fierce beast is wounded, its power remains. On the contrary, if they were to attack the Papal State or Egypt first, Greece would take advantage of any damage caused to Xia Empire. It would result in heavy losses even if they could handle it. Instead of being exploited by Greece, it's better to confront them at their peak. After understanding the key point, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, feeling a great pressure. He was quite familiar with the Olympian gods, understanding their terrifying power. Unlike the gods in Tianzhu, who had different factions, the Olympian gods were more like a family. All gods shared the same origin, with a cohesion far surpassing that of Tianzhu. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Apollo, Ares, and other 12 major gods were powerful, but Jiang Chen was more concerned about the higher-ranking deities above them. The Titans, Gaia, Nyx, Tartarus, Eros, and other primordial gods were on par with saints, not to mention their creator god, Chaos. Their status was equivalent to Pangu. Although one might look down on their character, their power should not be underestimated. The interrelations among the Olympian gods, including incestuous relationships, left Jiang Chen astonished. Li Jianguo and others thought Jiang Chen was facing some difficulty as he remained silent for a long time. What's wrong? Are you unsure? It's not that I'm unsure, but... Jiang Chen thought for a while, unsure how to explain to them. I just hope we don't end up facing the younger ones after defeating the older ones, or else we might not stand a chance against them. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Chen reluctantly explained the complexities among the Olympian gods. Damn, they are a ruthless bunch, no, ruthless gods. Long Yi was stunned by what he heard. The others were also at a loss for words, not knowing how to comment. After a while, they regained their composure from the shock. Li Jianguo cleared his throat. Ahem, civilization. According to what you said, do you think we have a chance against Greece? Jiang Chensi pondered for a moment before speaking. If the original god does not appear, we have a 90% chance of winning. If the original god appears, at most 40%. Are you saying that among the gods of our Xia kingdom, there is no one who can deal with their original god? Long Yi was somewhat skeptical of this statement. It's not that there isn't anyone, but I'm worried that they won't respond to the summons. Jiang Chensi sighed helplessly. It's not about his own ambition overshadowing others, but about Sun Wukong once saying that the gods of Xia kingdom are trapped somewhere and unable to divide their attention. This, he had glimpsed hastily when accepting the inheritance of Emperor Jun. The sages were under some kind of restriction, unable to return, but it was unknown whether the gods of Olympus were subject to this restriction. In case something like the incident with the Buddha and Shiva happens again, where will he find another Sun Wukong? Victory is not spoken of, but defeat is considered first. He must take this uncertainty into account. Just then, several voices suddenly sounded in the sky. The Greek Empire applies to the Xia kingdom for a mythological arena battle. The Papal State applies to the Xia kingdom for a mythological arena battle. The Egyptian Empire applies to the Xia Kingdom for a mythological arena battle. The 3 consecutive prompts immediately changed the expressions of everyone present. These bastards actually joined forces. Even someone as composed as Li Jianguo couldn't help but curse. With the 3 major empires declaring war on the Xia Kingdom simultaneously, who would believe there was no premeditation? If it was just one of them, no matter who, they wouldn't react so impulsively because they had planned to let the other side make the first move. But with 3 coming at once, who could bear it? What should we do? Everyone looked at Li Jianguo. What else can we do? We can only fight back. Civilization, how should we fight? Li Jianguo pinned his hopes on Jiang Chen. Now, the only one who could deal with them was Jiang Chen. Or we could take a gamble and declare war on the empire where the sun never sets. Jiang Chen's expression was serious as he spoke in a deep voice. The empire where the sun never sets? Why them? Won't that just deplete our own strength? A general looked at Jiang Chen with doubt. The others also cast questioning glances. Do you all remember what the great sage said before he left? There are a total of 5 keys to creation, and now we have obtained the one from Tianzhu, leaving 4 more. If I'm not mistaken, the remaining 4 keys should be in our hands, as well as those of the Xia Kingdom, the empire where the sun never sets, Greece, and Egypt. This means we have 2 keys, we just need to get 3 more. If we can grab the key from the empire where the sun never sets, perhaps we can use it to attract some deities, increasing our chances of winning the upcoming battle. Jiang Chen was betting on his speculation. How do you know? Did the great sage tell you? Why not the papal state? They have an empire with red deities. Yes, if we guess wrong, we will have just made another enemy and truly be at odds with the whole world. The crowd discussed animatedly. I know what you're all worried about, and I can tell you very clearly that the papal state definitely does not have a key to creation. Jiang Chen looked solemnly at the crowd. Based on my understanding of the divine lineages of the empire where the sun never sets agrees to unite, but this time the Xia Kingdom intends to strike us first. How do you plan to help? Charles looked at the 3. We will send our high priest to the empire where the sun never sets, they will represent us in battle. The rest is up to you, initiate the free-for-all mode, only then can we act, said one of the representatives. Alright, I will apply now, Charles said, getting up and leaving. Soon, news came from the mythical arena. The empire where the sun never sets applies to initiate the free-for-all mode, the Greek Empire, the Papal Empire, and the Egyptian Empire agree to the application, the Xia Kingdom opposes, opposition is invalid, application approved. Inside the meeting room of the Xia Kingdom Empire, Li Jianguo and his companions looked extremely grim. They had anticipated that the other side would target them, but they had not expected them to unite and initiate the free-for-all mode. Is this going to start a world war? An old general exclaimed angrily. In the current situation, it's even more serious than a world war. If we lose the divine battle, it will be the price of national extinction. Faced with the divine punishment after losing the protection of the national fortune, no matter how advanced their technology was, it would be of no use. The power of the deities was not something their current technology could contend with. What should we do? As the saying goes, even a good tiger fears a pack of wolves, let alone these 4 great empires, which are much more terrifying than a pack of wolves. Summon all god followers, add entries to the list written by civilization to enhance bloodline affinity. All domestic radio stations broadcast the mythology of the Xia Kingdom in full swing. Have all military forces on standby, ready to respond to any sudden situations, ensuring the safety of the people. Emergency plans were spoken by Li Jianguo. At this moment, the highest leader of the Xia Kingdom showed his original courage. Even if they lost this divine battle, they must protect the safety of the Xia Kingdom people as much as possible. After doing all this, Li Jianguo looked sullenly at Jiang Chen, bowed deeply in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Chairman, what are you doing? Jiang Chen was startled and quickly reached out to support him. Civilization, I entrust you with this divine battle. Li Jianguo's face was unusually serious. I am a member of the Xia Kingdom, so it is my duty to handle this matter. Hurry up, if you keep bowing like this, I will lose years of my life. You can't let me die young, can you? I haven't even married yet. Jiang Chen half-jokingly said. At this time, he had to show composure. If even he was at a loss, others would be even more nervous. Perhaps his words had an effect. Li Jiangguo stood up straight, and his expression softened slightly. If we win this divine battle, you can choose any girl in the Xia kingdom, and I will personally arrange the marriage for you. What if I like them all? Jiang Chen jokingly asked. Well, young man, even if you are young, you should learn to control yourself. After all, you only have 2 kidneys. Li Jiangguo was amused by his appearance and teased him with a smile. Although I have 2 kidneys, I have many avatars. Jiang Chen replied silently in his heart, but he dared not say it out loud. Seeing the atmosphere lighten up, others also breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it's good fortune or disaster, they couldn't avoid it. Since things had come to this point, they could only make a desperate fight. Alright, while we still have time, let's discuss the list of participants. Li Jiangguo raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Although this is a free-for-all, we cannot rule out the possibility of them choosing a mythological arena, so we need to select some backups. We, the Dragon Guard, are willing to fight. Long Yi spoke up and expressed his willingness. Although the Dragon Guard has greatly increased in strength, you have more important tasks to do. Except for you, others cannot participate. Li Jiangguo waved his hand, indicating that he should not get too excited. Actually, I alone am enough. General Long Yi, you should stay behind to deal with any emergencies. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. Just you? Li Jiangguo was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Yes, whether it's the mythological arena or the divine battle, it ultimately relies on the gods. As it stands, besides me, there are few who fully understand the gods of the Xia kingdom, right? What do you mean? I have inherited the powers of the great sage equal to heaven and martial Tianpeng, mastered some divine skills, and combined with my own strength, even in the mythological arena, they won't be able to deal with me. On the contrary, if it's a divine battle, our chances of winning are even greater. If it's just a divine battle, I am confident in fighting alone against all odds. Having inherited the legacies of 4 big shots, Jiang Chen was not afraid of anyone. He wasn't sure how strong he was now, as he had long transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Since you are so confident, we will follow your lead. Li Jiangguo was inspired by Jiang Chen's self-assurance. Jiang Chen was right, no one else could match his personal strength or knowledge reserves. If he failed, others probably wouldn't stand a chance. Soon, the mythological arena appeared in the sky. At that moment, everyone in the world stopped what they were doing and gathered on the mythological arena. Work and entertainment were no longer important. If they won, they would have a future. If they lost, it would be doomsday. People from all countries on the continent of divine grace came together. The audience in the mythical arena stands were more lively than ever before. The 7 great empires and 6 affiliated countries were seated according to their respective factions. Jiang Chen only noticed at this moment that there seemed to be a small area next to the Xia Kingdom's audience stand. Is that the Celestial Empire? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He had only heard that the Celestial Empire had lost to the Xia Kingdom in battle, but he didn't expect them to become an affiliated country of the Xia Kingdom. Even the former strongest empire, the American Empire, was now located below the Holy Empire. Looking around, except for the empire where the sun never sets, all the other empires had affiliated countries. Even the destroyed Tianzhu Empire and the heavily damaged Sakura Empire were no exception. The Xia Empire will surely win. Suddenly someone shouted. But why did that voice sound strange? Jiang Chen followed the direction of the voice and found that it was not the Xia Kingdom's audience shouting slogans, but the Sakura Empire. This left him puzzled. As if sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, Long Yi whispered to him, "We just received news today that the Sakura Empire has decided to join our Xia Kingdom as a province, called the Sakura Province." Jiang Chen. No wonder they are so enthusiastic, they are planning to join the Xia Kingdom. It really is their shameless style, obedient like dogs when you are strong, but ready to turn against you when you are weak. But thinking about it, given their current situation, being annexed is only a matter of time. Instead of being annexed by those Western countries, it's better to actively join the Xia Kingdom. After all, the Xia Kingdom is a land of benevolence and righteousness. They won't massacre or sacrifice them. Balancing the lesser of two evils, especially since they are descendants left outside the Xia Kingdom Empire, this can also be considered as returning to their roots. This battle will take place in the mythical arena. Please have the contestants from both sides enter. The host Poppy's voice came through. Mythical arena? Jiang Chen's face lit up. It seemed that the other side didn't know his background yet. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to surprise them. Jiang Chen thought to himself slyly, then walked onto the arena. Representing the empire where the sun never sets was a middle-aged man with a big beard. Kid, I heard you are the chosen one of the Red God? You better pray that you can refresh to your own god, otherwise Truly a barbarian from the west, no manners at all, can't you learn from me and be more civilized? Jiang Chen said, extending a middle finger towards the man. Although the man didn't understand what Jiang Chen's words meant, he did see the middle finger. After all, it's a universal gesture, a necessary skill for mockery. You're asking for it. The big bearded man was so angry that his eyes almost shot fire. Both contestants are ready to enter the gate of creation. Seeing that the two were still about to continue their verbal battle, Poppy timely stepped forward. Humph. The big bearded man snorted coldly and turned to step into the gate of creation. Jiang Chen didn't linger either, he turned and entered the gate of creation behind him. Hundreds of streams of light swirled inside the gate of creation, more than 10 times more than the last time he entered. Soon, 10 statues of gods appeared in front of Jiang Chen. As he looked at each one, the identities of these statues instantly came to his mind. Emperor Xian of the Human King, the Fierce Beast Candle Dragon, the Fierce Beast Shangliu, the Fierce Beast Zhouying, the Black Snake, the Qilin, the Dragon Whisker Tiger, the Green Lion Spirit, the Roaring Heaven Dog, and the last one, a giant rat-like demon. This time, 10 statues of gods appeared. Even Emperor Xian and Candle Dragon are here. The level has been raised so much. These two didn't need to be mentioned, they were definitely red quality gods. After all, their status and strength were there. Although the other 8 are not as strong as these two, they are all at the level of golden immortals. Who should I choose? If he wasn't going to fight the 4 great empires in a row, Jiang Chen would definitely choose the Candle Dragon. After all, this was a big shot that was no weaker than a saint. But now he had to fight continuously, and also in a situation where the saints were not present. In this case, his options were limited, these big shots who could fight above their level. Choosing one meant losing another. The conflict between the Emperor Sun and my power system, I can't choose for now. The Candle Dragon can be a backup option. Although the likes of Xuan Wu, Zhouying, and Xianxi have special abilities, their own strength is not considered very strong. Jiang Chen used the process of elimination to analyze each of the 10 god statues one by one, finally focusing on the Xiong Tian Quan, Long Su Hu, and the last one, a large demon with the appearance of a rat. To be honest, there weren't many large demons resembling rats in his memory. Among them, the most famous were only 4, the Lady of the Earth Abyss, whose image was female and did not match the current god statue. The second and third were the golden-haired rat and her 2 brothers, the sky-swallowing rat and the earth-devouring rat, who were clearly not the same as the current god statue. The fourth, the great sage of the Yellow Wind, was the yellow rat wolf spirit from Journey to the West, whose strength was no weaker than Sun Wukong's, and his 3-flavored divine wine even blinded Sun Wukong's eyes. Jiang Chen kept recalling the introduction of the yellow wind monster, comparing him to the current god statue one by one. Upon seeing the sand grains around the opponent's body and the oil lamp around his waist, he finally confirmed that the current one was indeed the great sage of the Yellow Wind. In the audience seats of the Xia Kingdom, people were discussing, what's wrong with Jiang Chen? Why hasn't he made a choice yet? Could it be that he doesn't recognize these gods that have appeared? How is that possible? Haven't you listened to today's broadcast? He personally wrote a mythological history of the Xia Kingdom. If even he can't recognize the gods in front of him, then who can? Then why has he been standing in front of that rat god statue? Is this monster very powerful? Who knows? I say we should just choose the dragon-shaped deity. After all, our totem in the Xia kingdom is the dragon. It must be strong. The crowd discussed, and Jiang Chen finally made a choice. I choose you. He solemnly bowed towards the yellow wind monster in front of him and said, capable of darkening the heavens and the earth, skilled at troubling ghosts and gods, able to split rocks and cliffs, blowing away lives with a breath, Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the arrival of the great sage of the yellow wind. A golden light shone, and a scene of yellow sand appeared in the void. A monster with a rat head and human body, dressed in yellow robes, was sitting in a cave in ruins. As if sensing something, he slowly opened his eyes, as if seeing through the endless void to this place. The aura of the demon emperor? The yellow wind monster furrowed his brow slightly, then sat up straight, and a golden light flew out from his body into the void. After a moment, the golden light descended from the void and entered the god statue on the mythological arena. Junior Jiang Chen has met the great sage of the yellow wind. Jiang Chen bowed to the other person, but he gently avoided it. Since you are the heir of the demon emperor and also considered a young master of our demon race, apart from the demon emperor and the sage, no one can bear your courtesy. The yellow wind monster, like an elder sage, showed no trace of the fierce aura of the demon race. Great sage of the yellow wind. I am already aware of this matter, no need to explain, let's go out. The yellow wind monster waved his hand and walked out of the gate of creation. Oh my, Jiang Chen actually chose this rat deity. Could he be the rat of the 12 celestial elements of the heavenly court? Are you kidding? Didn't you hear Jiang Chen just call him the great sage of the yellow wind? Great sage of the yellow wind? Is he another great sage? Hee, you guys don't know, let me enlighten you. This great sage of the yellow wind once defeated the great sage equal to heaven. If you don't believe it, go listen to the 21st chapter of Journey to the West. Wow, really? He actually defeated the great sage equal to heaven? Doesn't that mean he's even more powerful than Sun Wukong? I'm not sure about that, but it should be close. I remember the book saying he stole the lamp oil from the Buddha on Mount Ling and then ran away. What, he stole from the Buddha and ran away? Hey, have you heard? This great sage of the yellow wind once ate the Buddha. I know this, he lives on Mount Ling and is worshipped by thousands of Buddhas. If he's not satisfied, he will taste the Buddha's flavor. With the spread of rumors among the crowd, the image of the great sage yellow wind became more and more exaggerated, and his figure instantly grew larger. Can Sun Wukong be powerful enough to blow the eyes out? Not powerful enough? Just take a bite out of the Buddha, are you fierce enough? Although they had not witnessed the yellow wind great sage in action, they had seen Sun Wukong and the Buddha. In comparison, the yellow wind great sage seemed really impressive. As the yellow wind monster who walked out of the gate of creation suddenly felt like he was being worshipped by incense, which left him a bit confused. Could it be that the people of this era have started accepting their demon plan? Otherwise, what's the deal with all this incense worship? As great demons, they were not keen on eating people, that was something only lower demons would do, a nature of carnivorous animals. On the contrary, possessing intelligence, they preferred to focus on cultivation and were rarely influenced by external factors. If I hadn't been threatened by someone, why would I have gone after Tang Sanzang? Recalling the past, a hint of bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. He was originally a great demon in the ruins of Lulan, ruling over the desert, living freely as a king. But the people of the Buddhist sect, in order to cause trouble for Tang Sanzang, brought treasures against him, kidnapped his people, and forced him to rob Tang Sanzang. And they didn't allow them to really harm each other, they had to hold back at the right time. The purpose was to win people's hearts, so that Tang Sanzang could wholeheartedly worship him. But the result was that his accumulated merits were destroyed in an instant, becoming the man-eating monster in their mouths. He never expected that after so many years, someone would offer incense to him, giving him a feeling of being in a different world. On the other hand, the god worshippers of the empire where the sun never sets had also appeared, but they had not seen the gods he had summoned. Is he hiding? No, Loki has already appeared, it's impossible for someone else to have this ability. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, he suddenly felt that the surroundings seemed dim, so he looked up at the sky. But just that glance almost scared him to death. A fierce and terrifying snakehead was staring down at him from above. The cold gaze showed no emotion. And the snake's head was so huge that it almost covered the entire sky. Jormungandr. Jiang Chen unconsciously swallowed his saliva. This giant snake was the largest monster in Norse mythology, rumored to be able to encircle the world. So it was also known as the World Serpent. He never expected that the Norse would summon such a monster right from the start. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the yellow wind monster, seeing his expression unchanged, which calmed him down a bit. Both contestants, get ready, the match officially begins. Due to Jormungandr's massive size, this battle was chosen to take place by the vast sea. With yellow sand and seawater, it could be said to be advantageous for both sides, yet disadvantageous at the same time. Senior Yellow Wind, I trouble you. Jiang Chen clasped his fists towards the yellow wind monster, then quickly retreated to the side, keeping a close eye on the bearded god worshipper. I never thought that after ancient times, I would still see such a huge serpent, but unfortunately, it's just a brute beast. The yellow wind monster sighed, and the earth-yellow cloak behind him moved without wind. His Jormungandr spat out its snake core, like a giant pillar, stabbing towards the yellow wind monster. Wind rise! The yellow wind monster lightly shouted, and a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of him. Jormungandr's attack failed, and it immediately spewed out a torrent. This was the seawater from the Midgard Sea in Norse mythology, where Jormungandr had lived for years, naturally storing a lot of seawater. At this moment, spitting it out, with its size, it was almost no different from a flood. Sandstorm. Who is the yellow wind monster? He was the great demon king of the desert, skilled in the art of wind and sand manipulation. The Samadhi divine wind blew, and the yellow sand on the ground was blown up, forming a terrifying sandstorm. The seawater and sandstorm collided, turning into a viscous quicksand falling from the sky. The yellow wind monster excels in magic, mysterious and unpredictable, while Yemengia is superior in its huge size and strong physical body. In their first battle, neither side could defeat the other. Seeing that his flooding attacks were ineffective, Yemengia roared, and a huge tail emerged from the sea, carrying towering waves, smashing towards the yellow wind monster. Bang! Yemengia's tail was like a pillar from the sky, heavily smashing into the ground, creating a 100-meter deep canyon where the yellow wind monster was. With a monster of this size, any attack was all-encompassing, impossible to avoid. Jiang Chen sensed the commotion over there and turned to look. He saw Yemengia's tail sweeping wildly, but the yellow wind monster was nowhere to be seen. The audience from the Empire of the Setting Sun below the arena began to cheer. Ha ha! Poor gods of the Xia kingdom, smashed to pieces by the great god Yemengia. They are so arrogant, daring to declare war on our Empire of the Setting Sun. I can't wait to buy some Xia kingdom slaves. Ha ha! With so many people in the Xia kingdom, they will all be our slaves in the future. I must follow the footsteps of my ancestors and procure from the Xia kingdom. Countless taunts were shouted from their mouths, as if the Xia kingdom was a piece of fat meat. In their eyes. Although the Xia kingdom audience felt indignant, with the fate of the yellow wind monster uncertain, they had no reason to refute. I said it earlier, we should have chosen the dragon-shaped idol. Now, we're done for choosing a rat, only to be killed by the opponent's tail. Someone started blaming Jiang Chen. Shut up, look carefully with your dog eyes, Jiang Chen is fine, which means the yellow wind great sage is not dead yet. What nonsense are you spouting here? Exactly. I hate your kind of hindsight. Some people stood up to defend Jiang Chen. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed. Everyone followed his finger and saw a second Yemengia giant python in the desert. Oh my god, how can there be two giant pythons? It's over, we can't handle one, let alone two. Shut up. Huh, why is the giant python in the desert flying in the sky? Damn, another giant python. Just as everyone was puzzled, a third giant python suddenly appeared in the sky. This scene not only shocked the audience from the Xia kingdom, but also frightened the audience from the Empire of the Setting Sun. They couldn't remember if Yemengia's giant python had any twin siblings. At that moment, the other two giant pythons suddenly rushed towards Yumenjia by the sea. Seeing this, Yumenjia seemed somewhat fearful and tried to return to the sea. Its huge body twisted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, it found that the bodies of the two similar creatures seemed to distort. Damn! It's a mirage, we've all been fooled. Sharp-eyed audience members from the Empire of the Setting Sun noticed this and immediately realized. Occasionally, there would be some illusions in the desert due to light refraction. Just now, when Yumenjia raised the huge waves and fell into the desert, it was evaporated by the high temperature of the desert, something that no one had expected. Even Jiang Chen was surprised, thinking it was a magical showdown, but it turned out to involve modern science. This sense of dissonance indeed shocked many people. In a battle of gods, how dare you look around, die? Just as Jiang Chen was distracted, the bearded god's follower suddenly rushed to him in a step. The long sword in his hand viciously chopped down towards Jiang Chen's head. The sharp sword effortlessly chopped off Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen! Civilization! A series of exclamations rang out. Even Li Jianguo on the presiding platform stood up abruptly. Jiang Chen was dead. He was beheaded by someone, and they had lost this match. These damn bastards, I'll avenge civilization. Long Yi was furious, saying as he suddenly stood up and walked towards the mythical arena. Wait! What are you waiting for? Civilization is already dead. If I don't take action, our Xia kingdom will be completely defeated. Long Yi was a little angry and slammed the seat heavily. The great sage Huang Feng is still there, the match is not lost. Li Jianguo saw on the field that the great sage Huang Feng was still fighting with Yumenjia, feeling somewhat puzzled. Normally, when a god's favorite dies, the summoned deity would disappear, but the opponent was still there. Does this mean that Jiang Chen is still alive? Long Yi was stunned at the words, then looked towards the arena. Jiang Chen's body was still lying on the ground, but the strange Huang Feng was still fighting with Yumenjia. This made many people feel puzzled. Why is the battle still continuing? Shouldn't it have ended? Cheating. It's definitely cheating. The Xia kingdom must have colluded with the referees. Before this person could finish speaking, he was struck by a lightning bolt and turned into ashes on the spot. Poppy, who made the move, didn't even bother to explain and still didn't show up. The battle continued. At this moment, Huang Feng was floating in midair, holding a lamp filled with golden sand in his hand. His slender fingers gently pinched it and blew a breath towards it. Whew! Although this breath seemed very weak, once it left his body, it turned into a strong wind. Along with the golden sand, it formed a terrifying sandstorm. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the entire battlefield was covered. The spectators outside the arena stared intently at the scene, but the sandstorm was too intense for them to see anything. Yumenjia's screams rang out, followed by a giant figure twisting continuously. This was the Samadhi divine wind, capable of splitting gold and cracking stones, especially with the golden sand refined by Huang Feng mixed in. The sandstorm was so powerful that even flesh and blood would be crushed, let alone metal. Yumenjia's thick skin barely held up, but it was clear that it wouldn't last much longer. Its scales were being cut open layer by layer, becoming bloody and blurry. It writhed in pain, trying to break free from the sandstorm, but its large body made it impossible to escape. Each time the sandstorm swept by, it was like enduring a torture, the pain unimaginable. The key was that this golden sand was not ordinary, but a treasure refined by Huang Feng, seemingly inconspicuous but extremely sharp and adhesive. Once it touched flesh and blood, it was difficult to remove. Wasn't Sun Wukong blinded by it and turned into a blind man? Although Yumenjia's body was strong, how could it compare to Sun Wukong, born from a stone monkey? As the sandstorm continued to grind, the originally yellow air gradually turned crimson. That was Yumenjia's blood. Quick, get into the sea. The bearded god's favorite couldn't care less about why the match was still going on, and hurriedly reminded Yumenjia. The sandstorm might be powerful, but it wouldn't be effective in the water, right? Yumenjia seemed to hear his words, and turned his snake body towards the sea to escape. Trying to run. Huang Feng sneered. He took a deep breath, then blew into the lamp in his hand with force. A stronger sandstorm swept in. Wherever it passed, whether it was the ground, rocks, or even the sea, everything disappeared. Yemenjia, who had just run halfway, suddenly stiffened, and his flesh and blood quickly dissipated, as if erased by an invisible force. Not even a mist of blood appeared. After a while, the yellow sand dispersed. The original sea was gone. Yemenjia was gone too. In its place was a desolate desert. Huang Feng put away the lamp, his cloak fluttering behind him, and landed on the ground leisurely. Great job, great sage Huang Feng. Oh my god, he truly dares to challenge the Buddha. At first, I didn't believe it, but now my face feels so painful. Now I finally understand why the god chose him. With one breath, the heavens and earth collapse. With 2 breaths, the opponent is annihilated. It's simply amazing. Truly worthy of the title of great sage, only given the wrong name, never called the wrong nickname. Our ancestors did not deceive me. I used to hear that blowing air could kill you. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that I was too young and inexperienced. Huang Feng's 3 Samadhi divine wind directly thrilled the audience in the Xia Kingdom area. Flattery was endless. Just then, a fierce snake head suddenly shot out from the yellow sand and bit towards Huang Feng's. Be careful, someone exclaimed. But halfway through, it turned into ashes. On the other side, the bearded god follower looked bewildered at Jiang Chen behind him. In the midst of a divine battle, aren't you also looking around? Jiang Chen's voice sounded. The bearded god follower fell to the ground. He didn't understand how Jiang Chen, who was already dead, came back to life. He was even more puzzled that his body hadn't moved, yet he could see behind him. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to understand anymore. His consciousness plunged into darkness and he died completely. Jiang Chen looked at the bearded god follower whose neck he had twisted into a pretzel, finally feeling relieved. With a snap of his fingers, his own body on the ground slowly dissipated, finally turning into a hair falling to the ground. Huang Feng saw this scene and glanced at Jiang Chen with some surprise, but didn't say much. He just nodded slightly at him. At this moment, the host Bobby's figure appeared and began to announce the results of the match. In this arena battle, the Xia Kingdom Empire wins. There was no cheering, no excitement, just a lot of confused faces. The audience in the Xia Kingdom area was still immersed in the sudden reversal just now. They felt like their brains were not enough. Wasn't Jiang Chen already dead? How did he come back to life? Someone asked, echoing the thoughts of many. It seems like a feigned death, but how did he do it? From the moment Jiang Chen stepped onto the arena, he had been in the sight of everyone. Hundreds of billions of people in the audience were watching. How did he switch bodies? Well done, you really did it. Long Yi ran over excitedly and gave Jiang Chen a bear hug. He was terrified when he saw Jiang Chen being killed just now. But he didn't expect that it was just a trick to deceive the opponent. Even their own people were fooled. Just a little trick, originally just in case, but accidentally saved my own life. Jiang Chen modestly said. In fact, even before stepping onto the arena, he secretly used the 72 transformations, turning a hair into his own appearance, while he transformed into a small flying insect, clinging to the clone. When the bearded god follower attacked him, he could have avoided it, but he thought it might be an opportunity for him. So he let the other party behead his clone, while he quietly climbed onto the opponent, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He just didn't expect Huang Feng to be so powerful. Just 2 breaths and Yemenjia was blown to bits. If it weren't for Yemenjia's last desperate attack, Jiang Chen planned to continue hiding and not reveal this ability. But the situation was critical at the time. He couldn't continue to hide, so he had no choice but to show up and twist the bearded god follower's neck from behind. That's how the sudden reversal just now happened. Were you using the 72 transformations technique just now? Did you learn it from Patriarch Bodhi? No, Patriarch Bodhi has long closed the mountain gate and no longer teaches. Could it be that the monkey taught you this divine power? Huang Feng suddenly asked. But the tone of his voice seemed a bit. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking about the past grievances between them, For a moment he didn't know whether to tell the truth. Seeing Jiang Chen's dilemma, Huang Fengwei suddenly smiled. You don't need to be nervous, I just didn't expect that the monkey is still alive, so I asked casually. Senior. The past is like smoke, it's all in the past, he was just a pitiful pawn. If my Yao clan's Yao Emperor were still around, how could the Buddhist sect bully us like this? Speaking of this, he looked deeply at Jiang Chen until the other party felt uncomfortable, then continued speaking. Since you are the descendant of the Demon Emperor, you should reorganize our demon clan to restore our former glory. But I am a human, not a demon. Jiang Chen felt like there was a misunderstanding. Human? In ancient times, you were also part of our demon clan lineage. Don't forget, Nuwa, who created you, is a saint of our demon clan. Oh? So you mean to say that humans are also part of the demon clan? But if that's the case, why can't the power system of the demon clan be compatible with humans? Jiang Chen remembered clearly the awakening of human power system in the original owner's memories, followed by examples of failed summoning of demons. People of the demon clan are unruly by nature. Without absolute power or status suppression, they cannot respond to summons. But you are different. You are the descendant of the demon emperor, equivalent to the human king. Under the heavens, apart from the shaman clan, no one dares to refuse your summons. Huang Fengwei was hinting to Jiang Chen not to be bound by the existing rules, that there are differences between people. This made Jiang Chen realize something. Somehow, it reminded him of a text he studied in elementary school: the pony crosses the river. The ox said the river was shallow, only knee-deep, but the squirrel said his companion drowned while crossing. Neither of them lied, they just overlooked the differences between each other. This situation was very similar to Jiang Chen's current situation. Seeing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Huang Fengwei did not continue speaking but quietly watched him. After a moment, Jiang Chen bowed to him. Thank you for your guidance. No need to thank me. This matter is settled. I should leave now, you take a step forward. Huang Fengwei waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen to step forward. Jiang Chen followed his instructions and approached him. Huang Fengwei raised his hand and lightly touched Jiang Chen's forehead with his sharp claws. A piece of information rushed into Jiang Chen's mind. The 9 mysterious divine wind. What is this? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. You helped me just now, so consider this a gift for you. Although the monkey's technique he passed on to you is wonderful, it is ultimately just an auxiliary method. As the young master of the demon clan, how can you lack combat skills? This 9 mysterious divine wind is a top-tier technique. Even in ancient times, it was an extraordinary method. If you can comprehend it, you will benefit for a lifetime. After Huang Fengwei finished speaking, his body turned into a yellow wind and entered the gate of creation. Welcome back, the great saint of the demon clan, Huang Feng. Jiang Chen shouted towards the direction where Huang Fengwei left. In the temple of the 10,000 gods in the Xia kingdom, below the statue of Emperor Jun, a lamp slowly appeared, with the words Huang Fengwei engraved on it. These big shots are really considerate. Even when they leave, they don't forget to give me a divine technique. If every one of them is like this, after the 4 great empires are done fighting, I might just ascend to immortality right here. Jiang Chen felt delighted. Just now, he briefly glanced at the divine technique Huang Fengwei taught him and knew that he was not boasting. This 9 mysterious divine wind was indeed a top-tier technique, consisting of 3 levels. The first level, the 3 mysterious divine wind, once mastered, could cut gold and split rocks. However, it could be countered by some spiritual treasures like the wind-averting pearl or the wind-defying pill. The second level, the 6 mysterious divine wind, could crush bones and corrode souls, leaving no one below the level of a saint unscathed. At this level, one was basically unaffected by external objects, focusing on attacking the primordial spirit. As for the complete mastery of the 9 mysterious divine wind, 9 represents the ultimate, signifying the utmost. This was the wind of world destruction, compelling everything, even if it was a saint, to be severely injured if not killed. After practicing this divine technique for so many years, Huang Fengwei had only perfected the first level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been subdued by the Lingji Bodhisattva. In the journey to the west, the description of his 3 mysterious divine wind was so powerful that with one breath, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. The cold wind howled, the world changed, the invisible yellow sand spun. Through the forest, over the mountains, the pine trees and plum blossoms bent. The soil was scattered, the dust was thrown, and the mountains and rocks collapsed. The yellow river waves thoroughly muddy, the Xiang River water surges and turns. The azure sky vibrates the Dipper Palace, striving to topple the Sunluo Palace. 500 arhats make a loud commotion, the 8 great Vidras clamor in chaos. Manjushri walks away, the green-haired lion is gone, and universal virtue's white elephant is hard to find. Since Pangu, there has never been such an unfavorable wind. The dangerous situation of the universe is on the verge of collapse, and the thousands of rivers and mountains are trembling. It can blow the Dolua Palace of the 33 heavens, and it can topple the Sunluo Palace. According to the original text, in the later part of Journey to the West, all the monsters that descended to the mortal world did so because of the Samadhi wind he blew, giving them the opportunity to escape. At that time, Jiang Chen thought this information was exaggerated, but now it seems that it should be referring to the ninefold divine wind. It can only be said that if Sun Wukong were not the protagonist and the yellow wind monster did not intentionally release water, he would have had to pay with many lives. Just look at Ymir to understand this. In Norse mythology's Twilight of the Gods, he bit the thunder god to death. In the end, he was blown to bits by the yellow wind monster. Please have the representative of the Xia Kingdom step onto the stage for the second round of the competition. Bobby's voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Do you want to take a break and let me fight for you first? Long Yi asked, concerned about Jiang Chen's exhaustion. It's okay, I can continue, Jiang Chen grinned. In fact, he was in a better state now than before, even a bit eager to test the power of the Samadhi wind. Seeing Jiang Chen's response, Long Yi no longer insisted and patted his shoulder to encourage him. Upon stepping onto the stage, he saw the second contestant from the land of the midnight sun. She was a busty blonde beauty with a prominent figure. When she saw Jiang Chen on stage, she even threw a flirtatious glance at him. Hey handsome, how about joining our land of the Midnight Sun Empire? With your abilities, as long as you come over, we can fulfill all your desires. She even licked her lips, implying a lot. Damn, people from the land of the Midnight Sun have no shame, actually trying to seduce the Divine Jiang. Divine Jiang, don't worry, let me help you deal with this demoness. How dare this bald donkey compete with this poor monk for the master? Are you blind? I'm a programmer, not a bald donkey. Can't you see the grid shirt? Damn, you look like a good employee, even more dedicated than a bald donkey. Shameless big mare, daring to seduce my Divine Jiang. Divine Jiang, don't agree to her. If you can't resist, I'll help you later. Exactly, we have so many beauties in the Xia Kingdom, why go to their land of the Midnight Sun Empire? Jiang Chen looked the opponent up and down and casually replied, Auntie, your makeup is smudged. With these words, the blonde beauty's smile froze for a moment before she realized he was talking about her. Not only did he mock her age, but also implied she had applied too much makeup. This was the biggest insult to a woman. The audience below burst into laughter, especially the female audience from the Xia Kingdom, who were smiling broadly. Divine Jiang is too ruthless. With this remark, I doubt that old woman will have the face to use seduction tactics. Exactly, look at her face, her mouth is like a sausage, clearly plastic surgery. With this appearance, she still has the face to seduce our Divine Jiang, shameless. What do you mean our Divine Jiang? He's clearly my husband. Bah, shameless woman, returning your husband. You're over 20, still wanting to go after young men, have you no shame? You don't understand, I'm voluptuous, only children would like your blonde head. On the stage, Diana was shaken by Jiang Chen's words, her whole body trembling, her eyes almost spewing fire. Damn it! I'll definitely skin you alive later. Diana cursed through gritted teeth. Stop shaking, or your silicone might fall out later, how embarrassing. Jiang Chen replied casually. Diana was stunned, not understanding the meaning of his words. However, the Xia Kingdom audience below burst into laughter again. Damn, Jiang has a sharp tongue, always hitting where it hurts. Ouch, that hurts, bro. Shrimp and pig heart. Mom, why did Brother Jiang say that the silicone would fall out if shaken again? A little girl looked at her mother with curiosity on her face. Don't ask so many questions, child, the young woman beside her unconsciously looked down at her chest. Cough, please both players enter the gate of creation. Poppy timely came out to end the argument between the two. Oomph, your good luck ends here. Daikiana snorted coldly, swaying her hips as she entered the gate of creation. Jiang Chen disdainfully pursed his lips and also entered the gate of creation. Soon, 10 statues of gods appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen glanced at them, several of which had appeared in the previous round, with only 3 new ones. A crow with 3 legs, a turtle with a snake tail, and a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The crow with 3 legs goes without saying, besides the golden crow, there is no other possibility. The figure resembling a turtle but with a snake tail must be Xuan Wu without a doubt. Only the last little boy, Jiang Chen, was a bit uncertain. Wearing a belly band, a long lifelock hanging around his neck, wearing battle pants on the lower body, looking arrogant, with a gold ring on each hand and foot, standing barefoot. Feels a bit like Neza when he was young, but something's not right. I remember Neza never had a teapot lid hairstyle, could it be the red boy? Jiang Chen carefully observed the other party. The more he looked, the more he felt it was very similar. It's not Jiang Chen's fault, it's mainly because Neza and the red boy look too alike. They both wore red belly bands when they were young, chubby barefoot, with 2 small buns on their heads. Not only that, their abilities are also very similar, both capable of using the Samadhi true fire and skilled in using the fire-tipped spear. If one is not careful, it is possible to mistake them. Too bad, it would have been great if it were the Bull Demon King. Jiang Chen was somewhat regretful. Although the red boy is very powerful, he is still a child at heart, while those in the north are all old folks who have lived for countless years. If he were chosen, he would surely be taken advantage of. Jiang Chen decisively gave up on choosing the red boy and turned his gaze to Xuan Wu. As for the golden crow beside him, he simply ignored it. To be honest, among the Golden Crow clan, except for the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, there is really no one worth mentioning among the descendants. For safety's sake, it's better to choose Xuan Wu. Northern Xuan Wu, transformed by the Taiyin, vacillating and revealing, with the form of a turtle snake platform, roaming the 9 lands, governing all spirits. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the arrival of the Xuan Wu of the 4 holy beasts. A golden light shot out from the Xuan Wu statue, straight into the sky. A crack appeared in the void, faintly revealing a vast expanse of water. A small island stood alone on the sea, and the golden light fell on the island, causing the mountain to collapse and the island to rise, revealing its original form. It turned out to be a giant turtle's shell. Although Jiang Chen knew Xuan Wu was huge, he didn't expect it to be this big, even comparable to the previous Yemengade. The giant waves surged, and Xuan Wu's true form was completely exposed before everyone. Oh my gosh! The Xia Empire actually has such a huge deity, why didn't it appear when dealing with Yemengade before? This size is probably only comparable to Yemengade and the North Sea giant monster Kraken, right? Look, Daikiangna has awakened the poison dragon Nidhogg. Ha, we've won this time. What's the use of a large size? No one can withstand Nidhogg's venom. It should be noted that in Norse mythology, the poison dragon Nidhogg is the instigator of the twilight of the gods. Even the world tree on which the gods rely for survival was devoured by it, proving its terror. By now, Xuan Wu had returned to its place, its cold vertical pupils glanced at Jiang Chen, but said nothing. However, Jiang Chen felt a chill all over his body, as if standing naked in the cold winter. Such a terrifying power. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. Xuan Wu rules the north, belongs to water, with a sinister nature. Not only does it have the stability of a turtle, but also the cold-bloodedness of a snake. You have the aura of Emperor Jun on you, which makes me very uncomfortable. If not for the rules, I would really want to swallow you whole. Jiang Chen, who the hell are you working with? Jiang Chen was crazy in his heart, but on the surface, he was extremely respectful. Since the other party disliked Emperor Jun, he shouldn't make himself uncomfortable. In case he really got swallowed by it, that would be so unjust. Following the principle of speaking less to avoid mistakes, Jiang Chen respectfully bowed to the other party and said, "Thank you, senior." Xuan Wu ignored him and walked out of the gate of creation on his own. Damn, this turtle is so arrogant, daring to ignore Jiang Chen. Didn't you hear Jiang Chen just now? One of the four holy beasts, definitely not easy to deal with. Who are the four holy beasts? Can someone explain? You obviously haven't heard of the Classic of Mountains and Seas mythology. In the Classic of Mountains and Seas written by Jiang Chen, the four holy beasts are the Azure Dragon of the East, the White Tiger of the West, the Vermilion Bird of the South, and the Xuan Wu of the North. They respectively represent the four elements of wood, metal, water, and fire. I remember the teacher saying there are 5 elements. Where is the earth? The earth. Is the Qilin, also a holy beast, a divine beast, different from them? I see, I need to go read the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Due to Xuan Wu's huge size, the arena automatically turned into a small world, just like before with Yemengade, so they could fight properly. Another giant python? Jiang Chen saw the black giant python summoned by the opponent and his mind started racing, trying to figure out the opponent's identity. Soon, a name appeared in his mind. Nidhogg the Poison Dragon. One of the few survivors in the Twilight of the Gods. Nidhogg could be said to be the ultimate victor in the Twilight of the Gods, devouring the bodies of many deities and evolving into a black dragon, becoming the ruler of the abyss. It could be said to be one of the top forces in Norse mythology. Xuan Wu also sensed the opponent's power, and his expression became somewhat serious. As the battle began, there was no probing between the two sides, they charged directly at each other. They were both giant beasts, and the battles between giant beasts were the most direct, a contest of strength. Nidhogg opened its huge mouth and spewed out a large amount of venom, dyeing the entire sky green. Yemengade, a creature most skilled in toxin attacks, was easily countered by the yellow wind monster, so it was ineffective. Now this Nidhogg is also using toxins, a bit troublesome. Although he believed in Xuan Wu's defense, toxins were not something that could be ignored just because you had a hard shell. Nidhogg bit into Xuan Wu's body, breaking its sharp teeth on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. Jiang Chen's tense heart also slowly relaxed. At that moment, the snake head at the end of Xuan Wu's tail suddenly lunged out and bit Nidhogg at a vital spot. It turned out that one mouth was no match for two. Unlike Nidhogg, Xuan Wu's 2 mouths bit into Nidhogg's body, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Roar! Nidhogg let out a painful howl. Its body tightly wrapped around Xuan Wu, trying to strangle it. But Xuan Wu's body was extremely tough and unaffected. A blue and white mist sprayed out from Xuan Wu's mouth, and Nidhogg's body began to freeze visibly at a rapid speed. This was Xuan Wu's power of ice. As a holy beast in charge of water, it naturally knew how to use spells. Soon, Nidhogg was frozen into an ice sculpture, and with a shake from Xuan Wu, it was shattered. Damn, so powerful? Just 2 minutes, it only took 2 minutes, it's simply a crushing battle. Are all the Norse gods like this? They all look so intimidating, but turn out to be paper tigers. Indeed, they are the 4 holy beasts, the sense of security is off the charts. On the arena, Jiang Chen also didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. The strength of this Xuan Wu was not just talk, no wonder it dared to challenge the saint back then. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering to himself, he suddenly realized something was wrong. No, it's not dead yet. Because Poppy did not come out to announce the end of the match, and the opponent Dai Qianna did not die, this means that Nidhogg is still alive. Xuan Wu, who was originally prepared to leave, paused slightly at the words, turned his head to look at the few pieces of limbs on the ground, and found that the ice layer on top was beginning to show signs of melting. Power of death? Xuan Wu frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Before it could finish speaking, it saw Nidhogg's remains rapidly coming together, the flesh on its body decaying due to freezing and melting, but this did not affect Nidhogg's resurrection. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a giant python form into a dragon composed of bones. A black aura of death surrounded it, and one could vaguely see countless lost souls shuttling back and forth inside it. Nidhogg is the pet of the death goddess Hel, who feeds it with the souls of countless evildoers every day, giving Nidhogg the power of death. This power allowed it to survive the twilight of the gods, devouring a large amount of divine power, including that of the chief gods in Norse mythology. It is now incredibly strong, even Hel, its former master, is no match for it. Roar! Nidhogg's tattered remains let out a deafening roar, spraying a foul mist. This was the venom belonging to Jormungandr. Although Xuan Wu could ignore Nidhogg's attacks, it dared not touch this toxin, as it clearly felt that Nidhogg was now many times more powerful than before. A layer of mist rose around Xuan Wu's body, enveloping it and isolating it from the toxic mist outside. Seeing this, Nidhogg's wings flapped behind it, suddenly increasing its speed, and its 4 sharp claws reached for Xuan Wu's head. The power of Fenrir. As the eldest son of the fire god Loki and the giantess Angerboa, Fenrir inherited the strengths of both, not only controlling the power of flames but also possessing an incredibly strong physical body. After devouring its corpse, Nidhogg also gained corresponding abilities. Its sharp claws pierced through the mist surrounding Xuan Wu and landed on its shell. A harsh scraping sound rang out as Xuan Wu's proud shell was marked with over a dozen white scars. Xuan Wu's eyes narrowed. As one of the 4 divine beasts, it was ashamed to be injured by a brute force monster. Its limbs rose high and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Suppress the sea. Suppress the mountain. In an instant, the earth shook. It is said that Xuan Wu belongs to water, but it is forgotten that it also wields the power of the earth. Snake for water, turtle for earth, this is the true Xuan Wu. Its body may be cumbersome and unable to fly, but this is not a weakness, because in front of it, no one dares to fly. Countless seawater gushed out from the ground, and the black dragon Nidhogg flying high in the sky seemed to be suddenly struck by something, plummeting vertically. This was the gravity from the earth. The higher one flies, the stronger the gravitational pull. If Nidhogg had flown a few hundred meters higher just now, it might have been smashed to pieces by now. Even so, this impact almost disintegrated Nidhogg. Despite causing a major earthquake, the entire arena fell into silence, not a sound was heard. Am I having tinnitus? Why do I only feel the earth shaking but not hear any sound? Me too, there was so much commotion just now, why is there no sound? Could it be that the arena shielded us? Probably, they might be worried about deafening us with the noise. Only Jiang Chen felt an immense horror. Too powerful. It's not that the sound is isolated, but the sound simply cannot propagate. This gravity is so strong that it can even suppress sound. It is so powerful that it prevents sound from spreading. Sound requires air vibration to propagate, and the fact that sound cannot be transmitted already indicates the problem. The air in that area is being compressed by gravity, making it impossible to meet the conditions for propagation. The power of Xuan Wu is terrifying. The scene is as silent as death, with Xuan Wu's body resembling a mountain, exuding a heavy aura. Every step it takes causes the earth to tremble. Nidhogg is currently being firmly suppressed by gravity on the ground, unable to move at all, only able to watch as Xuan Wu approaches. Crush! Xuan Wu lifts a leg like a pillar and steps towards Nidhogg's head. Roar! Nidhogg suddenly opens its mouth and spews out a breath of dragon. The scorching flames, sticky and hot, directly hit Xuan Wu, instantly turning it into a fireball. This is the eternal fire from the fire giant Surtur. It is said that this fire will never be extinguished. In fact, it is true. Although Nidhogg devoured the fire giant Surtur, the fire has never dissipated, but has been burning inside it. As long as this fire exists, it will not truly die. The scorching flames burn on Xuan Wu, making a sizzling sound. But this does not stop Xuan Wu's giant foot from descending. Bang! The giant foot lands on Nidhogg's head, crushing it. The immense force causes the earth to split, forming deep, bottomless ravines. The eternal fire on its body falls to the ground and into the ravines, instantly melting the earth into magma. Nidhogg, originally crushed, reappears, this time enveloped in flames, resembling a fire dragon. Xuan Wu sees this and exhales a cold breath. The surrounding magma quickly cools, a layer of frost spreading outwards from Xuan Wu. However, as the cold air approaches Nidhogg, it is directly evaporated by the high temperature emanating from it. A large amount of white mist rises, gradually engulfing the figures of the two giant beasts. Although Nidhogg's strength is not as great as Xuan Wu's, it once devoured the bodies of the Norse gods. In a sense, it is a combination of the Norse gods. Xuan Wu is single-handedly challenging the entire Norse divine realm. Although this may sound exaggerated, the current situation is indeed so. If Nidhogg could unleash the full power of the gods, Xuan Wu would have been defeated long ago. Just as Jiang Chen was still thinking about how to help Xuan Wu, a sudden sound of breaking air came from beside him. Two black snakes were seen rushing towards him. Black snakes? Jiang Chen was stunned, then did a backflip. The somersault cloud. The two snakes were instantly thrown off by him. Dai Qiangna looked at Jiang Chen flying thousands of meters away and was speechless. Damn! How could you escape? She is the divine attendant of the death goddess Hel. This time she received an oracle to capture the divine attendant of the Xia Kingdom Empire. She must make him embrace the death goddess, becoming her representative in the mortal world, no matter what means she uses. That's why she initially showed goodwill towards Jiang Chen. Because he is the person designated by the death goddess. Although she doesn't know why the death goddess issued such an oracle, as a believer, she can only accept it and obey unconditionally. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen rejected her invitation. In that case, she could only kill him and offer his soul as a sacrifice to the death goddess. The two black snakes are the pets of the death goddess Hel, also poisonous. Snakes born with Nidhogg. They once gnawed on the world tree, and in terms of strength, they are no weaker than ordinary gods. They thought they could successfully ambush him just now, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to react so quickly and easily fend off the two black snakes in the blink of an eye. Such a long distance, it is impossible to launch a surprise attack, so he could only return to her side disappointedly. Jiang Chen silently watched the two black snakes, seemingly lost in thought. However, after a moment, he shook his head and gave up the idea of going up to fight with Dai Qiangna. With Xuan Wu currently having the upper hand, he had no need to take the risk. After all, in Norse mythology, poisonous snakes are a terrifying creature. Even the thunder god Thor died under snake venom. He didn't think he could withstand the venom of those snakes. The Samadhi divine wind is not suitable for use at the moment. Keeping it might serve as a trump card, delivering a fatal blow to them. Trump cards should only be used at critical moments. If used lightly, it might invite retaliation from others. After all, he had just mastered it, and in terms of power alone, it was far inferior to the yellow wind monster. It could only be used unexpectedly to achieve the maximum effect. On the other side, Nidhogg transformed into a fire dragon, continuously spewing flames at Xuan Wu, turning the entire space into a sea of fire, becoming extremely scorching. Below the arena, will the great god Xuan Wu be burned to death? How is that possible? Haven't you seen how long the great god Xuan Wu has been burned without even a sound? That's a real man. Are you stupid? The sound on the arena is blocked. Even if he groaned, we wouldn't hear it, okay? You're right, but why hasn't this situation occurred before? Why block the sound now? Look, what's that? On the arena, a large crimson bird appeared out of nowhere. Could that bird be the legendary phoenix? No way? Doesn't the classic of mountains and seas say that the phoenix is the king of all birds? How could it appear here? Did the rules of the arena change again? That's not a phoenix, it's a vermilion bird. One of the 4 divine beasts. Oh my god, is this the helper summoned by the great god Xuan Wu? Jiang Chen also noticed the appearance of the vermilion bird, but he couldn't understand why it appeared there. Could the legend be true? Are the 5 divine beasts actually one entity? Jiang Chen recalled a post he had seen in his past life, which stated that the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuan Wu, and Qilin were originally one entity. They represented the forces of the 5 elements, mutually generating and restraining each other. Later, for some reason, they separated and transformed into 5 divine beasts. The Azure Dragon was proud, the White Tiger reckless, the Xuan Wu sinister, the Vermilion Bird cruel, and only the Qilin became the most benevolent as a spiritual beast. The Vermilion Bird was the cruelest, needing to consume humans to survive every day. Gong Gong angrily struck Mount Buzhou, causing chaos in the three realms. The Vermilion Bird took the opportunity to incite the three major divine beasts to harm the human world. Manhwa used the 12 colorful stones left behind by mending the sky to cast the demon sealing vase, and with the help of the other four spiritual beasts, Shilin, Bai Zai, Tongue Snake, and Bai Zai, she defeated the four major divine beasts led by the Vermilion Bird, subdued the White Tiger, beheaded the Xuan Wu, tamed the Vermilion Bird, and brought the Dragon Clan under control. However, Manhwa, out of compassion for them being innate beings, did not want to exterminate them, so she made them promise to guard their respective territories and protect the human world, thus creating the four major divine beasts. However, he didn't expect that in this divine battle, Xuan Wu would actually summon the Vermilion Bird. "If I knew you could shake each other, I would have summoned you long ago," Jiang Chen sighed. But it was not too late now. What Xuan Wu summoned was not the true form of the Vermilion Bird, but its divine spirit. The Vermilion Bird belonged to fire, and there was no flame in the world that could harm it, not even the eternal flame. As soon as the soul of the Vermilion Bird appeared, its wings spread out, directly rushing towards Nidhogg. More precisely, it was charging towards the eternal flame within Nidhogg's body. Its beak was like a spear, and its sharp claws were like the sharpest hooks. At this moment, Nidhogg was suppressed by gravity and unable to move, only able to continuously breathe fire in an attempt to stop the opponent from approaching. However, its fiery breath fell on the Vermilion Bird, not only causing no harm but instead enhancing the opponent's power. The Undying Bird. Oh my god! How could the kingdom of Xia summon the phoenix? Cheating, this is definitely cheating. How could our divine phoenix be summoned by the kingdom of Xia? The audience of the Greek Empire was shocked. This was a creature from their mythology, how could it appear in the mythology of Xia? The Vermilion Bird didn't care about what others were saying about it, it only had eyes for that eternal flame. Its instinct told it that the flame would greatly benefit it. Its sharp claws effortlessly tore open the bones of Nidhogg, and its sharp beak bit into the eternal flame. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, it swallowed the eternal flame in one gulp. A loud bird cry rang out, and the Vermilion Bird, after consuming the eternal flame, was suddenly surrounded by a layer of flames. Its body began to solidify gradually. The scorching heat surged from the arena, even the spectators outside felt a hot breath coming towards them. The Vermilion Bird suddenly spewed out a ball of flame, landing on Nidhogg. The Nidhogg, originally transformed into a fire dragon, let out a painful roar. Despite its power as a flame giant, it couldn't withstand the Vermilion Bird's flames. It struggled in pain, but it was useless against the gravity of the black tortoise. It could only watch as the flames covered its body. Its body, constructed from the bones of the gods, began to melt under the flames, eventually turning into ashes in just a few breaths. The once arrogant Nidhogg had completely turned into ashes. "Old turtle, I owe you a favor this time," the Vermilion Bird suddenly spoke, said a word to the black tortoise, then tore open the void and disappeared. It didn't even glance at Jiang Chen from start to finish. The black tortoise looked in the direction where the Vermilion Bird had left for a moment, then withdrew its gaze. On the other side, Diana, who had been confronting Jiang Chen, suddenly stiffened, cracks appearing on her seductive body. "No! Lady Hela, save me!" Diana cried out in terror. However, her cries were in vain as her body began to crumble, disappearing completely. In this arena battle, the kingdom of Xia emerged victorious. As the host Bobby came out to announce the results of the match, the audience in the Xia region could no longer contain their excitement and began to cheer. "Jiang is awesome. Black Tortoise is awesome. Down with the empire where the sun never sets. Jiang, I'm still single, take down the empire where the sun never sets, and I'll be your fan for life, bro. Bro, your intentions are not pure with those words. Don't you want to ride a big ocean horse? Ahem, we scholars are ashamed to be associated with you. Jiang, keep it up, conquer the next city." At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing respectfully in front of the black tortoise. "Thank you for your help this time, senior. If it weren't for the agreement with Manhwa back then, I wouldn't bother with you people and your trivial matters. You humans are selfish and self-serving. Since you abandoned the belief in the gods back then, why seek our help now? The black tortoise's words were full of disdain and sarcasm. Obviously, there was resentment in its heart. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, and the audience in the Xia region felt as if they had been choked when they heard this. The scene suddenly became awkward. This statement couldn't be refuted because it was a fact. Whether in the past or now, it seemed that they were always like this. They only remembered to offer sacrifices and prayers to the gods when they needed them. When they didn't need them, they didn't care at all. This was like night and day compared to other empires. Being publicly called out by the black tortoise, they suddenly felt a sense of shame. Jiang Chen was about to say a few words in defense when a voice came from the audience. Please forgive us, great black tortoise, we know we were wrong. Jiang Chen turned around to see Li Jiangguo bowing 90 degrees, paying his respects to the black tortoise. Wearing the dragon spirit of the country, it seems you are the leader of this generation of humans, but unfortunately, you are too weak. The Xuan Wu glanced at him, shaking his head with some disappointment. In their era, which race's leader wasn't strong? Even the weakest individual combatant among the humans had astonishing strength as leaders back then. It's not like now, where there is no trace of power within. A mere mortal at such an old age, weak in energy and blood, if not for the protection of dragon energy, would probably have fallen seriously ill long ago. The senior's previous lesson was due to our ignorance as descendants, leading to today's disaster. Please give us a chance to make amends. We have already rebuilt the temple of 10,000 gods, and the incense offerings will not cease in the future. Please give us a chance to make amends, immortal. General Li Jiangguo and a group of generals beside him also stood up and bowed. Please give us a chance to make amends, immortal. The audience in the Xia kingdom began to rise one by one, bowing respectfully towards Xuan Wu. Seeing so many people pleading, Xuan Wu's expression finally softened a bit. It's better to seek within oneself. If you want the forgiveness of the gods, first seek a response from your ancestors. After saying this, Xuan Wu remained silent. He glanced at Jiang Chen, then strode into the gate of creation. Welcome back, the great god Xuan Wu of the Four Holy Beasts. Jiang Chen bowed towards the departing figure. As Jiang Chen's words fell, 4 pillars of light rose into the sky from the gate of creation. A giant Xuan Wu figure appeared and entered the temple of 10,000 gods in the north. The northern Xuan Wu returns. A vermilion bird enveloped in flames appeared and flew towards the temple of 10,000 gods in the south. The southern vermilion bird returns. A huge azure dragon appeared and flew towards the temple of 10,000 gods in the east. The eastern azure dragon returns. A white tiger with hanging eyes appeared, roared to the sky, and then fell into the temple of 10,000 gods in the west. The western white tiger returns. After the 4 holy beasts entered the temple of 10,000 gods, the national fortune of the Xia kingdom surged again. This sudden change shocked everyone present. But it wasn't over yet. Just when everyone thought it was over, a giant beast with a dragon head, deer antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and snake scales rushed out from the gate of creation. A colorful auspicious cloud emerged beneath it, bringing down sweet rain wherever it passed. After being bathed in the sweet rain, all diseases disappeared for both humans and livestock. Even crops began to grow rapidly after being watered by the sweet rain, bearing abundant fruits in the blink of an eye. This is the auspicious beast Qilin. The Qilin that only appears in prosperous times. It represents auspiciousness and national peace. With one step, it arrived at the center of the temple of 10,000 gods in the Xia kingdom. The leader of the 5 spirits, the Qilin, returns. With the final loud roar, pillars of light rose into the sky from the 5 temple of 10,000 gods. Gold, blue, green, red, and brown pillars of light rose into the sky, finally merging together, gathering the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Roar a loud dragon chant sounded, indicating the return of the golden dragon of the Xia kingdom's national fortune. The light of the 5 elements fell on the golden dragon, adding a few scales to it. The golden dragon's eyes also gained a bit more agility. Everyone watched the scene, feeling a sense of pride emerging within them. No regrets in this life for entering the Xia kingdom. The Eastern Dormant Dragon has officially awakened from today onwards. The Golden Dragon circled above the Xia kingdom for a while, then slowly descended into the earth. Sharp-eyed spectators noticed that where the Golden Dragon landed seemed to be Kunlun Mountain. I remember, Jiang Chen once said in mythological history that most of the Xia kingdom's gods come from Kunlun Mountain. It turns out all of this is true. No way, brother, you still doubt Jiang Chen? Truly the hope of the entire Xia kingdom, without Jiang Chen, the Xia kingdom would be in eternal darkness. The harsh winter has passed, and our Xia kingdom is about to welcome spring. Go, Jiang Chen! Xia kingdom will prevail. At the moment when the national fortune Golden Dragon appeared, unprecedented unity arose among the Xia kingdom's people. This was the influence of national fortune. As long as one is in the Xia kingdom, a sense of belonging and honor towards this place will naturally arise. Even the people of the Sakura kingdom who had just announced their joining of the Xia kingdom were now kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. This was their roots. Compared to the majestic and radiant divine dragon, their previous gods were nothing. As more and more Xia kingdom gods were awakened, they finally realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. Greedily trying to take over the Xia kingdom, those leaders must have drunk too much horse urine, right? This was their ancestors' homeland, so why not embrace it and become part of the Xia kingdom? Instead of causing trouble and becoming slaves. Fortunately, it was not too late to realize this. As long as they behaved well, in a few generations, their descendants could proudly identify themselves as Xia kingdom people. Not only the Sakura kingdom, even the refugees from the Tianzhu kingdom were stunned by the appearance of the Golden Dragon just now. This was the totem of the Xia kingdom empire, majestic and domineering. Unlike their gods, who required sacrifices, offerings, and even self-harm to protect them, the Xia kingdom gods asked for nothing. Even if the Xia kingdom people were to forget them, when the Xia kingdom faced a crisis, they would still come forward without hesitation. Protecting the Xia kingdom empire. This was true divinity. This was the God they should believe in and worship. I want to join the Xia kingdom empire and become one of them. Oh, gods of Xia, please accept us lost lambs. I am willing to be your most loyal servant, serving you for life and spreading your glory. At this moment, countless people from the Tianzhu kingdom abandoned their original beliefs and turned to worship the gods of the Xia kingdom. Although they did not know much about these gods, the Xia kingdom was different from their Tianzhu kingdom. The Xia kingdom gods were generous and did not mind people having multiple beliefs, which made them call the gods kind. After all, in their Tianzhu kingdom, if one dared to believe in different gods, they would be beaten or even face divine punishment. Compared to that, the Xia kingdom gods were exemplary. Due to the desires of the people from Tianzhu and the Sakura kingdom, the fortune of the Xia kingdom surged once again. It had become more than twice as powerful as when Jiang Chen first arrived in this world. The benefits of the increased fortune were becoming more and more apparent. Children's intelligence opened early, they could speak right after a month, the crops in the fields yielded astonishing results, even the most barren land could produce thousands of caddies of grain per moo. Even the old sow raised by Wang Dashu gave birth to more than 10 piglets in one litter. The whole Xia kingdom was thriving. Meanwhile, the third battle on the arena was officially beginning. Both sides entered the gate of creation to choose their gods. This time was different from before. Among the randomly selected god statues that Jiang Chen saw, half of them were human figures. Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the god of slaughter by Qi, the sage Confucius, the god of war Guan Yu. The other half were the Blue Bird, Shimei, Wanlei, Gudiao, and Bai Wuchang. Looking at the 10 god statues, Jiang Chen was caught in a dilemma. On one side were the human heroes, belonging to the human gods. On the other side were the monsters and demons, belonging to the ghost gods. The difference between the two sides was significant, as the 5 human gods were all powerful figures, any one of them could easily defeat the 5 ghost gods. However, Jiang Chen's awakened power system belonged to the monster race, so if he rashly chose the human heroes, he could easily suffer backlash. But if he didn't choose them, relying solely on the 5 ghost gods, he had no guarantee of winning against the gods of the sun never sets empire. Outside the gate of creation, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Whether they were enemies or Xia Kingdom people, they were all watching his every move. Why hasn't Jiang God made a choice yet? Time is running out. Maybe he doesn't know who to choose? I finally found something in common with Jiang God. What's the common point? Both are men? No, it's decision paralysis. Just as the countdown reached 10 seconds, Jiang Chen finally made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. The yellow wind monster, Xuan Wu, they have all said that the heroes and gods of the human race can also be chosen. My patron deity is Emperor Jun, which should be sufficient in terms of status. King Xin didn't dare to choose, after all, the other party was the last human king, higher in status than him. Qin Shi Huang was a good choice, but he was most famous for his political abilities, and his own strength was unknown, so he had to be temporarily passed over. Confucius, although he appeared tall and strong, even with a ghostly presence, was ultimately a scholar and not suitable for fighting. Only the war god Bai Qi and the martial saint Guan Yu were left. This made it much easier, with Bai Qi around, who needs Guan Yu? Jiang Chen walked up to the statue of Bai Qi and bowed respectfully towards him. The onlookers exploded instantly. Wait, what is Jiang God going to do? Isn't that general in armor and hero? Isn't Jiang God from the demon god lineage? Could it be that Jiang God doesn't know this newly summoned demon god, or that it's too weak, so he chose a hero from the human race? It's very possible. Jiang God, don't be confused, choose the demon god next to him. Jiang God, it's okay to lose a match, but please don't do something foolish, summoning across systems can be deadly. Even Li Jianguo, who had been sitting steadily in the chairman's seat, was now visibly upset, his hands clenched tightly together, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen without blinking. Afraid that in the next moment, he would turn into a mist of blood. People inside and outside the gate of creation could not interfere, they could only watch helplessly. How will the beheading go today? Starting a business is difficult with many battles. I go to the Quan Tai to recruit old comrades, with 10,000 banners to slay Yen Luo. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the war god Bai Qi. It's over. This was the voice of all the people of Xia. Jiang Chen actually summoned a hero from the human race across systems. Many people were already showing signs of reluctance, turning their heads away secretly, afraid to continue watching. Li Jianguo sat down on the chair like a deflated balloon, looking somewhat lost. Summoning across systems is not something that no one has done before. In fact, there are many every year. These people may be intentional or unintentional, but the result is always the same, being counterattacked by the gods and turning into blood mist. The reason is simple, it's like disciples from different sects. When you encounter a problem, you don't seek help from your own people, but instead go to another sect for help. Especially if the sect you seek help from is likely to be at odds with your own sect, then who will die if not you? So summoning across systems has always been a taboo, because they have no idea about the relationships between different systems and gods. However, today was destined to be a day to be recorded in history. Because Jiang Chen succeeded. He successfully summoned a hero from the human race across systems. The expected blood mist did not appear. No, it's not that it didn't appear, but it appeared in a place that was not where Jiang Chen was, nor was it sent out by him. A crack opened in the void. A large amount of blood flowed out from inside, and through the crack, one could see an ancient battlefield. There were limbs and arms everywhere, and smoke everywhere. Only a figure stood tall in the ancient battlefield, wearing tattered armor, holding a sword still dripping with blood. He stood there, as if he were the center of the entire battlefield. The intent to kill. Unparalleled intent to kill. Even a brief glance would make one feel a piercing pain in the eyes from the killing intent. It was as if it were substantial. Who summons me? A deep and majestic voice rang out, making everyone present shudder involuntarily. Even battle-hardened generals like Long Yi and others were all intimidated by the man in front of them. How many people had he killed to condense such a terrifying intent to kill? When had the Xia country ever seen such a god of slaughter? Junior Jiang Chen pays respects to General Bai Qi, the war god of Wuhan. Jiang Chen was also extremely nervous, facing this god of slaughter. He was even more nervous than facing a fierce beast from the wilderness. What is the matter? Bai Qi's cold gaze swept over Jiang Chen, and he asked in a deep voice. The gods of the foreign lands seek to intervene in our Xia kingdom. Our descendants are unfilial and powerless to stop them. Today, we earnestly request the arrival of Lord Wuan to save the Xia kingdom from water and fire. Jiang Chen quickly explained the situation. I dare! Bai Qi exclaimed angrily. The entire ancient battlefield suddenly echoed with the wails of countless lost souls, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. This was no ordinary hero. He was akin to the king of hell in myths, striking fear into 10,000 ghosts with a single wrath. Was this truly the hero of their human race? As the blood mist surged, Bai Qi's figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight, merging into the statue in front of Jiang Chen. The bloodlight soared into the sky, its thick bloody scent nauseating the surrounding spectators. Who dares to violate our Xia kingdom? This was not a question, for he had no need to inquire about the reasons. He only needed to slay those people. General Bai Qi, the foreign gods are outside. Jiang Chen pointed towards the gate of creation. Who? Bai Qi put a finger to his lips and let out a whistle. A tall horse galloped out from the ancient battlefield. Bai Qi leaped onto it, holding the reins in one hand and a sword in the other. He charged out directly with an imposing, majestic, and decisive demeanor. In just a moment, these three words were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Seeing Bai Qi charge out, Jiang Chen quickly followed suit, running as if he were a soldier accompanying a general into battle. Beyond the gate of creation, they saw the deities summoned by the empire where the sun never sets. It was a goddess clad in black armor from head to toe, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, wielding a long sword made of unknown bones. The goddess of death, Hela. It's her? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. She was the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angerboa, sister of the Midgard serpent Jormungandr, the Fenrir wolf, and the owner of the dragon Nidhogg. She ruled the underworld, being one of the most powerful deities in Norse mythology, akin to Hades and Satan in terms of status and strength. Jiang Chen had not expected Bai Qi's opponent to be her, nor had he anticipated the appearance of a true supreme deity. The summoning was already complete, and there was no time for further changes. He could only hope that Bai Qi could hold on longer to buy time and slay the opponent's divine attendant. This was their only chance. A mortal? When the goddess of death, Hela, saw Bai Qi, she was slightly surprised. She had not expected Jiang Chen to summon a mortal this time. Was this a sign of disrespect towards her, or had he run out of available gods to choose from? Bold demoness, daring to invade our Xia kingdom, die. Bai Qi, upon seeing Hela, did not hesitate and urged his warhorse towards her. General, be careful. Jiang Chen was greatly surprised by Bai Qi's boldness, charging at her without hesitation. This seemed to contradict the strategic and cautious character portrayed in historical records. However, Jiang Chen's warning came too late. Bai Qi rode his warhorse like lightning, charging straight at Hela. His sword emitted a bloody light as he aimed for her delicate white neck. Hela did not dodge or evade. Instead, as the sword was about to strike her, she reached out with a snow-white, delicate hand and grabbed Bai Qi's sword. Foolish and arrogant mortal, she sneered, crushing the sword with a twist of her fingers. With a wave of her hand, countless sword fragments flew back towards Bai Qi. Seeing this, Bai Qi leaped to the side, avoiding the attack. However, his warhorse beneath him was unable to dodge and was pierced by the sword fragments. Not bad skills, Hela chuckled lightly, whether in praise or mockery was unclear. Bai Qi's face remained unchanged, his right hand slowly resting on his waist where a long sword was still sheathed. The previous encounter was just a test. The real battle was only beginning now. Under my sword, nameless ghosts are spared, but demonesses must reveal their names. With the sword drawn, he pointed it directly at Hela. In the instant the sword was unsheathed, it seemed as if countless souls were wailing around. Hela raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Qi with interest. Such strong killing intent. Now, put down your weapon and become my servant. Outrageous. I am the Xuan Jun of Great Qin, loyal only to Great Qin in my life. How dare you insult me, I challenge you. Faced with Hela's recruitment, Bai Qi not only did not feel pleased, but felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Who was he? The Xuan Jun of Great Qin. Besides the king of Qin, who else was worthy to be his master? Even if it was the king of Qin, upon seeing him, he would address him as Xuan Jun, not as a servant. How dare a foreign god humiliate him like this? Watching the enraged Bai Qi, Hela just smiled faintly, unconcerned. She was a god, high above all. The ruler of the dead. Why would she care about a mortal's feelings? When I say you will be my servant, then you will be my servant. If you can't live, then I will take your soul to serve me. For her, who controlled death, this was not difficult. Bai Qi's sword fell, and Hela tried to repeat her previous move, but as her hand touched Bai Qi's sword, it was instantly cut by the blade. Blood flowed through her fingers, and if she hadn't reacted quickly, her hand might have been severed by now. How can a mere mortal hurt me? Hela looked at Bai Qi in disbelief, as if trying to reassess him. However, Bai Qi didn't care what she thought. His sword in hand slashed and stabbed, each move a killing blow. This was the killing technique he honed on the battlefield, straightforward and deadly. Hela dared not be arrogant anymore and met him with a bone sword. Soon she realized that her swordsmanship was no match for Bai Qi's, as she was constantly being pressed by him. A good opportunity. Bai Qi saw Hela distracted, and with a horizontal swipe of his sword, he grazed past Hela's neck. A head flew directly into the air and landed on the ground. There was silence all around. Even Jiang Chen was stunned for a long time. The god follower of the Empire of the Setting Sun turned pale, turned around, and tried to run. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly let out a scream, fell to the ground, and a phantom figure flew out of his body. That was his soul. Did we win? I think so. But why hasn't the host announced the end of the match? After several twists and turns earlier, now no one dared to draw conclusions easily. Until the final moment of the battle, no one knew what would happen. The audience of the Empire of the Setting Sun stood up, their expressions more nervous than ever. Because if they lost again, it would be their 3rd loss, and according to the arena rules, the Xia Kingdom could designate to seize a piece of their territory. Although the Empire of the Setting Sun was powerful, their land area was pitifully small, not even comparable to the Sakura Kingdom. If they were to be deprived of a part of their land, it would probably be declared extinct on the spot. We won't lose. We will follow the example of our ancestors, invade the Xia Kingdom, plunder their treasures, play with their women, and colonize their land. How could Lady Hela, as the goddess of death, possibly die at the hands of a mortal? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Look, Lady Hela is moving. Amid the unease of the audience of the Empire of the Setting Sun, the decapitated body of Hela suddenly moved. The head that had fallen to the ground reopened its eyes. Human, are you ready to face the wrath of the gods? Hela spoke as the head flew back to her body on its own. Black threads emerged from the severed neck, connecting with the head in the blink of an eye, and the wound healed as if nothing had happened. Long live Lady Hela, the invincible goddess of death. The audience of the empire where the sun never sets began to cheer excitedly. Their god had come back to life. Is it really a sorcerer? Bai Qi frowned. During the Warring States period, there were indeed many sorcerers in the world, the most famous of whom were Su Fu and the Yin-Yang masters. They mastered various illusions, alchemy, and various mysterious abilities. Not only did they deceive the public with their magic, but they also misled many high-ranking officials, including King Yingzheng of Qin, who firmly believed in their immortality techniques. Bai Qi also had a group of Qi practitioners under his command. Although they had the power to move mountains and fill seas, they were still mortal. With a blade and axe, they would still die. But the god in front of him, who claimed to be the goddess of death, could actually regenerate after being beheaded, a legendary feat he had never seen before. He had only heard a little from his Qi practitioners and followers that these were all illusions, and no one or god could be resurrected unconditionally. Those who could do this either used illusions or some forbidden means, at a very high cost. He had personally cut off Hela's head, so it couldn't be an illusion. It must have been done at a great cost. Combined with the disappearance of the soul of the previous god worshipper, Bai Qi vaguely guessed what that cost was. Truly an evil god, daring to sacrifice living people, must be killed. Bai Qi said, raising his long sword, pointing the tip of the sword upwards, and running his index and middle fingers of his left hand together from bottom to top over the sword. Where his fingers passed, golden patterns appeared. Qi cultivation. He had gathered so many Qi practitioners, how could he not know? On the contrary, his remarkable military achievements were largely due to his own strength. However, his achievements were too remarkable, and many people were unwilling to admit it, just saying that he was a military genius, thus concealing his true strength. Thousands of years later, Bai Qi once again used Qi cultivation, but this time he was not going to kill sorcerers, Qi practitioners, or monsters causing trouble, but an evil god from a foreign land. The long sword was covered with a layer of crimson golden light. From a distance, it looked like a layer of golden flame. The fire of Qi cultivation. It could dispel all evil spells. This was a unique skill of ancient Qi practitioners, and it was their trump card in fighting against beasts and demons. So cool! Does anyone know what that is? Is it the legendary friction heat? Damn, friction heat, show me some sparks with your fingers. I know, this should be the Qi cultivation that Jiang Chen mentioned, the foundation of the human race, and the supernatural power of mortals against gods. What? The foundation of the human race? How come I don't know? Wait, is there a big brother who can teach me? I have a spear, too. Since Jiang Chen knows, he should be able to teach us. I'll ask him later to see if he can teach us. I'm willing to introduce my sister to him as a girlfriend. Makes sense, you're really a talented guy, I admire you. However, at this moment, the Jiang Chen they were talking about had a worried look on his face. The god worshipper in front of him was dead. Although he didn't know why the match hadn't ended yet, he could no longer rely on killing the opponent to end the match. The final outcome of this match will still depend on General Bai Qi. Jiang Chen felt so frustrated. Who would have thought that Hela would actually kill her god worshipper with her own hands? And looking at the current situation, it seemed that the rules of the arena tacitly approved of this behavior, not considering it a defeat in the match. Qi cultivation, prison of 10,000 swords. The long sword flew into the sky and transformed into tens of thousands of Qi long swords in the blink of an eye, raining down on Hela. Ding ding ding. Hela kept waving the bone sword in her hand, blocking the falling sword rain. However, the sword rain seemed endless, engulfing the entire arena, and Hela was covered in wounds from the Qi long swords. Lock! Bai Qi reached out his hand and clenched it in the air. All the Qi refining long swords emitted a crimson light, connecting with each other to form a formation. Slash! Bai Qi pointed his finger like a sword and slashed towards the void. Immediately, more than a dozen Qi refining long swords flew out, piercing towards Hela. The proud black armor on Hela's body was like an illusion in front of the Qi refining long swords, directly pierced through. The Qi refining fire began to spread on her body, burning her to ashes. Bai Qi, expressionless, watched the scene and prepared to leave. I underestimated you. You are the first person in many years who is worthy of my full strength. Wuan Jun Bai Qi, I will remember you. Hela, who had turned into ashes, condensed again, lightly laughing, running her hands through her jet black hair. The next moment, her hair stood up like sharp thorns. Hela spread her hands, and two silver long swords appeared in her hands. Stepping elegantly, she walked towards the outside of the formation. Come out, my servants. As she spoke, the ground began to crack, and scorching magma emerged from the depths. A fierce three-headed hellhound crawled out from the underground, followed by a giant skeletal arm reaching out. A male and a female servant appeared behind Hela, followed by countless lost souls. Three-headed hellhound Gam, skeletal guardian Modgud, sluggish Gonrad, slow Ganloth. Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. These were all Hela's direct lineage and the management of the Norse underworld. Unexpectedly, Hela had summoned all of them. The original formation was shattered the moment the three-headed hellhound Gam appeared. This beast, known as the gatekeeper of hell, was as powerful as Hela. Her other three servants, the skeletal guardian Modgud's strength was unknown, with only a sentence in mythology describing it. Anyone who crosses the bridge will be drained of blood by it, even the god King Odin is no exception. This shows how terrifying its power is. With Hela already struggling to cope, now with several more generals and a countless number of underworld spirits, how could they continue to fight? Defeated. Jiang Chen's heart sank, a bitter smile on his face. The smooth journey had made him underestimate the Western gods. The audience from the Xia kingdom below fell into silence, their eyes filled with despair. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the outcome was decided. This was the level of a god king, not only strong in their own right but also representing powerful forces behind them. Somehow, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered a phrase from Wu Yanzhu. It's useless to fight without money and power. Wasn't this the current situation? Kid, are you afraid? Bai Qi, facing the millions of evil spirits behind the death goddess Hela, remained calm and asked Jiang Chen. I am afraid, but more than that, I am unwilling. Jiang Chen answered truthfully. Fear is normal. I was also afraid the first time I went to battle. Bai Qi rarely showed a smile. And you? Because of fear, I must grasp the sword in my hand tightly and kill all those who make you afraid. That way, they will be the ones afraid. What a law of conservation of energy, transferring one's fear to others. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of excitement. I'm sure my old brothers can't wait either. Bai Qi said abruptly. Then, in front of everyone, he knelt down towards the north. Foreign invaders, I, Bai Qi, humbly request the King of Qin to grant me the tiger talisman to lead the soldiers to suppress the bandits. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the arena. Jiang Chen's body trembled, hope shining in his eyes once again. Yes. If Hela had an army of evil spirits, didn't Bai Qi have one too? He almost forgot that besides being known as the god of slaughter, he was also a big shot known as the god of war. Ready to play. Inside the gate of creation, a majestic figure appeared. Wearing the crown of the Nine Liu's king and draped in a black dragon robe with golden patterns, standing at 8 feet 6 inches tall, he seemed as unattainable as a pillar of heaven, giving off an aura of invincibility. Xin Shi Huang Ying Zhan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Qi bowed respectfully to Ying Zhang, then turned to look at Hyla and her army of evil spirits. Where are the generals and soldiers? Here. A deafening response echoed in the void. Illusory figures appeared one after another, automatically standing behind Bai Qi. 800 Qin soldiers from Hango Pass. Bai Qi raised his long sword high and roared, all the feudal lords are like fish meat. The generals and soldiers responded in unison. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood in formation, exuding a chilling intent. Even separated by the arena barrier, the onlookers from many countries felt a sense of tension. This was the army of Xia Kingdom. Just standing there, they gave off an unbeatable feeling. It was truly unimaginable what it would be like to face them. The infantry of Xia Kingdom was invincible. At this moment, they finally understood why this phrase was recorded in their historical records. The audience from Xia Kingdom was red-eyed and excited. 800 Qin soldiers from Hango Pass, all the feudal lords are like fish meat. Perhaps only in the era of Great Qin, under the command of Bai Qi, could such words be boldly proclaimed. No one dared to refute it. Everyone believed that they could achieve this, even against gods. Generals and soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill 10 men to be promoted, kill 100 men to dine with me. Yes. Kill. Bai Qi brandished his sword, pointing at Hyla in front and shouted, Kill. Countless soldiers, led by their respective generals, began to form orderly battle formations. Soldier against soldier, general against general. A battle of epic proportions between mortals and gods began. This was a battle between the living and the dead. This was the final battle for the great Qin soldiers after 1,000 years. Jiang Chen was also influenced by this atmosphere. If they can confront gods with mortal bodies, how can I stand by and watch? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. His gaze became firm. A breeze rose, and with each step Jiang Chen took, his body suddenly grew 10 times larger. With the second step, his body increased 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an ordinary person into a giant hundreds of meters tall. Law of heaven and earth. But it didn't end there. Devour the source energy of heaven. Jiang Chen opened his arms, and the spiritual energy roaming between heaven and earth crazily gathered towards him. This kind of power? Jiang Chen felt the power within him, and his hand involuntarily clenched. This scene stunned the audience below. How dare he participate in a battle between gods? Ha ha! Fool, seeking his own death. Thinking that being a top-ranked god follower allows him to do as he pleases, daring to participate in a battle between gods with a mortal body. Xia Kingdom is seeking its own destruction, actually having such a presumptuous god follower. It was well known that gods could not actively attack the followers of other gods. However, there was a condition. The god follower must not provoke the gods actively. Once they did, it would be seen as a provocation against the gods. At that time, the gods would no longer be bound by the rules and could attack the god follower. Over the years, Jiang Chen was not the only human who dared to actively attack the gods, but he was definitely the most arrogant one. Because he used divine power in front of the gods. Kill him! Kill him! The audience of the Empire of the Setting Sun shouted madly, eager to see Jiang Chen torn apart by the gods. At that moment, Gam, with 3 fierce dogs, spreading out. A huge tornado formed, enveloping Gam inside. However, in the next moment, Gam raised a huge claw and slapped it hard towards the storm surrounding his body. The storm instantly dissipated. As the guardian of the underworld, with an extremely powerful physical body, how could he fear Jiang Chen's mediocre Samadhi divine wind? Good skills, but the person is too weak. This was Jiang Chen's current situation. If it were the yellow wind monster using this skill, he would probably have blown Gam to pieces on the spot. Since he couldn't win, he decided to delay. Jiang Chen began to change his strategy, using his strong mobility advantage to run around in circles, not giving Gam a chance to attack him. On the other side, Bai Qi watched helplessly as his subordinates suffered heavy losses, his face turning exceptionally ugly. The evil spirit army continued to emerge from the underground, impossible to kill completely. Not only did he have to deal with Hela, but he also had to divert his attention to command the battle. As the battle escalated, he began to feel overwhelmed. This is not the way to go. Catch the thief first, catch the king. We must deal with the demoness in front of us. With this in mind, the fire of refining gas ignited again in his long sword, and he charged towards Hela. Before he reached Hela, he was stopped by a tall skeleton. Modgard, the skeletal guardian. Get out of the way. Bai Qi's long sword chopped Modgard in half, but the next moment, the scattered bones reassembled and swung the giant axe towards Bai Qi's head. Bai Qi tried to step back to avoid it but suddenly felt as if his body was stuck in mud, every movement becoming extremely difficult. 2 attendants, Ganlati and Ganluot, appeared, servants of Hela. General, hurry! At that moment, a general on horseback appeared, wielding a spear to drive back the 2, grabbing Bai Qi's hand. Before they could escape, a cold light shot from a distance. A sword pierced out from behind the general and Bai Qi, causing them to fall off their horses. Jiang Chen, seeing this, was startled and ran towards them. However, Modgard and the others blocked Jiang Chen's path. Get out of the way! Jiang Chen lifted his foot to step on the 3. At that moment, Gam arrived with 3 fierce dog heads, biting towards Jiang Chen's head. Just as it seemed Jiang Chen's head was about to explode, his body suddenly shrank, narrowly avoiding the attack. He bent down, grabbed Bai Qi and the general, rolled away to a safe distance to check on their condition. The general was already dead, and Bai Qi was severely injured. General, Jiang Chen called out. Cough, boy, did I disappoint you? Bai Qi asked with a bitter smile. No, General, you have already done remarkably well as a mortal against the divine. If only I were. If he could also practice qi refining, he could share the burden with Bai Qi, not letting him face the enemy alone. Divine beings, can they really not be defeated? Cough. Bai Qi coughed up blood, but his eyes were unusually firm. General, you. Help me up. Bai Qi struggled to stand up, bowed towards the direction of Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. The virtual image of Ying Zhang in the Gate of Creation looked serious, revealing no emotions. Wanjin, you are now the war god of Great Qin. Show your true strength and do not let these barbarians underestimate our Xia kingdom. I allow you to act. Ying Zhang's words puzzled everyone. What did it mean to show true strength? What did it mean to allow him to act? Had Bai Qi not shown his true strength before this? A series of questions arose in everyone's minds. Yes. Bai Qi bowed and slowly stood up. Boy, lend me your body. Bai Qi looked at Jiang Chen and said in an unquestionable tone. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Bai Qi's body suddenly disappeared and merged with Jiang Chen. It was only then that everyone noticed Bai Qi had not been physically present before. It was just his war soul. His true body had long decayed, unable to unleash his true power. After the fusion, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he was both Jiang Chen and Bai Qi, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The audience outside the field, even if they were far away, could feel a slight tingling on their skin. Those who violate my Xia kingdom, die. Bai Qi roared, quickly forming a long sword in his hand, with the fiery refining energy covering the sword. With a slash of the sword, the evil spirits several tens of kilometers away couldn't even scream before they were instantly annihilated. Jiang Chen's current state was very strange. He was like a bystander, his body controlled by Bai Qi, but it also felt like he was acting on his own. Strands of sword energy shot out in all directions, sweeping away the army of evil spirits in front of them in the blink of an eye. Kid, pay attention, this is our human race's refining energy technique, Bai Qi's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Bai Qi was teaching him the refining energy technique. He dared not be negligent, quickly holding his breath and concentrating, carefully sensing Bai Qi's every move and the trajectory of energy flow in his body. Refining energy technique, firewood fire. Bai Qi held the sword handle in reverse with both hands, then forcefully stabbed it into the ground. Instantly, golden patterns covered the entire field, reaching the soldiers' feet. Then, strands of golden flames rose, enveloping everyone in a golden light. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that everyone's momentum had changed. Their armor was more solid, and their weapons were sharper. Damn, a group buff increase, Jiang Chen exclaimed in his mind. It was worth noting that there were tens of thousands of human soldiers on the field, and Bai Qi's move directly gave everyone a buff. It was incredibly powerful. Form up! Bai Qi shouted. The soldiers quickly began to act upon hearing the command, forming a series of military formations. Dozens of golden pillars rose into the sky. Organizing thousands of people together, this was Bai Qi's military formation. Dozens of 100-meter-tall giants appeared. They were the generals who followed Bai Qi. Kill! Bai Qi led the way with a long sword, followed closely by the giant warriors. Hela frowned. She could clearly feel that the enemies in front of her had changed. They were so weak, but in the blink of an eye, they had become as powerful as her servants. The advantage of high-end combat power was neutralized, and the numerical advantage could not be fully utilized. The balance of victory was once again shifted. Garm! Hela shouted. The Hellhound Garm instantly lowered its head and lay down at Hela's feet. Hela leaped lightly onto its back. Then she pointed her long sword at Bai Qi. Kill! Garm stood up, flames of hell burning on its body, and began to run towards Bai Qi. Seeing this, Bai Qi shouted to Jiang Chen in his mind, "Let me borrow your divine power." Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Without delay, he connected his consciousness with Bai Qi. From now on, the two could share each other's memories. Of course, he did not open all of his memories to Bai Qi, only sharing memories related to combat and knowledge. At this moment, Bai Qi was fully immersed in the battle and had no energy to pay attention to Jiang Chen's small actions. But Jiang Chen was different. He couldn't participate in the battle and could only watch everything as a bystander. Bai Qi's body suddenly grew 100 times larger, dodging Garm as it charged, then swinging his long sword. It wasn't a slash, but a strike like hitting a baseball. Boom! Garm, like a fly flying, was suddenly slapped to the ground. Its head exploded on the spot. Hela, standing on top of it, was surrounded by black energy and began to use curses against Bai Qi. Slow, aging, weakness, fatigue, all kinds of negative curses fell on Bai Qi. A strand of golden flame ignited on Jiang Chen. When those curses came into contact with the refining energy fire, they quickly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. Nightmare Soul Eater. Seeing her curses fail, Hela immediately tried another method. She wanted to see the darkness and fear in Bai Qi's heart. The gray light fell on Jiang Chen's body, causing him to pause. Then a large number of memories belonging to Bai Qi emerged and flew towards Hela. From his birth, to joining the army, to being recommended to become a general. Countless life and death struggles, countless victories. Creating his unbeatable myth. He became the most famous commander at that time, known as the God of War. Until one day, he noticed that the people around him looked at him differently. No longer with respect and admiration, but with fear, like a mouse seeing a cat. People no longer called him the God of War in private, but changed it to the God of Slaughter. The reason was that he killed prisoners of war from the enemy country. Was I wrong? No. I was not wrong. Even if given another chance, I would still choose the same. Bai Qi's consciousness began to awaken gradually, and Hela unexpectedly felt a sense of suppression. The God of Slaughter, Bai Qi, what a name! A flash of admiration appeared in Hela's eyes. I am the goddess of death, ruling over all the deceased in this world, and you are the God of slaughter, slaughtering all living beings. We are simply a perfect match. Submit to me, and I will make you my husband, ruling the underworld together with me. Hela's voice was full of temptation. The audience below was shocked. What was this? A martial arts competition for marriage? This Western goddess has no shame, actually using seduction in front of so many people. Lord Bai Qi, please do not agree, she must be deceiving you. Of course, if you two are willing to submit to me, I will request to spare both of you, and not let the rules erase you. How about that? To increase her persuasiveness, Hela added another sentence. However, the only response to her was a sword. You have seen my fear, but have you ever seen my ideals? Bai Qi regained his strength, looking expressionless at Hela. Ideals? Do people like us need such things? Hela sneered. A god of slaughter who had killed countless people, actually. Talking about ideals with her, a goddess who controlled death? That is our biggest difference. Bai Qi's expression turned serious, the fire of Qi cultivation on his body burned stronger than ever before. He raised his long sword high, a tremendous killing intent soaring into the sky. Millions of resentful spirits appeared, wailing under Bai Qi's pressure. Better to be a Qin, blood-washing the 6 states. This was his ideal, to unify the Xia kingdom, to prevent the people of Xia from suffering from war. Even if he bore the eternal infamy, so what? Just like Ying Zhang, he was the same. If one wants to be respected, who would willingly become a feared butcher? I only have reasons that leave me no choice. If there were a choice, I would rather be a commoner, than lift a sword to slaughter others. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Bai Qi's words were not passionate, his tone flat, but everyone could hear the helplessness in his voice. The sword fell, and Hela's body was split in two. The scorching fire of Qi cultivation continued to burn Hela's body, but she quickly repaired it with countless evil spirits. Since you are unwilling to be my servant, then go and die. Having her head chopped off twice in a row, Hela completely lost her patience. She could indeed resurrect indefinitely, but it came at a cost. In situations like this, being burned by the fire of Qi cultivation, she had to constantly replenish herself with evil spirits. Bai Qi also noticed this. As long as there were no end to the evil spirits in the underworld, Hela would never truly die. With this in mind, Bai Qi's figure flickered, retreating from Jiang Chen's body. Kid, the poem you recited earlier was quite good. Can you recite it again for me to hear? Bai Qi looked at Jiang Chen beside him. Are you referring to the 3 chapters of Myling? So that poem is called The Three Chapters of Miling, a good name, Pigsy praised. How is the resolve to behead today? Starting a business is difficult, with many battles. Going to the Yellow Springs to gather old comrades, 10,000 banners to behead Yama. Jiang Chen obediently recited it again. To the underworld to gather my old comrades, with 10,000 banners we shall slay the Yama. Ha ha ha. I may not have the chance to slay the Yama of the underworld, but I am eager to try my hand against the evil spirits of hell. Pigsy chuckled lightly. General, what do you intend to do? Jiang Chen felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. Where are my fellow soldiers? Pigsy ignored Jiang Chen and instead shouted towards the soldiers behind him. Here, responded a dozen or so generals who had transformed into giants. Are you willing to accompany me to hell? We pledge to follow you to the death, General. Good. Charge. After Pigsy finished speaking, his body suddenly disintegrated, and countless vengeful spirits flew out from within him. These were the enemy soldiers he had once slain. At that moment, Pigsy relinquished his control over them, allowing them to rush out. The vengeful spirits relentlessly tore at Pigsy's body, but he seemed unfazed. The malevolent aura formed by the convergence of a million vengeful spirits even caused Hela, the goddess of death, to change her expression involuntarily. Though she presided over the underworld, most of the spirits were ordinary, and she had never encountered such a large gathering of soldier spirits before. This time, Pigsy did not target her but led the million vengeful spirits and her as they jumped into the underworld. Only Jiang Chen remained on the stage. Below the stage, everyone was shocked. How did people disappear in the middle of the fight? Oh no, General Pigsy ran off with with the goddess of death. Don't talk nonsense, General Pigsy is definitely not that kind of person. He must be fighting on another battlefield, and we should pray for him. Can we get a broadcast of the battle? We can't see anything now. Jiang Chen had intended to follow but was blocked by an invisible barrier near the entrance to the underworld. The realm of the dead, the living must halt. The host Poppy appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. But if I don't go in, how can I participate in the battle? Jiang Chen retorted. Wait. After Poppy spoke, she waved her hand, and the scene inside the underworld appeared on the stage. Pigsy was leading a massive army of vengeful spirits in an assault on the underworld. The forces on both sides were countless. At that moment, the goddess of death, Hela, was locked in combat with Pigsy, and the outcome was uncertain. As time passed, the battle continued for a full day, and many people left the audience seats due to hunger. Chairman, won't you eat something? The secretary offered a bowl of rice to Li Jiangguo. Our ancestors are still fighting on the front lines, how can I eat? Li Jiangguo said, glancing at Jiang Chen on the stage and Qin Shi Huang standing at the gate of creation. He had been standing there motionless since the beginning, his posture unwavering. Pigsy was his subordinate, representing the majesty of Great Qin, and in such a crucial moment, how could he not witness it firsthand? Days passed, and 3 days went by. Even Jiang Chen was starting to feel exhausted and had to sit down and rest with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. The projection on the stage disappeared instantly. All the viewers watching the battle were left bewildered, unsure of what had happened. Did anyone see what just happened? I don't know, I was dozing off. Don't look at me, I was eating. A bunch of unreliable people, not paying attention to such an important event. Are you still citizens of our Xia country? Sorry, my bad. Wait, if you knew, why did you ask us? I got too engrossed in my novel and missed it. As the crowd discussed, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance to the underworld on the stage. This was followed by a second, third, fourth figure. They supported each other, walking steadily from a distance, each step resolute. Look, it's General Pigsy and his men. Oh, we've won. Long live Xia country. Long live Great Qin. Long live General Pigsy. At that moment, all the people of Xia country were ecstatic. After 5 days and 4 nights, we finally won the last match. Buckingham Palace, St. Paul's Cathedral, London Bridge, let's leave them to you. Jiang Chen blurted out all the iconic buildings of the setting Sun Empire in one breath. The familiarity of it once made the people of the setting sun think he was a local. Impossible, why don't you go rob them? Aren't I robbing them now? Jiang Chen retorted. Not only do they have to defeat them, but they also have to destroy their beliefs, break their backbone. Without landmarks, their morale will scatter. As long as they take down these buildings, not to mention all of them, even just one or two, it is enough to crush their national confidence. A country without national confidence has no future at all. Kill the heart. Jiang Chen is going to use their own methods to deal with them. He never dared to forget the faces of the Xia kingdom when they invaded. Now is the time to take back everything with interest. Our setting Sun Empire will never agree to this demand. Disagree? Alright, then let's continue fighting. I want to see how many Nordic gods dare to enter the scene. This sentence from Jiang Chen directly hit the weak spot of these people. Even the death goddess Hela was defeated. Do they really have a chance to win against the Xia kingdom? Perhaps Odin can, but who can guarantee that the Xia kingdom does not have someone who can defeat the god king? Just now, they sent a mortal general to defeat Hela. The majestic and domineering figure of Qin Shi Huang is still fresh in their minds. If the generals under his command are so powerful, how strong must he be? The high-level officials of the setting Sun Empire dare not gamble. Because once they lose the bet, they will have no chance of turning things around. My patience is limited, I'll count to 3, after 3, we continue fighting. 1. 2. We agree. Seeing Jiang Chen about to shout 3, the high-level officials of the setting Sun Empire finally panicked and quickly agreed. Please have the host bear witness. Jiang Chen bowed towards the arena. Bobby's figure appeared, looking somewhat helpless. This kid extorted the other party in front of him, and now he's asking him to be a witness. He really doesn't hold back. But all of this is within the rules, and he cannot intervene. Since both sides have reached an agreement, let's fulfill the agreement. Bobby said, pointing his finger in the air, and the map of the setting Sun Empire appeared. The 4 iconic buildings on it suddenly rose from the ground and disappeared into the void. The Xia kingdom should choose a place to settle the spoils as soon as possible. Bobby looked at Jiang Chen. Just place them next to the ruins of the old summer palace, arrange them in order. Jiang Chen blurted out without hesitation. The British Museum, where countless artifacts from the Xia kingdom are displayed, can finally be taken back today. Take back everything with interest. As each building landed, the audience of the setting Sun Empire was like a deflated balloon. They no longer had that superior attitude. They once looted treasures from all countries in the world, and today they finally tasted the feeling of being robbed. This is the key to your destiny. Bobby threw a golden key into Jiang Chen's hand. When Jiang Chen received the key to destiny, the national fortune of the Xia kingdom once again boiled. The golden dragon representing the national fortune appeared and roared to the sky. The key to destiny flew uncontrollably out of Jiang Chen's hand and into the dragon's mouth. In an instant, golden light filled the sky, and stars lit up. Then, in the temple of 1,000 gods in the Xia kingdom, hundreds of incense lamps appeared out of thin air. The national fortune of the Xia kingdom doubled once again. Look, what is that? Someone exclaimed. They saw figures flying out of the gate of destiny, entering the temple of 1,000 gods in the Xia kingdom under everyone's gaze. These figures were dressed as scholars, warriors, or emperors. Among them was the Emperor Qin Shi Huang they had seen before. The spirits have returned. These are the heroic spirits that existed in the history of the Xia Empire, and now they have returned based on coordinates. Jiang Chen saw this scene, and a hint of understanding rose in his heart. The key to creation may be the key to welcoming back the gods. This time it is heroic spirits, but will the next time be the gods of the heavenly court? Or the gods of ancient times? At the moment when the heroic spirits returned, fragments of memories appeared out of thin air in the minds of all Xia people. These are the deeds of these heroic spirits. The missing history has reappeared. Li Jianguo trembled all over, his face showing a look of ecstasy. No one understands better than him what this means. The completion of history means they have more information, and it will be easier for them to awaken in the future, with fewer sacrifices. Their Xia Empire has finally stood on the same starting line as the other empires. All this is thanks to Jiang Chen. In the past, when others called him the hope of the Xia Empire, Li Jianguo just smiled, but now it seems that this is indeed the hope of their Xia Empire's revival. Long Yi, go get some food and drink for civilization, restore your strength as soon as possible. There are still several fierce battles to be fought next, Li Jianguo said to Long Yi beside him. Although the empire of the setting sun has been defeated, there are still 3 other major empires behind it. It is unknown whether their Xia Empire can survive this disaster. Long Yi ran towards the arena with food that had been prepared long ago. At this moment, the host Bobby suddenly made a silent gesture. Since the Xia Empire has gathered 3 keys of creation, the rules of the mythological arena will be upgraded, all matches are temporarily postponed, and the arena will reopen in 3 days. What? The rules of the arena are going to be upgraded now, isn't this clearly favoring the Xia Empire? Protest, the Xia Empire is already at its weakest, why delay the time, we do not agree. Strongly demand to start the match now. Upon hearing that they had to wait 3 days to resume the match, the audiences of the other major empires were immediately dissatisfied. Those with keen eyes could see that although the Xia Empire had won several matches in a row, Jiang Chen, as the main force, was already at his weakest. As long as they consumed him for a while, the Xia Empire would undoubtedly lose. As long as Jiang Chen died, the rest of them were not worth worrying about. Jiang Chen was unique in his understanding of the mythological history of various countries. What makes you think I am negotiating with you? Bobby's voice was not loud, but it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. For a moment, they were so pleased with themselves that they almost forgot that the person in front of them was a true god. Wanting to erase them was simply a piece of cake. Seeing that no one dared to continue speaking, Bobby was satisfied and withdrew his gaze. The revival of the Xia Empire has become a certainty, and the return of the gods is only a matter of time. He doesn't mind doing a favor for the other party. Moreover, this was a rule that had been established earlier, and no matter which country it was, as long as they gathered 3 keys of creation, they could open a brand new mode. If they gathered all of them, they could welcome back their native gods. Now the Xia Empire was just the first to achieve this. Hearing about the 3-day rest period, Jiang Chen's face also eased a lot. What he lacked most now was time. Since coming to this world, he had been fighting all along, and even though he had gained many abilities, he had not had the opportunity to practice. Now, during these 3 days, he needed to quickly master the acquired divine powers. The Samadhi divine wind and the Qi refining technique must be mastered as soon as possible, as they are crucial for the upcoming battles. Jiang Chen began to plan his next actions in his mind. Stepping down from the arena, the Xia Empire audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Jiang Chen is awesome. Jiang Chen, I love you. Jiang Chen, do you need a disciple? I've been smart since I was a child. Jiang Chen, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Jiang Chen, can you teach us the Qi refining technique? Jiang Chen paused slightly upon hearing this. Teaching the Qi refining technique? That's not a bad idea, but this matter is of great importance, and he must discuss it with Li Jianguo and the others. The power of Qi cultivation was evident to all, which was why Jiang Chen hesitated to easily agree to teach it. If someone were to misuse it, he would become an accomplice. But if he didn't share it, that would also be difficult to explain. Jiang Chen quickly left the arena and returned to the meeting room. As he entered, he saw that it was already filled with people, all looking at him with admiration. Applause suddenly broke out. Jiang, well done, a general praised. Jiang nodded to the crowd and walked straight to Li Jianguo. Chairman, I have something to discuss with you in private. Oh? What is it? Jiang did not answer, just looked at him silently. Li immediately understood and gestured for Jiang to follow him to the inner hall. General Longye, you come too. Jiang noticed Longye following behind and invited him with a smile. Can I? Then I won't be polite. Longye chuckled and followed them inside. In the inner hall, Li finally turned to Jiang and asked, what do you want to say? You can speak now. As you saw on the arena earlier, General Baichi taught me a technique called chi cultivation. Now I want to ask the chairman how to handle it, whether to share it or not. Jiang asked seriously. This kind of technique that can be practiced by the whole nation should be shared. It is a good thing for our entire Xia country. Why hesitate? Long Ya interjected. However, Li understood Jiang's concerns. Are you worried about losing control? Yes. When individual strength surpasses the group, conflicts are inevitable, it is an eternal law. Jiang could share the technique, but who could guarantee that everyone would use it for good? What if one or two talented individuals misused it, how would they be stopped? Unlike the gods. Chosen, chi cultivation had no restrictions for supervision. If someone misused it, it would be a disaster. It's like ordinary people having firearms, with a heated mind, they can do anything. Li also thought of this issue and fell into contemplation. Promoting chi cultivation publicly is inevitable, but how to do it and how to balance it needs careful consideration. Wen Ming, what do you think is the biggest difference between chi cultivation and God's chosen? Li suddenly asked. Chi cultivation is more universal and has a higher growth limit, while God's chosen are limited by the power of the gods and have limited achievements, Jiang answered truthfully. How do you feel about letting only God's chosen learn chi cultivation? Li asked again. That is indeed a method, but in doing so, we may miss out on some good talents. God's chosen may not necessarily be suitable for practicing chi cultivation, and ordinary people may not be unsuitable either. This one-size-fits-all approach is somewhat arbitrary, Jiang explained. It's like taking a college entrance exam, those who pass are excellent, but does that mean those who don't pass are inferior? Obviously not. I have a suggestion, what do you think? Long Ye suddenly spoke up. Let's hear it, Li looked at Long Ye in surprise and gestured for him to continue. Since chi cultivation is destined to be made public, why not entrust it to our military? Those who want to learn chi cultivation must join the military, which can also serve as supervision and guidance. Long Ye's words made Li's eyes light up. This was a good idea. It doesn't block others from advancing, and it can also enhance the prestige of the military. Most importantly, with military training, it can help smooth out the rough edges of those individuals and prevent them from acting recklessly. Self-discipline is the instinct of our Xia country's soldiers. Jiang also strongly agreed with this suggestion. This is indeed a good way. When you come up with a plan, you will be fully responsible for it. Li Jianguo waved his hand and handed the matter over to Long Yi. After resolving the matter, the three of them left the hall. Jiang Chen was eager to practice, so he didn't stay long, greeted Li Jianguo, and left with Long Yi. When the two arrived at the Dragon Guard station, the Dragon Guard soldiers around them saluted and greeted them. Jiang Chen, General, hello. You are quite famous now. These kids are not even this enthusiastic when they see me. Long Yi laughed and scolded. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. When they arrived at a training ground, Jiang Chen finally spoke, General Long Yi, I am about to start practicing, so I will teach you the chi refining technique first. Don't keep calling me General Long Yi all the time. I am a few years older than you. In the future, just call me Uncle Long to make it more friendly. Alright, Uncle Long, please sit down. I will demonstrate the chi refining technique to you. Following the rules, reversing the immortals, embracing the reversal of yin and yang. Jiang Chen explained the chi refining technique mantra and instructions to Long Yi. Unfortunately, he couldn't teach the profound technique, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. This teaching session lasted for over an hour. When Jiang Chen saw that Long Yi had grasped the key points and closed his eyes to comprehend, he quietly left. 3 days is too short. It's unlikely to achieve a qualitative change. I'll have to find another way. Jiang Chen thought to himself, taking out a dagger with some hesitation. 3 days later. Has Wen Ming not come out yet? Long Yi paced anxiously at the door. Jiang Chen instructed before entering that no one should disturb him. He will come out when the arena opens. The Dragon Guard responsible for guarding said with some difficulty. There are 10 minutes left until the match. If he doesn't come out soon, it might be too late. Long Yi looked at the countdown on his hand, feeling anxious. If no one enters the arena by the time limit, it will be considered a forfeit, but Jiang Chen still showed no sign of movement. Forget it, when he comes out, you tell him to go to the mythical arena immediately. I'll go up first. Okay. After Long Yi finished speaking, 2 flames appeared under his feet and disappeared in an instant. On the mythical arena. Has Wen Ming not come out yet? Li Jianguo saw only Long Yi return and couldn't help but feel worried. He should be at a critical moment in his practice. Otherwise, he wouldn't forget the time. If not, I'll go up first to buy him some time. At this point, we can only do that. Li Jianguo sighed, agreeing to Long Yi's suggestion. Please have the representatives of the Xia Empire and the Holy Empire come to the arena. The host Poppy's figure appeared, signaling that the match was about to begin. Just then, a sun suddenly rose in the distance and rapidly approached. Why are there 2 suns in the sky? Oh no, it's a meteor. Run! Wait, there seems to be a figure inside. Brother, how can you see that? My master can see through a mountain and even see the nuns in the temple across the street through the keyhole. As the crowd discussed, the scorching sun descended and transformed into a young man. Oh my god, it's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's entrance is so cool. Hey, why is his head bald? You don't understand. No hair, no power. That's what they say in the neighboring Sakura country. Nonsense, if that were true, the monk would have been invincible long ago. I think he ran too fast and burned his hair off. Makes sense, when it comes to nonsense, it's all you. Upon seeing Jiang Chen appear, Long Yi hurriedly went to greet him. Wen Ming, what's with your head? Long Yi pointed to his bald head. I accidentally burned it during practice, so I just shaved it all off. Jiang Chen replied awkwardly. Please have the representative of the Xia Empire come out as soon as possible. Poppy's voice rang out again. Alright, enough talking. I'll go up first. Jiang Chen greeted Long Yi and walked directly onto the stage. By this time, the representative of the Holy See had already taken the stage. He was a middle-aged man in armor, somewhat resembling a Western knight. Summoning God's battle, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Only by summoning the God's battle could he unleash his greatest advantage. The opponent seemed well prepared and quickly handed a scroll to Poppy. Jiang Chen also took out a prepared list and handed it over. After Poppy received the scroll, he casually tossed it into the air and then announced the start of the match. However, this time they were not allowed to enter the Gate of Creation but instead had to randomly select from the list. The Holy See first selected their participating deity. It was an angel with 3 pairs of wings, holding a golden sword that seemed to be burning with flames. Archangel Michael. Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Chen frowned. He did not expect the Holy See to unleash such a powerful deity right from the start. Archangel Michael, also known as the Warrior Angel, was the leader of the 7 archangels. With formidable combat prowess, he could be considered one of the top forces in the Garden of Eden divine system. Soon it was Jiang Chen's turn, and 10 golden lights shone down on the scroll, illuminating the 10 names written on it. Neza, Li Jing, the 2 generals, King Silverhorn, King Goldenhorn, Scorpion Spirit, 100-Eyes Taoist, Dragon Demon King, and 9 Spirit Saint. Jiang Chen glanced at the 10 names and made his decision. The quality of the deities summoned this time is quite high, with most of them being formidable individuals. Jiang Chen focused on Neza, Scorpion Spirit, King Silverhorn, and 9 Spirit Saint. Neza was undoubtedly powerful, but since he was Long Yi's patron deity, Jiang Chen hesitated to choose him. The Scorpion Spirit was strong, especially with her poisonous tail, which even Sun Wukong could not withstand. However, Archangel Michael had purifying abilities that could neutralize her toxins. Jiang Chen was left with King Silverhorn and 9 Spirit Saint. 9 Spirit Saint, as a being from the primordial era, possessed terrifying strength that even Sun Wukong would have to yield to. However, he was more inclined towards spiritual cultivation and not fond of battles, so Jiang Chen set him aside for now. Finally, only King Silverhorn remained. Although these two demon kings were not exceptionally strong, they had powerful backgrounds and unique treasures, especially the purple gold gourd and the golden rope, which were formidable weapons. With this in mind, Jiang Chen made his decision. Raising the seven-star sword lightly in hand, the banana fan half covering the shoulder. Shaped like flowing clouds leaving the sea and sounding like thunder shaking the mountains and rivers. With a majestic presence deceiving the heavens, the angry general leads the demons out of the cave. Purple gold gourd and jade cleansing bottle, King Silver Horn and King Golden Horn intertwined. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the arrival of the golden and silver child. Jiang Chen was gambling, betting on the possibility of adding new terms and hoping that the Supreme Old Lord would intervene to help him. King Silver Horn and King Golden Horn were originally two immortal energies, one yin and one yang. By forcibly merging the two and summoning them, Jiang Chen not only compensated for their original weaknesses but also enhanced their strength. The fusion of yin and yang into Tai Chi was the foundation of Taoism and theoretically valid. Just look at the configurations of those Taoist big shots, each surrounded by two children. Is that a coincidence? Of course not. The two children represented yin and yang, while they themselves represented the yuan. Yuan, yin and yang, 3 realms, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. 9 is the ultimate number, leaving behind the departed one, which is the yuan. This is the cycle of Tao. With Jiang Chen's words, a black and white pillar of light descended from the void. Slowly, it condensed into a 2-meter-tall figure. With golden and silver horns on its head, clad in armor, a golden rope around its waist, holding the 7-star sword in one hand and the jade cleansing bottle in the other, and carrying the purple gold gourd on its back. Success! Jiang Chen rejoiced inwardly. This attempt was crucial for him, and its success indicated that the method was viable. When summoning others next time, you can also make some modifications. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Jiang Chen bowed to the King of Gold and Silver. Junior Jiang Chen pays respects to the King of Gold and Silver. Although he called the other party a boy when summoning, that was when he was asking for help in front of the Supreme Old Lord. Now, in front of the other party, it was better to address him as the king. I already know your intentions. Our master has sent my brother and me to assist you. The King of Gold and Silver nodded slightly towards Jiang Chen. The sage. The divine will must not be revealed. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, he was interrupted by the King of Gold and Silver, who made a gesture for him to be silent. Jiang Chen immediately understood that the sage above was also watching them, but for some reason, could not intervene personally. However, since the King of Gold and Silver had appeared, it represented the will of the sage, especially since he had brought those treasures. At least it proved that the sage was willing to help them. This was a good thing, and it also reassured Jiang Chen. You step back and let me deal with this outsider god. The King of Gold and Silver waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind to send Jiang Chen down to the platform. The 7-star sword in his hand emitted a silver light as he charged towards Michael. Judgment. Seeing this, Michael pointed his holy sword, and countless golden arrows appeared from the void, shooting towards the King of Gold and Silver. Mount Tai pressing down. The King of Gold and Silver pressed his hand, causing a mountain to fall from the void towards Michael. The two sides immediately engaged in a magical battle. Michael's wings flapped behind him, easily avoiding the attack of the mountain in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the King of Gold and Silver was surrounded by a golden light, allowing the arrows to hit him without causing any damage. A series of clanging sounds echoed. The King of Gold and Silver remained unscathed, clearly showing that the arrows had not penetrated his defense. His defense is too strong, isn't it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Michael was known as the Archangel of Battle, and his strength alone could rank him in the top 5 in the Garden of Eden. Even a probing attack from him was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet now, he couldn't even break through the defense of the King of Gold and Silver. This made Jiang Chen re-evaluate the King of Gold and Silver before him. In Journey to the West, there was not much description of the two of them. It was only known that the King of Gold Horn was skilled in close combat, with tough skin and great strength. The King of Silver Horn excelled in magic, capable of moving mountains and seas. However, when they encountered Sun Wukong, they appeared timid and only used magic treasures without engaging in direct combat. Now it seemed that they were not holding back at all, they were practically holding back an ocean. No wonder a green bull demon could make Sun Wukong call for reinforcements everywhere, while these disciples of the Supreme Old Lord couldn't. It turned out they were not timid, but afraid of messing up and not being able to fulfill their duties. This experience taught them the ways of the world. They could make friends in the mortal realm with their magic treasures, expand their territory, and hinder the pilgrims on their journey to the west. After finishing their tasks, they could return to the 33 heavens. It was like an official trip. Now that they had revealed their true strength, they had subdued the archangel of battle, Michael. Seeing that his holy sword's judgment was ineffective, Michael's expression became serious. He raised his holy sword above his head, chanting words under his breath. Soon, a holy light descended from the void onto him, forming a silver-gold patterned armor out of thin air. With 3 pairs of wings flapping behind him, he flew into the sky. Heaven's punishment! As his voice fell, countless small black dots appeared in the sky, falling at a rapid pace. They are meteorites. Wow, this is too fierce, always summoning meteorites to strike. With so many meteorites, how can the king of gold and silver dodge? It's over, they're going to be hit. The audience in the Xia Kingdom area exclaimed in shock. Previous battles had mostly been close combat, so it was rare to see scenes of moving mountains or summoning meteorites to attack. Xiankuan Yujing bottle, collect. The king of gold and silver remained calm and composed, holding the jade purification vase in his hand and aiming it at the meteorites in the sky, shouting collect. The meteorite group, originally menacing as if it were the end of the world, all looked like tadpoles seeing their mother. They lined up and were sucked into the jade purification vase. The whole scene fell into dead silence. What kind of treasure is this, that can even collect meteorites? It's a pity, it can't collect people. If it could take away that birdman as well, the battle would end immediately, how great! Seeing the meteorites he summoned being collected, he saw the silver monster waving the fan in his hand towards him. The sea of fire in the sky instantly rolled back, with both speed and power several times stronger than when Michael displayed it. And Michael's body, like a torn sack blown by a typhoon, disappeared from the original place in an instant, hitting the barrier of the arena hard. Boom! The entire arena trembled violently. Michael spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror. What kind of treasure is this again? The momentum that came in that instant, even if he tried his best, he could not resist. This was just the result of the opponent lightly waving the fan. If there were 2 more waves, wouldn't he be killed here? Miracle! Seeing the second wind coming, Michael quickly used the rules of his domain, hoping to withstand it with the domain of miracles. Who? This wind did not cause him any harm, but why did it feel a bit cold? Just as Michael was puzzled, he suddenly felt something cool falling on his face. He touched it and found it was water. How could there be water in the mythical arena? Before he could figure out why, a heavy rain suddenly poured from the sky. The flames on the ground were quickly extinguished, even the holy fire on his sword flickered in the rain, with the possibility of extinguishing it any time. On the other side, the golden and silver child standing on the ground had a banana fan and a jade purification bottle floating in front of him. With intricate hand seals formed by his hands and chanting words in his mouth. 5 thunder generals, fire train general. Soaring to the sky, driving thunder and clouds. Leading millions of troops, commanding divine soldiers. Raise the flag urgently, do not stop. The Supreme Old Lord is urgent. As his incantation fell, lightning flashed in the sky, heavy rain poured down, and occasional thunderbolts struck down, hitting Michael, making him miserable. Damn, damn, damn. Ouch, 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 brother, even if you're excited, don't pinch my leg. Mom, come out and see the immortal. This is a real immortal, summoning wind and rain with a wave of his hand, wind, rain, thunder, all at his command. Bless us, I bow in respect. Does anyone remember the incantation just now? Give me a copy later. Knowing the incantation is useless, didn't you see those hand seals? Ha, I recorded it, all recorded. Damn, Lao Lu. No, brother, lend me a phone. You go away, Bu Piaoling has been drifting half his life, just for today, please lend me this method to observe, I am willing to bow as a foster father, and will follow your orders in the future. Enough, I also want to see, okay? Get out of the way, you little green tea, brother, this is someone's room number, let's discuss the hand seals in the room later, how about that? Although they often saw gods move mountains and fill seas, there were also many who could summon wind, rain, and thunder. However, those spells were casually done by the gods, with no trace to be found. This kind of spell with clear incantations and hand seals was encountered for the first time, truly a rare and great opportunity. This means that everyone has the opportunity to learn. Whether the power is strong or not doesn't matter, the main thing is to be handsome. With just a wave of the hand, one can command the wind and rain. Who wouldn't be moved by that? Not to mention others, even Jiang Chen felt refreshed. Nowadays, which man doesn't have a bit of a teenage dream? He is definitely no exception. However, he understands that even if you know the incantations and hand seals, this kind of spell won't work unless executed perfectly. Whether it's the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism or the 9-syllable mantra of Taoism, they are essentially the same, both being linguistic magic. In this regard, the Chinese characters and language of their Xia country can be said to surpass all other countries. The form of the characters matches their sound and meaning. It can be said to be the language closest to linguistic magic. Unfortunately, it somehow got lost later on. Bringing back his thoughts, his gaze returned to the arena. At this moment, King Jian finished casting his spell, filling the entire arena with cold rain. Although Michael had divine protection, he was still soaked by the rain. Perhaps in his view, these raindrops posed no real threat to him, so he couldn't be bothered. However, this was exactly what King Jian wanted. The rain was just the first step, the real killer move was yet to come. He reached for a plantain fan, vigorously fanned it towards Michael, and a fierce wind instantly arrived, forming a waterspout carrying rainwater, heading towards Michael. Disperse! Michael wielded his holy sword, slashing the waterspout directly. Water splashed everywhere, and these water droplets had a strange icy blue color. Wherever the water droplets fell, they emitted a lot of cold air, quickly freezing all objects. The speed was so fast that it surprised everyone. Not good. Michael sensed something was amiss, flapped his wings, and tried to avoid the icy blue water droplets from a distance, but he was a step too late. His body, wet from the rain earlier, began to freeze rapidly upon contact with the cold. In the blink of an eye, his body was enveloped in a layer of ice, turning into an ice sculpture. The golden rope that had been chasing him finally seized the opportunity and bound him tightly. Go! King Jian waved his hand, and the 7-star sword in front of him immediately turned into a stream of light, piercing directly towards Michael's head. Crack! The ice shattered, and Michael's body also split apart. The 7-star sword and the golden rope lost their target and automatically flew back to King Jian. Did we win? It seems so, right? That birdman has turned to dust, we must have won. But why hasn't the referee announced the result? Now the audience had become smarter. As long as the referee didn't step forward to announce the result, it meant the match wasn't over yet. No matter how absurd the situation on the field, until the last moment, no one dared to say who would win or lose. Time passed by minute. Michael's body was still trapped in the ice, unyielding in death. But the host Bobby never appeared. What's going on? Could he still be alive? Even Jiang Chen was a bit nervous. King Jian frowned slightly. The opponent's life force had disappeared, which he could sense, but the match had not ended yet, indicating there was still a variable. To prevent any unexpected events, he took out the Qianquan jade cleansing bottle and aimed it at the pile of limbs. Collect! No response. Is his life force so strong? The Qianquan jade cleansing bottle could contain all lifeless objects, whether they were magical treasures, supernatural powers, or mountains and rivers, they could all be stored with a single thought. The only limitation was that it couldn't collect living beings. Since he couldn't collect Michael's body, it meant the opponent was still alive, even if he had no signs of life. Xian 3 consecutive, Koan 6 broken, Li as fire, Ken as arrow, urgent as the law. King Jiang quickly formed seals in his hand, then spat out a flame towards Michael's remains, intending to refine him with it. When the flame touched the opponent's body, the ice instantly melted, and along with the ice, Michael's body also melted. This bizarre scene left everyone present stunned. Can a corpse melt? Everyone thought it was a spell cast by the King of Gold and Silver, but only he himself knew that it was not the case. This was a means of self-preservation for the other party, because he could already feel the other party's life force rapidly recovering. Boom! Michael's body dissolved in the flames, then reformed and condensed back together. 3 pairs of pure white wings spread out, and a golden halo appeared above his head. This was his true form. Heretic, prepare to face judgment. Michael said these words, and the wings behind him instantly turned crimson, like wings formed from 2 flames. With the point of his holy sword, countless silver crosses fell from the void. These crosses were different from the last time, covered in thorns and looking bloodstained. They looked like instruments of execution. The cross of suffering. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. It was recorded in the Bible that Jesus came to spread the faith of God, was captured by ignorant humans, made to wear a crown of thorns, carry a cross, be whipped and humiliated along the way. Finally, he was stripped of his clothes, nailed to the cross, and died from bleeding. They used this to narrate the greatness of the Son of God to the world, that he was innocent but willingly took the punishment for all beings. Isn't it tragic? However, what is terrifying to contemplate is that everything Jesus experienced was arranged by God. The crucifixion of Christ was not accidental but predestined, as he had become the Lamb of God since the creation. A nominal Son of God, tortured to death, benefiting the Heavenly Father. It proved God's love for the world and his supreme authority in shepherding all beings, a double gain. Despite claiming that all beings are his children, his methods of dealing with them became increasingly cruel. Whether it was Adam, Eve, or Jesus, they were all his children, but each ending was more tragic than the last. The instrument of the cross should have been avoided, yet now it was being used against enemies. This alone explained everything. That was faith and judgment. No wonder the King of Gold and Silver appeared absent-minded before. It was all that old man God's doing. Jiang Chen finally grasped the key to it all. It was a form of brainwashing, a method they in Buddhism commonly used, relying on brainwashing to forcibly convert others' beliefs. It was a mental attack, pervasive, which was why the King of Gold and Silver was affected. Now the other side was using the same trick again, clearly intending to forcibly convert the King of Gold and Silver. Using this method. No, I must find a way to stop him. Faced with a mental attack, the best method was to strengthen one's will. Jiang Chen carefully recalled all the information in his mind, hoping to find a solution. Would singing the national anthem at this time help? This was Jiang Chen's first thought. However, he quickly dismissed it. The reason was simple: the national anthem was only effective for contemporary Xia people, and the King of Gold and Silver was an ancient demon. Singing the national anthem with him would be futile. I've got it. Suddenly, a book came to Jiang Chen's mind. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, the named is the mother of all things. Jiang Chen was immensely grateful to his former university teacher for not letting him graduate without memorizing this text, which he could now use. To make sure the King of Gold and Silver could hear clearly, he even performed a transformation of heaven and earth. This scene left the audience below stunned. What is Jiang Chen doing? Reciting texts? Why, their displayed combat power was not satisfactory. Jiang Chen had not thought deeply about it before, but now it seemed there was some deception involved. But thinking about this now is useless. The most urgent task is to obtain the keys to the creation of the other 2 empires. His gaze returned to the stage. The King of Gold and Silver had returned to his golden skin, indicating that the Golden Horn King had fully recovered, and the 2 sides had changed forms. The art of moving mountains. The King of Gold and Silver raised his hands as if lifting a mountain out of thin air, and with great force, he smashed it towards Michael. At this moment, Michael was seriously injured, with countless broken bones making it difficult for him to move. He could only watch helplessly as a mountain fell from the void. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Michael's figure disappeared, crushed under the mountain. Finally, it's over, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After such a long battle, it was finally coming to an end. Now all they needed to do was wait for the host to announce the results of the match. Time passed by minute, but there was still no sign of Bobby. Could it be that he's not dead yet? Jiang Chen was shocked. The opponent was already at his last breath, and now he was hit by a mountain, and he still wasn't dead? As if to confirm his thoughts, the mountain began to shake violently. The mountain gradually rose, completely leaving the ground. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. What did he see? A tall figure with 3 pairs of jet black wings behind him. Angel wings are always pure white, symbolizing purity. But now, a black-winged angel appeared. Numerous thunderbolts fell, covering the entire arena. Faced with this all-encompassing attack, Lucifer had no way to avoid it and could only withstand it. After the thunder and lightning, the dark aura surrounding Lucifer's body was dispersed, and he emitted smoke all over, looking pitiful. "You have successfully angered me," he said, as 3 pairs of pure white wings slowly grew behind him, and a weapon that resembled a sword but was not a sword appeared in his hand. This weapon was rusty all over, double-edged, but without a tip. It was segmented in the middle, as if it was squeezed out by a giant's hand. 12-winged fallen angel, divine judgment. Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. This weapon was too famous. It was said that before Lucifer fell, he had used this weapon to battle for God and had slaughtered countless deities. It represented the will of God and was therefore called the Blade of Judgment. It was considered one of the most powerful divine weapons, second only to the shepherd's crook in God's hands. And after merging with Michael, the 12 wings formed were Lucifer's form before his fall. The radiant archangel Lucifer. This was his true battle form. Be careful, King of gold and silver, he wields the divine judgment, and his name is the radiant archangel Lucifer, Jiang Chen shouted with all his might. The audience below was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Jiang Chen emphasized the opponent's identity and name. "I didn't expect that in your Xia kingdom, there would still be someone who could call out my title and true name," Lucifer said, somewhat surprised by Jiang Chen's words. The title of Radiant Archangel had become taboo after he left the Garden of Eden, unknown even to some newly born angels. But he didn't take it seriously. So what if they knew his true name? Could they still curse him? He had another identity, the Lord of Hell, Satan. What curse could affect him? However, the Silver Horn King, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, smiled. He should have told him the opponent's true name earlier. How could he unleash his full power without knowing the true name? But it was not too late now. He reached behind him and took out the purple gold gourd he had been carrying. As he took it down, the gourd automatically shrank and fell into his hand. The Silver Horn King pulled out the stopper from the gourd, aimed the bottle at Lucifer, and shouted, "Radiant Archangel Lucifer." "Ha!" Lucifer made a puzzled sound. The next moment, his body uncontrollably flew towards the purple gold gourd. Radiant Light Domain. Lucifer was shocked and quickly activated his domain. But he still couldn't stop the trend of being sucked into the gourd. In the moment he was being sucked in, he used the divine judgment in his hand to block the gourd's mouth, preventing himself from being completely sucked in. The Blade of Judgment was a divine weapon with eternal properties, indestructible and unchangeable. Although the purple gold gourd was powerful, its pocket dimension ability could not affect the Blade of Judgment, allowing Lucifer to escape a disaster. Hell descends. A charred world with a sulfuric smell appeared, and countless demons crawled out from every corner, rushing madly towards the Silver Horn King. Faced with this endless horde of demons, the Silver Horn King had no choice but to forcibly stop controlling the purple gold gourd. 5 thunder spells. The best spell against demons was the 5 thunder spells. Countless thunderbolts fell, clearing the demons around him, but also allowing Lucifer to successfully escape the suction of the purple gold gourd and run out. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed directly. It was so close, just a little bit more, and Lucifer would have been sucked into the purple gold gourd. The other party must be on guard now. Trying to get him to agree is like trying to reach the sky. After escaping from the trap, Lucifer did not retreat but instead swung the judgment in his hand towards the Silver Horn King. The Silver Horn King obviously couldn't take a beating like the Golden Horn King. He couldn't resist the opponent's attacks and could only dodge around. Lucifer was so sharp that he quickly noticed the problem with the two forms of the Golden and Silver Kings. The Golden Horn King is not afraid of physical attacks and has immense strength. The Silver Horn King is not afraid of magical attacks and excels in using various spells. The strengths and weaknesses of both sides are very obvious. One is light and one is dark, just like Lucifer and Michael. How similar they are. In that case, you can try this move. Lucifer smirked and suddenly split into two. It wasn't just his body that split, but also the Judgment Blade. The Archangel Michael, wielding the bright sword of the Archangel, stood on the left. The Grim Reaper Satan, wielding the Dark Sacred Reaper, stood on the right. They surrounded the Silver Horn King and launched attacks simultaneously. Archangel Michael, Grim Reaper Satan. Jiang Chen shouted loudly again. The Silver Horn King immediately understood and aimed the purple gourd in his hand at Michael. Michael, I call you, do you dare to respond? Jiang Chen almost hit his head on the ground when he heard this. Is this Silver Horn King a fool? You've asked that, even a fool would know something's wrong. Ha, fool, do you think I will, Michael sneered. Before he could finish speaking, he was sucked into the purple gourd. This works too. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. There really are fools. Seeing this, Satan quickly threw out his scythe and reformed the Judgment Blade. He then rushed forward and attacked the Silver Horn King. The Silver Horn King was helpless and had to give up controlling the purple gourd, watching helplessly as Michael escaped. Just a little bit more. Too bad. That golden and silver gourd seems powerful. Just call someone's name and you can trap them. It's powerful indeed, but it can only trap one person at a time, otherwise we would have won long ago. The audience from the Xia Kingdom felt regretful. It was always just a little bit short, but they were always interrupted at critical moments. Satan had already seen through the flaws of the purple gourd, so he hid among the evil spirits, commanding them to act as cannon fodder. Michael was engaged in a direct battle with the Silver Horn King. No, he was actually dominating the fight. The Silver Horn King excelled in magic, making close combat no match for Michael. After just a few rounds, he was covered in blood from the cuts. Switch to the Golden Horn King for close combat. Jiang Chen commanded from below the ring. The Silver Horn King was furious from being beaten by Michael, and seeing Jiang Chen still giving orders from below, he couldn't contain his anger. If you can do mass, then took a deep breath. Who? A fierce wind blew out of his mouth. The Samadhi divine wind. All the evil spirits blown by the wind instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the golden rope flew out from his waist. Bind. This was aimed at Michael. A trivial skill. Michael's holy sword was enveloped in sacred fire as he aimed to cut the golden rope. However, the next second, the golden rope in front of him disappeared without a trace. No, it didn't disappear. It turned into a hair strand, burned to ashes by the flames. Hair? How can there be hair here? Michael was stunned, feeling a bit confused. On the other side, Satan, who was preparing to ambush Jiang Chen, suddenly roared. His figure emerged from the shadows, entangled by a golden rope. Satan, are you stupid? Jiang Chen suddenly taunted. Damn mortal, how dare you Insu, Before Satan could finish his words, his body involuntarily flew towards Jiang Chen. No, more accurately, towards the purple gold gourd behind Jiang Chen. It turned out that Jiang Chen had secretly aimed the bottle at Satan earlier. Whether it was the attack on Michael or the conversation, it was all part of his plan. Satan thought he was hiding well, but he didn't realize that Jiang Chen saw through everything. The reason for attacking Michael was to distract him. The real target was Satan. Michael wanted to help, but it was too late. By the time Satan was entangled by the golden rope, he couldn't resist the suction force of the purple gold gourd. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into it. After Satan was captured by the purple gold gourd, Jiang Chen quickly took out the wooden stopper and sealed the bottle. "Michael, it's just you now." A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Somehow, after seeing the smile on Jiang Chen's face, Michael felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He actually felt fear towards a mortal? Just a humble mortal. Stop calling yourself humble and mortal. What do you think you are in my eyes? A god? No. You are just a birdman with wings. Michael was about to retort, but suddenly noticed that Jiang Chen seemed to be aiming the gourd at him intentionally or unintentionally. This tricky move almost made him spit blood on the spot. I can't talk to him, this kid just wants me to speak, I absolutely can't fall for it. Michael kept reminding himself in his mind. Once bitten, twice shy. Since he knew that answering the other party's questions would result in the gourd taking them away, how could he fall for it a second time? It's just a pity that Satan was sucked into the gourd, he couldn't regain his 12-winged form. His current strength greatly diminished. However, dealing with a mortal is enough. Divine punishment. Swords of light appeared behind Michael. Here we go again, shedding tears without seeing a coffin. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. It seemed that the match would end soon with just a few moves. He casually took out the jade cleansing bottle from behind him, aiming its mouth at the falling swords of light. Go! Collect! Both sides acted at the same time. Countless sword lights fell, but were absorbed by the jade cleansing bottle. Is that all? Jiang Chen was about to mock Michael, but suddenly realized that he had lost track of him. Not good. Jiang Chen shouted, immediately planning to leave the spot. A golden long sword pierced through his chest, and golden flames instantly turned his body into ashes. A mortal is just a mortal, even if you have so many treasures and powerful strength, it doesn't change the fact that you don't have a divine body. Michael's mocking voice echoed throughout the arena. Although this battle resulted in the loss of Satan's incarnation, gaining so many treasures wasn't a total loss. Jiang God is dead. Jiang God is dead again? Damn, brother, just by adding one word, you made me hold back my tears instantly. I suddenly feel that Jiang God's famed death skills are getting better and better. Why do you all think Jiang God didn't die? I don't need to guess, there must be a twist coming, the host hasn't come out yet. What you said makes sense. The audience from Xia country remained calm. After experiencing several ups and downs, they were no longer surprised. No one would believe that Jiang Chen was really dead. Except for Michael on the stage. Under the Pope's crown, should we remind the Archangel? A red-robed archbishop asked the Pope quietly. The Archangel has the guidance of the Heavenly Father, when is it our turn as servants to remind him? The Pope glared at the red-robed archbishop next to him, as if questioning him. Are you teaching me how to do things? The Pope's country may seem harmonious, but it is actually divided into two factions, one worshipping God Jehovah, and the other worshipping the Son Jesus. Although they are of the same faction on the surface, those who understand their history know that these two factions are not in harmony. This generation's Pope is from the Jesus faction, they belong to heaven, while Michael belongs to the Garden of Eden. Winning or losing in Xia country is not important to them. What's important is to take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the other faction's power and become the sole belief. However, this kind of thinking can't be said out loud. On the stage, Michael picked up the few treasures that had fallen to the ground, especially the purple gold gourd and the jade cleansing bottle. One can collect people, the other can collect spells, they were truly treasures to him. With these few treasures, future battles will be easier. A smile appeared on Michael's lips. Suddenly, the golden rope moved on its own, winding tightly from his palm to his whole body. So even angels are greedy, I thought you were truly selfless. Jiang Chen's teasing voice came the next moment. The banana fan lying on the ground suddenly moved and transformed into Jiang Chen's appearance. 72 transformations. Who are you? Michael's pupils shrank as he questioned sharply, feeling shocked because he had not noticed when the other party transformed. And what about the person he had just killed? What was going on? Could there be two godly followers? This couldn't be blamed on his lack of knowledge. The ability to transform into another form was only passed down in the East. Their Western gods had never seen it. Who are you? Weren't you just calling me a humble mortal? Now that you, a mortal, are about to be killed by me, do you feel angry? Jiang Chen raised the seven-star sword in his hand and thrust it towards his head. Clang! The long sword was actually deflected upon contact with Michael's body. Ha! Jiang Chen looked puzzled at the seven-star sword in his hand. Ha! A mere mortal dares to think of slaying a god. Michael let out a mocking laugh. Jiang Chen stubbornly swung the sword a few more times, but it was still deflected. A mortal is just a mortal, how could he possibly harm a god? He was a divine being, unless one possessed divine power, they couldn't harm him at all. Although Jiang Chen had the power of the Golden and Silver Kings, he did not possess divine power himself. He had noticed this point and dared to mock without restraint. Even though he was currently bound, the power of the Mirage Gold rope was limited. As long as he delayed for a while, he would be able to break free. By then, he would definitely use the most cruel methods to kill this mortal who blasphemed the angel before him. Let us, brothers, handle this. You have no divine power, you cannot kill him. The voice of the Golden and Silver Kings rang in Jiang Chen's mind. So, you need divine power, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. What do you mean? You have divine power? How is that possible? The Golden and Silver Kings were puzzled. Divine power was the term used by Western gods. In the East, there was another term, the power of all living beings. Only those who were worshipped with incense and gods could gather it. Jiang Chen did not have a divine position, so how could he be worshipped with incense? I don't have divine power, but my ancestral god does. He had a 99% affinity with Emperor Jun's bloodline, so borrowing the other's divine power was quite easy. He had never shown this in front of others, so the Golden and Silver Kings naturally did not know. Junior Jiang Chen, I respectfully invite the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Father of the 10 Days, the Emperor Jun of the 10,000 demons to descend. As his words fell, a white light suddenly lit up in the gate of creation. In an instant, the entire world lost its color. The golden armor and silver helmet on Jiang Chen's body automatically fell off, transforming into the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. Boom! The white light fell on Jiang Chen, and a pair of golden wings spread out behind him. His body involuntarily flew up and stood in the sky. Endless light radiated from him, like a second sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. Greetings, great Demon King. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn Kings bowed, their hearts filled with shock. Just a moment ago, when Jiang Chen solemnly declared that he could borrow Emperor Jun's divine power, they didn't quite believe it. But in the blink of an eye, he had summoned the deity. This was no mere godly follower. Even a biological son wouldn't be treated like this, right? In the capacity of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, under the name of the Demon King, I appoint Jiang Chen as the young master of the Demon Clan, becoming the spokesperson of the Heavenly Court. Is there anyone who objects? Emperor Jun ignored the two great demons and looked towards the gate of creation. Although it was phrased as a question, coming from him, it sounded more like a command. The stars inside the gate of creation twinkled and then fell silent. Soon, a token flew out from the gate of creation and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. Emperor Jun glanced at the token in his hand and then at Michael lying on the ground. He said nothing. The white light dissipated, and Jiang Chen reappeared in his original form. The audience in the Xia Kingdom area was in an uproar. What's going on with Jiang Chen? How did he suddenly get promoted? Did anyone see what that big shot looked like just now? I stole a glance and felt like my eyes were going blind. Even through the sunglasses, I couldn't see his appearance clearly, but judging from his aura, he's definitely a super big shot. Isn't that obvious? The Emperor of the 10,000 demons, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, who do you think can bear such a title? Jiang Chen looked so handsome just now, truly worthy of being my husband. Jiang Chen is my father, I'll make my mom remarry when I get back, none of you should try to compete with me. Snowflakes fluttering, no cotton coat, little sister, you are truly filial. Emperor Jun just descended. Although Jiang Chen's body was out of control, his consciousness was still there. Because of this, he felt somewhat inexplicable. He only wanted to borrow the other party's power. How did it turn into inviting a god to possess him? Why is everyone so fond of me? Bai Qi is like this, Emperor Jun is also like this. This made Jiang Chen extremely frustrated. But when he thought of the other party's words just now, that bit of frustration disappeared instantly. The young master of the demon clan, the spokesperson of the heavenly court. Doesn't this mean that he now truly holds a position of authority? Although others have said this before, hearing it officially from Emperor Jun made Jiang Chen feel somewhat excited. What is this token? Jiang Chen looked down at the token in his hand, only to see a simple ancient hieroglyphic character engraved on it, Dao. Upon seeing this token, the great king of Gold Horn and Silver Horn immediately knelt down. Gold Horn. Silver Horn. Greetings, my lord. This action directly puzzled Jiang Chen. Although these two were great demons, they were also disciples under the Supreme Old Lord, and now they were kneeling to him? Jiang Chen didn't think it was his identity as the young master of the demon clan that made the two great demons so respectful. After all, these two had just bowed to Emperor Jun in respect. It seems that it's because of this token. Unfortunately, this token only had the character Dao on it, with no other information. Forget it, why think so much, let's deal with the present matter first. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen reached out to help the two up, saying, no need, you're exhausting the juniors. Just then, Michael, who had been tied up on the ground, suddenly broke free from the ropes and thrust the holy sword into Jiang Chen's back. Poochie! The long sword pierced Jiang Chen's body, turning him into ashes once again. Michael not only didn't feel any joy in his successful sneak attack, but his face turned green. It's this move again. Yes, it's this move again, fun, isn't it, Michael? Jiang Chen's voice sounded from behind him. Bastard, dare to play. Ah! Enraged, Michael swung the holy sword backward without looking back. But as soon as his arm lifted, he felt his body uncontrollably flying backward. Vile scoundrel, dare to plot against me! Michael's roar echoed in the air, but his body was sucked into the purple gold gourd in Jiang Chen's hand. Knowing that I have the purple gold gourd and still arguing with me, are you stupid? When Jiang Chen sealed the mouth of the gourd, he couldn't help but taunt him. Is that it? The great king of Gold Horn and Silver Horn looked at each other, feeling embarrassed. They had fought fiercely with each other before, moving mountains and changing the weather, but in the end, nothing happened, and the more they fought, the stronger the opponent became. But after Jiang Chen stepped in, although he didn't have divine power, he managed to defeat them with his treasures. Compared to that, they indeed seemed like trash. Why aren't you dead yet? Hurry up and die for me. Jiang Chen kept shaking the purple gold gourd, occasionally stealing a glance inside. After a stick of incense, the host Bobby appeared on the stage, looking at Jiang Chen with a complex expression, and began to announce the result of the match. In this match, the Xia Empire emerged victorious. The next match will take place in an hour. Brilliant! Truly worthy of Jiang Chen. Victory in the first battle, let's continue the momentum and take down the Pope's kingdom. Jiang Chen, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. You women, step aside and let me. Jiang Chen, the younger brother who has loved picking up soap since childhood, with a standard posture and outstanding pressure resistance. Move aside, Jiang Chen, my sister says she won't marry anyone but you. Jiang Chen, my sister is 18 this year, she's a model. After confirming the victory in the competition, Jiang Chen finally smiled. He bowed to the Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Thank you both for your help this time. I will definitely build a monument and temple for you both in the future, with continuous incense burning. Farewell. Hold on, return our treasures first, then we'll leave. The Silver Horn King was not fooled by Jiang Chen's words, as he wanted to exchange his precious gourd for the monument and temple. What gourd? Didn't I just give it to you? Jiang Chen looked innocent. Don't play dumb, that trick was used by that monkey years ago, you can't fool me. He, can't hide anything from you too, here. Jiang Chen chuckled and returned several treasures to them. That's more like it. The Silver Horn King was satisfied and took back the treasures before leaving with the Gold Horn King. See off the Gold Horn King and Silver Horn King. After seeing the two enter the Gate of Fate, Jiang Chen quickly shouted and then ran off the stage. No one noticed that Jiang Chen was holding something bulging in his arms. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped off the stage, he was surrounded by enthusiastic spectators, each trying to introduce him to potential partners. He had already shown his talent and was destined to become the new war god of Xia country. Especially at his age of 16, just out of school, no one wanted to miss out on this rising star. Get lost, don't disturb his rest. Dragon Yi arrived and stopped the crowd from pushing towards Jiang Chen. As the current top war god of Xia country, Dragon Yi's presence alone was enough to intimidate the ordinary people. Jiang Chen finally managed to break free from the crowd and ran towards Dragon Yi. In just a short moment, his face and head were covered in lipstick marks. It's terrifying, no wonder celebrities in the past had bodyguards when going out, it seems reasonable. Jiang Chen was a bit shaken. With his strength, he could have easily avoided it, but he didn't expect the crowd to be so crazy. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was also worried about hurting others if he forcefully broke free, so he didn't use any spells. Of course. Whether there was any ulterior motive behind this was unknown. As Dragon Yi left the crowd and returned to his seat, Li Jianguo nodded at Jiang Chen, indicating for him to sit down and rest. Although we won this round, judging from the opponent's reaction, there may be variables ahead. Is there anything we can help with? Li Jianguo hinted at Jiang Chen, suggesting whether they should deal with them offline like they did with Tianzhu. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then shook his head. The Holy See is not to be feared. Our real opponent is Greece. It's not advisable to reveal our hand too soon. With his understanding of the Holy See, there weren't many people they could rely on right now. Unless Jehovah himself intervened, he didn't know how he would lose. Not even if Jesus came. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as they were confident, they were worried that Jiang Chen would run out of ideas. Based on your speculation, who do you think the Holy See will send next? Li Jianguo asked again. Knowing the enemy is the key to victory, being able to plan ahead is the best strategy. After all, Xia country had many strategists, and they were definitely able to come up with a detailed tactical plan within an hour. The Holy See has two major god systems, one is the Garden of Eden system, and the other is the Heaven system. Although they share the same origin, from what I know, they are not on good terms. The constant struggle between light and darkness has been ongoing, constantly plundering each other's followers. Now that Michael and Satan are dead, the God of Eden is definitely not going to sit still. I estimate that the next ones to appear should be a few other angels, or perhaps Adam and Eve. In fact, the heavenly faction does not have many gods, the main fighting force is still on the side of Eden. Among the remaining people, Adam and Eve are originally one entity, known as the ancestors of Western humanity, and are likely to appear. It's just unknown how strong they are. According to his estimation, they should not be weaker than Michael, but not much stronger either. On the contrary, there is another person that Jiang Chen is somewhat undecided about. The ancestor of the blood clan, Cain. A person cursed by Jehovah himself, immortal, unable to touch the ground, forever living in darkness. His status is no less than that of Satan, and his followers are even more numerous. The most terrifying thing is the curse on him. Unable to give birth to offspring through reproduction, but can transform through blood. This is somewhat similar to the ancestors of the Shirgu Jiang Chen and Ingo in the Xia kingdom. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that similar figures could be found in the Xia kingdom among the gods of other pantheons. Is this a coincidence or is it the will of heaven? The 1-hour break quickly ended, and Jiang Chen returned to the arena. There was no idle talk between the two sides, they began to summon their respective deities. Golden light shimmered in the sky, swiftly passing over the list, and soon 10 names appeared. Jiang Chen did not look at his own side, but kept an eye on who the other side chose. The golden light on the opposite side fell on a row of letters, Cain. I really guessed it right, Jiang Chen thought to himself, then looked at his own list. Shigu, Ingo, Hoqing. After seeing these three names, Jiang Chen didn't even want to look further down the list. It's settled, it's among these three. The four corpse kings, Hanway has already died, now only three remain. Hoqing is a flying zombie, Ingo is a cursed zombie, and Shigu is a blood-sucking zombie. Cain is the ancestor of the blood clan, extremely fast, and cursed by Jehovah. Hoqing and Ingo have no advantages. On the other hand, the blood-sucking zombie Shigu, with copper skin and iron bones, astonishing recovery ability, is actually the most advantageous one against Cain. I remember that Shigu's original form was an ancient spiritual root, which was later contaminated by the flesh and blood of the wolf, so it became a corpse king. Due to congenital deficiencies, it has no soul, only instincts. In other words, Shigu has no brains, so driven by instinct, it likes to attack living beings and absorb their essence. In other words, I have no brains, so I want to eat other people's brains to make up for it. It just so happens that Cain also likes to suck blood, so if these two get together, just thinking about it makes Jiang Chen a little excited. Question: when a zombie and a vampire bite each other, does the vampire become a zombie, or does the zombie become a vampire? The answer is definitely, the vampire becomes a zombie. After all, there is a saying, if I have no brains, no one can control me. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and walked straight to Shigu. With a height of 12 feet, eyes glowing with blood, covered in scales, impervious to swords and spears, feeding on living beings, drinking their essence, immortal, with boundless divine power, I, Jiang Chen, respectfully welcome the arrival of Shigu, one of the four great corpse kings. As his words fell, a crack opened in the void, revealing the scene inside. It was a valley full of spring, with flowers blooming, peaceful and serene, like a fairyland. Truly one of the ancestors, although I haven't heard of him, but looking at this scene, he is definitely a highly accomplished individual. Brother, don't get ahead of yourself, didn't you hear the second half of John's words? Feeding on living beings, drinking their essence, do you call that a highly accomplished individual? Immortal. My God, this is definitely a super big shot, I've never heard of an immortal deity appearing before. So, in this game, aren't we guaranteed to win? Jiang is awesome. Soon, the ground in the canyon began to crack, and a large blue hand emerged from the depths, followed by a figure climbing out step by step. It was a naked, muscular man with a strange bluish-gray skin tone. Ah, rogue. Many female spectators couldn't help but exclaim, covering their faces with their hands. Long hair, short knowledge, this is what a true gentleman looks like. Be serious, this is our deity, we must show basic respect. Speaking of which, it's going too far to record with your phone. After climbing out from the ground, Jiang Chen opened his eyes suddenly, revealing a pair of blood-red eyeballs, sending shivers down everyone's spine. His gaze swept around, finally landing on Jiang Chen outside the crack. With a step, he appeared on the arena. Jiang Chen looked at the unconventional figure of the other party and was speechless for a moment. He then exhaled and a hair flew out, turning into a pair of shorts on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, tacitly accepting his actions. Ha ha! Xia country claims to be a civilized ancient country, yet they have such a barbaric god, it's really laughable. Could it be that they are so poor that they can't even afford clothes? Do you want us to lend you a set? Not elegant at all, extremely vulgar, how can they compare to our noble god, handsome and elegant, just like the most aristocratic noble? The audience from the Holy See found an outlet for their mockery, laughing at Jiang Chen's appearance. Can I eat them? Jiang Chen turned to the host Bobby. The whole venue fell silent in an instant. Although Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. The mocking voices stopped abruptly, their faces turning red like ducks being strangled. Bobby's smile froze on his face, somewhat helplessly saying, "No." Upon hearing Bobby's words, those people felt relieved, a sense of humiliation rising within them. Damn, just a barbaric god, yet so arrogant. Lord Cain, tear him apart. Lord Cain, suck his blood and make him your slave. Barbaric god, death is your destiny. The Holy See erupted with stronger curses. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, showing signs of losing his temper. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly saw Bobby smirk and heard him say, "If you win the final match, you can have these people from Xia country as sacrifices." With these words, the scene fell silent once again. The hecklers from the Holy See were instantly pale with fear, no longer daring to say a word. Even Jiang Chen looked at Bobby with a strange expression. That was a bit ruthless. However, he understood that as fellow deities, how could they allow mortals to insult them at will? Some things could be said in private, but not in public. Every deity has their own preferences, which may not be understood or agreed upon, but public humiliation is absolutely not allowed. If you break this taboo, be prepared for retaliation. If humans are like this, what about gods? This is the rule. Jiang Chen nodded at the words, then looked at Jiang Chen in the audience and said, "You, watch over those people for me, I'll come back to eat later." Jiang Chen was speechless, feeling a bit sorry for those who were courting disaster. Why provoke this big shot out of all people? Falling into his hands would be a blissful death. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of pleading for these people, since they brought it upon themselves, regardless of their fate. As for the sacrifice, although he had never done it, weren't there refugees and slaves from Tianzhu? They must be good at it. So Jiang Chen was not worried at all. Unlike the Holy See's mournful expressions, the audience from Xia district almost burst into laughter. I have to say, Jiang God is truly worthy, his style hasn't changed at all. Is he going to start a buffet again? Can I eat them? Ha ha ha. Look at the expressions on their faces at that time, it cracks me up. I feel that the ancestor is so cute and polite, actually asking a question. Sister, haven't you noticed yet? It's not the ancestor, it's the corpse ancestor. The corpse of a corpse, the ancestor of zombies in legends. How do you know? I just checked the Shanhai Jing written by Jiang Chen, guess what his background is? Stop beating around the bush, just say it. This big shot is actually a descendant of Panga, the creator god of our Xia country. It is said that after Panga died, the skull transformed into a hound, causing trouble in the world. Later, it was destroyed by Nuwa and Fushi, and its essence blood combined with a spiritual root. Because its original form is a spiritual wood, it naturally has no soul, and it loves to feed on the souls and essence blood of living beings. Most importantly, the living beings it feeds on will also turn into zombies like it. It can be said that the descendants are endless. It is related to the previous appearance of the Crimson Flame Valkyrie, with formidable combat power. Hiss. A gasp sounded, and everyone was shocked by this news. Feeding on the souls and essence blood of living beings, transforming them into zombies like oneself. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Oh my god, so fierce? Can it eat anything to replenish itself? Hey! Brother, you are not right, your focus is different from ours. Do you think the corpse ancestor's physique is built by eating? Listening to you, why do I still feel a bit tempted? Hey, calm down, do you guys want to become brainless zombies? What's wrong with zombies, strong bodies, as hard as iron? Exactly, guess whether girls prefer you to have brains or a strong body? On the arena, Jiang Chen moved his muscles and made crackling sounds. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the original position. Bang! 1 second after his figure disappeared, a large pit appeared out of nowhere where he was standing. Jiang Chen saw this scene and felt his eyelids twitch. Perhaps others didn't know how hard the arena floor was, but he knew it very well. Even if he transformed into a 100-meter giant using the law of heaven and earth, he couldn't budge the floor at all. But now, with just a sprint, Jiang Chen left a large pit on the ground. This power. Cain, his fellow brother, also known as the Wolf King, didn't have such terrifying strength. Jiang Chen was also surprised. Cain's speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it. Too fast. He didn't see his wings flap, and the person had already disappeared. Come again. No matter how he attacked, Cain seemed to anticipate his moves in advance, always able to easily evade. And he would occasionally use his speed advantage to counterattack. However, these attacks only left a few white marks on Jiang Chen's body, unable to harm him at all. Corpse ancestor, he has perception ability, can predict your actions, Jiang Chen shouted loudly from below. It is well known that bats have ultrasonic waves that can detect changes in their surroundings. Cain is the same, although his speed is fast, it is limited compared to Jiang Chen, and he cannot reach the overwhelming situation. So it's not that his speed is too fast, but that he anticipates Jiang Chen's actions in advance. As his words fell, Jiang Chen's body disappeared again, moving even faster than before. His fingernails were as sharp as the sharpest dagger, piercing directly into Cain's body. The arm passed through. However, the next second, Cain's body instantly turned into countless black bats, dispersing and then reassembling into shape not far away. Escape technique? The minister was somewhat surprised, not expecting the other party to have such advanced escape techniques. Who? Taking a deep breath, muscles on the body began to show veins. Bang! A punch was thrown, producing a sonic boom. And standing not far away, Cain's body suddenly split into 5, transforming once again into numerous bats. However, this time, many bats were turned into blood mist. Jiang Chen below was stunned. Is this an air cannon? He had sharp eyes and naturally saw what had just happened. The minister's fist seemed to hit the air, but in fact, due to the speed and force, he forcibly compressed the air into an air cannon. This was pure physical strength. Even with Cain's amazing perception, he couldn't react in time. Because this move had no precursor, relying solely on absolute speed and power, unlike divine power, which would show energy fluctuations. It's like seeing a truck rushing towards you, but you can't dodge because it's faster than you. Cough, I underestimated you. Cain's body reformed, coughing continuously, clearly having suffered some damage just now. However, the response to him was still a punch. But this time, Cain didn't dodge, instead, he reached out and directly grabbed the minister's fist. Brown fur quickly grew out of Cain's body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a handsome noble gentleman into a fierce giant wolf. I really don't want to use this form, it's not elegant at all. Cain's mouth split open, revealing a fierce and cruel smile. Another wolf claw reached for the minister's heart, while baring its fangs, aiming to bite the minister's head. With one hand held, at such a close distance, there was no way to dodge, only to barely avoid vital points. Slicing sound. Like leather being cut. The minister had 5 wounds clawed on his body, blood seeping out from within. The wolf's teeth sank into the minister's shoulder, deeply embedded in his flesh. Get off! The minister's body leaned back, kicking Cain away. But the consequence of this action was that a large piece of flesh was bitten off his shoulder by the other party. It looked terrifying with blood all over. The minister's body surged with blue energy, quickly repairing the torn wounds, with only the bloodstains on his body proving that he had indeed been injured just now. Cain's mouth was bloody, chewing the minister's flesh and blood, then swallowing it, a satisfied expression on his face. Indeed, divine flesh tastes better. He even licked the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth as if savoring the taste. The minister remained expressionless, as if he was not the one injured. Cain, now in giant wolf form, although his speed had decreased, his strength was terrifying, not much inferior to the minister. As he swallowed the minister's flesh and blood, the original injuries on his body also began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were restored to their original state. The audience below the arena, witnessing this scene, were all shocked. What kind of recovery speed was this? After fighting for so long, neither of them had any injuries. Did I see things wrong just now? How did that bat spirit suddenly turn into a werewolf? That's not a bat spirit, it's a vampire. Aren't vampires and werewolves supposed to be enemies? How can it be the same person? Could it be that his dad is a werewolf, his mom is a vampire, and they had him across species? Damn, buddy, your imagination is amazing. Have you considered writing a novel? It's definitely promising. All I can say is that the noble circle is really chaotic. The Holy See really messed up this time. Angels and demons are the same person, vampires and werewolves are also the same person. How many more lies do they have? A bunch of charlatans, always full of nonsense. Fortunately, we haven't let them spread into our Xia country. It seems like Lord Shizu can't beat this werewolf. Could he really be eaten? Impossible. In the name of the Chow family's rice bowl, guarantee that it's absolutely impossible. Perhaps the calmest person in the entire scene was Jiang Chen. Cain transformed into a werewolf, which indeed startled him, but the other party's slick move made Jiang Chen exclaim 999. Why do you have to eat zombies when there are so many other options available? And not just any zombies, but the ancestor-level zombies. It's hard to even think about losing now. I thought this was going to be an evenly matched battle, but I didn't expect the result to be decided so quickly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Since the outcome was no longer in suspense, Jiang Chen put away his previous worries. With a wave of his hand, a reclining chair appeared, and he unabashedly sat down on it. Snapping his fingers, a bucket of popcorn and a large cup of cola appeared in his hand, and he began to enjoy them with relish. Wow, look at Lord Jiang, what is he doing? Cola? Popcorn? And a beach chair? Brother, they are fighting to the death up there, and you are down here watching a movie on vacation. Is this really okay? Lord Jiang is truly admirable, composed and unruffled. I've learned something. Meanwhile, in the audience area of the Holy Empire. Damn, what is he doing? How dare he eat popcorn during such an important match? It's too much. Why didn't I think of that? Is he trying to turn his sorrow and anger into appetite? After all, their god is about to be eaten by Lord Cain. Who is this Lord Cain? He is now the Wolf King Cain. It's all the same. The savage god of the Xia kingdom, who just boasted about eating us a moment ago, is now bitten by Lord Cain in the blink of an eye. I can't wait to see him turn into a werewolf. Even if he becomes a werewolf, he will still be Lord Cain's slave. With his strong regenerative ability, he might be kept by Lord Cain as a blood source. The scene was chaotic, just like a marketplace. On the arena, the two sides clashed again, with no dodging or defense, just bloody punches and close combat. It was like an ancient gladiatorial arena, abandoning all the fancy moves and purely competing with physical strength. Cain had sharp claws, and so did Chen. Cain had sharp fangs, and so did Chen. You scratch me, I bite you. They were like two fierce beasts, tearing each other apart. Cain, with his blood-sucking ability, kept drinking Chen's blood to heal his wounds. Chen, on the other hand, couldn't manage to bite Cain at all. He just kept scratching Cain with his sharp nails. Although each scratch from Chen caused a slight numbness in Cain's body, Cain, relying on his dark creature constitution, didn't care about the weak toxin at all. After all, a sip of blood could restore him. As the battle intensified, Cain finally seized the opportunity and bit Chen on the neck. As long as he sucked dry Chen's blood, he could turn Chen into his servant. But to his surprise, when Chen felt Cain biting him, instead of struggling, he tightly embraced Cain. The two fangs in his mouth finally revealed themselves, biting fiercely on Cain's neck. Ah! Cain let out a scream as Chen bit him, then he eagerly started sucking his blood. Chen did the same. However, he wasn't just sucking blood, but also Cain's soul. The audience below the arena, seeing this scene, were all stunned, some even finding it hard to believe. Are the gods into such peculiar hobbies? Shoo, don't talk nonsense, maybe they are not what we imagine. I told you, only same-sex love is true love, burn the heterosexuals. Sister, lower your voice, you'll get in trouble like this. Even the audience from the Holy Empire, upon seeing this scene, were all shouting in disbelief, what the heck? In fact, it's not entirely their fault, mainly because Chen and Cain were too close to each other, their bodies tightly entwined, heads buried in each other's necks. Anyone would think they looked like a pair of lovers in a passionate embrace, rather than opponents fighting for their lives. Who would have thought that in the mythical arena, true love could still be found? Confucius said, no fight, no love. Idiot, run quickly, I can't hold back the coffin board of Confucius any longer. The coffin of Confucius is next door, why are you here? Are you guys learning crosstalk? You even started performing. The key is, there is no sense of violation at all. The audience in Xiagua district is crazy about playing with memes, not caring about the situation of the match at all. Who let Jiang Chen take the lead? Jiang Chen is not worried, so why should they be? Just watch the show. The state of Jiang Chen and Cain did not last long, and they separated again in just a few minutes. But this time, Cain's face did not show joy, but instead revealed a look of fear. He clearly sucked away most of the opponent's blood, but the opponent not only did not weaken, but the strength coming from his body became stronger and stronger. In terms of blood sucking, he was actually overwhelmed by the opponent? In theory, the opponent should have been cursed and transformed into a blood servant soon after drinking his blood, but in fact, the opponent did not change at all. Instead, he himself felt confused and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. What kind of monster are you, that you can be immune to my curse? You talk too much. Jiang Chen remained expressionless. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. In Cain's view, this sounded more like the other party mocking him. Bastard! Cain was so angry that he cursed loudly, showing no trace of noble elegance. Since close combat was not working, he decided to try a different approach. He bit his own wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. Are you trying to fake an injury? If you can't win, there's no need to self-harm. What can't win? It's clearly can't bite through, right? Lord Shizu is awesome. The amount of bloodshed could definitely feed a blood bank. Xiaogua district audience, even Jiang Chen, were somewhat surprised by Cain's sudden self-harm. However, the next moment, he understood. Cain's blood kept dripping on the ground, quickly forming a pool of blood. Jiang Chen's eyes turned red, although they were originally red. But that instinctive desire for blood made him involuntarily move towards Cain. He wanted to drink blood. Especially the blood of this foreign god in front of him, it seemed to have a deadly attraction. After tasting it once, he found it hard to resist. This was the curse of the blood race, making him completely defenseless against the blood of superior vampires. However, this curse was not complete. Because it could not control Jiang Chen, let alone enslave him. Instead, it infinitely magnified his inner desire for blood. This made Jiang Chen, who was already not very bright, completely lose his sanity. Only the desire for fresh blood remained. The blood slid down Cain's fingers, gradually solidifying and forming a substance similar to crystal. The crystal began to wriggle, as if it had life, and finally formed a dark red long sword. The intricate runes engraved on the sword looked eerie and mysterious. However, the unsettling aura emanating from the sword made people feel very uncomfortable. As if it was the most filthy thing in the world, it made people want to vomit. Blade of Curse. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good treasure. It was said to be a treasure used by God to punish those heretics, containing the most vicious curses in the world. Anyone who was scratched by it would be contaminated by the curse, turning into dark creatures, fearing the sunlight. In severe cases, their souls would be imprisoned within, enduring torment for eternity. Cain was originally scratched by this long sword, which turned him into a blood vampire. He thought this thing was in the hands of Lucifer, but he did not see it when searching for the opponent's belongings. Unexpectedly, it was in Cain's hands. What an unlucky child. Jiang Chen looked at Cain with some pity. If this sword were used against others, it would definitely be a super artifact. It's just a pity that he was facing Jiang Chen, a creature that was already the most impure in the world, and most importantly, he had no soul. It could be said that he perfectly avoided all the characteristics of this sword. As the blade of curse fell into Cain's hands, his body suddenly disappeared. On the arena, a dozen figures appeared in an instant. This is because the speed is too fast, creating afterimages that look exactly like real people. Jiang Chen is still the same, staring blankly at the position where Cain was standing. His mind was full of thoughts. Why is there no blood? Oh, I forgot, he doesn't have a brain. Roar! A roar came from Jiang Chen's mouth. The powerful sound waves instantly shattered all the illusions around. At the moment when Cain's figure was exposed, the cursed blade in his hand suddenly stabbed out, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen did not back down, and his finger also stabbed towards Cain's heart like a knife. The cursed blade pierced Jiang Chen's heart, and Jiang Chen's hand also pierced Cain's chest. But the next moment, Cain turned into countless bats, while Jiang Chen casually threw the cursed blade aside. This kind of almost mutually destructive fighting style, when applied to these two, seemed as if nothing was happening. No one could do anything to each other. Only Jiang Chen knew that the battle was about to end soon. Jiang Chen carried the toxin from the hound in his body, a highly toxic substance that even Shiva could not withstand. However, Jiang Chen was different from the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon's poison was mixed with fire poison, so the symptoms were more obvious. Jiang Chen's poison was purely corpse poison, with a strong latent effect that would gradually affect the poisoned person. Once it took effect, it would become an incurable poison. Now Cain was already on the brink of the abyss, and each of Jiang Chen's attacks pushed him back. This kind of fighting where injuries were exchanged seemed evenly matched, but in reality, Cain had already lost after the first poisoning. It was just that his constitution was special, otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Cain obviously had not realized this problem yet, and continued to rely on speed and the cursed blade to confront Jiang Chen head-on. Jiang Chen's body was now covered with curses, making him appear even more eerie. But his strength did not diminish, on the contrary, it increased. Zombies were already the most impure beings, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, so these curses were the best supplement for him. By the end, Jiang Chen even took the initiative to throw himself against the cursed blade. Cain became more and more alarmed as the fight went on. He couldn't win in a head-on fight, and his sneak attacks were ineffective. In the past, he used his immortality to disgust others, but today it was his turn. How can we continue like this? It's not a solution to keep dragging on like this. Cain's mood became more and more irritable, even feeling an impulse to tear the other party apart. Just then, Jiang Chen pounced on him again. He wanted to transform into a bat to avoid it, but felt dizzy instead. Bang! In that moment of distraction, he failed to dodge the attack, and Jiang Chen's fist exploded half of his body. Something strange happened. Although he saw half of his body turning into minced meat, he didn't feel much pain. Even the blood that flowed out had a strange dark brown color, emitting a foul smell. This smell is so familiar, like I've tasted it somewhere, but why can't I remember? His consciousness became more and more blurred, and his reactions became slower. Even his originally pale skin began to show a strange bluish-black color. They all say I have no brain, do you? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly sounded in Cain's ear. Before he could react, he felt his body being tightly restrained. Jiang Chen's fangs sank into Cain's neck, greedily sucking his blood. Cain desperately tried to struggle, but Jiang Chen's arm held him firmly, making it impossible for him to move even a bit. The corpse poison became more and more severe, and Cain's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Moments later, a dried-up corpse was casually thrown to the ground by Jiang Chen. Cain was dead. The skilled swimmer drowns, the skilled rider falls. The progenitor of the Blood Clan, known for his blood-sucking, was actually drained of blood by someone, and even his soul could not escape. The scene fell into silence. The audience of the Holy See could not accept it. Just a moment ago everything was fine, how did he suddenly lose? Lord Cain is immortal, how could he lose? It's fake, it must be fake. Cain, get up quickly. At this moment, the figure of the host Bobby appeared on the stage, scanning the audience. His appearance meant that the match was over, and he was there to announce the result. In this match, the Xia Kingdom Empire wins. Cheers erupted from the Xia Kingdom audience section. I told you, you can't rely on that pretty boy. How about it? A man should be fierce, Lord Shizu is awesome. Few words, but ruthless, that's me, Shinji. He said he would eat him, and he did. That's how a real man should be. Look, that vampire isn't dead yet, he moved again. The body of Cain on the stage suddenly moved. I told you, Lord Cain is immortal, how could he be killed so easily? Something's not right. The host already announced the result, how? Lord Cain is not dead, we haven't lost, the result doesn't count. It's a conspiracy, Lord Cain is still alive, why should we be judged as losers? The audience from the Papal Kingdom protested loudly, but Bobby didn't even look at them. The next moment, Cain's body suddenly bounced up from the ground, turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Ah! A scream was heard. The representative from the papal kingdom was being shriveled by Cain at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a mummy. After draining the night, Cain turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, who was closest to him. In an instant, a rusty and peculiar great sword appeared in his hand. The Blade of Judgment. At the same time, a golden rope flew out from his chest. The golden rope. Roar! Chen Ji roared. Cain's figure appeared from the void, his finger just half a meter away from Jiang Chen. The golden rope quickly bound him securely. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding how the opponent could attack him. The rules of the arena clearly stated that hostile gods were not allowed to attack god followers. How could he ignore the rules? Bobby appeared, looking embarrassed. He almost killed the god follower of the Xia kingdom by exploiting a loophole in the rules. Just as he was about to enforce the arena rules and eliminate Cain, Chen Ji stopped him. He is my spoils of war. Another exclamation was heard. The knight who had been turned into a mummy by Cain earlier, was now standing unsteadily and heading towards the audience. Nonsense! Bobby was furious. As he spoke, the sky darkened, and countless thunderbolts as thick as arms struck down, instantly turning the knight into ashes. Chen Ji calmly glanced at the knight, then looked at host Bobby and extended his hand. Compensate me. Bobby. After being a referee for so long, this was the first time he encountered such a frustrating situation. First, someone exploited a loophole in the rules, and now someone was demanding compensation. Could he still continue this job? We'll talk privately after it's over. Bobby suppressed his anger and said. Okay. Chen Ji responded, no longer speaking, but turned to look at the audience from the papal kingdom. The bloodthirsty look in his eyes was undisguised. If he won, he could eat them, he hadn't forgotten that. Who to eat first? Or eat them all? Chen Ji's not very bright mind was caught in a dilemma. The match is over, prepare to start the next match in a day. Why do we have to wait a day? Some expressed dissatisfaction. Why were there god battles one after another, but in the Xia kingdom, they could fight and then rest? To prevent the same thing from happening again, the arena rules need to be upgraded comprehensively, unlocking the arena of the gods, and the gods will no longer be restricted. Please check the specific content after the upgrade is complete. I protest, this should be decided by a vote, it's democratic and fair. Boom! As soon as the foreigner finished speaking, a thunderbolt struck him directly, turning him into ashes without leaving a trace. What makes you think I am negotiating with you? Poppy was already angry, and now seeing someone picking a fight, he immediately unleashed a set of sparks with lightning. Although Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, he wasn't too shocked. After all, the other party was a god. If he reasoned with you, that was mercy, if he didn't, that was normal. These Westerners were so used to democracy that they thought everyone would listen to them. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what Poppy meant by a comprehensive upgrade, he sensed that this rule update was unusual. The gods were no longer restricted. The implications of this statement were huge. Was it that selected gods were unrestricted, or that all gods were unrestricted? If it was the former, it meant that the god followers couldn't participate in the upcoming matches. Not everyone could borrow the power of the gods like Jiang Chen could. But if it was the latter, Jiang Chen couldn't bear to imagine. The best outcome would be all gods returning, while the worst would be other imperial gods appearing without the gods of Xia returning. If that were the case, the upcoming matches would only get more difficult. I hope it doesn't turn out as I suspect. When it came to that point, Xia would lose countless gods. Just imagine, while other imperial gods could choose to descend, Xia relied solely on chance. How could they compete? If the opponent chose a mythical arena battle, and Jiang Chen made a mistake and died, who could handle the subsequent fights? Promoting the history of Xia's mythology requires more effort. We must cultivate more god followers. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Since there was no certainty online, they would determine the winner offline. As long as their Xia god followers had a high affinity, they could quickly assemble a god follower army. Then, they could send these people to other countries to cut off the belief in those gods, giving themselves a better chance on the arena. Just like when dealing with Tianzhu. This matter must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, to avoid being too late. Jiang Chen thought, looking at Li Jianguo on the presidential platform. Seeing him looking back, Jiang Chen was slightly surprised, then nodded at him. Kid, I helped you win the match. When will you offer those people as sacrifices to me? Jiang Chen was suddenly brought back to reality by Jiang Chen's questioning. Lord Shizu, the match is not over yet. We have to wait until we completely win the match. Jiang Chen explained helplessly. He almost forgot about this big shot. When will that be? There was a hint of anger in Jiang Chen's voice. Probably 4 or 5 more matches. Jiang Chen roughly estimated, feeling uncertain. Then let them continue to fight. Jiang Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's procrastination. Jiang Chen. Lord Shizu, it's not that I don't want to fight, but... Jiang Chen glanced at Poppy. The meaning was clear, it was him who didn't want to fight, not me. Baldy, let them keep fighting with me. I'm hungry. Jiang Chen turned to Poppy, speaking in a muffled voice. Poppy was speechless. What the hell, Baldy? The arena rules are being upgraded, so it's impossible to fight now. If you're hungry, I can treat you to a meal. How about that? Poppy suppressed his anger and said. Alright, I'll come after I'm full. Jiang Chen thought it was better to eat than not to eat, so it didn't matter if he came after eating. Let's go, I'll take you for a big meal. After saying that, Poppy waved his hand, and a spatial crack appeared, taking Jiang Chen and Cain into it. Watching the backs of the few people leaving, Jiang Chen bowed. Welcome back, Lord Shizu Cain. As he spoke, a bloodlight soared into the sky and finally fell into the Xiaowan temple. Beside the shrine of the Drought Demon, there was an additional black shrine with the words, Servant of the Corpse Ancestor. At the moment this shrine appeared, many shrines in the Temple of 10,000 Gods trembled, as if expressing their dissatisfaction. The sky in the Xia kingdom flashed with lightning and thunder, and even the earth trembled slightly. This vibration quickly caught the attention of the top officials of the Xia kingdom. What's going on? Li Jianguo stood up suddenly, looking nervously outside. The secretary next to him was also sweating profusely because he didn't know what was happening. Could it be an enemy attack, a general speculated? It shouldn't be an enemy attack, the Ministry of Defense has not received any attack alerts. It seems to be coming from the Temple of 10,000 Gods, Long Yi suddenly spoke up. The Temple of 10,000 Gods? Li Jianguo was surprised to hear this, as the Temple of 10,000 Gods was crucial to the fate of the Xia kingdom, and any disturbance there would directly affect the entire kingdom. Go check it out. No need to go, I know what's going on. Jiang Chen's figure walked in from outside. You know? Li Jianguo saw Jiang Chen's calm expression and gradually felt his nervousness dissipate. Somehow, Jiang Chen now seemed like the spiritual pillar of the Xia kingdom. With him around, it felt like they didn't need to worry even if the sky fell. Even Li Jianguo had to admit this. Unconsciously, they had started to rely on this young man before them. Wan Ming, please explain what's going on. Long Yi, who was straightforward, couldn't hide his curiosity and asked on behalf of the others. It's the servant of the corpse ancestor. His identity is somewhat special, and when I welcomed him back earlier, it was met with opposition from the gods. Ah! Will there be trouble? Will it affect the fate of the kingdom? How could this happen? Various discussions arose among the crowd. Everyone, calm down. This is my doing, I will go explain to the gods. Jiang Chen didn't expect the Xia kingdom's gods to have such strong opinions about the servant. In fact, it was understandable. The gods of the Xia kingdom, whether human, demon, ghost, or immortal gods, all had souls and belonged to the celestial order. Even the other 3 corpse ancestors were the same. Only the servant was different. He was originally a spiritual tree, contaminated with the blood of the corpse, and forcibly transformed into human form, fundamentally lacking a soul. Without a soul, he couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. The other 3 corpse ancestors were not allowed by the celestial order to enter the cycle, but the servants simply couldn't. Essentially, he was an anomaly. The corpse ancestors themselves represented the most impure elements between heaven and earth, let alone a corpse ancestor without a soul. The gods were unwilling to accept him, let alone share the offerings of the people with him. However, that was in the past. Now, Jiang Chen planned to negotiate with the gods. Whether they were gods or demons, it didn't matter to the current Xia kingdom. The faith of the Xia kingdom's people was never in a specific god or sect. As long as it was beneficial to the people of the Xia kingdom, they wouldn't mind the identity of the benefactor. What's wrong with the corpse ancestor? When the Xia kingdom was in danger, they were still willing to stand up and fight for the kingdom. With this alone, they were qualified to receive the offerings of the people of the Xia kingdom. Wan Ming, how do you plan to explain to the gods? Long Yi asked with some concern. After all, the other party was divine beings. How could they listen to the opinion of a mere mortal? With this, Jiang Chen smiled confidently, producing an ancient token in his hand. The character Dao on it shone brightly. Others may not have the qualifications to speak to the gods, but he did. Although he didn't know what this token represented, judging from the reactions of King Jin and King Yin, it definitely held a high status. If all else failed, he could even bring out the corpse. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to win the other party over to the side of the demon race. The other godly lineages may not accept the servant and his companions, but he could represent the demon race in doing so. After all, he was recognized as the young master of the demon race by Emperor Jun himself. After explaining the situation to everyone, Jiang Chen left the meeting room and flew straight towards the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Long Yi was worried that something might happen to him, so he followed, leaving a group of generals looking at each other. Xia Country, Temple of 10,000 Gods. Jiang Chen walked in, took 3 incense sticks from the side table, placed them on the candles, and lit them. Junior Jiang Chen, I have come to pay my respects to the gods. After speaking, he respectfully bowed 3 times towards the god statues placed above. Suddenly, all the god statues emitted a shimmering light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. When Jiang Chen looked up, he was surprised to find that most of the god statues had avoided his worship. Only 6 god statues remained unmoved. Jiang Chen looked at those statues with some confusion and quickly discovered the issue. Those statues were all from the Heavenly Court and Demon Clan. The remaining 6 statues were Demon Emperor Jun, Xin Huang, the god of slaughter by Qi, Lu Dongbin, Sun Wukong, and the Red Flame War goddess Hanba. Seeing this scene, he instantly understood the reason. His current status was too high for ordinary gods to accept his worship. Lu Dongbin, Bai Qi, and Hanba had already died, so they didn't count. As for the other 3, Demon Emperor Jun was the Demon Emperor, he was the young master of the Demon Clan, so they were related. Xin Huang represented the highest emperor of the human race, so he was the ruler. Sun Wukong had passed on his teachings to Jiang Chen, so he was the teacher. These 3 represented the ruler, the relative, and the teacher, so they naturally could accept his worship without any issues. I have come here this time to clear the name of the ancestor and include him in the Temple of 10,000 Gods for future generations to worship. Jiang Chen bowed once again to the 3 god statues. With these words, the Temple of 10,000 Gods once again stirred. However, this time it was not as intense as before, but soon, golden text appeared in the void. Obtain the 4th key of creation, then we shall discuss further. Thank you. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully and did not argue. In fact, the gods had already made their stance clear, the 4th key of creation was the bargaining chip. Only by obtaining it would he have the qualification to continue discussing this matter. At present, he did not have that qualification. After some thought, Jiang Chen asked another question. I have one more question. What did Poppy mean by unlocking all the restrictions on the gods? He wanted to glean some information from the gods. Once again, text appeared in the void. You will know tomorrow. Alright, he couldn't say more. After leaving the Temple of 10,000 Gods, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Long Yi and the others, and with their help, he started a nationwide live broadcast. In the mythology of Xia country, relying solely on those myths was not enough, he had to seize every opportunity to educate the people. At the same time, he created over a dozen avatars to continue writing mythological stories. Furthermore, he attempted to incorporate some folk legends. Based on the experience of the Sakura country, even if the mythological figures were fabricated, if they were widely circulated and accepted by the people, they could still be summoned. The Demon Blade Princess was an example. Jiang Chen also wanted to try to see if he could create a god artificially. The power of the gods comes from the belief of sentient beings, which means that as long as there is belief, even fictional characters have the potential to be summoned. I just don't know if there are any limitations to this god-making plan. If it was solely based on the power of belief in fictional stories, creating a god would be too easy. There must be some restrictions. To clarify this point, Jiang Chen had to gather a group of high-ranking officials from Sakura country and inquire about the information they had researched. The current Sakura country had declared its full integration into Xia country, becoming a province of Xia country. Therefore, to show their stance, they answered every question. They revealed all the information they knew. After listening, Jiang Chen finally understood the key point. The god-making plan was feasible. Just as he had suspected, there were indeed limitations. The restriction was that any legendary story must be based on real historical events, just like the Demon Blade Princess. Her true form is the Demon Blade Muramasa, which indeed existed in the history of the Cherry Blossom country. Therefore, in order to succeed, other fictional deities are the same, all relying on historical extensions. After understanding this point, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Unexpected, yet reasonable. In a sense, all deities are like this, with names, surnames, and verifiable evidence. It's just that this method of deifying is not suitable for the Xia country, at least for now. It is impossible to achieve it in a short time. The Xia country has too severe a gap in both historical and mythological history, and without completion, it is impossible to do such a thing. Thinking about completing the mythological history, Jiang Chen remembered something else. When the third key of creation was obtained, all the people and gods of Xia country returned to their positions. Logically, the fragmented history should have been completed, so why hasn't anyone mentioned this? Turning to Long Yi, who was acting as a guard beside him, he asked, "Long uncle, after the people and gods returned to their positions, did you have any special feelings? Like learning about their history or something?" Long Yi thought carefully upon hearing this, then shook his head. "No, other than the rise in national fortune, we didn't feel any other abnormalities." None? Jiang Chen was puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Logically, when these people and gods returned to their positions, the history related to them should also appear, so why hasn't it? Could it be? Long uncle, after the people and gods returned to their positions, have you gone to worship them? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. It seems not yet. Is it related to this matter? Jiang Chen felt speechless for a moment, not knowing how to comment. These people and gods are all famous figures in history. If you don't go worship them, are you waiting for them to manifest themselves? Can't bring them, really can't bring them. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit tired. Forget it, let's take advantage of the live broadcast and go worship them together. Worshipping the deities is imperative, not only for communication and remembrance, but also for educating the people about their ancestors of Xia country. Their deeds should not be forgotten by the world. The mythological stories of Xia country are different from other mythologies. The mythological stories of other deities are about proclaiming the glory of the gods, either destroying the world or saving it, making people worship and rely on them. But Xia country is different. The mythological stories of Xia country tell people from beginning to end that our fate is in our own hands, not in the heavens. It is a spirit of resistance. Western countries will tell you that fire is a gift from the gods. Xia country will tell you that we create fire by drilling wood, relying on wisdom. When the Western sun god punishes the world, nothing grows, they will pray for forgiveness from the gods. But we Xia country people will pick up our bows and arrows and shoot it down. This is resilience. All the mythological stories of Xia country tell future generations that no difficulty is insurmountable. We must rely on wisdom, resilience, and indomitable will. This is why all ancient civilizations have perished, but Xia country has survived to this day. Because we never surrender, and we never place all our hopes on the gods. No matter what disasters we face, as long as we unite and work together, we can overcome difficulties and get through tough times. Even now, when the fate of Xia country needs to be decided by the gods, Jiang Chen has never given up on other ways to save Xia country. While other countries rely on the gods to fight, he is prepared to infiltrate other countries for offline duels. The arena may be lost, but victory must belong to Xia country. The gods can be their support, but they will never become dependent on them. This is the way of survival for Xia country. Soon, all the equipment needed for the live broadcast was ready, and all major TV stations were prepared for the live broadcast. Even high-level leaders like Li Jianguo also appeared. Just as Jiang Chen said, the history of the Xia dynasty needs to be remembered by all. They also need to take this opportunity to apologize to their ancestors and rediscover the lost history. All the items used for sacrifices were prepared as Jiang Chen had instructed. Whether it was fruits and vegetables, grains and cereals, or various livestock, everything was ready. A large bronze tripod was placed in front of the temple of 10,000 gods. Jiang Chen held 3 high-quality incense candles in his hand and respectfully bowed towards the temple of 10,000 gods. Unfilial descendant Jiang Chen, today representing the Xia dynasty people, pays tribute to the ancestors of the Xia dynasty. If the ancestors have spirits, please come out to see. After saying this, he bowed 3 times towards the temple of 10,000 gods, then inserted the incense candles into the bronze tripod. Li Jianguo and others followed suit, offering their sacrifices in turn. The audience in the live broadcast room, upon seeing this scene, also began to pray in their hearts. They were all looking forward to the appearance of their ancestral spirits. Time passed by minute. This live broadcast was being broadcasted through various major media, covering the entire Xia dynasty empire. Even the recently joined Sakura country, Tianzhu, and the affiliated country Universe country were watching. This was the first time in history that a direct dialogue with the gods had occurred. Everyone was not optimistic about this sacrifice because in their minds, the gods were the supreme beings, and only they could convey their will through divine oracles. Situations like prayers being answered and the actual presence of the gods had never happened before. Not even heard of. Of course, except in mythological arenas. 5 minutes passed, and still there was no movement. This made many viewers of the live broadcast somewhat impatient, and they began to type questions in the chat room. Is Jiang Chen being too arrogant? The gods don't just appear that easily, this is not a mythological arena. Jiang Chen said that this sacrifice is for our human ancestors, the human gods, and ancestral spirits. I am curious about what our ancestors looked like. Why haven't they appeared yet? Could it be a failure? Could it be that our Xia dynasty doesn't actually have human gods? Are those all made up by Jiang Chen? As time passed, more and more people began to doubt Jiang Chen. In the end, even Jiang Chen himself was uncertain. This is not right. The human gods and ancestral spirits have returned. Logically, we should be able to hear our prayers, so why is there no response? Just as he was puzzled, a dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from the temple of 10,000 gods. A 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, coiling above the altar. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. In an instant, golden light pillars shot up from all over the Xia dynasty. These places included bustling cities, remote valleys, and lush plains. Many people were shocked by this sight because they saw a human figure inside each golden light pillar. These figures appeared and disappeared instantly. In the sky above the altar, the figure of an emperor dressed in a black dragon robe appeared. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Jiang Chen trembled all over upon hearing these words. This was Qin Shi Huang Ying Zhang. Those who violate my Xia dynasty, even if they are far away, will be punished. Those who give birth to me are not allowed, and those I give birth to are not allowed. Is there anything that is not allowed? Hold the pen to stabilize the world, ride the horse to determine the universe. The emperor guards the country's gate, the king dies for the state altar. With Qin Shi Huang as the leader, emperors from various dynasties appeared. Before Jiang Chen and the others could recover from their shock, a group of people appeared in the sky once again. When three people walk together, there must be one I can learn from. Choose the good and follow it, change the bad. The people are precious, the state altar is next, the king is light. The heavens have their ways, and people can control fate and use it. Be calm and do nothing, follow the natural way. Love each other, benefit each other. Do not distinguish between close and distant, do not differentiate between high and low, all are subject to the law. Open and close the four seasons to transform all things. These were the various schools of thought. With each statement they made, the fortune of the Xia dynasty increased. Compared to the previous emperors, the words of these people were even more thought-provoking. Educating the people. Even Li Jiangguo, upon hearing the words of the various schools of thought, couldn't help but be shaken. Every sentence in this is worth their lifetime to comprehend. Even if there is only one of these people, it is enough to lay the foundation of a country. And in their Xia country, there are hundreds of them. How fortunate! However, the figures in the sky continue to appear. There are the wine sage Wukong, the medical sage Zheng Zhongjing, the divine craftsman Oyezi, the business sage family, the drama sage Guan Hanqing, the tea sage Luyu, the wood sage Luban, a total of 34. Following them, hundreds more appear one after another, some dressed as scholars, others as warriors or knights. Eventually, when all these people have appeared, the entire sky is filled with people. Li Jiangguo has long been shedding tears, unable to speak. The other senior leaders are the same. Even Long Yi, who always presents a tough image, is now red-eyed and unable to control himself. After the appearance of these people, the historical vacancies of Xia country are completely filled. Memories emerge in the minds of the people of Xia country. These ancestors never abandoned them, even if they had long been forgotten by the world. The ideas passed down by Xia country, the strategies they learned, even the aspects of daily life. All of it was left by these ancestors before them. It has long permeated various industries in Xia country. They didn't know where these things came from before. Now they know. It's not a gift from the gods. It is the result of the hard work and research of their human ancestors. With such a rich heritage, with so much inheritance, which country in the world can compare? Even though Jiang Chen had long known this history, when these people appeared before him, he was still so excited that he couldn't contain himself. No regrets in this life for entering Xia country. Jiang Chen couldn't help but say this, instantly gaining the approval of everyone present. No regrets in this life for entering Xia country. No regrets in this life for entering Xia country, in the next life, still in the flower planting family. At this moment, there is no more doubt about the heritage of Xia country, and no one questions the mythological history of Xia country that Jiang Chen spoke of. In the past, they used to complain about their ancestors, why they couldn't promote the deeds of the gods like other countries, and spread the glory of the gods widely. Now they understand. What the gods can give, the people of Xia country can also obtain. Their ancestors, with their own hands, cleared the way for future generations, overcoming obstacles and creating one path after another. It's just that as time passed, people gradually forgot this pioneering spirit and became content with the status quo. Now the ancestors are returning, spreading the seeds of civilization to the world. Although some things are no longer suitable for this era, that will has returned. This is the most important thing. Once they had nothing, yet they still managed to stand on this vast land. Now the living environment of these descendants is much better than that of their ancestors, so why can't they? Many people recalled the words of Lu Zhu before his death. He can, so can I. This is the greatest wealth left to them by the gods. Just as a young eagle can only soar in the sky after leaving the protection of its parents, the gods of Xia country have long understood this principle. That's why they have always let the people of Xia country develop freely, guiding them without interfering. Whether it's natural disasters or man-made calamities, they are all left for the people of Xia country to solve on their own. Because they understand that only through hardships can one truly grow. The sword is sharpened from grinding, and the plum blossom fragrance comes from the bitter cold. But when the people of Xia country encounter a crisis they cannot resist, they will still stand up without hesitation to protect the human race. This is their God in Xia country. Like a towering tree, holding up the sky for Xia country, but not always sheltering them from the wind and rain. Because they believe that the people of Xia country can withstand the test of storms. These divine spirits are the best proof. Unfilial descendants respectfully welcomed the return of the ancestors' spirits. Li Jianguo, Jiang Chen, Long Yi, and others bowed in unison. Xin Shi Huangying Zhang stepped forward, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd. The great disaster has come, do you have a way to deal with it? Jiang Chen and the others looked at each other, not knowing what he meant by the great calamity. Please clarify, Your Majesty. Jiang Chen, the highest-ranking person present, stood up to inquire. The war of the gods has begun, our Xia gods are lost in the outer realm and unable to return. If we do not quickly obtain coordinates to guide the gods, Xia will face the danger of destruction. Xin Shi Huang's words shook the people present. This was the first time they had a clear understanding of the situation of the Xia gods, confirming Jiang Chen's suspicions. There was indeed a problem with the Xia god system. However, how did they get lost in the outer realm? The god systems of other countries are fine, so why are only the Xia gods lost in the outer realm? More questions arose in the minds of Jiang Chen and the others. But Xin Shi Huang clearly did not want to discuss this further and did not continue the topic. Although we have returned, we are still unable to contend with the gods of other races with our own strength. The most urgent task is to quickly welcome back the gods. I can feel that the gods of other races have already begun to return, and we must quickly retrieve the key of creation at all costs to welcome back the gods. Xin Shi Huang's gaze fixed on Jiang Chen as he spoke. Jiang Chen was surprised by the urgency he felt in Xin Shi Huang's heart, making him even more uneasy. What could have happened to make the eternal emperor so nervous? Also, why are only their ancestors of the human race appearing? Where are the others? There were several eras before the Qin dynasty. But those people did not appear. Jiang Chen was about to ask when he saw several colorful beams of light appearing in the sky. This was followed by red light, golden light. Looking at the direction of those lights, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Because he could sense the presence of the divine. The red light represented the God King, but what did the colorful beams of light represent? Jiang Chen dared not think about it. After seeing those lights, Xin Shi Huang and the others all showed a vigilant expression. Chosen One, you are the only variable. The future of Xia is in your hands. Ing Zhang finished speaking, then turned to the people behind him and loudly declared, I am Ing Zhang, the first emperor. All my people of Great Qin will obey the orders of the Chosen One, including myself, to fight to the death. The people of Great Han, too. Great Sui. Great Tang. Great Yuan. Great Ming. One by one, emperors stepped forward to show their support, followed by scholars, saints, and all placing their hopes on Jiang Chen. Tokens appeared and fell in front of Jiang Chen, finally merging into his body. From that moment on, he was no longer Jiang Chen, but the vessel of the will of the ancestors of Xia. Why me? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. Besides being a transmigrator, he didn't think there was anything special about himself. The Tao is 50, the heavens have 49, you are the missing one, a kind old man explained to him. Jiang Chen recognized this person as Zhuangzi, one of the representatives of Taoism. Where is Laozi? Jiang Chen noticed that the other great figure of Taoism, Laozi, seemed to be absent. Lier asked me to tell you that he will intervene when necessary. Zhuangzi's voice sounded in his mind just as he was puzzled. Jiang Chen quickly looked at him, only to see him smiling at him. At first, he was stunned, but then a sense of enlightenment arose in his mind. At that moment, he understood. He finally understood the advice given to him by those people earlier. These big shots really know how to play, he thought. Other god systems have their trump cards, so how could their Xia god system not have any? They were just waiting here. What couldn't be summoned across god systems? What couldn't be summoned across ranks? It was all a smokescreen. They just hadn't grasped the meaning conveyed by the big shots. The ritual ended, and many heroic spirits returned to the temple of 1,000 gods. Jiang Chen explained the mythological history while practicing the supernatural powers he had mastered. The day quickly came to an end. The next morning, the mythological arena appeared in the void right on time. The third match began. The audience was already prepared and had arrived early to their seats. Unlike before, this time a fantastical scene appeared above each country, with shadowy figures inside, resembling deities. Jiang Chen had the ability to see clearly inside with his sharp eyes. It was the realm of the gods. The figures inside were all deities. They had actually come in person. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly turned his gaze to the sky above the Xia kingdom. There, he saw Ying Zhang and other human heroes. With the restrictions lifted by the deities, Jiang Chen finally understood the meaning of this. He also understood why Ying Zhang was so nervous. Because in the upcoming match, it wasn't just random deities fighting alongside the god attendants, but the deities could descend on their own. In this way, his advantage was completely gone. While others could choose, he was random. How could he compete like this? Even if the Xia kingdom side could choose their human gods, what were the chances of winning? No wonder Ying Zhang said the great calamity had come. No wonder they said it was a fight to the death. They were prepared to stake their lives on this. Please have the representatives from both sides enter and choose the deities to participate in the battle, the host Poppy's voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. With a heavy heart, he stepped onto the arena. When Jiang Chen saw the representative on the opposite side, he was stunned. Black hair, black eyes, and tan skin, this was clearly an Easterner. But wasn't his opponent from the Holy See? How could there be an Eastern face? And the next move by the opponent made Jiang Chen's hair stand on end. Because he spoke fluent Xia Kingdom language and summoned a deity from Xia Kingdom mythology. Looking at the burly man with a long bow in front of him, Jiang Chen felt a chill. Hoi! Bowed in respect. This was reverence for the human king. Emperor Xian's gaze swept across the cracks in the void, took a step forward, and arrived on the arena. Junior Jiang Chang pays respects under the human king's crown. Emperor Xian grunted, then turned his gaze to Deity standing opposite him. You are my opponent? Human king? Ha! Both of them spoke with extreme arrogance, neither taking the other seriously. The match begins. Poppy clearly knew the strength of the two, and had no intention of staying here. She directly announced the start of the match and then disappeared in an instant. Jiang Chang wanted to remind Emperor Xian of a few things, but seeing the other's expression, he doubted whether his words would be heeded. So he simply closed his mouth and stepped aside to watch the battle. Deity held his divine bow that had once shot down the sun in his hands, with a quiver on his back containing only 10 arrows. Emperor Xian, on the other hand, wielded a bronze sword with intricate patterns engraved on it. It looked like writing, or maybe patterns, but Jiang Cheng couldn't understand it. As soon as the match began, Deity quickly drew an arrow and placed it on the longbow. Without even aiming, the arrow turned into a streak of light and flew out. Clang! Emperor Xian's bronze sword blocked the attack in front of him. However, his body involuntarily took several steps back from the impact. After stabilizing his stance, he instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared next to Deity, raising his sword to strike at his head. However, this attack was also blocked by the opponent. Fast. It was too fast. Jiang Cheng couldn't even see how the two made their moves, and they had already finished their probing. Both Deity and Emperor Xian relied solely on their physical strength. This left Jiang Cheng somewhat speechless. To achieve this with just physical strength, truly worthy of being figures from myths. It was unimaginable how powerful they would be when they went all out. Although Deity was an archer, his close combat skills were not lacking. Agile in movement, not only evading but also using the gaps to draw his bow and attack. However, all the arrows he shot were blocked by Emperor Xian's bronze sword. At this point, he only had 7 arrows left in his quiver. Deity rolled backward, creating distance, and reached into the quiver to take out another arrow. Jiang Cheng noticed that this arrow seemed somewhat different from the previous ones. It was a dark purple arrow emitting an uncomfortable aura, filled with ominous vibes. The long arrow was shot. Emperor Xian had intended to swing his sword to cut it down, but a sudden bad premonition made him change his mind and dodge to the side. A foul wind passed in front of him, giving him a dizzy feeling. Poisonous and highly toxic, he just remembered the identity of the person in front of him. Deity. He once hunted and killed 6 fierce beasts that were causing trouble in one region. Among them was a poisonous creature named Xiu Snake, whose poison even immortals could not withstand, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. The arrow should have been made from the fang of the Xiu Snake. Sure enough, the arrow grazed past his body, piercing into a nearby bluestone slab, creating a large pit in the floor in the blink of an eye. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Deity take out another arrow. This arrow was all blue, with a swirling wind around it. A fierce bird shadow appeared, silently roaring at Xian. With a release of the arrow, the long arrow disappeared instantly. The next moment, boom! Xian let out a muffled groan as his body flew backward. As the smoke cleared, Xian's mouth was oozing blood, and his dragon robe was tattered from the explosion. He was actually injured. The speed of this arrow was far greater than before, more than 10 times faster. It was so fast that Xian couldn't even defend against it. Great archery. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tore off his dragon robe, revealing his muscular body. Mom, I'm in love. It's not that the little girl is not reserved, it's just that the king is too charming. So manly, with this appearance and physique, the young meat will come over to get beaten. Your Majesty, do you need more people in your harem? A group of shallow women, this one is the king of men, what kind of beauty has he not seen? Little fairies, spare us. In the harem of King Xian, there is the renowned most beautiful woman, Su Daji, rumored to be the transformation of a 9-tailed fox. Can you compare with a fox spirit? Brother, how do you know so much? Of course, Jiang Chen wrote it clearly in Fengshen Yeni. You guys obviously haven't observed carefully. Look, what is that? With a cry of surprise, everyone turned their gaze back to the arena. They saw a crimson golden light appearing on Xian, enveloping his entire body. After a moment, a suit of crimson golden armor appeared on him, making him look even more heroic. Qi refining technique. Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked. Although he knew that qi refining was fundamental to the human race, he was still amazed to see Xian able to condense armor using qi refining. The opponent's level of qi refining was obviously much higher than Bai Qi's. Because Bai Qi had not even condensed armor, even the qi refining longswords were products of condensed energy, which could be easily distinguished as real or fake. But Xian was different. The armor he condensed looked no different from the real thing, obviously very solid. At the same time, golden patterns lit up on the bronze sword, changing from bronze to crimson gold in the blink of an eye. The qi fire danced on it, even distorting the surrounding space. Truly the king of men, to have mastered the qi refining technique to such a level. De praised, then his expression turned serious. He took out another arrow from his quiver behind him, gently placing it on the divine bow. This time, he did not release it directly. Instead, he took aim, a rare sight. In heaven and earth, among the 3 realms, all who use bows and arrows shall bow to me. With De's voice, a golden shadow appeared behind him, his exact likeness. The shadow, just like him, made the motion of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. A golden arrow continuously condensed in his hand. A powerful pressure swept the surroundings, and the golden arrow began to take shape bit by bit. The made a mistake once, do we want to make the same mistake again? A hint of anger appeared on Athena's delicate and beautiful face. They had betrayed the gods of Xia Kingdom, and now they were completely blocking the passage for their return. This had already violated their initial oath. Unfortunately, her dissuasion was useless. Zeus and the others simply did not care about her opinion. Even though she was the goddess of wisdom. This made her feel absurd. They believed she was the smartest god in the world, but they were unwilling to believe she was the smartest in the family. Enough! You can say these things in front of me, but never say them in front of Father God, otherwise, you will really make him angry, and he will definitely banish you from Mount Olympus. Ares was somewhat headache. His sister was too smart, to the point of forgetting that she was not the ruler of Olympus. Unable to persuade the other party, Athena turned and left directly. Kind words couldn't stop those damn ghosts. They only wanted to block the way for the gods of Xiagwa to return, but they never thought about the day when the other party would return. They are lost, not dead. One day they will reappear in this world, and by then, who can withstand their anger? Originally intimate comrades fighting side by side, forced to opposite sides because of their greed. How tragic. Glancing down at the two still fighting on the arena, Athena seemed to have made a certain determination. Her body turned into a stream of light, leaving Mount Olympus and flying towards the void. On the arena, Xin casually dropped the arrows in his hand and looked coldly at De. Identity? He is the king of this land. So what if you are a divine archer? Is your royal status more noble than his? If I were you, you'd better show some real skills, or you might not have a chance to make a move. Xin's words clearly reached the ears of all the spectators present. What? You haven't even used your full strength yet? Damn, is it necessary to be so fierce? It feels like the gods in front of them are completely in a different league. The king of men will surely win. De heard Xin's words but didn't react much. Because he knew that what the other party said was true. The arrow he had just shot was made with the feathers of a fierce beast, containing the power of a hurricane, and was extremely fast. But even so, it was still caught by the other party barehanded. Not even touching the other party's armor. In that case, why don't you try to catch another arrow from me? De said, taking out another arrow from his quiver. This arrow was pitch black, giving people a chilling feeling. Bending the bow and knocking the arrow, this time he took even longer to draw the bow. Xin had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to strike, still standing there with a bronze sword in hand. Jiang Chen in the audience below was a bit anxious. He felt that Xin was too arrogant. It should be noted that the person in front of him was not an ordinary archer. De was the one who had shot down 9 golden crows. In terms of killing power, even in the mythology of Xiagwa, he was one of the top players. At this moment, De finally finished drawing the bow, and with a flick of his finger, the arrow was released. Where the arrow passed, the space shattered. Xin's face changed, and the fire of refining chi on his bronze sword flared up. Sword imprisonment. Countless refining swords appeared from the void, falling down like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, a barrier was built between Xin and De. Crack! The arrow pierced through the sword imprisonment the moment it made contact, without any hindrance. Jiang Chen in the audience saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Because he realized that the arrow had armor-piercing properties, rendering physical defense ineffective. Chisel teeth. One of the 6 evils that had died at the hands of De, with a pair of sharp teeth that could destroy anything. It seemed that this arrow was made with its sharp teeth. First the wind snake, then the great wind, and now the chisel teeth. Are all the remaining arrows made using these evil beasts? Looking at the quiver behind De, there were still 4 arrows left. Apart from the 6 arrows made from the evil beasts, there was one more. Sunset Divine Arrow. Jiang Chen's throat rolled, and for some reason, a feeling of fear and anger suddenly arose in his heart. He had received the inheritance of Jun, in other words, he was on the same side as the Golden Crows, a half of a golden crow. And De was their nemesis. Jiang Chen didn't want to involve himself in the ancient grudges, but this was not something he could decide. After accepting Jun's inheritance, this karma naturally shifted to him. Moreover, De now represented the Holy See. They were enemies with Xiagwa. Whether in public or in private, we are destined to become enemies. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Since they were enemies, he could no longer face them with his previous mindset. He always held one principle: only the enemy who has been killed is a good enemy. Since we have reached an opposition, let go of any illusions, the enemy is the enemy. Even if he was once people's faith. What is Deity's weakness? Undoubtedly, it is his wife Chang'e. In the myth, Chang'e ate the elixir given by the Queen Mother of the West to Deity and ascended to become an immortal, becoming a fairy in the Guanhan Palace. While Deity could only grow old alone. He wanted to reunite with his wife, but could not reach the Guanhan Palace, and eventually died in regret. This was his regret, as well as his obsession. If utilized, it could be a way to control him. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The ground began to shake, and there were cries and screams around. Jiang Chen barely stood firm, looking towards the direction of the sound. He felt a chill down his spine. The barrier of the arena was shattered. Not only that, even parts of the audience seats turned into ruins. The cries and screams just now were from the audience who couldn't dodge in time. The power of a single arrow was terrifying. After noticing that the injured audience were not from the Xia kingdom, Jiang Chen quickly looked away and turned to the arena. He wanted to see how Dxin was doing. At this moment, Dxin's armor was severely damaged, but he still stood tall, apparently not seriously injured. Seeing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dxin still had no intention of making a move, standing in place as if waiting for the opponent to continue attacking. This raised a doubt in Jiang Chen's mind. Once or twice could be attributed to Dxin's arrogance, but this was the third arrow. And the power of the arrow just now, Dxin could not have overlooked. Pretending to be in danger? No. Dxin was not a fool, he would not make such a basic mistake. There was only one possibility. He was stalling for time. But what was his purpose in stalling time? Jiang Chen's eyes turned red, two flames burning in his pupils. With the activation of his fire eyes, Jiang Chen finally noticed something unusual. The scattered divine power around was continuously converging towards Dxin. He was absorbing the divine power released by Deity. Jiang Chen was shocked, and then he remembered something. Dxin was not just a human king, he was also a god on the list of deities. The worship of the gods in the Xia kingdom had long been cut off, which meant he was still in a weakened state. No wonder when he appeared, he was in the form of a deity. It was because of the severe loss of divine power, he had to seal himself. He was not pretending, but secretly recovering his strength. It's just that he had been shocked by catching the arrows barehanded before, subconsciously ignoring this issue. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately sent a message to Long Yi beside him. Uncle Long, have someone offer incense immediately. Offer to whom? Long Yi did not react for a moment. King Dxin, the star of Tianxi, Inshou. This was not Jiang Chen deliberately misleading Long Yi. These two names, although they belonged to the same person, were slightly different. King Dxin was the ruler of the world, a hero of the human race. The star of Tianxi, Inshou, was a minor official in the 12 palaces of the heavenly court. This was not just an insult, but because when Dxin died, his soul had already dissipated, and the star of Tianxi, Inshou, was just a remnant of his soul. Although it was just a remnant of his soul, it was still on the list of deities and subject to its restrictions. The current Dxin was like someone who had been hungry for hundreds of years, carrying a layer of shackles while fighting Deity. Only by removing the shackles on him, feeding him, could he truly be the King Dxin. If only I had the list of deities. Jiang Chen sighed. Wait a minute. The list of deities. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He took out a hair from his pocket, used his external incarnation technique, and transformed it into his own appearance. Go to the Temple of 1,000 Gods and find Zhang Taigong. He remembered that there was an image of Zhang Taigong in the Temple of 1,000 Gods. Although he did not attend the last grand ceremony, the other party must have seen it. Perhaps he had a way to unlock the shackles on Dxin. The clone turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Because of the speed being too fast, not many people noticed this scene. On the stage, Deity took out the 7th and 8th arrows. These arrows were made from the bones of the fierce beasts, Fengxi and Jiyu, that I hunted down. So far, no one has been able to withstand these two arrows, Deity explained rarely. Obviously very confident in his archery skills, he believed that Xin could not escape these two arrows. Is that so? I want to see what is so special about these arrows. Xin still maintained his imposing and majestic demeanor. It seemed like he didn't even consider Deity a threat. I once thought about leading my people to join the Yin Huang tribe, but I never expected that after my death, you would exterminate my people. Now, let the human king bear the wrath of my Wu tribe's million souls. With that, Deity released the bowstring. Wow, a baby's cry rang out. Everyone who heard this sound felt a dizzy spell. Xin, who was the first to be affected, appeared momentarily dazed. In a battle between experts, even a slight flaw could be fatal. Not to mention this brief moment of distraction. Bang! Although it was two arrows, only one strange sound was heard. Xin's body was pierced by an arrow, but he was prepared in advance, blocking it with a bronze sword at his heart. So while the arrow injured him, it was not fatal. Be careful! Jiang Chen, who had snapped out of his daze, saw the arrow that had flown out, curving back in a strange arc. It aimed directly at Xin's heart from behind. This was the arrow made from the bones of Fengxi, with tracking capabilities. Once shot, it would not stop until it hit its target. This was Deity's confidence. Because this arrow could not be dodged. Although Jiang Chen gave a warning, it was too late. The severely injured Xin had no time to defend against this arrow. His heart was pierced, revealing a bloody hole. Puff, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body staggered, almost falling. Xin leaned on the bronze sword to support his body, preventing himself from looking too disheveled. However, both the chi armor on his body and the chi fire on his sword began to fade rapidly. This signaled the end of his life. Do you have anything to say? Deity drew his bow and aimed at the half-kneeling Xin, looking down on him. I have lived my life without needing to explain myself to anyone. Come on. With that, he slowly stood up. His body stood tall and straight, like a mountain, making even the sage unable to make him bow down, let alone a mere sorcerer. Go well. Deity's eyes were cold, the arrow slowly rising, aiming at Xin's head. Human king, stand up. How could this happen? Didn't Jiang Chen say the human king was strong? How could he lose? Deity shot the sun, he is clearly our god of the Xia tribe, why would he turn against us? No, no. Sobbing. Human king. The Xia tribe audience erupted into a noisy discussion. They had defeated many foreign gods, and finally made it to this point, only to lose to their own people. They were unwilling to accept it. Deity, there is someone else who killed your people. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the stage. Jiang Chen, come back quickly. Is he crazy? How dare he step onto the stage now? It's over, completely over. If Jiang Chen dies here, what should we do next? Who can go save him? The initial sadness turned into fear the moment Jiang Chen stepped onto the stage. Although they were saddened by Xin's death, they were not overly excited. After all, it was a battle of gods, not just a single match. But if Jiang Chen died, the situation would completely change. Who could take his place and awaken the gods, even after several days of popular science? With so many gods in the Xia kingdom, they would be lucky to remember 1/10 of them. No one can replace his position. So, once Jiang Chen dies, they will undoubtedly lose the next match. The consequences of losing the match are clear to everyone present. The Xia kingdom will cease to exist completely. Because neither the Holy See, nor Greece, nor Egypt will allow the Xia kingdom to survive. The only fate awaiting them is complete annihilation. At this moment, everyone's hearts are in their throats, afraid that Deity might accidentally crush Jiang Chen to death. However, the Holy See was in a frenzy. This deity is truly powerful. Kill them, as long as we kill that boy, we will win. Lord of the Bao God, act now, what are you waiting for? They slaughtered your people, and you still haven't acted, are you saving it for Christmas? Swish. Boom. Deity suddenly turned around and shot an arrow. His target was none other than the direction of the Holy See. The barrier of the arena couldn't stop his arrows, and with just one shot, he created a trench several tens of meters wide in the audience stands. Those people from before didn't even have a chance to scream, they turned into flying ashes, leaving no trace behind. Are you teaching me how to do things? Deity's words were devoid of any emotion, just like his arrows. The audience fell into a deathly silence. Regardless of which country they were from, everyone was trembling, and many even wet their pants in fear. He actually attacked the audience. And he successfully killed spectators outside the arena. This had never happened before. The barrier outside the arena was like a decoration to him. It couldn't withstand Deity's attacks. Normally, the host Bobby would have intervened in such a situation. But not this time. Bobby never appeared throughout the whole ordeal. It was as if he had accepted his fate, unable to block his attacks, so he simply let the situation unfold. Seeing that there was no one speaking around him, Deity turned his gaze back to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was not tall, standing at 1.7 meters, he looked like a child in front of Deity, only reaching up to the other's chest. As a result, when he spoke, he had to tilt his head up to see the other's face. What did you mean by what you just said? Deity looked down at Jiang Chen, not hiding his killing intent. Our Xia kingdom has never exterminated the witch clan. On the contrary, since the fusion, we have maintained a good relationship, exchanging goods, and even intermarrying. Even now, there are still many people in our Xia kingdom. If you are referring to their descendants, I think you have been deceived. Jiang Chen pointed to the representative of the Holy See as he spoke. What do you mean by that? Deity frowned, his gaze sweeping over the representative of the Holy See, then back to Jiang Chen. Step back. At that moment, Emperor Xian suddenly spoke up. Both of them looked at Emperor Xian in unison, seeing him covering his chest with one hand and holding a bronze sword with the other, stepping towards Deity. This is my battle, no one else shall interfere. But, under the crown of the human king. There's no buts. I have not fallen to the point of needing a junior to plead for me. Show me your full strength. If this level of attack can't kill me, then you're not trying hard enough. With his words, the fire of refining qi reappeared on his body. The golden light condensed and entered the hole in his chest. King Bygone once asked me if a person without desires can live. My answer is yes. But he died. Because he told me that all people have desires and emotions. Without them, even if you are alive, you are no longer human. But I am a king. I don't need desires and emotions. What I want is the unification of all tribes, the hearts of all under heaven. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that Xian's aura was gradually recovering, even stronger than before. And at the location of his heart, a cluster of golden light covered it, not a heart, but a ball of energy. The power of refining qi. Xian used the power of refining qi to replace his own heart. Since you seek death, then I will kill you first. Deity made a move, and the arrows that had been shot out flew back into his quiver. You step back first. Xian waved his arm and pushed Jiang Chen aside. Jiang Chen wanted to explain the misunderstanding, but neither side gave him the chance. Both of them were proud individuals who disdained explanations. They were the type who would rather act than talk. If there was something to discuss, they would do it after the fight. Helplessly, Jiang Chen could only step aside and continue to watch the battle. At the same time, he prayed that his clone would quickly contact Zhang Taigon to help Xian break free from the constraints of the Fengshen Bang. Over at Longya, actions were swift. Jiang Chen could clearly see waves of subtle faith pouring into Xian's body. As a divine archer, Deity's eyes were naturally sharp, and he quickly noticed Xian's anomaly. So you have been in a weakened state all along, no wonder you are so vulnerable. After saying this, he directly put away the arrows in his hand. Even if you are weak, how can I be afraid of a battle? I don't want to take advantage of your weakness. I'll give you an hour to recover. After you have fully recovered, we will have another battle, and I will make you admit defeat willingly. After saying this, Deity walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. This scene shocked everyone. Even Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He could feel Deity's killing intent towards Xin. But precisely because of this, he couldn't understand why the other party would do this. If it were him, he would definitely take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Once they became enemies, they would definitely use any means necessary to win first. But Deity didn't. Just as he showed, proud and confident, he, as the god of hunting, never laid a hand on weak prey. If he were to kill, he would kill the strongest. He disdained taking advantage of others' weaknesses. Seeing him like this, Xin smiled slightly and no longer concealed his intentions, sitting down cross-legged to focus on fully recovering. At that moment, in the Garden of Eden in the sky of the Holy See, a sudden angel flew out. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill him! The angel shouted angrily. Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw a figure in silver-white armor with 3 pairs of pure white wings behind him. Archangel Gabriel? Jiang Chen, after seeing the newcomer clearly, had a moment of realization. This was the Archangel second only to Michael in status. He didn't expect even him to appear. Swish! An arrow flew out. Gabriel let out a scream, and no one saw how Deity made his move. No! He didn't even move, just with a mental attack, he injured Gabriel. The arrow pierced one of his wings, sending him falling from the sky. I don't like your tone. If there's a next time, I will kill you. Though his voice was not loud, it was full of unquestionable authority. Gabriel slowly got up from the ground, looking somewhat fearful at the man sitting on the ground. For a moment, he dared not speak again. Go back and tell your master to stay out of my battles. Otherwise, I won't mind killing him along with you. Get lost. Gabriel glared angrily at Deity but didn't dare to retort. Because he knew that the other party was capable of such actions. He had the strength to do so. He was a man who could fight against God and survive. Gabriel cast a resentful look at Jiang Chen and then flapped his wings to fly back into the sky. Jiang Chen, of course, noticed the look, but he was puzzled. I didn't say a word, why are you glaring at me? Getting angrier as he thought about it, he turned his frustration into action and extended a middle finger towards Gabriel's back. The audience outside the arena had long been stunned by Deity's actions. Audiences from any country at this moment all looked in disbelief at the figure sitting on the ground. How domineering! No one is allowed to interfere with my battle, not even God. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the host did not come out. Faced with such a ruthless person who starts a massacre at the drop of a hat, who dares to meddle? Haven't you seen that angel? Hasn't he injured everyone with just a glance? At this moment, even the audience from the Xia kingdom, who are hostile to him, couldn't help but admire him. I have to admit, although he is our enemy, I can't find any fault with him. So cool, it's a pity he's not a god from our Xia kingdom, otherwise I would be his fan for life. Whoa. Why does the great Gotti fight for the Holy Sea Kingdom? You are our Xia kingdom's god. Although I am from the Xia kingdom, I still want to say, God is awesome. No one expected that in just a short moment, countless people would become fans of Deity. Although their positions are different, his actions are worthy of everyone's respect. Only Jiang Chen in the audience did not think so. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He even had the urge to curse. Because he saw that there were quite a few forces of faith constantly converging towards Deity, almost catching up to the faith in Emperor Xin. In this way, the hard-won momentum was once again disrupted. But he couldn't speak out to stop it. After all, the other party's behavior just now did indeed win over many people. If he weren't on the opposing side, even Jiang Chen himself would not be able to resist applauding. But the enemy is the enemy. No matter how strong his personal charm is, he is still the opponent. The more outstanding he is, the greater the losses on his side. This is something Jiang Chen cannot accept. Soon, an hour passed. Deity suddenly opened his eyes, and Emperor Xin slowly stood up from the ground. Without a word, they immediately began to attack. Deity took out 3 arrows from his quiver and shot them without hesitation. Wow! A baby's cry rang out. Another wave of dizziness swept through the minds of the onlookers. However, Emperor Xian on the stage was not affected this time. He quickly covered his bronze sword with a layer of golden flames and enveloped himself in a layer of golden light. Royal power, a roar. A figure of himself appeared behind Emperor Xian. As soon as the figure appeared, it reached out and grabbed one of the arrows, the Yasong arrow. Crack! The figure squeezed the arrow hard, instantly breaking it in half. Hiss gasps could be heard from the audience. Even Deity's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression became serious. The current Emperor Xian was like a completely different person, a world apart from his previous self. After attacking me so many times, now it's my turn to strike back, Emperor Xian said, slashing horizontally with his bronze sword. A burst of crimson golden sword energy shot out, reaching a size of 100 meters. Deity exerted force under his feet, moving like a nimble monkey, narrowly avoiding the attack. But those audience members behind him were not so lucky. Boom! Another 100-meter-sized ruin appeared in the audience stands. The barrier on the stage was as if it didn't exist in the face of his attack. Various screams could be heard, but no one paid attention to them. More people were pale with fear, and they hurriedly left their seats. They came to watch the match, not to risk their lives. The power of these two was too strong, and the barrier couldn't withstand the aftermath of their attacks. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the audience in the stands had already left. Even the audience from the Xia Kingdom had less than 1/5 left. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but Li Jianguo was worried that they would be affected, so he forced Long Yi to expel them. Expel! Deity reached out and grabbed the long arrow made of sealed boar bone, drawing an arc in the air, and shot it towards Emperor Xian once again. Emperor Xian exerted force with both legs, charging towards Deity like a cannonball, even causing a sonic boom. Bang! The slash of the bronze sword was blocked by Deity with his longbow. Emperor Xian suddenly lifted his leg and kicked Deity heavily, sending him flying out. Boom! Deity's body collided with the stone wall at the edge of the arena, making a dull thud. Smoke and dust rose, stones scattered, burying him within. Is he dead? I don't think so. I suddenly realized how powerful the human king is now. It's like he's taken some kind of medicine. Didn't you hear what they said earlier? The human king was weak before, but now he has recovered. It's a pity, I actually quite like the god of archery. Well, who doesn't? As the audience discussed, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the pile of rubble. Bang! Crack! Emperor Xian tried to block with his bronze sword, but the arrow shattered the weapon directly. He himself was pierced by the arrow in the shoulder. The chisel arrow. With armor-piercing properties, unstoppable. Swish! 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 3 more arrows flew out. Without his bronze sword, Emperor Xian could only condense a long sword with his chi. However, facing Deity's arrows, these chi swords were no match. They instantly shattered upon contact. The situation once again turned passive. Emperor Xian, continue. Jiang Chen in the audience suddenly shouted, tossing something out. Seeing this, Emperor Xian directly threw away the broken bronze sword in his hand, reached out and grabbed the strange long sword. As Deity's arrows came again, Emperor Xian didn't have time to think, swinging the long sword to parry. Crack! The arrow broke in response. What a good sword! Emperor Xian couldn't help but admire. Jiang Chen, seeing Emperor Xian escape the crisis, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, it's a good sword. This is the Judgment, one of the top 3 artifacts in Eden. After killing Michael, he secretly hid these treasures. He gave King Jeanine a bunch of fakes. Whether it's the golden rope, the purple gold gourd, or the jade cleansing bottle, he swapped them all. His idea was that since they wouldn't come back after they left, it's better to leave these treasures to him, so he could backstab them at a critical moment. Look, now he's using it. Eden sent their gods to fight against the gods of Xia country, right? So he let Emperor Xin use the opponent's artifact in battle. Who wouldn't be disgusted by that? Deity glanced at Jiang Chen, but he didn't seem angry. Instead, he admired his courage. After seeing his strength, most people had already run away, but this kid not only didn't run, but also dared to join their battle. This kind of courage was enough to crush most people. On the other side, inside Eden, the gods watching the match, upon seeing Jiang Chen take out the judgment artifact, were almost driven mad. This damn heretic, how dare he seize the judgment artifact, I'll burn him alive. He's the one who ambushed Lord Michael, unforgivable. The judgment artifact must be reclaimed, it absolutely cannot be left outside. Oomph, all of you talk about righteousness, why don't you go down there? A discordant voice rang out. The gods glared angrily, but when they saw the speaker, they all fell silent as if they had swallowed a fly. The person who spoke was the arrogant god of the 7 deadly sins. He belonged to the Jesus faction, one of the 7 great god messengers under Jesus, second only to the wrath god messenger. His own combat power was terrifying. Except for a few archangels, no one was his match. In fact, even the archangels might not necessarily defeat him. Because the 7 deadly sins had never fully exerted their power, the only time they did, they directly wiped out an ancient god. At that time, Jehovah's evaluation of them was that they were the source of sin, far surpassing Satan. Remember, Satan is the incarnation of the archangel Lucifer, with combat power second only to God Jehovah, and the 7 deadly sins could actually be compared to him, which is enough to prove their terror. You are not welcome here, please leave. Raphael said in a deep voice. Do you think I wanted to come here? I am here on behalf of the Master to deliver a message to you. The arrogant god chuckled lightly, his tone full of disdain. What message? Don't be foolish. Bastard, what did you say? Raphael was furious, a holy sword appearing in his hand. If Michael were still alive, perhaps he could fight me, but you are not worthy to be my opponent. The arrogant god lived up to his name, full of pride and arrogance. In his eyes, apart from Michael, other angels were not even worth his attention. Raphael was almost exploding with anger at his words. He swung the holy sword in his hand directly towards the arrogant god. Even before getting close to him, he felt his head being grabbed by a large hand. The next moment, the arrogant god grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the ground. Boom! A large pit was smashed into the ground. The arrogant god acted as if he had done something insignificant, dusting off his hands as if there were no dust. I have delivered the message, if you still want to fight, you can find me in heaven. Seeing Raphael's almost devouring expression, he suddenly smirked and added, next time you draw your sword against me, you will die. After saying that, he turned and left. After the arrogant god had completely left, many angels dared to come forward and help Raphael up. Lord Raphael. Get lost. Raphael cursed, pushing away the angel helping him, turning and flying towards the depths of the Garden of Eden. He vowed to avenge today's humiliation 100-fold. However, the most urgent task was to deliver the message to the Heavenly Father, as the group of rebellious gods in heaven were up to something again. The arrogant god who left the Garden of Eden returned to heaven. He found 4 or 5 people lying or sitting and looking down below. What are you looking at? The arrogant god asked in surprise. Escano, how come you're back so soon? The angry god merely greeted him with joy. Just delivering a message, why are you all lying here? Escano asked again. Escano, didn't you see, those 2 below are so strong, I feel like they are catching up to you. The jealous god Diane said excitedly. I feel like their strength might even surpass Escano's. The greedy god Ban added casually. Hearing their words, Escano became interested and sat down beside them, looking down below. On the mythical arena, Deity was already pushed to the brink. Xin showed his true strength, terrifying in close combat. With the judgment blade in hand, each strike could cause great damage to Deity. 5 of the 10 arrows had already been cut off by him. Deity crouched on a pile of ruins, panting heavily. He was covered in wounds everywhere. Uttered 3 words. Indeed, terrifyingly powerful. Even my immortal body might not be able to withstand this blow. The greedy envoy Ban's gaze was solemn. Damn, how can he be so strong when he doesn't even have a divine position? The envious envoy Diane grumbled unwillingly. Indeed very strong, I suddenly feel my blood boiling. Melly, do you want to go down and fight them? The arrogant envoy Iscano suddenly became excited. No, the Son of God said that the gods of the Xia kingdom are not our enemies. Melly directly shook her head. Oh well, that's a pity. But, this human king is truly powerful. Iscano shrugged regretfully, his gaze returning to the arena. As everyone nervously watched, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. I am the ruler of the world, holding sway over humanity. At this moment, Dxin was covered in wounds, his battle armor completely gone. But his eyes were shining brightly. As his words fell, a golden dragon soared into the sky from the temple of a million gods in the Xia Empire. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A red cloud appeared above Emperor Xian's head. In the moment the red cloud appeared, everyone in the Xia Empire, including all the gods and spirits in the temple of 10,000 gods, bowed in unison. Greetings, under the crown of the human king. Yes. At this moment, Emperor Xian was no longer the king of Shang or the king of Zhou, he was the human king. The ruler of the world. Holding power over the human realm, his status comparable to that of a sage. Jiang Chen also recognized the red cloud. This was the fortune of the human race, the fortune power that only an emperor could possess. Emperor Xian has been dead for many years. Logically, he should not have the fortune of the human race. How could he possess such a strong fortune power? Jiang Chen wondered. Fortune power, I never expected that you, at this moment, could still use the fortune power to protect yourself, Deity said with a complex expression. He lost. Not to Emperor Xian, but to the human race of the Xia Empire. With the fortune power bestowed upon Emperor Xian, not even a sage could harm him in the slightest. Moreover, in the clash just now, he had already suffered serious injuries and was no longer able to use the sunset arrow a second time. Emperor Xian walked slowly to Deity. Back then, I led the army to sweep through the 4 barbarians, and ordered the Grand Tutor Wenzhong to conquer the North Sea. Although we killed many descendants of the Witch clan, it was a normal battle and we did not exterminate them. Later, they decided to submit to our great Shang, so I gave them a piece of land to enjoy the same treatment as our Xia people. In the past, when King Wen Jichang led a rebellion, they also came with their entire clan to assist in the battle, but the timing was not right for me. When we were defeated in battle, I dispersed them and let them submit to Jichang, to avoid the fate of extinction. They were brave and fearless warriors, unwilling to submit, so they led their people to flee overseas, and since then, there has been no news of them. The matter of their extinction has nothing to do with our Xia Empire. Emperor Xian's tone was calm as he recounted the story, without any fluctuations. It was as if he was telling someone else's story. Deity was puzzled after hearing this and looked at Emperor Xian with some confusion. Why are you saying this now? I would never explain my actions to others in my lifetime. Then why are you explaining to me now? Because I have one now. Emperor Xian raised his chin slightly, looking proud. What a joke, he just lost earlier. If I explained then, wouldn't it seem like I was afraid of death? Now that I have one, I will explain to you with the demeanor of a victor. This is the gift from the human king. E. Looking at the proud human king in front of him, Deity suddenly smiled bitterly. He had been used as a pawn. Go ahead, kill me and end this farce. Deity casually threw away his divine bow that had been with him day and night, opened his arms, and welcomed his death. The Xia Empire audience watching this scene through the projection outside the arena felt uneasy. They never expected that this was all a misunderstanding. But now that things had reached this point, it was too late to say anything. As the losing party, according to the rules of the arena, Deity had only one way to go. Many people couldn't bear to watch any longer. Damn the Holy See, they are too despicable. Clearly, they are our Xia Empire's gods, but now they have fallen to this point. I feel so resentful. Sob. Lord Human King, can you spare Deity? Although we won the match, why do I feel no joy at all? We won the match, but lost a great god. Why is it like this? Unlike previous victories, although they won the match this time, the Xia Empire audience could not feel happy. Instead, they were all in a complex and sorrowful mood. Because this was an internal loss for their Xia Empire. On the arena, Emperor Xin held the blade of judgment, slowly raising it, about to strike Deity's neck. A voice rang out. Wait! Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the heavily damaged arena. Are you commanding me? Emperor Xin glanced at Jiang Chen, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. Thud! Jiang Chen knelt down on the spot. There is no way, this is the majesty of the human king. As long as he is still a member of the Xia kingdom, he must kneel. Although feeling frustrated, there is no anger or shame. Human king, please hold your hand for a moment. There is something I need to report. Jiang Chen had no choice but to reply while kneeling. Speak. Emperor Xin still maintained his imposing demeanor. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was just being arrogant, stubbornly clinging to his pride. What could have been resolved with just a few words, had to be dragged out. Senior Day, as far as I know, the descendants of the Witch clan were divided into two groups in the beginning. One group stayed in the Xia kingdom, while the other group left the Divine Land and went to a continent called America, where they thrived. The group that stayed in the Xia kingdom continued the traditions of the Witch clan and are known as the Jiuli people, while the group that went to America called themselves the Indians. The descendants you mentioned who were almost wiped out should be them, right? Deity looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion, not sure what he was trying to convey. Jiang Chen continued, although the Jiuli people are few in number, they live comfortably within the Xia kingdom and are not treated unfairly. The group that went to America was invaded by the followers of the Norse gods hundreds of years ago, including the Holy See. They slaughtered in the name of the gods, eventually occupying America and establishing a country called America. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, he felt a chilling intent to kill. How dare you? Deity roared. He did not doubt Jiang Chen's words, as there was no reason for him to lie at this moment. As if to confirm Jiang Chen's words, many Jiuli people in the Xia Empire stood up and bowed to Deity. These were their ancestors, and they wouldn't have known if Jiang Chen hadn't spoken up. Seeing their ancestors almost fall into a great disaster due to deception, these Jiuli people felt both ashamed and angry. Cries of sorrow echoed. As a great witch, Deity could naturally sense the bloodline of the people praying below. Although faint, they were indeed descendants of the Witch clan. The more he understood, the stronger his anger grew. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Emperor Xion's face grew darker. He thought he was framing Jichang, but it turned out to be someone else. If it were Xia people, it would be acceptable, as he was the human king and responsible for their education. But to think it was done by other ethnic groups, making him take the blame. How could he tolerate this? I've always been the one to bully others. When did someone dare to bully me? If I can endure it, my aunt can't. Thinking of this, he directly drew his judgment blade back, his face dark as he looked at Deity. Although not killing you affects my reputation, I can't swallow this anger. What about you? I have been to the Garden of Eden, I can lead the way. Deity beckoned, and the divine bow and arrows flew back into his hands. Good. Today I won't kill you, I'll let you take revenge yourself. Thank you. Deity slightly bowed, giving a salute to Emperor Xin. You are violating the rules of the arena. The host Bobby, seeing this scene, nervously stepped forward. Shut up. Are you teaching me how to do things? Emperor Xin coldly glanced at him. Deity, on the other hand, raised his long bow, as if he was ready to shoot him at any moment. Bobby's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. What kind of trouble did he get himself into, encountering these two troublemakers? But he also knew that as the Xia kingdom's power grew, the gods summoned back would also become stronger. This was just the first time, definitely not the last. Rules only apply to the weak, the strong have never been ones to follow rules. They only make the rules. Gentlemen, the rules of the arena were established by the God Kings. Are you going to disregard them like this? God Kings? Rules? Do I agree? Emperor Xian sneered disdainfully. When it comes to talking about rules in front of him, he has always been the one to set the rules. When has anyone dared to make him follow the rules? Seeing both sides deadlocked, Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand. Seniors, there's something the junior doesn't know if he should say. The eyes of the three men all fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly felt immense pressure, but still bravely spoke up. According to the rules, the deity of the losing side will die, but the one who died is the great Yi of the Holy Empire, not our Xia Kingdom's hero Yi who shoots the sun, right? With these words, a look of surprise appeared in Xian's eyes. He then turned his gaze to Poppy, seemingly waiting for his response. Theoretically, that's correct, Poppy nodded after some thought. Then it's settled. The hunting god Great Yi has died, and the junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes back the hero Yi who shoots the sun. We respectfully welcome back the hero Yi who shoots the sun. The Xia Kingdom audience watching this scene through the broadcast began to follow suit, welcoming Yi back. Poppy was a bit dumbfounded. Could it really be played like this? But what the other party said was right, the defeated one was the hunting god of the Holy Empire, and they were welcoming back the hero of the Xia Kingdom. It didn't seem conflicting, right? Yi's expression became complicated upon hearing the prayers of the people. Just a moment ago, he was an enemy of the Xia Kingdom. Now, the other party was willing to give him a divine position and welcome him back. The steps had been taken, the loopholes had been exploited, now it was up to him to make a decision. As proud as he was, he knew all this, but he still didn't nod. He didn't want to live in such a deceitful way. He was a warrior who could die on the battlefield, he would never survive by deceiving himself. I ref you. Ahem, Senior Yi, your wife is still waiting for you, shouldn't you consider it? I heard that many deities like to visit the Moon Palace, such as Marshal Tianpeng, Erlangshan, and Wu Gang. Jiang Chen saw that he was about to refuse and directly interrupted him. At this point, Jiang Chen had no problem? No, I will go change it now. Jiang Chen shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you kidding me? You have already sentenced me, can I dare to say there is a problem? Very well, after you finish writing it, present it to me for review. After I approve it, spread it throughout the world. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded quickly. You are the king, as long as you are happy. After all, what he wrote was a novel, not a historical record. The only difference was that some people could make him revise it offline, while others could not. He silently mourned for the dignitaries of the Zhou dynasty in his heart, then looked eagerly at Emperor Xian. Your Majesty, the battle has ended, this sword. This sword is very good, I like it, you can keep it. Emperor Xian looked at Jiang Chen with approval. Jiang Chen. Damn it, you like it, but when will you return it to me? But Emperor Xian clearly had no intention of returning it. Joking aside, can you take back the treasure presented to the king? Not to mention a mere commoner, even if a god came, it would not be possible. That's what Emperor Xian said. Seeing his judgment blade being taken away, Jiang Chen was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. However, at this moment, Emperor Xian suddenly spoke. I don't have much time left. After I fight for Xia Kingdom one last time, naturally, the sword will be yours. This time, he did not refer to himself as I, but casually used the word. Jiang Chen was first stunned, then realized. You? Can a person live without a heart? Emperor Xian said, showing Jiang Chen his empty chest. Jiang Chen then remembered that his heart had been pierced by Deity long ago. However, at that time, Emperor Xian claimed to be the human king and said that even without a heart, he could live, making Jiang Chen think it was a trick. Little did he know that it was all an act. Said this, he immediately thought that those saints were up to mischief again. No one can escape within the three realms, Jiang Zi aside. He had lost his powers and could not participate in that kind of battle, but his high status and many friends still played a role. Some old friends and juniors had secretly revealed some information to him before leaving. The real battlefield is not here. After saying this, Jiang Ziya's figure slowly disappeared. Emperor Xian watched the direction Jiang Ziya left in, his expression changing constantly, but in the end, he did not go to the Garden of Eden. An hour quickly passed. The mythical arena was fully restored. Spectators began to appear outside the arena. Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the arena once again. When he saw Emperor Xian still standing in place, he was stunned. "Great King, why haven't you returned to the Temple of the Gods to rest?" Jiang Chen approached, showing his respect. "Have you finished writing your novel?" Emperor Xian glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Chen. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Why was he showing respect for no reason? Seeing Jiang Chen at a loss, Emperor Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. "This battle will still be fought by me." "Ha!" Jiang Chen was about to persuade, but then he remembered the injuries on Emperor Xian's body. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. "Forget it. The other party has already made up his mind to die, how can he stand up to stop it? Moreover, even if he stops it, the other party may not necessarily listen." Soon, a new representative was sent from the Holy See. As soon as he appeared, he summoned a great archangel. Before Jiang Chen could see clearly who the other party was, he felt a blur in front of him. That angel was directly split in half. Next, Emperor Xian held the judgment, saying in a flat tone, "Damn, Lord Ren is too fierce, isn't he? When fighting with the god of E before, I just felt he was strong, but now it seems he is super strong, right? Mourn for the Holy See, it's not that the angels are not powerful, it's that our Lord Ren is too fierce. Victory will belong to the Xia Kingdom." The audience in the Xia Kingdom area boiled. When fighting against De before, although they could feel that Emperor Xian was strong, there was no comparison. After all, Deyi's strength was also terrifying. When the two were compared, it gave the illusion that they were like other gods. But now facing a new opponent, he was directly split with a sword. That was an archangel. Although not as powerful as Michael, he was still at the level of an archangel. Just like that, split with a sword? Not only the audience, even the gods watching the battle were shocked. Until this moment, they finally understood how terrifying Emperor Xian was. After killing two angels in a row, Emperor Xian's aura had begun to decline. Jiang Chen clearly saw the golden light on Emperor Xian's chest flickering, as if it could go out at any moment. "My king, stop!" Jiang Chen shouted at Emperor Xian. Although the other party had blackened his artifact, he still did not want him to die here. Next, Emperor Xian's tone remained flat, showing no concern for his own condition. At this moment, a Sanskrit sound rang out in the sky. A naked young man walked out of the void. This man had golden hair, a body as clear as jade, and was holding an apple when he appeared. "Adam!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. Yes. The man in front of him was Adam, the ancestor of mankind in the Garden of Eden myth. He never expected him to appear at this moment. Emperor Xian was already at the end of his strength, facing the unknown strength of Adam. Jiang Chen dared not think about it. He really wanted to persuade Emperor Xian to stop, so that he would not die as a loser. But he knew the other party would not listen to him. "You are the king of the Xia kingdom?" Adam, barefoot, walked up to Emperor Xian, looking at him with curiosity. However, "Barbarian, dare to disrespect me." Emperor Xian didn't say a word, raising the judgment in his hand and slashing towards him. This really angered him. He, the mighty emperor, had someone standing naked in front of him, which was simply an insult to him. Is it that the beauties are not fragrant, or the posture is not enticing? Even the beauties don't look at them, but let me look at you? Swinging the judgment in his hand, he struck at Adam. Without seeing how Adam reacted, the long sword seemed to have missed, passing by his body. He dodged? He clearly didn't move. How did he dodge? I thought I was seeing things, turns out it really didn't hit. The audience outside the arena exploded instantly. Everyone had witnessed Emperor Xian's strength. The archangels had no power to fight back in front of him, being killed in one move. But this naked man standing still could easily dodge Emperor Xian's attack. Isn't that too terrifying? In the heavens, the seven gods had different expressions. Truly the ancestor of mankind, his strength is so strong. Was that his domain just now? It's very similar to God's absolute domain. Within the domain, he can choose a rule that others cannot violate. Absolute evasion? But what's with this sense of disharmony? A strange color appeared in Escaner's eyes. On the stage, Emperor Xian made a mistake with a blow, looked stunned for a moment, then smiled. I've been dealing with some small fry all along, now I finally met a decent opponent. I am honored to have your recognition, Adam bowed respectfully. Chi refinement. Emperor Xian reached out and stroked the divine artifact, and golden patterns emerged on it. The fire of Chi refinement gradually spread across the entire sword. A look of surprise flashed in Adam's eyes. He realized that the opponent was not using divine power, but the power was no less formidable. It was a new kind of power, something he had never encountered before. Sword sweeping in all directions. With a swing of the sword, countless illusory sword shadows appeared in an instant, enveloping the entire arena. Obviously, Emperor Xian also sensed the opponent's mysterious ability and wanted to use this large-scale attack to block the opponent's evasion route. Bang! The next moment, Emperor Xian's body suddenly flew backward. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Jiang Chen was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. He had not seen how Adam had appeared, as if he had been standing there all along. But just a moment ago, he was clearly 4 or 5 meters away from Emperor Xian. It was too bizarre. The audience outside the arena looked even more confused, as if the movie had suddenly paused and when it resumed, the scene had changed. The disjointed feeling of no connection made people feel very uncomfortable. Emperor Xian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became serious. The blow just now was too fast. It was so fast that even he couldn't react in time. Domain. Emperor Xian slowly uttered 2 words. This was the unformed divine realm, and under this domain, Adam's combat power would undergo a qualitative change. Only within the opponent's domain would he be helplessly knocked away. Thinking of this, Emperor Xian adjusted his breath again. A layer of red clouds appeared above his head. Domain royal authority. After seeing the red clouds above Emperor Xian's head, Adam's eyes became more serious. However, the next moment, his figure disappeared again. Bang! A punch was thrown. A purple shield appeared around Emperor Xian's body, blocking the blow for him. The king, protected by the heavens, is invincible. Before Emperor Xian could land, Adam's figure appeared in front of him again. His fist rained down like a storm. The dull sound of impact echoed far and wide. This made the audience from the Xia Kingdom area watching the match feel anxious. Lord Ren withstand it. He's too strong, Lord Ren has no way to fight back at all. His speed isn't fast, but why can't Lord Ren avoid it? Not only Jiang Chen, but even the ordinary audience noticed this. Although Adam's speed was fast, it was nothing compared to the previous gods. It was not too extraordinary. But Emperor Xian couldn't dodge at all. No. It's not that he couldn't dodge. It's more like actively meeting Adam's attacks. Could it be precognition? Jiang Chen suddenly had this thought in his mind after seeing this scene. However, he quickly denied it. Precognition could allow him to make judgments in advance, but it could not affect Emperor Xian's attacks. He clearly saw that Emperor Xian did not dodge or avoid, but Emperor Xian's attacks could not reach him. This was something that precognition could not achieve. Just then, the two of them separated again. The red clouds above Emperor Xian's head became unstable, as if they had suddenly thinned out. It's over. Adam smiled faintly and a chirifying long sword condensed in his hand. Seeing this scene, Emperor Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Even Jiang Chen was shocked beyond measure. Shi refinement was the foundation of the Xia kingdom's human race. Adam was a Westerner, how could he use it? And looking at the long sword in the opponent's hand, it was obviously not an ordinary weapon. This is the real product of refining qi. The long sword pierced through Xian's chest without any hindrance. At this moment, all the people of Xia country couldn't believe it. Their king actually lost so miserably, without any ability to fight back. A sense of sorrow permeated the air. Lord King, please stand up. Whoa whoa. How could this happen? Are we really going to lose? Damn it, I wish I could help Lord King. Jiang Chen also looked at the slowly falling Xin in a daze. His mouth opened and closed, but he didn't know what to say. He never expected that the king of a generation would be defeated in this way. Did I lose? Xin looked lifelessly into the sky, with a sense of unwillingness, reluctance, but more of an unprecedented calmness. In a daze, he seemed to sense something. A crack appeared in the sky, and a stunningly beautiful woman walked out from it. Great King, you have suffered so much. Daji? I seem to see you. Xin laughed self-deprecatingly. He reached out his hand as if trying to grasp something. Great King, it's really me. Daji quickly reached out, holding Xian's hand tightly, tears already streaming down her face. At the moment their hands touched, Xian's body suddenly shook, and his fading consciousness gradually returned. Beauty, is it really you? Xin was somewhat incredulous, as he remembered that Daji had already perished. Yes, it's really me. Daji cried with tears streaming down her face, holding Xian's hand tightly. The onlookers were already stunned. Wow, there's such a beautiful woman in the world? Who is this beauty? I suddenly feel that those celebrity starlets are not good looking. Who understands family? As a woman, I actually feel a sense of excitement. I want to fall in love. Damn, bro, I salute you as a man. Daji, this name sounds familiar. I remember, she's the fox spirit, the nine-tailed fox Daji. No wonder she's so beautiful, turns out she's a fox spirit. Get out of the way, let me subdue this demon. As soon as this person spoke, he suddenly felt a darkness around his body. Are you smart, huh? Didn't you see that the king was about to die? How dare you stand here and talk nonsense? The group of people punched and kicked him, not even sparing the passing dog. Everyone was attracted by Daji's beauty. Her charm was too great, although she didn't deliberately use any charm techniques. Every move, every smile, stirred the hearts of the audience. Jiang Chen was no exception. He had always heard people say that beauty brings disaster to the country and the people, but he now understood why they said King Zhou was debauched and tyrannical. With such a beautiful wife, it seemed reasonable to be called debauched. Adam also appeared briefly stunned after seeing Daji. But he quickly recovered. Madam, please step aside, I don't like hitting women. Xian's face changed at the words, reaching out to protect Daji behind him. However, Daji seemed to ignore it. Her eyes were only on Xian, and seeing his nervous appearance, a smile appeared on her tearful face. Her smile was enchanting. Everyone who saw this scene was captivated. Whether human or divine, they all felt their hearts racing, with a strong impulse to become her lapdog. Many even fantasized about taking Xian's place and being willing to die for her. Great King, let me heal your wounds. As she spoke, 8 silver-white tails suddenly appeared behind her. In an instant, the tails enveloped Xian and her. Daji extended her delicate tongue and gently licked the wounds on Xian's body. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds she licked were visibly healing at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the wound that pierced Xian's body disappeared. Adam came to his senses at this moment, sensing something amiss, and thrust the chi-refining long sword in his hand. Daji let out a muffled groan. The long sword pierced through her body, directly piercing her heart. Damn it! Damn it! Stop it! What are you doing? Didn't we agree not to hit women? The trash god's words don't count. Lord Adam, please stop. Hearing Daji's screams, all the spectators exploded. Curses and shouts filled the air. It was even more fanatical than brainwashed fans. Beauty! Bastard, you're asking for death. Xin was furious. He was about to get up, but Daji hugged him. Your Majesty, calm down, I'm fine. Daji gently reassured Xin's emotions. Her voice was full of a kind of magic that was irresistible. Only Jiang Chen noticed that Daji had lost another tail. Legend has it that the nine-tailed fox has 9 lives, losing 1 tail each time it dies. She still had 7 tails, meaning she had 7 lives left. But in this situation, even 700 lives wouldn't be enough for the opponent to kill her. Adam was surprised to see that Daji was still alive, a look of astonishment on his handsome face. He then conjured up several chi-refining long swords again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Daji endured the pain, trying not to scream, but her tails kept falling off behind her. Xin was wrapped in her tails, and with his severe injuries, he was powerless to break free. By now, most of the wounds on his body had healed, except for the one in his heart pierced by Deity. Daji suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, am I beautiful? Beautiful, in my heart, the beloved concubine will always be the most beautiful woman. That's good. In my heart, Your Majesty will always be the strongest king. After saying this, Daji suddenly transformed into her true form and bit Xin's chest. She tore open his flesh and blood. Instead of pushing her away, Xin hugged her tightly. He felt Daji's life force rapidly draining away. A colorful light burst from Daji's mouth and entered Xin's chest. Thump! 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 The heart that had long stopped beating began to pulse again. A tear fell from Xin's eye. Daji, now in the form of a white fox, gently wiped away the tears from his face with her claws before closing her eyes forever. Ah! Xin roared as he held Daji's body to the sky. The red clouds that had disappeared reappeared, and his aura began to rise. The heart in his chest emitted a colorful light. The 7 aperture. Linglong heart. This was the same heart that Bai Gon had given him to save Daji. Now, Daji had returned it to him in this way. The white fox in his arms began to dissipate slowly, turning into scattered light spots. Xin said nothing, only grasping the divine weapon judgment once again. The chi-refining fire reappeared, covering his entire body in an instant. A suit of crimson gold armor appeared, and at the same time, a cloak woven from fox fur draped over him. He didn't say a word, just calmly looking at Adam. But the feeling he gave off was completely different. If he had seemed like a fierce war god before, now he appeared more like a king ruling over all. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of majesty that was intimidating. It was as if he alone was revered above all in heaven and earth. A sense of dominance swept over everyone. Royal power. Xin raised his hand in a gesture. Countless pillars of light rose within the Xia kingdom, converging into a giant dragon that entered Xin's divine position in the Temple of 10,000 Gods. I pay homage to our king. At that moment, in the Temple of 10,000 Gods, whether they were human spirits, deities, or mythical beasts, all appeared and knelt before the man on the stage. The true ruler of the world had returned. Xin gently placed his hand on his heart, feeling the strong heartbeat, but there was no smile on his face, because this was exchanged by Daji with her life. Here is not only the exquisite heart of Bai Gon, but also Daji's thousands of years of cultivation. Just at this moment, Adam's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a sword thrusting towards his chest. Emperor Xin's expression remained unchanged, the blade of judgment in his hand raised. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Blocked! Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The audience from the Xia kingdom below erupted into cheers. While Adam on the platform showed a look of astonishment. Without hesitation, the long sword in his hand swiftly stabbed out, even creating afterimages due to the speed being too fast. However, Emperor Xin blocked them all. How is this possible? Adam finally began to panic. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but being blocked so many times can only mean one thing. His abilities have been seen through by the opponent. But how is this possible? The law of time is indeed mysterious. Emperor Xin slowly spoke. When Adam heard these words, his expression finally changed. This was his trump card, known only to God Yahweh besides himself. Everyone thought he inherited the domain of God, possessed absolute power, or could foresee the future. But in fact, it was not so. He only mastered the law of time, able to change the flow of time around his body. Although only for a few seconds, it still made him unbeatable. But now, being exposed by the man in front of him, how could he not be surprised? Even if you know, what does it matter? In the face of time, no one can escape. Adam said coldly. Is that so? Emperor Xin replied non-committally. The blade of judgment in his hand slowly stabbed out, not fast, on the contrary, slower than an ordinary person. But with this sword, he actually hit Adam. Seeing Adam wounded on the shoulder, the whole scene erupted in an uproar. What's going on? I clearly saw that the sword was not fast. Why didn't Adam Ancestor dodge? It must be that Adam Ancestor was careless. Victory will surely belong to us. Just as the audience from the Papal Kingdom was finding reasons for their ancestor, Emperor Xin suddenly raised his leg and kicked Adam away. A similar scene unfolded. Just like when Adam beat Emperor Xin before, but this time, it was Adam who was being beaten. Adam kept using the law of time, resetting his body a few seconds back. But it was useless. Emperor Xin seemed to have anticipated it, appearing by his side every time and sending him flying. How can this be? A hint of fear rose in Adam's heart. His eyes began to turn white, eventually becoming pure white. Enough! A loud shout rang out. Adam was seen holding the divine weapon of judgment in his hand. Fresh blood flowed down his palm, seemingly unaware. Emitting a sacred aura, making people unable to help but worship. Jiang Chen wanted to use his clairvoyance to see. But he was burned by a dazzling white light, causing him to scream in pain. That power! Jiang Chen was horrified. He wanted to speak up, but found himself unable to speak. On the platform, Emperor Xin also felt the sudden change from the other side. But he did not panic too much. The fire of refining chi on his body kept surging towards the blade of judgment. Swish! The blade cut through, and an arm flew out. Adam looked somewhat incredulously at this scene. Even borrowing the power of the Father God, he still couldn't resist the opponent's attack. Just then, another crack appeared in the sky. A naked golden-haired beauty appeared, gently embracing Adam from behind. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the two sides actually merged into one. Damn, it was clearly a life and death duel. Why do I feel like I've been fed dog food? Indeed, behind every powerful man, there is always a beautiful woman. No wonder I'm such a failure. The problem lies here. Bro, what you said makes so much sense. Let's not talk about it anymore in the future. Nonsense, I'm not beautiful, but my husband is still excellent. Miss, is it possible that the beautiful woman behind your husband is not you? First it was Dodgy, then it was Eve, one by one sacrificing themselves for their men. At this moment, victory or defeat seemed less important. In a way, they had already won. At least that was the case for the vast majority present. After merging with Eve, Adam's wounds began to heal rapidly, his severed arm regrew quickly. The battlefield situation returned to square one. Sword domain. Centered around Emperor Xin, an ancient battlefield quickly appeared. Countless refined long swords emerged, seemingly with a consciousness, constantly shuttling through this ancient battlefield. Eye of God. The scene of stars disappearing appeared in Adam's pupils. The next moment, a similar ancient battlefield appeared around him, just like Emperor Xion's sword domain. Countless refined long swords collided and entangled with each other, eventually turning into nothingness. Neither side could do anything to the other. My goodness, what ability is this? He can actually use Lord Ren's skills. This is too abnormal, right? Being able to learn and use a skill just by looking at it. No wonder he's called the ancestor of humanity. This Adam is incredibly strong. They say the strongest enemy is often oneself. Emperor Xin disappeared. Jiang Chen was shocked and angry because he had already guessed who had made a move. Besides the Heavenly Father Jehovah, who else could it be? He never expected that the Lord would personally intervene regardless of face. My Lord Jehovah, are you not afraid of the joint sanctions of the Holy Ones? Bobby asked, suppressing his inner fear. The opponent's actions were different from what happened with Deity. Deity voluntarily gave up the kill. Adam, on the other hand, was forcibly taken away after losing. If Deity exploited a loophole in the rules, then Jehovah was breaking the rules by force. Such actions could not be allowed to continue, or else the mythical arena would become a complete joke. An eye for an eye, Adam is dead, we concede this round. Jehovah's voice echoed in the void. At the same time, a body was thrown out of the light beam, and it was Eve who had appeared earlier. Adam and Eve were originally one, so sacrificing Eve in this way did not violate the rules. It was also exploiting a loophole. Although they conceded, their tone and attitude were filled with a sense of superiority. Although the crowd felt aggrieved, they dared not speak out, having learned from past experiences. Just then, an elderly voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Chosen One, send away the Emperor, summon the gods again, and leave him. Jiang Chen was stunned and turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw an old man nodding towards him. Xuanzi? Although Jiang Chen didn't understand the old man's intentions, he chose to follow his advice. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully sends the Emperor Xin back to his position. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, Emperor Xin, who was already on the brink of death, had no resistance and was forcibly sent away, falling into the statue of the god in the Temple of the Gods in Xia Kingdom. At the same time, countless golden chains suddenly appeared in the mythical arena. The golden chains appeared and crazily entwined towards the white light. Seeking death, an angry voice sounded in the void. Immediately after, an old man dressed in white linen, holding a shepherd's crook, appeared on the arena. Host Bobby turned pale with fright upon seeing the old man. Lord Jehovah. The whole venue fell into a deathly silence. Especially the audience from the Holy Empire, all knelt down, tears of excitement in their eyes. Merciful Heavenly Father, your servant offers you the most loyal faith. Lord Father, have you come to save us? The glory of God will shine upon every corner of the world. The other gods of the empires, upon seeing Jehovah's appearance, fell silent. He was the Creator God, truly standing at the pinnacle of all gods. No one had expected him to personally intervene. Whether it was the gods on Mount Olympus, the gods in the pyramids, or even the 7 gods in heaven, they were all shocked. This was the first appearance of the Creator God. Xia Kingdom is finished, should we inform the Lord? Greedy God Messenger Ban looked at angry God Messenger Meli with a serious expression. No need, Xia Kingdom will not fall so easily, everything will proceed according to plan. Meli's expression was equally serious, but he remained calm. Only those who have seen the gods of the Xia Kingdom with their own eyes will understand how powerful they truly are. Although Yahweh is strong, it is not easy to destroy the Xia Kingdom. Mount Olympus. Zeus, seated on his throne, was originally flirting with his women when his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong, Father God? A goddess in his arms twisted her nearly naked body and asked coquettishly, what is it, my dear daughter Persephone? Go back to the underworld and inform your husband, my brother Hades, to come over. I have something to discuss with him. What? Persephone asked in confusion. Don't worry, I'm not going to confront him, but I really need to discuss something with him. Zeus patted Persephone's voluptuous body and said ambiguously. You scared me, I thought. Everyone on Mount Olympus knew Zeus's nature. If he set his sights on a woman, none could escape his clutches. Persephone was truly worried that her father might kill her husband and completely possess her because of her. Go! And also call your brother, the sun god Apollo, for me. Inside a magnificent pyramid in Egypt, a group of deities gathered. At the top were the 9 pillar gods led by Ra, below were Anubis, Horus, and a dozen other main gods. Yahweh of the Garden of Eden has taken action, and we cannot continue to wait. The main god Ammonius spoke. Yahweh's conflict with the Xia Kingdom is good for us. No matter who wins, we have nothing to lose by participating. The wind god who shrugged. Yahweh has violated the agreement of the gods and has suffered the backlash of mythological combat. With the character of the gods of the Xia kingdom, he will not leave unscathed. We must prepare in advance. The earth god Geb said solemnly. Geb is right. The group of god kings in the Xia kingdom is only trapped on the front lines, not dead there. If someone calls out their true names, they may be able to summon them back. The sky. God not agreed. What do you plan to do? The harvest goddess Isis asked. Issue an oracle, have the believers make sacrifices, we must quickly restore our strength. The underworld king Osiris said coldly. Leave this to Anubis and me. The storm god Set smirked. Agreed. Agreed. Other deities raised their hands in agreement. On the mythological stage, Jiang Chen was unaware of what was happening in other god realms. He was currently worried about selecting candidates for the battle. The opponent was the creator god Yahweh, at least a heavyweight at the level of saints. Did the Xia kingdom really have a chance to win? Among the deities he had summoned so far, the highest ranking was Emperor Jun, and the strongest were Kong Xian and Sun Wukong. But these were only quasi-saint level, with no chance of winning against the creator god Yahweh. Moreover, they had already appeared once and could not appear a second time. Damn it, unless I summon a saint, otherwise whoever I call will die. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, staring at the list in the sky without blinking. He prayed frantically in his heart, hoping to select a saint. The golden light on the list flickered rapidly and finally landed on 3 names. When Jiang Chen looked at the list, he was dumbfounded. The little girl who sells clay dolls? The fortune-telling gentleman? The cow-riding shepherd boy? What is this? Jiang Chen's mind exploded, he didn't remember writing down these names. But the list clearly showed these 3 names. The little girl who sells clay dolls, the fortune-telling gentleman, the cow-riding shepherd boy. Jiang Chen repeated these 3 strange names over and over. The brain was working frantically, pondering the characters associated with these 3 names in his memory. Clay doll, feng shui, riding a cow. Suddenly, 3 names appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. No way. No way. Jiang Chen shook his head frantically, trying to shake off this absurd idea. In mythological history, besides the demon saint and the human mother Nuwa, he couldn't think of anyone else related to clay dolls. But the little girl who sells clay dolls? Is this list serious? Are you calling Nuwa the little girl who sells clay dolls? And the feng shui master, since it involves feng shui, it must be related to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and if he can appear with Nuwa, his name is also on the tip of his tongue. Emperor Fuxi, one of the 3 emperors of the human race. As for the last cow-riding cowherd, there's no need to guess. Among mythological figures, besides Laozi Lier, who else likes to ride cows and has been a cowherd? Jiang Chen felt his heart trembling. If he guessed correctly, this time it would be 3 saints, and they were all the top saints. This time, the Xia kingdom is saved. However, he soon began to worry again. Who to choose? The 3 saints excel in different fields. Nuwa excels in creation, whether it's living beings or magical treasures, she is equivalent to an army. Emperor Fuxi excels in array deduction, excels in winning with few, and predicting the unpredictable. And Laozi Lier, the incarnation of the moral heavenly venerable, excels in educating sentient beings, and his combat power is unknown. It seems that no matter who is chosen, they cannot restrain Jehovah. In that case, let's just gamble, leave it to fate, saints, please show yourselves. Jiang Chen said, turning his hair into a die. Choose Nuwa for 1 or 2, Fuxi for 3 or 4, and Laozi Lier for 5 or 6. After speaking, he threw the die out directly. However, his actions were unsurprisingly projected onto the big screen. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Damn! 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 John God is indeed playing dice at this time. Don't panic when things happen, let the dice help. It's just like when I was taking multiple choice exams. The end of truth is metaphysics. Look, Jiang God is one of us. I'm curious, what's the deal with those three names? Why are there no actual names? This is the first time I've seen this situation, only titles and no names. If guessed wrong, will someone die? No wonder Jiang God has to shake the dice. Could it be that Jiang God doesn't know these three deities? Isn't it normal not to know them? No pictures, no evidence, only a title, who can guess it? So, are we doomed to lose? Brother, do you still want to win? The one on the other side is the creator god, with a combat power stronger than the Hindu goddess Shiva and Buddha. How can we win? Not only the ordinary audience of the Xia kingdom, but even high-ranking officials like Li Jianguo had gloomy faces. Although they did not know Jehovah, they could feel his power from the title of the creator god. On the other hand, it seemed that Jiang Chen had no intention of summoning anyone, but instead was playing with dice. Little Jiang may be under too much pressure, a general said. After all, he is still a child, and we subconsciously overlooked this point. Another general sighed. Faced with the creator god Jehovah, even they in the audience felt uneasy, let alone Jiang Chen on the stage. Everyone was not optimistic about the upcoming match. They just hoped that Jiang Chen could successfully summon a deity. Anyone would do, as long as he didn't die during the naming ceremony. On the stage, Jiang Chen was staring straight at the dice on the ground. The dice kept spinning. It was 2 for a moment, 4 for a moment, but the next second it turned into 5 or 6. It was as if someone was manipulating it. No. More accurately, it was more like a struggle. A struggle? Could it be that the three saints are still vying for the opportunity to fight? Involuntarily, the scene of the three sages fighting like children came to mind. Jiang Chen was amused by his own thoughts. Just then, the dice finally stopped. The number on top was 1. Jiang Chen, seeing this, no longer hesitated and immediately stood up, bowing towards the name in the void. Molded earth to create humans, slayed the giant turtle, subdued the black dragon, established the 4 poles, fused the 5-colored stones to mend the sky. Junior Jiang Chen respectfully welcomes the mother of all things, the saint of the Yao clan. The little girl who sells clay dolls has descended. Jiang Chen originally wanted to say Hanway Empress, but suddenly realized that since the other party had not revealed their true name, there must be a reason. Therefore, he decided to avoid using the true name and chose the name that appeared in the void. As he spoke, the sky suddenly emitted a colorful light. A delicately carved little girl appeared, stepping out from the gate of creation onto the arena. He. I guess I won after all. The little girl smiled mischievously at Jiang Chen, looking quite playful and cute. Jiang Chen knew exactly what she meant by winning. He just didn't expect the other party to appear in this form. The dignified Hanway Empress, one of the earliest saints in the world, turns out to be a cute little girl. If this gets out, people will be shocked. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The audience below the stage erupted in chatter. Has Jiang gone mad? He actually summoned a little girl to her death. So cruel, even though he knew he would lose, he shouldn't have acted so recklessly. Did I hear Jiang correctly just now? The mother of all things, the saint of the Yao clan, is a little girl? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Such a cute little sister, how can Jiang bear to send her to her death? Hey, you actually called her little sister, that's too much. Do you know the true identity of this deity? If I tell you, you'll be scared. Do you know? Tell us. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the creator of our Xia clan, the mother of all things, Hanway Empress. Damn, is that true? Hanway Empress is a little girl? I'm not well read, brother, don't scare me. At the moment the little girl appeared, not only the Jehovah on the stage, but even the deities in the divine realms were shocked. No one understood better than them what the colorful divine light represented. This was the merit light that only the creator gods possessed. This delicately carved little girl was likely a super powerhouse among the gods of the Xia clan. Jehovah's originally calm face suddenly became animated. Hanway. Grandpa, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a little girl who sells clay dolls, not the great Hanway Empress. The little girl shook her braids like a drum, looking innocent and naive. Jehovah was almost choked by her words. Damn it, Grandpa. You're still selling clay dolls? And you're a little girl? Do you think I'm blind? But since the other party denied it, he couldn't do anything. After all, the other party was just an incarnation, not the true deity. This was similar to him. The mythical arena was a rule jointly established by all the saints and powerful beings in the divine land. It explicitly stated that saints were not allowed to participate. He was the first to break the rule, trying to save Adam, but ended up being forced into battle by manipulating the arena rules. Thinking of this, he glared at Jiang Chen in the audience. It was this kid who messed up his plans. Jiang Chen, who was observing Manhwa on the stage, suddenly felt an irresistible pressure enveloping him. It felt like the next moment, he would be crushed into dust. Grandpa, do you want to buy a doll? A clear voice rang out, and Jiang Chen felt a lightness in his body, the surrounding pressure disappearing instantly. He saw the little girl holding a pair of dolls, looking expectantly at Jehovah, who knew. Jehovah's face turned extremely ugly when he saw the mud dolls held by the little girl. Through the large screen projection, it was quickly noticed that those two mud dolls were unusual. They were exactly the same as Adam and Eve who had appeared before. Jiang Chen also felt a strange feeling after seeing this scene. As everyone knows, Adam was created by Jehovah in his own image and given life. A highly intelligent life form, this was a great achievement for him. It was his pride. Praised by the believers, widely circulated. But now what did he see? The little girl in front of him grabbed a handful of mud from the ground, casually molded a few times, and perfectly replicated the process of creating humans. And now she was showing off in front of him. What did she want to express? Did she want to prove that her achievements were nothing to her? It was simply heartless. Just as he was about to take it and destroy it, the little girl suddenly withdrew her hand. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot, you can also mold clay figures, she said. This move made Jehovah's hand, which was reaching out, freeze in midair. This was too much. This was simply too much. He, the mighty creator God, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? With this kind of trick, you cannot defeat me. Jehovah said coldly. Maybe not. How about we make a bet, the little girl said playfully. What do you want to bet on? Let's bet on whether the people I create can defeat you. Are you trying to humiliate me? A cold light flashed in Jehovah's eyes. No, I'm just stating the facts. With a wave of her hand, a pile of small clay figures appeared. These clay figures came to life as soon as they hit the ground, waving their small arms and legs as they charged towards Jehovah. God said, "Let there be light." A large sun appeared, shining brightly on the entire arena. The clay figures on the arena cracked under the dazzling sunlight, eventually turning into a cloud of dust. However, among the remaining clay figures, a clay figure with a long bow emerged. He drew the bow and aimed at the sun in the sky. Swish! The arrow shot out, directly bursting the sun, and the earth returned to normal. God said, "Let there be rain." Rain suddenly poured from the sky, growing heavier and heavier. The little girl smiled slightly and blew towards the arena. Countless plants sprouted from the ground, turning the arena into a forest in the blink of an eye. The clay figures cut down trees, built houses to shelter from the rain. But the rain kept pouring, eventually turning into a vast ocean. The clay figures joined hands to form a dam, separating the surrounding floodwaters. The surviving clay figures built bridges, paved roads, and moved to live on the mountains. God said, "Mankind is foolish, let the flood destroy the world." The floodwaters separated by the dam suddenly surged, breaking the dam and engulfing countless clay figures. At this moment, another clay figure stood up, leading the surviving clay figures to block the flood with rocks. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. The flood spread, destroying their homes, melting a large number of clay figures. However, the clay figures did not retreat or beg for mercy. They worked together to dig channels, guide the floodwaters away. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally understood. Both sides were using sentient beings as pawns in their battle. Jehovah represented the divine, while Manhwa represented humanity. The divine destroyed the world, while humanity saved themselves. Whether it was the scorching sun before or the recent flood, these scenarios appeared in various myths. The humans created by Jehovah chose to seek the protection of the gods. The humans created by Manhwa kept fighting against the environment and eventually overcame it. At this moment, the clay figures in Jiang Chen's eyes changed. They were no longer rough clay figures but transformed into countless wise ancestors of the Xia dynasty. It was as if an epic painting unfolded before him, allowing him to relive the era of great struggles against the heavens. Soon, the audience outside the arena also noticed this. How do I feel like I've seen this scene on the stage before? I have the same feeling. Isn't this the mythological history of Xia Kingdom that Jiang Chen told us about? Exactly. Hui shooting the sun, Jingwei filling the sea, Shen Nong tasting herbs, and Dayu controlling the waters. Oh my god. They all match up. Whoa, why do I feel like crying? The spirits of the ancestors of the human race will always endure. At this moment, no one sees the clay figures on the stage as mere clay figures anymore, but imagines them as the ancestors of the human race throughout history. What does it matter if they are creation gods? As long as they cannot be completely destroyed, all disasters will become their nourishment, helping them grow rapidly. On the stage, Jehovah's expression completely changed. Because he found that no matter what disasters he summoned, he could not completely destroy these clay figures. Faced with apocalyptic-level disasters, these clay figures did not pray for forgiveness from the gods or seek shelter. They have always relied on their own wisdom to seek survival in adversity. The resilience of these clay figures made him, as a creation god, feel afraid. Why, even though they are all clay figures, why do these people not seek my forgiveness? Jehovah wavered. He considered himself a shepherd, nurturing all beings. But now he suddenly realized that there was a group of people who did not care for his protection at all. They were not willing to bow down to him. Even after the disasters, these clay figures would actively attack him. Although their attacks were weak and could not harm him at all, they did indeed launch attacks against him. This was not a good sign. Because in the eyes of these clay figures, there was no reverence for the gods. Don't you understand? Humans have never been your pets to raise. They have their own thoughts and paths. Since you are a creation god, you should understand that what we need to do is not to interfere with them, let alone enslave them, but to guide them. The crisp voice of a little girl rang in Jehovah's ears. No. I created them, so they should listen to me. Any creature that dares to disrespect me should not exist in this world. Jehovah said, his radiance shining brightly. God said, let there be wind in the world. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping across the entire stage in the blink of an eye. In an instant, sand and stones flew. Trees on the ground were uprooted, and the houses where the clay figures lived were destroyed in the fierce wind. They couldn't even struggle, and were crushed to pieces by the wind. It was a scene of doomsday. The audience held their breath, imagining themselves in that situation and considering what they would do if they were in it. But without exception, even though they now had advanced technology, they were still powerless in the face of such a disaster. A sense of despair spread among the people. Especially the audience from the Xia Kingdom area, they could not imagine how these clay figures could cope with such a natural disaster. Are they going to lose? Whoa, can humans really not survive on their own? Humans indeed still seek the protection of the gods. Merciful Heavenly Father, we will spread your glory. Not only the audience from the Xia Kingdom area, but even the audience from other empires showed expressions of sorrow and despair. Although this was a battle between the Xia Kingdom and the Holy See, it was still a struggle between mortals and gods. No matter how strong humans were, the fate of survival or destruction ultimately lay in the hands of the gods. The power of the gods was irreversible. The crowd turned their gaze to the little girl on the stage, wanting to see if she would intervene to save those clay figures. However, they were disappointed. She remained unmoved, standing still without any intention of getting involved. After the strong wind passed, the ground was in chaos. Jehovah looked satisfied at the scene of destruction in the miniature world, showing no emotion at wiping out a group of beings. There was nothing but his familiar hand. You lost. Jehovah looked somewhat triumphant at the little girl. Is that so? Nuwa smiled ambiguously and her gaze fell back on the miniature world on the arena. One by one, small mud figures crawled out of the ruins. Oh! Impressive! Amazing! Humans are invincible. At this moment, all the humans in the audience were boiling with excitement. Regardless of who they were or which camp they belonged to, at this moment they were all just humans. Even the spectators from the Holy Empire were inexplicably shocked. Because the disasters suffered by those mud figures had appeared in their history. They had chosen to seek forgiveness from the gods or seek the gods' protection. In their view, they could not resist the punishment of the gods. But now, this group of mud figures actually withstood the punishment from the gods with their own abilities. This deeply moved them. Humans could survive by their own means. At this moment, for the first time, they began to doubt their faith in the gods. And the consequence of this was that the aura around Jehovah suddenly decreased. The white light emanating from his body became less dazzling, now within a range that could be looked at directly. Jehovah's expression changed, a flash of anger in his eyes. Stubborn and unyielding. God said, "God, stop talking and listen to what the humans have to say." Jehovah's words were mercilessly interrupted by a little girl. Before he could react, he saw a group of mud figures continuously emerging from the ruins. They shouted loudly, and then a mud figure taller than the others walked out from the crowd. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living beings as mere fodder. Sages are heartless, treating the people as mere fodder. They are the lofty gods, how could they care about our human suffering? From this day on, we humans shall strive for self-improvement. Disregard the gods and Buddhas, only respect our ancestors. Although this shout was weak, it ignited everyone like a prairie fire. Disregard the gods and Buddhas, only respect our ancestors. Disregard the gods and Buddhas, only respect our ancestors. From the arena to the outside, to the entire Xia kingdom, and even the entire continent of divine grace. This phrase echoed everywhere. With this declaration, the mud figures announced to the gods that their reign would become history, and humans would rely on themselves to forge their own path. Ridiculous! Jehovah sneered, swinging his shepherd's crook. For the disobedient lambs, punishment was necessary. The shepherd's crook emitted a pure white light, looking extremely sacred. But its actions were so cruel. Countless mud figures were smashed into dust. However, these mud figures did not show the fear and terror he had expected. Instead, they showed even stronger resistance. In the miniature world, time accelerated. The mud figures quickly multiplied and began to establish their civilization. Some resisted Jehovah's attacks, while others lived in peace. Until one day, some mud figures communicated with heaven and earth, comprehending the ways of cultivation. Humanity officially entered the era of cultivation. Dealing with them became increasingly difficult for Jehovah. How is this possible? Jehovah was shocked. These mud figures were no longer the first generation but had multiplied through generations. Their divine nature should have been extremely diluted, or even completely disappeared. Yet they did not become weaker as expected, instead, they grew stronger. And now they had even comprehended the ways of cultivation. Were these still the lambs in his eyes? Killing them did not weaken them, instead, it made them stronger. It was only at this moment that Jehovah realized that these mud figures were completely different from the ones he had created. They might not be as perfect as the ones he created, but they possessed a terrifying resilience. If the humans he created were like bright flowers, then these mud figures before him were like weeds. Although not as colorful as flowers, their tenacious vitality was frightening. No matter how you destroyed them, as long as you gave them a chance to breathe, they would quickly grow back. No! This is impossible. Clearly a group of ants that could be easily crushed, how could they achieve this level? Jehovah dared not continue to think further, for he was afraid. He feared being replaced by humans one day. He feared losing his current high position as the ruler of all beings. Nothing is impossible, humans themselves are a miracle, and it is only a matter of time before they replace us, the little girl said calmly, with a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Fool! All the gods of the Xia kingdom are fools. How could they create such uncontrollable beings? Jehovah exclaimed in disbelief. The created beings were their playthings, but the gods of the Xia kingdom had given them such great potential, even the chance to replace the divine beings. Isn't that madness? Why do you want to control them? The little girl asked. Because I created them, they are like my children, they must show reverence and gratitude towards me. Jehovah's words were acknowledged by many divine beings in the godly realms. They created beings to serve them, not to one day replace them. Ha ha! The little girl suddenly chuckled, but her laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. Children? So this is how you educate children, destroying them at the slightest disagreement. This is how you educate children, making them blindly worship you without any independent thoughts. This is how you are as parents. Harsh to your children, how can you expect filial piety in return? Harsh parents, disrespectful children. Jiang Chen's mind was greatly shaken after hearing the little girl's words. Rather than refuting Jehovah, she was expressing her attitude to the world in this way. You claim to be the Heavenly Father, yet you treat all beings as livestock, tending to them as shepherds. If a parent's love is no longer pure but seeks rewards, then don't boast about how great you are, because you are just engaging in a transaction. Do you still think you are right now? The little girl's words were like sharp blades, mercilessly cutting through Jehovah's facade. Silence! Jehovah shouted angrily, feeling somewhat embarrassed and angry. In just a few words, his power of faith had diminished once again. As a creator god, instead of protecting all beings, you are arrogant and proud, spreading colossal lies, using fear to control beings, and using punishment to stifle the next generation. I am ashamed to be associated with you. With that, the little girl produced a golden gourd and a black cloth flag from the void. After she took out these two treasures, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Especially the black cloth flag, with just one glance, a deep sense of awe arose from within. Golden gourd, demon-subduing flag. These two names instantly flashed through his mind. The demon-subduing flag needed no introduction, anyone from the demon race had to obey its command. It could be said to be the symbol of the demon race. Equivalent to a national flag, but with countless substantial powers. And the golden gourd was even more precious. It was a treasure that could refine innate spiritual treasures and was the personal magic weapon of the goddess Nuwa. Let's put it this way. In the history of Xia Kingdom mythology, many famous magic weapons were derived from this gourd, including the purple gold gourd hidden by Jiang Chen. People only knew that the goddess Nuwa had immeasurable merits, but they did not know that among all the mythological figures, she was the true divine hero. Her combat power might not be the strongest, but her magic weapons were definitely the most numerous. Even the supreme elder of magic treasures, upon seeing her, had to address her as sister. Some might say that the supreme old lord had many magic treasures and could refine them himself. But who knew that the 8 trigrams furnace he used for alchemy and refining tools was also given by Nuwa? Emperor Fuxi is strong, right? The mountain and river map in his hands was also given by Nuwa. The primordial supreme, the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, these big shots are impressive, right? What yin and yang glasses, sky-turning seal, demon-attracting flag, demon-gathering flag, lotus lamp, and the list of gods, which one is not a treasure bestowed by Nuwa? The world is not about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and worldly affairs. Why did Zhu Rong help Nuwa refine the sky-patching stone? It's all because Nuwa has good connections, she is truly popular among the people. There is nothing that a spiritual treasure cannot solve. If there is, then two. Just now, I had a battle of creation with Jehovah, that was a courtesy, now that it's over, let's start the war. Between reason and physics, there is always one that can convince the other. Jehovah, seeing the situation, did not dare to be negligent, and quickly took out a scepter. God said, "Let there be living creatures in the world." Countless fierce beasts and monsters appeared, roaring and rushing towards the little girl. The little girl, as if performing magic, took out a wine pot from the void. She grabbed the wine pot in her small hand and waved it, scattering a large number of green light spots onto the ground. The clay figures, upon touching these green light spots, became even stronger. But it wasn't over yet. Numerous treasures spewed out from the golden gourd, falling into the hands of the clay figures below. The little clay figures cheered and held various treasures to fight against the fierce beasts and monsters. At that moment, the demon-attracting flag by the side of the little girl suddenly swayed gently. An invisible ripple spread out. The fierce beasts and monsters that were originally fighting with the clay figures, after being touched by the ripple, all prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. God said, "Where there is light, there is darkness." With Jehovah's words, the bright sky instantly turned black. Not the black of night, but a kind of black similar to nothingness. It's like closing one eye and feeling with that closed eye. The light was blocked, and everything began to wither. The clay figures lost all perception, running around like headless flies. Panic and anxiety spread incessantly. The little girl also realized the seriousness of the situation, and she took out something from the golden gourd. It was a 5-colored spirit pearl. The soft 5-colored light dispelled the darkness, bringing light back to the world. Although the light was faint, it gave people hope. After some time passed, a cluster of flames was born from the darkness. One clay figure used wood to drill out the flame, and the others followed suit. Drilling wood for fire. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Soon, flames lit up one after another, completely dispelling the darkness. Once again, humanity triumphed over the environment with wisdom. At this moment, Jehovah finally realized the stubbornness of the clay figures in front of him. The disasters he created could not destroy them, so he changed his strategy. A light shadow emerged from his body. This was his incarnation. This incarnation entered the clay figures' tribe, spreading civilization to them and helping them survive better. The little girl did not stop him, allowing him to spread faith in the clay figures' tribe. Time passed, and the clay figures began to have their own kingdom. Many of them began to believe in Jehovah, building temples for him and seeking his protection. God said, "His radiance needs to shine over the entire earth. You are his believers, so you should spread his radiance." Jehovah's incarnation finally revealed his fangs, seducing those believers to go out and conquer. However, something unexpected happened. The king of this country rejected his oracle. "Respected Heavenly Father, my people have fertile land to cultivate, abundant food and clothing, and your protection. Why should we attack them? They are heathens, abandoned by the gods. You should eliminate them to prove your loyalty and faith to me. We are extremely loyal to you, but I will not use my people's lives to prove it, so I refuse to start a war." Aren't you afraid of God's punishment? I am afraid. You are a lofty God who naturally does not care about mortal lives, but I am different. I am their king, and I must protect my people. Jehovah was furious. So he summoned a flood, wanting to teach these mortals who did not obey his commands a lesson. The flood engulfed the city, destroyed the kingdom, countless people were displaced or died. And the king of the clay figures, this time did not seek his forgiveness or protection, but drew out his sword. "If the gods are all like you, from this day on, we will no longer worship the gods." After saying that, the sword split the image of the god Jehovah in the temple in half, declaring that they would no longer believe in Jehovah. "Damn ants, all of you die." Seeing his image destroyed, Jehovah was thoroughly enraged, summoning disaster after disaster, trying to destroy them. Everything returned to square one. "Have you had enough fun?" The voice of a little girl came, with a somewhat cold tone. "Have you had enough fun?" This voice was like thunder, not only startling Jehovah, but also the rest of the audience. "Fun?" Jiang Chen didn't react for a moment, not understanding what Manhwa meant by her words. But he didn't understand, it didn't mean Jehovah didn't understand. Yes. It's just fun. The little girl was just playing a game of creation with him, and now she didn't want to play anymore. In this game of creation, he was completely defeated. His proud way of nurturing all living beings was useless here. Those clay figures were not influenced by him at all. When it was beneficial to them, they respected themselves, but when there were disagreements, they also had their own thoughts. What should be done, what should not be done? What can be done, what cannot be done? Always sticking to their original intentions, unaffected by external influences. How could there be such a terrifying race in the world? You created these monsters, aren't you afraid that one day they will get out of control? Jehovah thought of a word. Deicide. Yes. It's deicide. Although these clay figures are weak now, if they continue to develop as they are, one day they will catch up with these gods. With their rapid reproduction rate, they have an absolute numerical advantage. If one day they have disagreements with the gods, deicide will definitely happen. You still don't understand. Forget it, I'm tired, destroy them. The little girl completely lost her patience. The two sides were simply not on the same page. The creator God Jehovah and the Son of God Jesus had completely different thoughts, making normal communication impossible. This was also a common problem among those gods. They not only did not understand the suffering of mortals, but also disdained to understand. The arrogance of the rulers is the root of all evil. After saying this, the little girl's body began to change little by little. Her small feet came together, transforming into a thick snake tail. And her clear and flawless eyes were replaced by vertical pupils. One hand held a golden gourd, the other a demon ensnaring banner. All demons, obey. The demon ensnaring banner waved, and those monsters and beasts created by Jehovah instantly lined up neatly. Kill. The little girl pointed the demon ensnaring banner at Jehovah. Roar, howl. Countless monsters and beasts roared to the sky, rushing towards Jehovah without regard for their own safety. The audience below saw this scene and suddenly felt a surge of excitement. This large-scale battle was most able to stir up the heroic spirit in people's hearts. Goddess Nuwa, go for it. Shoo, keep it down, that's not Goddess Nuwa, that's just a little girl selling clay dolls. Someone whispered. Charge. Did you just call the creator god a duck? It's got to be you, bro. Bro, you're so out of touch, that's just slang. Humanity will prevail. The audience in the Xia kingdom cheered wildly, boosting the morale of the little girl. On the other side of the papal kingdom, there was silence. The reason was simple. On one hand, it was their faith, on the other hand, it was the human race. It's not that they didn't want to cheer for their heavenly Father, but they dared not. Because they had just witnessed the battle of creation, they could clearly see Jehovah's actions, which anyone with common sense could understand. He didn't care about humans at all. Shepherding all beings. They are just livestock raised by each other. If you stand up to cheer for Jehovah at this time, it is anti-humanity. Regardless of the outcome, they cannot survive in the human kingdom. Although everyone knows that the gods will not care about them, this kind of thing can be done but not said. This is an unwritten rule. Once it is put on the table, whether out of dignity or position, they must oppose it. Because it concerns the interests of everyone. On the stage, countless fierce monsters, beasts, and clay figures began to attack Jehovah. But for the creator god Jehovah, this is not a concern at all. In his eyes, there has always been only one opponent, Nuwa. However, the little girl did not take action herself, but she absent-mindedly molded a clay figure. Unlike before, this time she molded it with special care. Soon, a delicate clay figure was molded, a burly man. As soon as he landed, the little girl breathed on him. A pure and powerful life force surged into the clay figure's body. After absorbing this life force, the clay figure's body grew visibly at a rapid pace, quickly transforming from a palm-sized figure into a normal human size. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the golden gourd in the little girl's hand. A giant axe and a shield fell in front of the clay figure. The clay figure reached out and grabbed the axe and shield, without saying a word, and charged straight at Jehovah. When he was about 10 meters away, he leaped high into the air and fiercely swung the giant axe towards Jehovah. God said, "No one can hurt me." With Jehovah at the center, the surrounding scenery quickly turned into a paradise. The kingdom of God, Eden. The axe fell, but strangely, it cut open Jehovah's body. Just like when Emperor Xian attacked Adam before. Inside heaven, the 7 archangels had different expressions. The old man's absolute domain is absolutely unreasonable. Skinner lazily said. The absolute domain is his ultimate skill. As long as he is within the domain, no one can hurt him. The saint of the Xia kingdom is probably not his match. Merlin looked serious. Do you know that little girl is the saint of the Xia kingdom? Do you know her? Ban asked curiously. Only a saint can fight the creator god. That little girl is good at creating life. If I guess correctly, she should be the goddess Nuwa of the Xia kingdom. Belial, the lazy archangel who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. So it's that adult, no wonder she's so powerful. Marlin, the gluttony archangel, showed admiration. Hey, this clay figure is so strong. Ban, the greed archangel, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone quickly turned to look. On the stage, the giant clay figure wielded a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, rampaging through the Garden of Eden in the kingdom of God. Although he couldn't hurt Jehovah, he fought back. It was not as easy as everyone had expected. God said, "Let there be thunder on earth." Thunderous thunder resounded in the sky, and countless lightning bolts gathered in the clouds. Crack! A lightning bolt struck down towards the giant clay figure. Seeing this, the clay figure raised the shield on his left arm to block above his head. The lightning struck the shield, sparks flying, but it had no effect on the clay figure. The giant clay figure swung the giant axe in his hand horizontally, but Jehovah easily dodged it. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the giant clay figure, holding a book with a golden bottom and silver patterns. The book automatically flipped without wind, and golden runes appeared, rushing towards the giant clay figure's head. The giant clay figure let out a painful cry. In just a moment, he stood still in place and no longer moved. Awaken, my warrior. Jehovah reached out his right hand and placed it on the giant clay figure's head, speaking in a solemn and dignified tone. The giant clay figure's body was covered with golden lines, and his eyes were replaced by a ball of golden light. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the giant mud figure bowed respectfully to Jehovah, then turned and rushed towards the little girl. The little girl furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and beckoned with her hand. The golden gourd sprayed out another object. It was a lush green vine, still covered with some wet mud. Bind! The vine flew out of her hand and quickly wrapped around the giant mud figure. This vine was called the creation vine, which was the innate spiritual root used by Nuwa when she created humans. The item not only restrained the mud figure, but also possessed the power of merit. Now, the giant mud figure was bound by the creation vine and was unable to move for a while. However, even though she had bound the other party, Nuwa did not know how to release the other party from this abnormal state. She was skilled in creation, not in teaching. So faced with Jehovah's almost brainwashing teaching power, she could only stare blankly. Jiang Chen, who was watching from below, also realized the problem. Although Nuwa is skilled in creation, she is not good at educating sentient beings. We must find a way to help her. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the problem, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the illusion of the divine kingdom above Xia country. I'm such an idiot. How could I forget about them? Jiang Chen lightly slapped himself in the face, then looked expectantly at the various schools of thought in the divine kingdom. When it comes to educating sentient beings, who can compare to the various schools of thought? Confucius? Laozi, the incarnation of the moral lord, a true saint. But within the various schools of thought, he was just one of the sects. He couldn't possibly overpower everyone. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly bowed towards the void. Junior Jiang Chen, please ask the ancient sages of the human race to come forward and educate sentient beings. In the divine kingdom above the Xia country empire, a group of elders smiled at each other and slowly stood up. Sage Confucius, please. Sage Xuanzi, please. Confucius and Xuanzi stepped forward and looked down at the arena. Putting people first, valuing harmony, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, the 5 constants are indispensable. As his words fell, 5 golden characters appeared in the sky. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness. The golden characters flashed and disappeared, ignoring the rules of the arena, and directly entered the body of the giant mud figure. The giant mud figure, bound by the creation vine, upon contact with these 5 characters, began to struggle and twist frantically as if electrified. The golden light in its eyes also began to flicker. Cheating, Xia country is cheating. The gods of Xia country are shameless, actually joining forces to attack the merciful Heavenly Father. Where is the referee? Are you going to do something about this? The audience from the papal state began to clamor upon seeing this scene. Finally, evidence of Xia country cheating had been caught. The figure of the host, Poppy, appeared, looking expressionless at the clamoring audience. This is the voice of education. All sentient beings can listen, and it is beneficial and harmless, not an attack. With this statement, the whole place erupted in an uproar. No one had expected that the divine beings of Xia country intervening in the match would not be deemed a violation, but would instead be approved by the referee. This made many people have a strange idea. Could this host be a spy sent by Xia country? Otherwise, why would he always defend Xia country? While people whispered to each other, Zhuangzi spoke up. The way of heaven is to benefit without harming, the way of man is to act without contention, with virtue as the foundation, the highest good is like water. His voice rolled like thunder, but it did not feel harsh. Instead, it gave a sense of enlightenment. For a moment, not only the mud figure on the arena, but even the audience below felt a sense of liberation in their hearts. Compared to Confucianism, Taoism is easier to educate others. The reason is simple: Confucianism teaches you to be a sage, while Taoism teaches you to be yourself. Being a good person is difficult, being a sage is even more difficult. But being yourself is simple. The thoughts instilled by Jehovah in the giant mud figure were completely shattered, and the golden patterns on the mud figure dimmed as a result. The little girl, seeing the situation, reached out and withdrew the vine that bound him. I am myself, not anyone's servant, not even your warrior. The spirit in the mud man's eyes grew brighter, and his tone became more excited. At that moment, his body began to undergo a transformation, his earthy yellow body gradually becoming shiny. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a mud man into a real human being with flesh and blood. Thank you for enlightening me, sir. The large mud man bowed to Confucius and Zhuangzi in gratitude. Thank you, Mother Goddess, Father God, for the gift of creation. The large mud man then bowed to Nuwa and Yahweh. Nuwa gave him life, Yahweh gave him a soul, and Confucius and Zhuangzi gave him thoughts. You don't have a name yet, so let's call you Wuyo. The little girl looked kindly at the large mud man, Wuyo. Although this scene was full of dissonance, no one felt anything amiss. After all, Wuyo was created by the little girl herself. Excellent. Zhuangzi laughed heartily, feeling a sense of freedom that was indescribable. Unlike Nuwa and Zhuangzi, Yahweh's expression was exceptionally grim. His attempt to control the other party by exerting his soul's power backfired, thwarted by 2 insignificant ants. He had turned his new creation into this form. You are asking for death, Yahweh said, whipping Confucius and Zhuangzi with his shepherd's crook. Father God, stop, they are not your enemies. Just as the attack was about to land, Wuyo suddenly stood between them, using his body to block Yahweh's strike. Bang! Wuyo's body was sent flying, disintegrating in mid-air. However, a strange scene unfolded. At the moment when Wuyo's figure dissipated, he reappeared intact in his original position. Law of time. Law of life. Yahweh and the little girl exclaimed simultaneously. He had inherited the abilities of the 2 saints. Even Jiang Chen in the audience was amazed. Wow, is this the legendary strongest hybrid? In the myths of Xia Kingdom, there was a legend that the more fierce the bloodline separation, the stronger the offspring born from the union. Look at Chen Xiang and Erlang Shen, they were both hybrids of mortals and immortals, and each stronger than the other. The current Wuyo seemed to have a more illustrious background than Erlang Shen. He was a monster created by the collaboration of 4 saints. Yes, he could no longer be called a human. After all, Jiang Chen felt that they were not the same species. He was born so powerful, while he felt so weak. If they were of the same species, did that mean he was worthless? To avoid feeling inadequate, Jiang Chen tacitly classified him as non-human. Those stronger than me are non-humans, much more comfortable to think that way. Jiang Chen thought to himself slyly. Come here, child, from now on you are my only holy son, Wu. After witnessing Wu You's abilities, Yahweh's anger dissipated, replaced by a fervor akin to that of obtaining a new toy. Father God, if you are willing to accompany us, I am willing to be your holy son under your command. Wu You looked at Yahweh with anticipation. The little girl remained silent, with no intention to continue the attack, waiting for the other party's response. If they were willing to join them on the front lines, it might not be a bad thing. Yahweh fell into silence upon hearing this. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a scream came from the Egyptian Empire. Jiang Chen quickly looked over and saw figures disappearing from the audience stands, 1/5 of them gone in the blink of an eye. What's happening? I don't know. Did the people of Egypt collectively disconnect? Look, the divine realm above. Someone keenly noticed that two figures suddenly appeared above the godly pyramids of the Egyptian Empire. In the moment they appeared, countless human souls were sucked towards the pyramid. Ridiculous, daring to commit such a massacre. The little girl, upon witnessing this scene, had a fierce expression on her face, a hint of killing intent in her vertical pupils. This was a sacrifice. Or a large-scale sacrificial ritual. How dare they? Despite her anger, she was limited by the rules of the arena and could not leave, let alone intervene in such matters. She could only stand there and glare angrily. Something big was about to happen. After resisting for hundreds of years, it was all going to be destroyed in an instant. These Egyptian deities were truly despicable. Even Yahweh, who confronted the little girl, had a sudden change in expression, a sense of fear rising in his heart. Have the Egyptian deities gone mad? Do they know what they are doing? With so much killing, the aura of resentment must be terrifying. Aren't they afraid of attracting those demons? Or have they already been tainted by the demons? Yahweh, I ask you one last time, will you follow me to the front lines? The little girl, no longer calm as before, spoke in an extremely cold tone. Yahweh's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that the other party was truly angry. Although he was not afraid of the other party, he also did not dare to truly provoke the group of Egyptian deities of the Xia kingdom. Because once they decided to give up resisting the demons, what awaited them would be a true doomsday. The doomsday of the deities. Others may not know what's going on, but as a creator god, he knew too well. The mythological arena, like a conscription ceremony, the victor could choose whether or not to go to the front lines. But the loser must go. Because these rules were established by the United Saints. These god kings, creator gods, were the officials responsible for conscription, while the saints of the Xia kingdom were the supreme commanders at the front lines. Normally, they could pass the buck and avoid responsibility. The two sides' positions were not that different, and for the sake of the overall situation, they would turn a blind eye. Unless the situation became tense, they would not force them. But now was different. The Egyptian gods were actually conducting large-scale sacrifices, which had already crossed the bottom line of the United Saints. No one knew better than them the horrors of those demons. With such heavy killing and resentment, once utilized by the other side, it would descend here. The saints of the Xia kingdom and the deities of other godly lineages would absolutely return at all costs. At that time, without the suppression of the United Saints at the front lines, the demons would advance unchecked. Their so-called rear area would no longer be safe. Even if they didn't want to participate in the battle, they would have to. And their so-called blockage of the return path for the gods was just a joke. Thinking of this, Yahweh cursed the Egyptian gods in his heart. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but afraid of teammates like pigs. They had sealed their own fate. It would be fine if nothing happened, but if something did, they would all be finished together. Looking at the little girl's cold face, Yahweh hesitated for a while, but in the end, he nodded. I will go with you to the front lines. The little girl and Wu You heard this, and finally, their faces relaxed. Just then, Yahweh suddenly made a move, fiercely whipping the little girl with the shepherd's whip in his hand. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. They had all clearly heard the conversation just now. Yahweh had already agreed to leave with them. But now he suddenly launched a sneak attack. This made many people show expressions of indignation. The dignified creator God, acting so shamelessly. Jiang Chen was also shocked, a sense of fear rising in his heart. It's over. Ha ha. You want me to go to my death, then I'll kill you first. Yahweh laughed maniacally, the radiance on his body dazzling like the sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. Father God, you. Wuyo's expression changed drastically, looking at Yahweh with shock and anger. The little girl was severely injured by his sneak attack, her vertical pupils devoid of resentment, but filled with shock. Heart demon. Yes. The person in front of them was not Yahweh, but an extraterritorial heart demon. He has taken over the body of Jehovah. Although not knowing how the other party did it, the fact is right in front of us. Jehovah is indeed possessed by a demon. Die. All of you go and die. Jehovah laughed wildly, waving the shepherd's whip in his hand non-stop. The void shattered, the barrier on the arena was no match, and countless unsuspecting spectators died. Their souls were consumed by Jehovah. Lowly race, dare to defy my will, then all of you shall die. The sky suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning, countless thunderbolts brewing within. The next moment, thunder fell from the void, indiscriminately attacking everyone around. Stop him, the little girl shouted loudly towards Wuyo. Wuyo did not dare to delay, his eyes flashing with golden light, a divine aura emanating from him. Time, stop. As his voice fell, the thunder that had fallen stopped in midair. It looked as if it were a 3D projection. Wuyo's time stop was aimed at the thunder in the sky, so it did not affect the actions of others. Seeing his spell blocked, Jehovah raised the shepherd's whip in his hand and struck towards Wuyo. Leave this place quickly, Wuyo shouted loudly. It was only at this moment that everyone recovered from the shock and hurriedly evacuated the mythical arena. This day was about to change. Li Jianguo looked deeply at the deity on the arena, a sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. From the conversation just now, he also heard some insider information. It seemed that there was some agreement among these deities. However, some gods had broken the covenant, leading to the inability of the gods of Xia to return. For some reason, the deities of Xia seem to have tacitly accepted this. From the fragments of conversation just now, he seemed to have heard something about the frontline demons. This made him unable to help but make connections. Could it be that there is another battlefield outside the Divine Grace continent? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Unfortunately, due to the lack of information, he could not speculate further. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's mind was shaken at this moment. He had contacted more deities and obtained relatively complete information. Now, piecing together bits and pieces, he had vaguely guessed the general situation. Foreign demons invaded, and the gods of the Divine Grace continent agreed to join forces against the enemy. For some reason, some gods had returned, while others remained outside. Among these gods were the gods of Xia. The coordinates of the returning gods were divided among the major godlands, making it impossible for the other gods to locate the coordinates. Lost in the foreign domain. There was a key point in this, why only the deeds of the gods of Xia were erased. Or were the deeds of all the deities erased at first, but then they returned and were restored? But why was this? Everything has a cause and effect, and there is logic behind everything people do. Whether out of personal preference or to achieve a certain goal, even if it's crazy, they can find logic in their actions, and these deities are no exception. Erasing traces of themselves from the world must be awakened through the gate of creation. This in itself is a bizarre thing. It's like asking you to call me for something, but not telling you my phone number. Isn't that ridiculous? Unless they had compelling reasons. Jiang Chen thought of a scene earlier. Nuwa, Fuxi, and the Moral Lord, the three saints. They clearly appeared but refused to reveal their identities. Initially, Jiang Chen thought they just didn't want to be recognized, but now it seemed otherwise. Just as he was contemplating, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Kid, come to the temple of 10,000 gods." This is? Jiang Chen's heart shook because he recognized it was the voice of Emperor Xin. After looking at the few people still confronting each other on the arena, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, inside the temple of 10,000 gods in Xia. "Who goes there?" Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared, startling the guards at the door. After recognizing that the visitor was Jiang Chen, he retracted his weapon. "So it's you, Jiang Chen. What brings you here?" a guard respectfully asked. "Don't call me Jiang Chen, it sounds strange and juvenile." "Just call me by my name," Jiang Chen replied awkwardly. He was aware of how others addressed him, but he never had the time to correct them. Now, being called out face to face, even he felt a bit embarrassed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guards, he strode into the temple of 10,000 gods. The temple was brightly lit, with oil lamps and god statues neatly arranged. It had become much grander since his first visit, especially after the return of the Xia clan's ancestors. If one listened carefully, they could faintly hear the ancestors preaching the great Tao principles. Jiang Chen knew that this was how the ancestors educated the people. They say sincerity moves the heavens, and only by earnestly listening and understanding could one hear the response of the ancestors. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen scanned the hall. Finally, at the top of the second row, he saw the shrine of Emperor Xin. However, the shrine had developed fine cracks. Junior Jiang Chen pays respects to the king. Jiang Chen bowed towards the shrine. As he spoke, the shrine shimmered briefly before dimming again. Following this, the shrines belonging to the human ancestors all emitted a soft light. These lights converged and merged into Emperor Xion's shrine. Soon, with the help of the human ancestors, the figure of Emperor Xian slowly materialized. Though his face was pale, the aura of a king still made it hard to look directly at him. "I have summoned you here today to inform you of a matter," Emperor Xian said, pausing briefly to choose his words carefully. "I am all ears, Your Majesty." Jiang Chen respectfully stood below. The various major god systems and heroes of the Divine Land once went beyond the domain to fight against demons hundreds of years ago. After their victory, some injured gods and heroes returned in batches. The rest pursued the remaining demons. As the battle extended, the gate of creation emerged. It was a coordinate left by the gods, containing some of their power. On that day, we reached the demon's lair and encountered formidable opponents comparable to saints. Many gods were forced to reincarnate. To prevent the enemy from discovering this place, the saints severed all connections and erased all records about themselves. We fought and retreated until we faced off in a void space. To counter them, the saints jointly created the mythical arena, intending to awaken fallen gods through people's thoughts. However, some gods grew fearful and refused to venture beyond the domain. They united to remove the coordinates on the way, blocking the return path of the gods and their journey beyond the domain. Over time, these gods gradually reclaimed their divinity, while some devoured the divinity left by other gods. Their power grew stronger until their desires overwhelmed their conscience. A mad idea emerged. What if they summoned back the divinity left by other gods through the mythical arena, killed them, and devoured their power to become stronger? Could they surpass the group of saints? Thus, the rules of the mythical arena were distorted. It was no longer a place for the gods' return but a place to determine their life and death. The victor gains everything, and the loser loses all, Emperor Xian concluded, a hint of imperceptible sorrow flashing in his eyes. He was once a frontline warrior but fell, only to be revived by Jiang Chen. His former opponent, Jiang Zia, returned his remaining soul to him, and with the help of Daji, he regained his memories. This erased history can only be rediscovered. Jiang Chen was stunned to hear this, but soon he noticed something was wrong. "Are you saying that the gods currently being summoned are all fallen ones?" Jiang Chen was startled by this statement. "Most of them are, and that's why their temperament and strength are somewhat different from their original selves. You should have noticed this. These summoned gods only possess a bit of their former divinity, and most of their power comes from your thoughts and imagination," Xian explained without reservation. Everything matched up. With the final piece of the puzzle in place, Jiang Chen finally understood the whole story. But this truth was too cruel. Almost all the former gods had fallen, leaving only a trace of their divinity. The remaining gods not only had to resist demons but were also trapped outside, isolated and helpless. The awakened gods had fragmented memories, almost no power left, and were at risk of being hunted. No wonder Huang Feng warned them not to directly call out the true names of those big shots, and no wonder Nuwa and others dare not reveal their true names. It's because they haven't fallen yet, their true selves are in the outer realm, and they are afraid of demons following the causal chain to find them. Jiang Chen thought of another matter and looked at Xin. So, according to you, if the gods who fell on the mythical arenas still have their divinity, can they be summoned back? In theory, yes, but you need to collect more keys of creation. When we left back then, to prevent accidental falls, we left some divinity and memories in each node of the creation gates. If you can awaken them before those gods who broke the covenant find them, you can indeed reawaken them. That's one of the reasons I called you here. One of the reasons? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Jiang Chen, step forward and listen. Xin suddenly shouted. Jiang Chen was shocked, not understanding what he was about to do, but he obediently took a step forward and bowed respectfully. As the king of men, I bestow upon you the 9 cauldrons of Shenzhou. Are you willing to accept? Xin asked, gazing at Jiang Chen. The 9 cauldrons of Shenzhou? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. If you accept the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons, from now on you will be the new king of men. For the rest of your life, you must protect our Xia nation at all costs. Can you do it? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. His mind was filled with the words king of men. How did he become the king of men? Can you do it? Xin asked again. I will devote myself to the end, Jiang Chen replied. With the oath said, he had no choice but to accept. Even without the title of king of men, he would still sacrifice himself for the Xia nation. So, this oath meant nothing to him. As soon as he agreed, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the temple of 10,000 gods in Xia, and the golden dragon of the nation appeared, spitting out 9 small cauldrons. These 9 small cauldrons flew automatically to Jiang Chen and circled around him before merging into one. Jiang Chen reached out to take it but felt a sharp pain in his finger. A drop of blood flew out and fell into the cauldron. In an instant, various patterns of mountains, rivers, and lakes began to appear on the cauldron. Jiang Chen knew that this was the map of Xia, depicting the entire region with its landscapes and cultural landmarks. The image flashed and then the cauldron entered Jiang Chen's body, forming a tattoo-like pattern. At that moment, Jiang Chen heard the sound of something breaking. Looking up, he saw Xin's god seat starting to crack and eventually turning into pieces. Xin himself began to dissipate slowly. Great King! Jiang Chen cried out. Xin smiled faintly at him and then disappeared completely into the heavens and earth. Farewell, King of Men! All the people of the Xia kingdom bowed towards the direction where Emperor Xin disappeared. In the place where Emperor Xin disappeared, there was a colorful light shining. It was the 7-aperture exquisite heart that Daji gave to Emperor Xin. Jiang Zia took a step forward, reached out and took the 7-aperture exquisite heart, walking towards Jiang Chen. This is a gift from the human king to you, Jiang Zia said. Jiang Chen trembled in disbelief, looking at Jiang Zia. How could he accept this? In fact, when the human king decided to pass the 9 tripods to you, he had already prepared to disappear completely. This is specially left for you by him. Only by obtaining this 7-aperture exquisite heart can you truly become the human king. Why me? Jiang Chen asked. He had no relation to Emperor Xin, nor did he have any outstanding qualities. Why would he be chosen? Jiang Zia shook his head lightly, smiling but not saying a word. He knew, but he wouldn't say. This made Jiang Chen frustrated. He had no choice but to accept. In fact, he didn't care much about the 7-aperture exquisite heart, he was more interested in Daji's 1,000-year cultivation. After all, he had been in this world for too short a time. From awakening until now, although he had gained many supernatural techniques, he had no time to cultivate. Daji's cultivation could make up for his lack of depth. As the 7-aperture exquisite heart merged into his body, Jiang Chen felt a tearing pain. Ah! A cry rang out, cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The guards at the door heard the sound and wanted to come in to check, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. "Are you okay, Lord Jiang?" the guard called from outside. Seeing no response, he felt a sense of unease. "I'll stay here, you go inform General Long Yi," one of them said. The other nodded and quickly ran outside. Inside the temple of 10,000 gods, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart had been ripped out. In fact, it was true. His original heart was being gradually replaced by the 7-aperture exquisite heart. This pain was no less than 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Jiang Chen wanted to faint from the pain, but the human spirits around him wouldn't allow it. The scholars of the 100 schools sat cross-legged around Jiang Chen, emitting golden characters from their mouths that entered Jiang Chen's body. Time passed slowly. After a while, the pain finally disappeared. "The fate of the human race is now in your hands," these were the last words Jiang Chen heard before losing consciousness. It sounded like one person speaking, yet also like countless voices. Jiang Chen felt as if he were in a void, unable to see or feel anything. He walked forward in confusion and numbness, until suddenly a voice called out to him. Wenming, wake up, wake up." A voice sounded familiar to Jiang Chen, but he couldn't remember who it was. Then, an uncontrollable sense of weightlessness came over him. Ah! Jiang Chen sat up abruptly. "Wenming, are you okay? What happened just now?" Long Yi's voice rang in his ears. As his consciousness returned, Jiang Chen gradually focused his gaze and realized that there were people standing around him. "What happened to me?" Jiang Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, unable to remember what had just happened. "I was about to ask you the same question. You ran off to the temple of 10,000 gods without a word and have been unconscious for so long." "Unconscious for so long? How long have I been unconscious?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's previously groggy consciousness suddenly cleared, and he looked at the others. "You've been unconscious for a day and a night. We found you lying on the ground as soon as we came in. What happened?" Long Yi asked. "A day and a night? What about the battle on the arena?" Jiang Chen asked hurriedly. He still remembers when he left, Manhwa and Wuyo were battling with Jehovah. It's been so long, and he doesn't know the outcome. Both sides are still fighting, and we can't get close for now. "We can only watch through projections," Long Yi said with some concern. "How are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Li Jianguo was more concerned about Jiang Chen's physical condition. He couldn't interfere in the battle between gods, but he could still care about Jiang Chen's health. "I'm fine. By the way, what's the situation in Egypt? I heard they were sacrificing living beings?" Jiang Chen changed the subject. Indeed, the 12 pillar gods of Egypt sacrificed 1,000,000 living beings, and now their power has greatly increased. They have demanded that we hand over the key of creation. Li Jianguo frowned, feeling much older all of a sudden. It's not just Egypt now, even Greece is starting to make moves. According to the intelligence we received, many temples have shown signs of gods appearing. "You know what that means, right?" a general in charge of intelligence said. Everyone looked worried. Things seem to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. "We can't hand over the key of creation. Not only can we not hand it over, but we must take the initiative to retrieve it from them as soon as possible," Jiang Chen said urgently. He could wait, but the trapped gods in the other realm couldn't. As long as the key of creation is not complete, the dead gods cannot truly be resurrected. Not to mention supporting the front line. However, that's a story for later. The dilemma they face now is how to deal with Jehovah possessed by the demon. If a strong being like that breaks free from the constraints of myth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of the disasters suffered by those mud people, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. He must deal with it first. With that in mind, Jiang Chen looked at Long Yi. "Uncle Long, I need you to go to the Holy See country." What do you want? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. Although Jehovah's followers were many, most of the temples were in the Holy See country. Any weakening of the opponent would help. No entry for foreign gods in the Xia kingdom, a shout came from above. Jiang Chen and the others changed their expressions and left the temple of the gods to check outside. In the void, 5 holy beasts were facing off against 7 figures. Jiang Chen used his keen eyes to glance at the 7 people on the other side, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from them. They were no less powerful than the 5 holy beasts. These were 7 gods. Not even belonging to the Xia kingdom. Why were they appearing at the border of the Xia kingdom now? Jiang Chen and Long Yi exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Because they both thought of what had just been said. Could these 7 gods also want to learn from them? What should we do? Long Yi asked in a low voice. Fight them, show them who's boss. If they didn't fight back when cornered, how could they hold their heads up in the future? However, at that moment, they heard the other side speak. We have no intention of offending the Xia kingdom. We are here to discuss matters. Please have the spokesperson of the Xia kingdom's gods come out for a chat. With those words, Jiang Chen and Long Yi froze in place, stunned. Not here to fight? Everyone looked at each other. Before anyone could ask, they saw golden wings suddenly unfold behind Jiang Chen. Civilization, what are you doing? Long Yi hadn't finished speaking when he saw Jiang Chen fly directly towards the 7 people. This kid. Although Long Yi blamed him for being impulsive, he was still worried about his safety. Flames rose under his feet as he followed. When Jiang Chen reached the group, he noticed a holy aura emanating from them. This feeling. Jehovah. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically, the purple gold gourd and the blade of judgment appeared in his hands at the same time. He looked alertly at the 7 people. Are you the spokesperson of the gods of the Xia kingdom? Arrogant god envoy Iscano curiously scrutinized Jiang Chen. Who are you people? Why have you come into the territory of my Xia kingdom? Jiang Chen did not answer, but did not deny either. As the god attendant of Emperor Jun and the inheritor of the 9 tripods, he was qualified to be this spokesperson in any aspect. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Let me introduce myself, I am Meli, one of the 7 god envoys under the true god. Angry god envoy Meli first revealed his identity. True god? Are you followers of Jesus? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. He couldn't understand how the generals under Jesus could appear here at this time. However, as soon as he uttered the name of Jesus, the faces of the 7 god envoys changed instantly. It was not anger, but shock. Because their master had already erased his true name before leaving here. And this young man in front of them could actually call out his name. This could not be described as mere knowledge. Thinking of this, Meli looked sharply at Jiang Chen and asked in a deep voice, who exactly are you? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my identity as a transmigrator has been recognized? No way. So many big shots didn't see through it, how could? They must be trying to deceive me. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's raised heart settled back down. Stay calm in all situations, be elegant and dignified. My father's surname is Jiang, and he hopes I will be a good person, so he named me Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen half-jokingly said. Speak politely? But you seem quite rude, friend. Iscano's tone suddenly turned cold, his gaze fixed on him. Tell me honestly, who are you exactly? Or rather, which god are you? Jealous god envoy Diane looked at Jiang Chen unfriendly, ready to strike at any moment. Damn, scared the hell out of me, I thought they recognized my identity as a transmigrator, turns out they mistook me for a reincarnated deity. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Wait, this doesn't seem right, being a reincarnated deity shouldn't be a big deal, right? Jiang Chen was puzzled. After all, the awakening ceremony every year could awaken many deities, they shouldn't be so concerned about reincarnated deities. His mind raced quickly, pondering over the previous conversation between both sides. Could they be mistaking me for a reincarnated deity with memories? They seem to attach great importance to reincarnated deities. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen looked back at the 7 people, his face showing a dignified and imposing demeanor. I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it seems you have discovered me. Well, I'll come clean. In fact, I am the reincarnation of the demon Emperor Jun, ruling over the demon race. If you don't want to stay in the Xia kingdom, I advise you to leave quickly. Jiang Chen imitated Emperor Jun's tone of speech, raised his chin slightly, turned his head 45 degrees towards the sky, with a lonely and cold expression of a master. The 7 god envoys collectively fell silent, looking at him with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Finally, Meli couldn't stand it anymore and spoke, "The demon Emperor Jun has not died under his rule." Jiang Chen's head, which had just been raised, stiffened instantly. Following the principle that as long as I'm not embarrassed, then the embarrassment belongs to others. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, I was just joking with you all earlier. In truth, my real identity is the god Emperor Haotian. God Emperor Haotian is also alive." Iskano glanced at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "Jiang Chen. Then I am the Jade Emperor. He is also alive. The heavenly master of the celestial teaching. Alive. The primordial heavenly venerable. Alive. The supreme old lord. Is he perhaps a fool?" Gluttony god envoy Marlin looked at Jiang Chen with a look of seeing a fool. This statement instantly gained the agreement of the others. "Let's go, there's no hope from Xia country anymore," Mei said, seeing Jiang Chen's behavior and losing the intention of uniting with Xia country. She turned around and left with the others. "Hey, don't go, I remember now, I am the Eastern Emperor Tai," Jiang Chen shouted at the backs of the group. The 7 gods heard this and ran faster. After the 7 people disappeared, the nervous smile on Jiang Chen's face also disappeared, revealing a serious expression. The saints are still alive, the situation doesn't seem too bad. Yes. Everything Jiang Chen did just now was intentional. After learning that they were subordinates of Jesus, Jiang Chen had been trying to get information from them about the gods of Xia country. "Elders, do you know those people we just met?" Jiang Chen turned to the 5 holy beasts. The Azure Dragon pondered for a moment before speaking. "If I remember correctly, they should be the 7 deadly sins." "They are the 7 deadly sins under the Lord Jesus?" Zhu Ke was surprised. These 7 individuals had a great reputation among the gods, having once joined forces to kill a demon king. "It should be them, I felt a strong pressure from them. If they had really attacked just now, we might not have been able to defeat them," the Azure Dragon said heavily. These 7 were the original beings, their strength intact, while they were all still recovering from serious injuries. So, they should be the gods who withdrew from the front line earlier. Jiang Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. In this era of fallen gods, a group of powerful gods with intact strength meant something significant, and he understood this better than anyone. However, judging from their behavior just now, they seem to have no malicious intent. Otherwise, the few of us alone wouldn't be able to stop them, the usually silent Xuan Wu spoke up. "They must have come to seek our alliance. Although we don't know what they want, it's not a good thing for us," Jiang Chen said after thinking for a moment. With such strong strength on the other side, they still needed to seek their alliance, indicating that the task at hand was very difficult. Xia country was currently preoccupied and had no time to deal with them. Most importantly, Jiang Chen did not trust them. Different species have different hearts. Although this saying was not always accurate, in most cases, it held true. Just then, Long Yi spoke up. "Could their visit be related to dealing with Jehovah?" "It's possible, but it's hard to say. After all, they come from the same origin. Dealing with Jehovah is something we should handle ourselves, to avoid being stabbed in the back." Jiang Chen had considered this possibility, but still, he couldn't trust them. "Uncle Long, please take some people to the Pope's country. I'll go to the arena now. Be careful. You too." The two exchanged a glance, reaching an understanding. "Elders, Xia country is counting on you," Jiang Chen bowed to the 5 holy beasts. "It's our duty, you can rest assured." Thank you. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he spread his wings behind him and flew directly into the sky. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, the 5 holy beasts fell into contemplation. Could it be him? It's too early to tell, the personality gap is quite large. Regardless of who he is, now that he has the approval of the Tao symbols and the 9 tripods, we must follow his arrangements until the return of the saints. Are we really going to trust those humans and leave this place to this little guy? By who? Don't underestimate those human spirits. Individually, they may not be as strong as us, but if they really make a move, the 5 of us may not even have a chance to act. The Qilin spoke. It was the closest to humans and understood them the most. It knew just how terrifying those spirits could be. Unlike the innate beasts like the monsters, who had strong cultivation but lacked merit, these spirits, though weak in cultivation, possessed immense merit power. As long as the cultivation level is improved, becoming a saint is a sure thing. Unfortunately, their lifespan is short, and they are inherently deficient. Otherwise, they would have definitely become saints. On the other side, Jiang Chen arrived at the mythical arena, where only 3 people remained: Jehovah, the little girl, and Wuyo. The little girl and Wuyo joined forces to attack Jehovah, currently having the upper hand. Unfortunately, Jehovah was surrounded by a domain that they couldn't break through. This was Jehovah's absolute domain, where no one could harm him unless the attack exceeded the limit he could bear. Although the little girl was the incarnation of Manhwa, her strength was far inferior to her original form. Wuyo had strong potential, but it had not yet been transformed into combat power. In this high-end situation, they were somewhat at a loss. From the current situation, it seems that the 2 of them alone may not know how long it will take to fight. We must come up with another plan. Jiang Chen kept pondering the key to breaking the deadlock. Perhaps due to the agility of the 7 apertures Linglong heart or the inheritance from the wise ancestors of the human race, Jiang Chen quickly came up with a solution. Jehovah is possessed by a demon, but his own will should still be intact. Perhaps we can try to awaken him. Strictly speaking, the demon only amplifies the desires in people's hearts infinitely and then uses them to control the target. Its own strength is not considered strong. Jiang Chen had seen this in the past when watching Shushan Legend. How did they solve it back then? Jiang Chen kept pondering his memories from his past life. Yes, first stimulate the remaining kindness in the opponent's heart, then take action while both sides are vying for control of the body. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and left the arena directly. Start the live broadcast, let everyone recite with me, Jiang Chen said to the media reporters on standby. These media reporters were all arranged in advance by Li Jianguo for the convenience of issuing orders at any time. Seeing Jiang Chen speak up, they all began to prepare. On the other side, at the Cathedral of the Holy See, Long Yi and a group of dragon guards forcibly broke through the defense line and quickly reached the central position of the cathedral. Attack! Without any hesitation, the group collectively took action. Various treasures and divine powers fell, smashing the cathedral into ruins. This was also due to the small size of the Holy See's territory, totaling only a few thousand square meters. When Long Yi and his group invaded, it was simply too easy. As they were preparing to leave, 2 Holy See's divine attendants flew out from the ground, each with a pair of angel wings behind them. Just as they flew into the air and were about to speak, they were directly smashed into a mist of blood by a golden ring. Retreat! Long Yi retrieved the Qianquan ring he had thrown out, waved his hand, and led everyone to retreat. The group of people left smoothly, completing their mission without any hesitation, turned and ran, their movements flowing smoothly. On the arena, Jehovah's body suddenly stiffened because he felt his strength weakening. Before he could check the situation, he suddenly heard a faint chanting coming from the direction of Xia country. The sound grew louder and clearer, echoing throughout the arena. A golden light appeared, enveloped in a layer of righteousness. Just one glance made one. Feel the terrifying righteousness. When heaven and earth have righteousness, all things flourish. Below are the rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. In man, it is called righteousness, overflowing to fill the universe. Countless recitations, countless shadows of the human race appeared behind Jiang Chen. At this moment, he represented not just himself but the righteousness of heaven and earth. This was the most feared power of evil spirits. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, Jehovah suddenly screamed in pain, clutching his head and howling in agony. Wisps of black smoke emanated from his body. The power of the demon is weakening, attack! The little girl suddenly shouted, holding a 5-colored spirit pearl. 5 spirit pearl, seal! In the moment the 5-colored spirit pearl slipped from his hand, it split into 5 spirit pearls of different colors, sealing off the surrounding space. Wu, seeing the situation, did not dare to delay. The Confucian 5 constants' true words were spoken from his mouth. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust. 5 ancient and simple characters appeared, then branded onto Jehovah's body, turning into golden chains. Little one, infuse the righteousness on your body into his body, the little girl shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Although he knew that the other party was the incarnation of Manhwa, being called Little One by a 5 or 6-year-old girl still felt strange. Despite his complaints, his actions were not slow. He mobilized the righteousness around his body and poured it into Jehovah's body. Jehovah let out a piercing scream, black energy surging out from his body. The black energy condensed in the air, forming a strange face, struggling to escape. Don't let it escape, the little girl shouted. Wu's eyes flashed with golden light as she lightly uttered a word, seal. The surrounding time and space were instantly imprisoned, and the true form of the heart demon maintained a fierce expression, motionless. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen directly condensed a long sword with righteousness in his hand and slashed at the heart demon's true form. He continued to slash a dozen times until the opponent completely disappeared before daring to stop. Seeing the heart demon killed, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned their gaze to the awakening Jehovah. Why did you save me? Wouldn't it be better to take the opportunity to kill me? Jehovah's expression was complex. Jiang Chen glanced at the little girl, who nodded at him, allowing him to retract the righteousness. With your strength, how could you be invaded by a heart demon? The little girl asked Jehovah with some confusion. He was the god of creation, theoretically impossible to be invaded by a heart demon, but he was possessed by the other party. It almost caused a disaster. In the battle with the extraterritorial demon back then, although I killed a heart demon king, I was backlashed by it before its death, cursed. Originally, I used holy light to cleanse myself and eliminate it, but I didn't expect that a trace of it remained in my body, gradually affecting my mind, until today when my emotions fluctuated, it suddenly attacked, Jehovah said with a bitter smile. The dignified God of creation had fallen to such a state, which was truly embarrassing. No wonder. The little girl seemed to have figured something out and murmured softly. What are your plans next? Will you leave with us, or continue to stay here? The little girl asked again. Jehovah looked at the dilapidated mythological arena and then at his own divine realm, sighing. I will leave with you, but before that, there is something I need to do. After saying this, Jehovah's body suddenly emitted a bright light. God said, there should be order in the world. The voice was grand, but lacked the previous lofty demeanor. Instead, it was full of moderation and peace. Jiang Chen didn't know if he had always been like this or if he was influenced by the Confucian 5 constants. But it didn't matter, the result was good after all. As Jehovah's words fell, the once severely damaged mythological arena began to slowly recover. Please help me with this, Your Highness, Jehovah said to the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded. The 5-colored spirit pearls flew out and landed in the center of the arena, transforming into the most basic 5 elements. Domain, absolute order. After shouting these words, Jehovah suddenly spewed out a mouthful of golden blood. His momentum began to decline little by little. Friend. The little girl was shocked and wanted to step forward to check, but she saw Jehovah wave his hand at her. I'm fine. Let this domain be my atonement for my past actions. Jehovah integrated his domain into the arena, changing the distorted rules and strengthening the arena's rules to prevent them from being easily broken, thus avoiding harm to the audience outside the arena. The little girl hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. It is somewhat wasteful to integrate one's own domain into the arena. In this way, even if Jehovah reaches the outer domain, it will take a long time for him to recover, which is undoubtedly a great loss for them. Jehovah seemed to see what she was thinking, smiled faintly, and said, "The road to the outer domain battlefield has been cut off, so why not try a different way?" "What way?" The little girl looked at Jehovah with some confusion, as she couldn't remember any other way outside the gate of creation. "My child, Jesus should still be alive, right? Please hand over my kingdom to him, and he will take over my position as the new Heavenly Father in the future," Jehovah said, as he gathered a ball of energy in his hand. This was his original power, as well as the Garden of Eden. "Friend, are you trying to?" The little girl looked at Jehovah in shock. She didn't expect him to do this, voluntarily separating his own domain and then handing over his kingdom. Did he not want to live anymore? "You are right. I am not a good father. I do not expect you to forgive me. Consider this as atonement," Jehovah said, looking gently at Wuyo. Wuyo showed a look of sorrow, but did not stop Jehovah's next move. "Child, thank you. You helped me find my true self," Jehovah smiled and waved at him. "Father God," Wuyo stepped forward and called softly. "I have nothing to give you. This is my divinity. Absorb it, and I will be with you." Jehovah lightly touched his forehead with his finger. At this moment, the little girl finally understood what he meant by a different way. Jehovah intended to use the rules of the arena and his divinity to forcibly help Wuyo enhance his strength, grow rapidly, and replace his position. "Child, you are very good. Thank you for helping me dispel my inner demons. This is a gift for you." Jehovah turned to Jiang Chen, lightly touching his forehead with his finger. Jiang Chen felt helpless. It was as if everything was said so casually, as if he had really cheated. Unfortunately, he did not have any special abilities other than knowing a little more about myths and legends than others. Now that the heroes of the Xia kingdom have left, he can only rely on the demons and some gods from the heavenly court in the upcoming matches. But what about the opponents? The Egyptian gods, the Greek gods, each one stronger than the last. The Greek gods were fine, as he had learned more about them through movies in his past life, but the Egyptian gods, he only knew about the 12 major gods. It was impossible to select individuals to target. "I can only pray that my luck isn't too bad," Jiang Chen thought to himself. After Jehovah finished his instructions, his body began to dissipate into light particles. However, Jiang Chen noticed that these light particles seemed to be flying towards the same direction. A portal appeared faintly in the void. Jiang Chen recognized it as the Gate of Creation. The light particles entered it and disappeared. "Let's go as well," the little girl greeted Wuyo and stepped into the Gate of Creation. "Wait a moment, Your Highness." Jiang Chen saw the two about to leave and quickly called out to stop them. "What is it?" The little girl furrowed her brows, looking at Jiang Chen with confusion. "Your Highness, I am about to face off against 2 other god factions. Could you give me some life-saving treasures or something? I'm not greedy, just give me a golden gourd, a demon refining pot, or the 5 spirit pearls." The little girl. If it weren't for her own image, she really wanted to say something sarcastic. "You call this not being greedy? Wearing is not my favorite magic weapon. You don't like it, right?" With an angry glare at Jiang Chen, she thought for a moment and took out the gathered demon flag to throw it to him. "I'm giving this to you, consider it returning to its original owner. I'm leaving." The little girl stopped halfway through her words, then without looking back, she disappeared into the door of creation. "Why leave in such a hurry? What do you mean by returning to the original owner? Do I even have this thing?" Jiang Chen was completely puzzled. Unfortunately, Manhwa had already left, so he couldn't continue to inquire. He looked down at the gathered demon flag in his arms, describing it as filled with the aura of time, or simply put, it looked shabby and worn out, nothing like a powerful magic weapon. Forget it, better than nothing, anyway, it's a freebie. He happily put away the gathered demon flag, then stomped on the arena with his foot. "Host, it's time to announce the results of the match." "Coming, cough, here I am." A young girl's voice sounded, then quickly changed to the deep voice of Poppy. Soon, a flash of light appeared on the arena, and the host Poppy, with his bald head, appeared on the stage. Jiang Chen looked at him suspiciously, feeling that something was off. Poppy, noticing Jiang Chen's constant scrutiny, glared at him fiercely, then cleared his throat. I announce that in this match, the Xia Kingdom Empire is the winner. The next match will be between Egypt and Xia Kingdom. Due to changes in the arena rules, the match will begin in 3 days. After speaking, he glared at Jiang Chen again before disappearing. Jiang Chen was puzzled by his glare, but didn't dwell on it, and immediately left the mythical arena. 3 days of rest were crucial for Jiang Chen. On one hand, he needed to organize the information he had obtained, and on the other hand, he needed to plan for the upcoming battles. According to his plan, they would definitely split up, conducting both online and offline operations simultaneously. Unfortunately, the Egyptian gods seem to have anticipated this. They directly used their divine power to block off the entire Egyptian empire, making it impossible to sneak in unnoticed. In fact, it was not just Egypt, even Greece was the same. After the appearance of mysterious attackers targeting temples during the battle with the Xia Kingdom, it was clear that something was amiss. In order to avoid the same fate, those deities simply used their divine power to block the countries, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This is outrageous, creating such a situation. What about trust between people? Jiang Chen felt his dignity was insulted. Cough, we didn't have much trust with them to begin with, let's think about what to do next. Long Yi coughed twice. He really wanted to say, we are all on the same side, stop pretending. I don't know much about the Egyptian deities, I only know they have 12 pillar gods, most of them taking the form of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Jiang Chen tried to recall the Egyptian myths from his memory. Indeed, the forms of those deities were mostly represented by animal images. The most famous ones were Horus as a falcon, Anubis as a jackal-headed figure, Montu as a hawk, and others like frogs, snakes, scorpions, scarabs, and cats, a whole bunch of them. Some were similar to the monsters in the Xia Kingdom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mythical arena was already filled with people. After being transformed by Jehovah's domain, the mythical arena, although it looked no different on the surface, had become a world of its own inside. No matter how fierce the battles inside were, they would no longer affect the outside world. The rules of the battles had also changed, no longer distinguishing between arena battles and summoning battles. They were all unified as summoning battles, but each deity could only participate in one battle. It was no longer like the previous summoning battles where one could fight several opponents. The god-possessed could also choose to inherit the power of the deity and personally enter the battle, with no limit on the number of times. There were also restrictions on the number of participants, with only 5 people allowed from each empire. It was a best-of-5 format, but regardless of the outcome, all 5 matches had to be played. The defeated deity's soul would be absorbed into the mythical arena. When Jiang Chen saw this, he understood the intention behind it. This is to prevent the failure of the godly being devoured by the opponent. After understanding the key point, Jiang Chen's mood relaxed a lot, at least he didn't have to feel guilty for causing someone's death. But when he saw the last rule, his whole person instantly felt bad. The last rule stated, in the event of defeat, the godly being and the godly protector will die together. Jiang Chen almost cursed. So the gods can retain their divinity, but the godly protectors have to die, is that it? Please have both representatives come forward and draw the participating gods. The voice of the host Poppy rang out. Jiang Chen strode towards the arena, and the representative of Egypt also walked up from the other side. However, the expressions of both sides were not very good. After all, this was related to their own lives, handing over their lives to others. As for the godly protectors inheriting the power of the gods, it was ridiculous. If the bloodline affinity was not enough, inheriting the power of the gods would be suicidal, right? No. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that he was not subject to this restriction. With his understanding of the gods of Xia Kingdom, not to mention knowing everything, he could still be pretty close. Moreover, there was also the identity of the young master of the demon clan. This rule was simply tailor-made for him. Is this a coincidence, or is it the will of Jehovah? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Start drawing the participating gods. A large turntable appeared in front of Jiang Chen, densely packed with the names of the gods.